засвіт стали, означенники похід стало ночі. Заплакала Марсинька свої ясні очі. Заплакала Марсинька свої ясні очі. Не плач, не плач, Марсинька, не плач, не журися, краще за свого батька вишньому молися, краще за свого Богу помолися. Світить місяць над водою, а сонця немає. Мати сина в дороженьку слізно провожає. Мати сина в дороженьку слізно провожає. Іди, мій синочку, іди, не варися. За 4 неділинки додому вернися. За 4 неділинки додому вернися. Ой, хто знає, чи же вернусь, що в яку годину приймеш мою ж Марусеньку, як рідну дитину. Приймеш мою ж Марусеньку, як рідну дитину, як рідну дитину. Ой, рад би ж я, Марусеньку, ще й раніше взяти, та чи ж будеш вона ж мене, синку, шанувати, синку, шанувати. Не плач, не плач, не журиться, хто не впадайте, заграбники, ворониники, назад сподівайтесь. Ой, прилучку, прилучку, при широкім полі, при великім табуні, кінь гуляв поволі, при великім табуні, кінь гуляв поволі. Ой, піймаю, заплутаю, шовковою моздою, ой, піймаю, заплутаю, шовковою моздою. Ой, лети, мій коню, та й вихрем несися, проти милої двора, станом становися, проти милої двора, станом становися. Не плач, Марусенька, не плач, не журися, краще за свого милого Богу помолися, краще за свого милого вишньому молися. Без благословіння матері та батька козак ніколи не ступав і кроку. Тому шануйте батьків своїх. Де б вони не були, що б вони не робили, то не ваша справа, то ваша доля. Але батьки від Бога. І біля їхніх стіп двері до раю. Тож будьте з собою, будьте людьми, і буде у вас все гаразд. батько нас ніколи не полишає. Козацьке слово даю. Най буде.
Another 10 kajillion to Ukraine. Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone doing? Welcome to the U.S. presidential election stream. Hope you're all doing well. We've got a fantastic show lined up for you. 24 hours straight of election coverage live from Kyiv. We're not going to be doing any pauses, any stops at all. I will be doing everything from this chair, talking about every state, every voter count, every single piece of information we can juice out of the stone that we are trying to make bleed the last little drop of election-related content on this November 5th. I hope you voted. If you didn't vote and you're still in a state like Georgia, for example, the polls close in 45 minutes. You can still get out to the polls. If you're on the West Coast, you still got a lot more time. A lot of these states, you can register the same day. You can still go out and vote if you haven't. But if you have, thank you so much for doing your privileged right to be able to choose your representatives. Welcome to today's election stream. God bless the United States of America. We got a long-ass, content-filled night for you all. Okay. So, first off, let me give you guys the rundown of how it's going to be ran here, because we are competing with some big streams, okay? I realize that today the market for election-related content is a little thick. It's a little thick around the market around election content right now. You got the mainstream channels like CBS News, ABC, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, the ever-respectable OAN, InfoWars, the Hinkle Network. What is it? I don't know what Hinkle does. The Dive, I think, is his show. You got Jimmy Dore and whatever. So many great options. And I'm asking you to choose this stream. Well, first, let me tell you one thing. We don't got the big studio, okay? We got the tiny bunker studio. But that's the first thing. We're providing a unique perspective. Everybody else is from the United States, okay? I'm from the United States, but also I'm here in Kyiv, and we can talk about that perspective and how this election is going to directly impact this country. We're going to be talking about it through that angle. We got some Ukrainian guests. Ukrainian Anna is going to be on later. We also got some other Ukrainians coming on to talk their perspective, as well as trade negotiators and other foreign policy people. We're going to talk about the foreign policy implications of either presidency as the votes come in, and we start to get a little anxious because this is going to be likely an incredibly close race. Now, if that Iowa poll ends up being true, maybe we're going to see some fluctuations, okay? Maybe it's going to be a shorter night than we think, but odds are it's going to be a long night. And so I want to bring on some of those commentators to give some foreign policy coverage. That's the first thing. The second thing is, okay, White B Goldbug, thank you for the primer. Thanks, Dylan, for providing that unique tiny bunker perspective. Absolutely. And we just got back. We just got back from the Pokrovsk axis. We just got back from the Soldovi axis. We were with the 68th. We were with the 33rd. We were with a few different mechanized brigades. I was with some prisoner soldiers who were doing some fighting around southern Donetsk, and we were with them on path to assault. We were doing a lot of interesting filming down there, so we're going to offer some unique perspectives from that angle. But here's the other thing, okay? Even if we don't got the big studio and like 20 people in-house, like the Destiny stream or etc., you know what we do have? We have a second camera angle, okay? Look at that, okay? For these tiny productions, and we're leaning into tiny productions tonight, okay? We're leaning in to the grassroots nature of today's programming. We still got a second camera angle. We got this map here. We got some colored markers, and we're going to make it work. And as the results come in, I'm going to have the prestigious joy of filling in these different puzzle pieces in this American puzzle that brings us up to 270 for Trump or 270 for Harris. God help us all. So we're going to fill it in as the results come in. As for how I'm going to determine when to fill in these states, I don't know. I'll use my better judgment. If one network calls it, but another network doesn't call it, I'll see which network it is and the credibility of said network. For example, One America News Network is not going to be used to confirm Virginia as a Trump pickup. And I am also not going to use, I don't know, Ukrainian state television. I don't know what the other end of the spectrum would be. the Krasensteins on Twitter, I have no clue. Anyway, we're gonna fill the results in as they come, and I'm excited to do so. I'm very excited to do so. But yes, we have a little bit of production value, and we got some cool patch placement. Look at this! Look at all these patches around here. We got Sesu, we got the 66, we got the 22nd. We got Port Ivano-Frankivsk. They're a fundraiser for drones. We got Stella Packs. That's for my friend from the United Kingdom. He's doing good Ukraine aid work. We got some good stuff. We got some good stuff here. Anyway, that's the second camera angle. Let me get back to our person in-house. Thanks, Dylan. Back to Dylan. That wasn't very smooth. That was not very smooth. Also, we're going to be having on a bunch of guests tonight because we're on for 24 hours. If you guys are interested in who's scheduled, let me bring up the Excel spreadsheet. We had a cancellation. It was Pentuple, one of the smaller conservatives, but he was like one of the first gets we were going to have because tonight, we're not just the liberal perspective, okay? We're bringing on righties. We're bringing on righties. And you want to know why we're bringing in righties? We're bringing in righties for two reasons. Because some people might be like, no, tonight's the night to get with your camp. Tonight's the night to just get in your bunker with all your DNC shills or RNC shills or whoever and just, hunker down. No, I disagree. And the reason why is the copium and the hopium is so much better when shared with others and you get to see the contrary perspective, okay? And we're here to provide unique perspectives. Dylan is deep inside the NATO command bunker surrounded by Western generals and special forces. That's doxing. John Scott, thank you so much for the gifted sub to DylanBurnsLIVE. I appreciate that. Anyway, so let me read you some of the people we're going to have on tonight to, again, sell you guys on being here. We're going to have on Mikado Media. We're going to have on Ukraine Matters. We're going to have on Jeb and Rampage Paul. We're going to have on Wick. We're going to have on Michael Hillard from the Red Line. We're going to have on Dmitry Gabunsky, who is a trade negotiator from Australia. We're going to have on Cam Higbee, who's going to be on the same time as the trade negotiator. So I can't wait to ask Cam Higbee about tariffs. I can't wait to ask Cam Higbee about so many things. We're going to have actual Jake and Shark Zero and Cam Higbee on at the same time. Then actual Jake, Shark Zero, Gibbs, and Lactoid to other conservatives.
ALA Nix has donated $5. I will not tolerate Virginia slander, you freaking Marylander.
Okay. How about Mr. Virginianer, okay? You grab your hand, you stick it under your desk, and you pull, okay? I respect you as a American, but not as a person from Virginia. Anyway, where were we? Kraut. We're going to have on Kraut for quite a bit. I think 2 hours. We also have a Ukrainian... Oh, no, I forgot my Ukrainian MRE in my apartment. Well, it's 24 hours. We'll go get it. But I was gifted a Ukrainian military ration by the 68th. And I don't really know what to do with it because I didn't ask for it. They just kind of put it in my hand and I was kind of like, okay, I guess this is mine now. So I decided we're going to eat Ukrainian military rations on stream today. So we're going to be eating that for lunch. Anarchy's going to be on shortly after that. That's also shortly later. We're going to have Ukrainian Anna on. We're also going to have Fabian Liberty on, a libertarian, towards the end of the stream to react to the election results. And we got a few debates and stuff we're going to watch. We're going to watch the Sam Cedar versus Tim Pool debate. Probably the Destiny and Gavin Newsom debate. And Vosh. We're going to have Vosh on. Vosh will be on. I just don't know when because he has not confirmed a time. But he said he would be on. And so that means he will be on. Do. Actually, I think we're going to have on our first guest of the night right now. I thought I scheduled him for later, but I think we had a time zone mix-up. So we'll have him on now. You guys want to have on a trade negotiator right away? Get straight into the first guest? Why not? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do. We also have some other people who might come on, might come through. Hutch might come through. You know, I thought we might get a few other Rashid Crenshaw might come through. Who else might come through? Xander Hall said he might come through. Kevin Logan, I think, is a maybe too as well. He hasn't given us an exact time. Yeah.
Burns is in.
Hey, a lot of apples. Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that.
Man.
Appreciate that. Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, let's start with the trade negotiator. Let's get into it right away. Let's get into Human Rights Council. Create an invite. Mike from PA. Oh my gosh, I'd love to have on Mike from PA. I gotta say, out of all the creators that I've beefed with, Mike from PA's beef was probably the most moronic. Because it didn't make any sense. I never had problems with Mike, really. And then when we were talking about the withdrawal from Afghanistan on the show, I remember
My
criticizing...
computer doesn't have volume, but if it is true you are streaming with Son, I might be able to hear you. Regardless, I am leaving a like and giving you a view to push your stream in the algorithm.
Look at that. $10. 10 whole buckaroos to support the channel. I appreciate that. Thank you. And for helping in the algorithm. Even and with no sound as well. I wish I had so many dedicated troopers just like you. If we did, we could truly take over the world. Truly take over the world. 1 second. I'm trying to coordinate this guest. Join the Human Rights Channel voice chat in the Discord group. I hope I can get this trade negotiator into a Discord group and get him to understand how this works. If not, then we're just going to have to personally call him. Uh-oh. I'm sure this trade negotiator understands the ins and outs of Discord. This seems like something that he should be interested in. Oh, yeah, but
Burns
oh, there we go.
Morally corrupt, bankrupt man.
I'll bring him in right away. But the Mike from PA beef was the stupidest. He just he critiqued me from citing the CIA as a source for like literacy data, and then he countered me with data from the CIA. It was the dumbest of dumb dramas. Anyway, hello.
Hey, dude. How are you?
I am quite well. 1 second. Your volume is very high. Oh, okay. Say something again.
How's that?
Yeah, that's perfect. That's wonderful. Do you want to turn on cameras?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. I'll turn on, you know what? I'll have you on the, can I put on the cam link here or? You know what? I know exactly what to do. I have multiple cameras. I'm going to use the election camera for you since we're starting out tonight and I want to use my second camera angle. So you get the special election camera. 1 second. There we go. Look at that. Special election camera.
Amazing.
Amazing. It lacks a streamer, of course, but that'll be remedied in a moment. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let me back up here. Welcome to the 24-hour stream. You're not an American, but I wanted to bring you on today because we're not everybody's 24-hour stream. Okay, you can go to ABC, you can go to CNN, you can go one of the bigger streamers, but we're from Kyiv right now. We're down here in the bunker studio. We want to provide that foreign policy perspective. We want to be the niche subject matter people who can drag in all of the nerds that for whatever reason hyperfixate on the same things that we hyperfixate on. So I wanted to bring you on. I thought we were going to be on later, but now it's perfect anyway because we actually just had a cancellation. So it actually works perfect. So first off, who are you? Why should people listen to you? And you wrote a book.
Hi, thanks for having me on. I think foreign policy in terms of issues is polling at somewhere at about 6% with the American public. So I'd like to welcome the roughly 12 people in the country who give a damn about it, who must all be watching your stream. My name's Dmitry Grozbinsky. I'm a Ukrainian Australian living in Switzerland. I'm a career trade policy professional. So I've worked on the rules that governments set about how international trade works and on the negotiations about those rules for most of my career, including representing Australia as a diplomat and at the World Trade Organization and in free trade agreement negotiations. I go by Dimitri Opines on Twitter and kind of fight the good fight in the culture wars for Ukraine online, which is how I think Dylan knows who the hell I am, and certainly how I know who Dylan is. It's a huge pleasure to be here. I literally wrote a book, not necessarily anticipating this current moment, called Why Politicians Lie About Trade, in which, in hindsight, I massively underestimated how much lying about trade was about to happen. So that's kind of what I do, and that's kind of why I'm here.
Okay, so before we get into trade, before we get into tariffs, which, my gosh, since the last time we talked briefly about tariffs, the tariff conversation has absolutely exploded all over the news and on the campaign trail. We need to talk about it. But first off, how closely have you been following the race, and what do you expect from tonight's events?
Oh God, like obsessively. I don't know. I don't know how much Americans realize the intensity with which everyone else follows your races. Like, it's genuinely disturbing how, like, I would struggle to name more than 3 members of the Australian Parliament, but I have like an uncomfortable awareness of individual county level results in like Pennsylvania. And that's probably not healthy for me or for like foreign affairs or the world, but it is kind of how it is. I'm following really closely. Somebody asked for my prediction. I'm at like a 52% level of confidence that Kamala Harris is going to pull this out. A lot of that is, I think, hopium, but a lot of that is also just looking at the fact that she's run a fantastic campaign. She's doing everything you are supposed to do if you want to win an election, campaigning really hard, focusing on the issues that are in the center, having a professional get out the vote operation that seems to know what it's doing, having a professional team that makes sure her events work and are advanced, and you know, she doesn't get thrown out of donut shops the way JD Vance does. She picked a solid running mate and she kicked butt in the debate. So what we know about elections is that kind of stuff should add up and start to matter, but really it's up to the American people, and nobody knows what the hell they're gonna do.
Okay, I just realized I think my junk mic is hooked up to Discord. Do you mind if it's not the best quality? I got the good mic hooked up for stream, but okay, just checking with you. Thank you for the donation,
coming
Space
through loud and
Ferret.
clear.
1 subscription.
What a great name, by the way,
Good luck
Space
with the
Ferret.
24-hour stream, Dylan.
Thank you so much for the good wishes. I appreciate the donation. Also, everybody, I didn't mention this at the start of stream, and I don't have the thing up right now. Before we get into the next topic. But tonight, since I'm live for 24 hours, I am going to be fundraising for the Bank of Dylan Burns. And if you want to donate to Dylan Burns TV, I'd be greatly appreciative, because I'm trying to cover embed costs to go back to the front to do 24-hour embeds with drone teams on the front. So that means being with them as they operate for 24 hours, filming their work, doing that stuff. The current goal is $10,000. I know it's an ambitious goal, but I'm going for it, and I want to film for the rest of this year and then into the next year, and that's what that will cover, as well as previous expenses. So any donations going to DylanBurns.tv will be going towards those embeds, and I'll probably talk later during the stream in depth about the future documentaries that would be spent on. Okay, so I want to get into a specific state-by-state races, because you're a foreigner, and as a foreigner, not only as Americans do we, at times go into bigoted ravings about you, just as a general blob, but I do think that does provide you with a perspective that's very useful, because as Americans, we view this all from a certain bias or internal perspective that I think that coming from the outside, we can get something of value. So, question tonight. This big swing states. We're talking Pennsylvania, we're talking Michigan, Minnesota. You get the idea. Do you have any specific opinions about how each state's going to go one way or the other before we get into foreign policy?
I mean, not like hugely insightful ones, I have to say. I'm reading the exact same stuff you guys are reading. I'm watching the exact same kind of stuff you guys are reading. I'm actually quite optimistic about Pennsylvania. The numbers look very good. It's smashing turnout records. What appears to be really heartening is that in just about every sample, the independent numbers are off the charts, and the numbers appear to be actually across Pennsylvania, but also everywhere from sort of Nevada, Arizona on down. You're seeing quite a youthful electorate and quite a female electorate. Now, if polling is even vaguely right, both of those things are positive for Kamala Harris. But we are still talking about like 1 or 2 point races. For me, it's like I have no idea what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, and while I'm slightly optimistic about it, I also know we're probably not going to find out for quite some time. I think in terms of the like bellwethers now, my understanding is we might get some results out of places like North Carolina a little bit earlier, and
in Georgia.
And Georgia. And if those start to go a certain way, and if the sort of results bear out one way or the other, that could give us a real indication of sort of what we're going to wake up to tomorrow morning. Or in your case, still be entirely awake for 14 hours into your marathon stream. Exactly.
Amen.
Suffering for democracy.
Georgia, for democracy. That's one way to put it. Thank you for giving me the spirit. But Georgia, the reason why we're going to have results much earlier than last time is because since last election, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, and others have tried to find ways to not only make the system more transparent, as Brad Raffensperger was the Secretary of State who stood up to Trump when Trump tried to get him to change the results of the vote, asking him the exact 1,780 votes necessary to overturn the election results. Since then, Brad Raffensperger and others have worked to try to make the system more transparent and quicker because the results took so long, which dragged out the process, which allowed more vacuums for people to fill it with misinformation and disinformation. And so what they've done is all of the early voting, all of the mail-in voting, we should get those results around 7 to 8 p.m. that they're going to have that counted and ready to release, and that's going to be about 80% of the vote total right off the bat. And so that should give us some idea of which way Georgia's going to go. There's still going to be like a 20% of the vote that's going to come over time, the next few days, probably 24 to 48 to 72 hours. But that first initial wave is going to give us a pretty good indication of where the race might be going. Or if that special Iowa poll that everybody's talking about, the Seltzer poll, which has Harris up 3 points in Iowa, which has not gone for a Democrat since I believe Obama's race in 2008, could be a good taste if there's any truth to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you have to look at some of these races that perhaps haven't been absolutely saturated with ads as the 7 sort of key swing states have been. And see if potentially those could be indicative of larger trends across the nation, because I think apart from everything else, who wins who wins this election is obviously tremendously important, but I think for the U.S. and as a country, the scale of the win is also really important to what comes next, especially the scale of the Electoral College win. I think if Kamala Harris is pulling it out by some of these nightmare scenarios where she sort of wins by like the district of Nebraska that happens to be urban and sort of wins by 1 or 2 Electoral College votes.
One of the scenarios that is very, very possible right now is, as people talk about, is Pennsylvania, the blue wall states, and then that'll be 269, and then you get the 1 independent vote from the district that you're talking about, putting them in
The
exactly
second district.
yeah, the 270 electoral college votes, exactly enough to win.
Like that's exactly enough to win, but I think in terms of how, if you see the objective of this election as in part trying to break the fever dream of Trumpism over the United States to kind of cleanse it, and to have that cathartic release, I don't think 270, 269 does it. I think at that point, we go into months of lawfare. We go into months of conspiracy theories. The fact that the Republicans, or at least the MAGA wing of the Republican Party, were able to sustain 4 years of conspiracy theories and sort of talking points about the 2020 election being stolen, when electoral college-wise, it wasn't quite a blowout, but it was a significant victory by quite a few, both the popular and the electoral college vote. That means that while 270, 269 to Kamala Harris is significantly preferable, I think, to the other way around, it is still potentially bodes like
It
a
does not-
bad couple of months coming.
It is not the popular public sentiment crushing of Trumpism that we would want to see for this to be the death of MAGA or the start of a slow bleeding out process of the MAGA movement. Because if Trump loses, there's not a chance, really high chance he's going to run again. I don't think in 4 years, older than Biden is now, Donald Trump, even if he wants to run again, would have the ability to run again. I mean, he's already slowing down. He's doing like 1/3 or 1/4 of the amount of campaign stop and speeches that he did back in 2016. These speeches are getting a little bit even more ridiculous than they used to be, not because he's necessarily saying anything too much more vile, even though, the recent comments about firing squad and other things, he tests the limits. It's just that a lot of it's poor gibberish. It's either like misnaming people or stuff mistakes that you tend to make as you get older. And I'm not saying that his brain's completely turned to mush, but he is the oldest nominee in American history. And so thinking that, and he might not be able to run again in 4 years, I think is a simple conclusion. So for him, it's not about him running again. It's about his kids running again. It's about other people of that Trump style going out and running in his place and carrying the MAGA movement forward, and the Republican Party going through no recognition, no, I guess you could say like inner thinking, like inner soul searching to say, well, maybe we should go to a more Nikki Haley-esque, a different way, or maybe we're not relying so much on election lies and more reliant on trying to, turn out centrists and moderates instead of trying to appeal to the fringes. If they get a small fringe loss, then they're going to think, oh, well, then we just need to, lie harder next time. Or, next time we just need to restrict these people from voting, and then finally we'll get in. But no, it needs to be a crushing victory for Harris if the Republican Party is going to return to anything that was the Republican Party before Trumpism.
It's also a lot is about we obviously focus on the presidency, but a lot of this is about the down-ballot candidates, right? So if, as you had in 2022, if once again the Republican Party sees that nominating a bunch of MAGA extremist lunatics, your kind of black Nazis in Robinson or whatever, is a path to electoral extinction, and is a path to being the minority in the House and Senate, that again increases the pressure to kind of move on from Trump as someone who not only perhaps can't win, but also doesn't have the kind of electoral coattails that you can ride to power, which is ultimately what they want. A result that is, again, 270, 269 probably means that the House and Senate are, toss-ups as well. Though those two aren't directly linked. And that, again, as you say, just makes it harder for those in the Republican Party who would like to go back to being conventionally a bit mean rather than cartoonishly evil. to try to move the US back to where it has two semi-normal parties.
I think Mark Robinson is a dark horse this election. I think he could really mobilize the Gooner vote. I think he has a good possibility of doing that. But I agree with you.
The problem with the Gooner vote is the problem with the Gooner vote is they don't vote because their hands are busy.
Yeah, they're
like,
too
by
busy
definition.
gooning. You're right. They're too busy
exactly.
gooning.
It's an unreliable.
Yeah, his voting base is just too dedicated to their values, working too hard. Just
having the election during November.
They try to drop the ballot.
The
They try to drop the ballot into the box and they just can't get it off. Okay, but I want to quickly agree with you that yes, I believe that Trumpism needs to lose big tonight. I think that we need that Seltzer poll to be correct. Harris to win Iowa. Harris to win states like Georgia, North Carolina, the Blue Wall states, Nevada. Win almost every swing state. You could give up Arizona maybe, but if best case scenario in my mind is a victory where they keep all the Blue Wall states, they take Pennsylvania, they take Georgia, they take North Carolina, because we've already seen some pretty high voter turnout rates for both the state of Georgia and North Carolina. So it's not like, the voter turnout isn't there for it to be possible. Keeping the state of Nevada, it seems conservatives are really excited about it. But if we can win 6 out of 7 swing states, then in my mind, there's no strategic argument from within the Republican Party to try to either A, run Trump again as going into an old man, or B, run a Trump-like candidate. There's going to be questions about what were the mistakes, and some of the obvious ones are going to be doubling down on J.D. Vance instead of picking someone like Doug Burgum who could have appealed to moderates. It's going to be questions of allowing Donald Trump's children to run the Republican Party and pushing out Ronna McDaniel to replace him with Trump loyalists. It's going to be, why did these Senate candidates lose again? Why do these House candidates lose again? Why do all the people that Trump fingers for these races, like Doc Hollywood, Dr. Oz, or, the guy who lost to Raphael Warnock, the football star, or Carrie Lake, who's about to get curb stomped in her state of Arizona. And that's particularly pathetic because Donald Trump's probably going to win Arizona, and then Carrie Lake's going to lose by something like double digits, even though Donald Trump goes up there and says, I actually won the election. And it's like, okay, fine. She goes up there and says the same thing about Trump. And it's like, no, you're a freak. Why would you say, ew, that's simping? Never, no Carrie Lake. But they're going to look at the bad political judgment. They're going to look at just his type of politics and the toxicity and how it could put up certain voters. They're going to look at these mistakes. And in that moment, that's the only way I think we're going to get anywhere close to a normal Republican Party. I agree with you. But I want to get to foreign policy for a moment. Okay, so what is going on with tariffs right now? What has happened? What has happened to our foreign policy conversation? Why is the Republican Party, its nominee, now asking for a 10% to 20% tariff on all goods imported to the United States? I don't know if you saw, last week he was talking about 100 to 200% tariffs on European imported goods. Europe is one of our main export markets. A trade war with Europe seems like it would be devastating for American car manufacturers. The same one he's saying he wants to, help up. It's going to be devastating for the American export markets that are, there's a big consumer base in Europe, consumer bases that don't necessarily exist on other continents.
So I think, first of all, the most important thing to understand about any of this kind of Trump proposal on tariffs is that one thing that Trump does understand very, very well is that people on the whole do not vote on the basis of policies. They vote on the basis of perceived values and who is going to kind of fight for them against whatever outgroups they've defined. So for Trump, the notion of slapping tariffs on Europeans, on everybody, is an incredibly appealing formulation because the subtext is, listen, there are things that we as a nation want to pay for, and I am going to pay for them by taxing foreigners. This is his version, not reality, by basically punishing foreigners. And in doing that, I'm going to bring more jobs to the US. It's telling that he pairs a lot of this talk about charging very high tariffs with the idea of, for example, abolishing the income tax. So this idea of hey, you don't like taxes and you also don't love foreigners. I have a solution where we get rid of your taxes by just hurting foreigners. And like that's what's behind it. And it's not like about the economics of it. It's not like he's looking at the models and doing like weighted analysis. He's not doing gravity model analysis. He is looking for ways to tell a story about who he is, who he's fighting for, and who he's going to hurt on your behalf. It's like, I think that's really important to understand, like straight away, because if you don't kind of recognize that, the temptation is to come at this argument with like academic economics and be just like, well, you know, we know from an efficiency standpoint, Ricardo, yada 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 yada. Nobody cares. You got to begin by kind of accepting what he's doing. I think that's really important to kind of flag. The second thing to flag is it's fucking insane. Like just on every kind of imaginable basis, it is an incredibly irresponsible and silly policy that just hurts the poorest people in America, hurts American competitiveness, and really kind of kicks the American economy in the nuts right when, by any conceivable metric, you guys are kind of crushing it and everyone else is on their knees. I can talk through why that is if people care. I realize you got 24 hours to fill, but I also recognize that most people would rather eat glass than listen to somebody talk about trade economics.
We can get into the specifics. Well, that's why I brought you here. This seems like your bread and butter. So thank you so much for the $10 donation. I appreciate that, buddy. This is going towards embeds. Okay, so the first thing I need to ask is there just do people just not know what a tariff is? Because I'm seeing all these clips now where podcasters are interviewing other people, or people are getting caught in high like profile conversations, not knowing what tariffs are. And these are the people who are making content about tariffs. They're either making reaction videos or they're on these shows debating tariffs. And it's all being talked about in the idea that we place a tariff on the Chinese and then the Chinese pay it. They don't understand that it's you import the good and those importing the good pay the tariff, the company and or person. They seem to genuinely believe that somehow between it crossing from their market to our market, they're paying it. They think there's like a toll booth in the middle of the ocean and the Chinese ship has to pay it in order to access like American law. That's not how it works. Is it an education problem? What's the problem?
I mean, as with a lot of things in trade, it's partially like a nomenclature branding problem. If we had called tariffs like taxes or even import taxes right from the
Harris
start,
has tried to do. Harris is like saying she said in effect sales tax is like the campaign speak they've been using.
Yeah, and she's absolutely right to do it because people understand the notion of taxes. They understand the notion of sales taxes. My personal language for it is always it's a patriotism tax or a lack of patriotism tax. What I try to get people, like the way I ask people to visualize it is like you're standing at a supermarket, you're looking at a row of different options of what to buy. And you're doing the math on what to get, and you're looking at like, oh, I like this particular kind of food, but it's pretty expensive. I might get something else. One of the things that you may consider in making that choice is that product made in America? That might be more or less important to you. And you'll kind of factor that into your choice where you'll go, well, I'm willing to pay more for like an American avocado, but not like $3 more. And what a tariff is basically the government coming in, standing beside you and going, I don't trust you to be patriotic enough in this choice. So what I am going to do is tax you for making the wrong decision or for an unpatriotic decision. I'm going to artificially make it more expensive to buy non-American stuff because I don't trust you to, for yourself, decide that you want an American product over a different product. It's kind of that patriotism tax. It's the government getting in between you and the things and your perception of what is the best value thing to buy for your family.
So this conversation has taken on a new dimension, though, as Trump has talked about 100. So there's two things we want to talk about. The first one is what I've already mentioned: the 100 to 200% tariff on the Europeans. He throws these numbers, I believe, at random. I don't think these are like policy proposals that somebody has written up and given him in Trump world. I don't think Elbridge Colby or whoever is like giving him policy papers. I think he's just out there and he's sounding bullish. He's beating his chest and he's just saying numbers at random. But it's impossible to know what he will and will not implement. Definitely when in the Trump era, decisions sometimes would be made in the middle of the night, like the withdrawal from Syria, without even talking to advisors. And assuming that he gives this as much thought as that, or he goes through with what he's saying, or the markets just react to the possibility of it happening, because that happens. What would happen if he placed 100 to 200% tariff on all goods from Europe entering the United States, like he threatened to do on the campaign trail?
Yeah, sure. So we can game this out. And like one of the things that makes this somewhat scary, or scarier than perhaps some of his other proposals, is that unlike, for example, getting rid of the income tax, the executive branch has a lot of tools to do this unilaterally. So Trump can just do this. There are tools in place that even if he doesn't control Congress, even if he doesn't have a veto-proof majority in the Senate, it's complicated to get into the kind of legalisms of this, but basically, he could do this. He could slap these tariffs in place.
So, to be clear, if the Democrats kept the Senate today and won back the House, if we did not have a veto-proof majority, or like a veto-proof majority to stop him, then he could hypothetically implement these tariffs with or without the approval of Congress.
That's right. He'd have to do a little bit of legal gymnastics, and it would almost certainly face a court challenge, but he has a pretty friendly Supreme Court to review it, because it wouldn't require legislation, effectively. And if the Democrats kind of wanted to stop it, they would have to repeal kind of fairly foundational acts of Congress from before, like the 301 and 232. It doesn't matter. The point is, it would be pretty hard to stop him, and it would be, they might be able to, especially if they get rid of the filibuster, undo something like that he did in time. But in terms of like the handbrake, there would be very few handbrakes on him doing this. So like the first thing to really understand is that if you are counting on the checks and balances of the US system to prevent Trump from going absolutely hog wild with tariffs, not going to happen. They're not as robust there as they are in some other places. So not great. But then, okay, let me kind of walk through what happens. So just
to be clear for viewers, that means if Donald Trump is the next president of the United States, no matter who the advisors are around him, no matter what the House and the Senate says, if Donald Trump decides that he wants to place these tariffs on these countries, he has general authority to do so. And so he can go forward with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of broadly true. Lawyers are going to argue about it, but that's a pretty solid summation. But then, like, let's talk about your hypothetical. So he slaps across the board tariffs of like 20 to 100% on everybody or on Europe. Immediately, that leads to a bunch of things. So first of all, obviously, European products basically just double in price. In practice, that will mean they disappear off shelves. Very, very, very few products can remain competitive at a 100% markup. So they would disappear. That kind of the withdrawal of them from the market would likely mean that the American products competing with them would go up in price because a bunch of competition would disappear. So that means a whole bunch of things that basically just means inflation in practice. The next thing that would happen is, we tend to think of trade as like the things we buy in shops. like business to consumer trade, but a huge percentage of what is traded across the Atlantic is components. So parts, things that go into the things that US factories make, and vice versa in Europe. So what you would see is immediately a whole bunch of US production that relies on specialist components from Europe suddenly finds the costs of making things go way up. That's just like inevitability. The US and European economies are pretty integrated. Their supply chains bounce back and forth. So immediately you have US industries start to struggle to compete with things that are made elsewhere that don't have to pay these tariffs. Third thing, and we haven't gotten to the retaliation yet. So far, this is all just like the natural economic outcome. Third thing, you have an absolute feeding frenzy of lobbying, bribery, and corruption in Washington, D.C. as individual industries and like businessmen start making the case to Trump and to whoever his Treasury Secretary is going to be. It's looking like Bob Lighthizer, to basically get a carve out or an exemption from these tariffs. This is something that we saw with the US CHIPS Act under Biden. This is something that we've seen every time. So what you end up basically happening is all of these industries or businesses that rely on European products come glove in hand to the White House and see if they can get carved out. That's not great for democracy because those deals are going to be non-transparent, really transactional, and it's basically open license for people to bribe, figuratively and potentially literally, actors within the Trump administration. So that's also bad.
Wait a second. But this assumes that Donald Trump is, I mean, like, they would assume that he'd be a guy who would kind of grift off of his public office.
I know it's difficult to imagine that. I'm really asking us to push the limits of what our minds.
By the way,
conceive.
You can still get Trump trading cards and NFTs. They are still available on the market. New ones are still coming out. I've bought 20. I just, that's my personal investment recommendation.
Well, thank you for your service. A proud Marga Nation thanks you. So then that kind of gets to the fourth bit, which is during the first Trump administration, when the U.S. hit Europe with tariffs, Europe wasn't institutionally set up to really respond all that well. The European Union is it can be quite a ponderous beast. Like, they can't just do stuff. They need to have established mechanisms, procedures, committees, authorities, acts of the European Parliament to let them react in certain ways. And so when the first wave of Trump tariffs hit, they had to kind of jury rig a response using their anti-dumping and countervailing duty mechanisms and basically just cobble together some sort of counterpunch by using other mechanisms to try to somehow swing back. Since then, they have established something called the Anti-Coercion Instrument and the Anti-Coercion Office, specifically to give themselves the ability to punch back just as hard the next time this sort of thing happens.
So you're saying the Europeans have prepared for this scenario, and if this scenario was to play out, they would have much more tools than last time to respond.
Absolutely. So they have literally prepared institutionally for this scenario. I'm not talking about economically. They haven't started stockpiling bourbon and Harley David motorcycles or whatever. They've just put in place the legal mechanisms they would need to, if they get punched, they punch back. And so they can quickly levy tariffs back against Trump a Trump's USA. And I think their voters will basically demand that their industry will demand that they do so. They are not going to put up with being unilaterally locked out of like a $500 billion market for them without at least
And it sucks
demonstrating
because
that
like
you're
all
a
of this
conscious
corruption, all of this quid pro quo that's going to be going on is also going to be wrapped in the American flag. It's going to be casted as patriotic. And so when these different steel companies or aluminum companies or I mean, it could be really anything that start like doing this wheeling and dealing, they can like paint it as like a patriotic effort of building American industry when really it's going to be making American consumers pay more to only be given you as an option.
Absolutely. And it's kind of there's basically two reasons that the Trump administration has given for imposing tariffs, and they're directly contradictory and both kind of dumb. So one argument is, hey, we're going to make a ton of money off this, like tax revenue. So basically, people are going to keep sending us stuff. We're going to charge them 20%, 20 to 100% of the price of whatever they send us, and we're going to make lots of money for the U.S.
I think
Treasury.
you undersold it. To be clear, he's saying that these tariffs are going to be able to replace the income tax when it comes to revenue. This is what Trump is starting to say, which is getting the attention of people like Ron Paul and other people of more of the libertarian movement. And in this final gust towards the White House, as he starts offering more and more either handouts or massive unreciprocated tax cuts in the budget, I mean, it really tips the scale when it comes to like budget mismanagement, at least from all the projections I've seen from economists.
Yeah, and I mean, to like replacing income tax would require raising trillions of dollars worth of tariffs. From memory, I believe the U.S. imports like 3.2 trillion, 3.5 trillion dollars worth of goods every year. So you would have to like tax that at like 60% in order to raise like two trillion to try to replace income tax. The math doesn't really work there. But the other problem is it's like self-defeating. This is pure Laffer curve stuff. The higher you raise tariffs, the less people export to you because their goods stop being competitive. And you don't raise any money
ALA Nick
off
has
something
donated
someone
$20.
didn't send
Here
you
you go.
because the tariffs were too high. Like if you could tax imports at 10,000%, and that would theoretically raise a lot of money, but no one is going to import a good with a 10,000% tax on it, so you actually raise zero. And that's the problem with a lot of his reasoning. As soon as you say we're going to have high tariffs, you're basically saying that's just going to cut the amount of imports way, 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 way down, and so you're not going to raise any money off it. To catch-22.
We haven't even mentioned the fact that a lot of these industries that America relies on, like for example, the automobile industry, they rely on imports. They rely on complex imports from other countries. And if you place tariffs on them, even if you don't have tariff on the car, and therefore you're trying to create a bubble, like a bubble around your market domestically, if the goods they have to import increase in price because of the tariffs, then you still pass the cost onto the consumer just in a roundabout way.
Absolutely. And if you think about the logic of it as being like, okay, we don't care about that because what it will mean is factories move back to the US, right? Like that's logic. You kind of run into problems there too, because ideally the kind of factories that you want to build in the US are the ones where like you make stuff that you're good at making, because that's where your advantage is, right? But if you start slapping tariffs on everything, you instead just end up making the things that the economy critically needs because it can't get it anywhere else anymore. You kind of distort the entire market, and rather than building the industries of the future, we end up just making the things we have to get by. And I should say that, like, it's also just not clear what problem we'd be solving. The US manufacturing is doing really, really well. The chips factory that you guys have built in, I think, is it Nevada or Arizona, is now producing more efficiently than the TSMC factory in Taiwan.
Yeah, it has a higher yield
So
rate.
yeah, so you guys are incredibly capable of building amazing factories. And you're doing it more and more because for a whole bunch of reasons, the US has a really good business climate right now, huge amount of capital, really good incentives from a combination of Biden policies and state and local policies. You're finally doing some stuff about regulations, especially in some of the southern states. So there's really positive momentum. At the same time, your unemployment is really low. And so there isn't like a huge pool of people who desperately want to go work at a factory. And also to the extent that like we're worried about, oh, how do we bring back the blue collar Rust Belt jobs of the past, the kind of factories people build in America are not going to employ thousands of high school graduates with no further education. That's not the way American factories work anymore. American factories are all about high capital, high automation, and really highly skilled workers who are kind of programming robots using their computer science or computer engineering degree from MIT. It's not dudes turning wrenches anymore, and it never will be again. It just doesn't make sense to build factories that way in the US. So even to the extent that you're saying, oh, we can bring back employment to like to the Rust Belt, not with factories, you can't.
All these
and not in any
libtards took
lasting
away
way.
our jobs with their damn robots. Anyway, I love that Elon Musk fella. He seems like he's got a head on his shoulders. Where were we? Okay, there's two last things I wanted to cover before we wrapped up. The first thing is, Donald Trump says that if the US dollar was lost as the world reserve currency, then this would be like America losing a war. Number one, what would happen? And number two, how would these tariffs being placed on these imports and these imports, how would that affect the US dollar's world reserve currency status?
So there kind of two different questions there. I think to an extent he would be right. I mean, it's hard to like compare it with losing a war. That comparison's kind of esoteric, but it would be very bad. The US dollar being the world's reserve currency and currency of currency that is used to trade is one of the reasons the US can borrow money very, very cheaply, and it keeps the value of the dollar up because countries all over the world, giant investment funds all over the world, and anybody who wants to kind of conduct international trade, they are constantly having to buy US dollars on the world market, right? Because if you want to, and that means in practice that they are buying US dollars, so they're driving up the value of the US currency, they are reinforcing the value of the US currency, and they're kind of affecting the US bond rate in useful ways. So that is like very, very important to the US. So it would be very, very bad if it happened. If the US starts locking out imports using tariffs, that makes the US currency a riskier proposition because it begs the question of what happens next. It also means that the US, because it would be importing much less, has to buy less foreign currencies, which has effects on the value of the US dollar, but that kind of gets well beyond my expertise as not an economist. And I should say, sorry, can I just clarify something I said earlier? Your chat's absolutely right that a lot of existing US factories still employ a lot of blue-collar workers. They will continue to do so. Those are legacy factories. What I was talking about was if you, through tariffs, triggered a new wave of new factory construction. So what I'm talking about is somebody like borrowing $1 billion from the bank to build a factory that they expect to produce returns for a decade. That factory is almost certainly going to be very, very heavily automated and rely on higher skilled workers. So it's not that like every factory in America is robots at the moment. That is the future of US manufacturing. That's where US manufacturing is going.
Okay, so I think we're going to be getting results soon because it's now past 7 p.m. on the East Coast. So the results in Georgia and North Carolina should be coming in the near future. So I wanted to ask you just one last policy-related question. Back on the idea of world reserve currency, like losing that status, which Trump has said would be like losing a war. How would eliminating the independence of the Fed, of the Federal Reserve, impact the U.S. dollar's status as the world reserve currency? Because Trump has suggested that the U.S. president should have more power and more influence over the decisions of the Federal Reserve.
I mean, extremely negatively is the short answer. One of the reasons that the US currency is the global reserve is it is considered basically safe as houses. One of the funniest things to happen during the global financial crisis, and there were very few funny things that happened, so I guess it's a low bar to clear, is that the ratings agencies at one point like downgraded US debt, and the reaction was world markets freaking out and rushing out to buy US debt. So basically, ratings agencies said, ooh, like US debt isn't as safe as it used to be. And everybody went, oh no, that's horrible news. I need to invest in something safe. I'm going to go buy a bunch of US debt. So like, and that is because basically like the US currency is the new gold. If you want something that will give you a modest, safe return where your money will still be there 10 years from now, you buy a T-bill, right? Because it is significantly less volatile and a lot more predictable than most other currencies out there. Certainly more than speculative assets like gold or crypto. So what that means is, if you hand over control over monetary policy, you take it away from an independent set of actors in the Reserve Bank and you hand it to a president whose primary imperatives are going to be like short-term political, not long-term like fiscal stability, and who will have priorities other than the Fed's one priority, which is keeping inflation to 2%. Like, keeping inflation at 2% is the one thing that the Fed focuses on. The president has a million other priorities. And so you're going to see that rate become a political football, which makes the US currency and US debt a less reliable, a less safe port in a storm. And you're going to see countries starting to move away from it. Which would be bad for US hard and soft power.
I'm muted. Thank you very much for coming on today's show. I really appreciate it. And I know that everybody in chat that's as nerdy as we are also appreciated it. Any last thoughts? And would you like to plug your book again?
No, listen, Godspeed, good luck. Good luck staying up for 24 hours. It's gonna be a long run. Thank you so much for having me. My book, for whatever it's worth, is called Why Politicians Lie About Trade. It's just like me explaining trade stuff as accessibly as I possibly can and trying to tell people what they should look out for when someone's lying about it. So yeah, good luck, and I hope you have something to celebrate in coming hours.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much. And God willing, you'll be right. See you later, man. Bye-bye. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, chat. What a chat. What a discussion. Back to main camera. Back to main setup. What does Destiny think of the electric car tariff? I don't know what your, I don't know. Probably, why would I know? Why not just go ask Destiny? Why not ask me? Why is that? Why is your question? Why does Destiny think? You're in the Dylan Burns TV chat. Why would I know this? You don't even lead with what does Dylan Burns think. You lead with what's Destiny think. Thanks for coming, Dimitri. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Let's check the map. You're right. Let's see if we got any voter data in. Georgia. I'm gonna check Georgia first. Because we just got the votes, the polls closing in South Carolina and Georgia. Do we have any live vote counts? Live vote count. Very little voter data. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Do we not have a... Oh, we already got some states called. Guys, we got some called states. We got some data from Georgia. It's not a lot. It's 3%. Let's go through the data, though. Let's go through it. It's time to get started, boys. It's Dimitri, not Destiny. I thought you said Destiny earlier. Oh, you're right. I thought it said Destiny. I thought you were asking Destiny. You're right. It is Dimitri. I was giving you a tongue lashing for no reason. Okay. Let's get this thing started. Oh boy, we got some data. We got some states called. Okay, boys, you ready? You ready to start this thing for real? Okay, Donald Trump is at 19 electoral college votes. Harris is at 3. We've already lost. The end is near. The end is near. Kidding, of course. Kidding, of course. Okay. Okay. Let's get started. One second. I need to turn on... We got some announcements. Okay. Let's go through this. It looks like Indiana and Kentucky has gone for Donald J. Trump. Not a big surprise. 306,000 votes in Indiana for Donald Trump. 182,000 for Harris. 183,000 for Donald Trump in Kentucky. 68,000 for Harris. Announcing both for Donald Trump. And Vermont, Bernie Sanders' state, is announced for Harris at only 3,777 votes to 2,561 votes. So let's go color these things in. Let's do it. We're starting the night. Starting the night. Okay, Indiana and Kentucky. It's red. There we go. Kentucky. Donald Trump. My God, he could maybe do it. Kentucky. Blue libtardy Kentucky. We all thought for sure that Harris was going to take it. What a big surprise. What a big surprise. And Vermont for Harris. Already. Wow, we're going through the process. Democracy. Do you feel democratized? I feel democratized. I feel very democratized. So democratized. Okay, I'm sure, by the way, we have a silent co-host that's here to help me with like links and stuff because I have a bunch of guests coming on today. And so it's just a lot to manage. And I'm sure like they'll like probably tap the glass or something. If there's like an election update, like a state got called or something along those lines. Not anything like important. Like, I mean, we don't need to like, oh my God, Nebraska for Trump. Like, yeah, we get the idea. Anyway, let's look at the voting data. Florida. We got a lot of data from Florida already. Okay, so Florida currently, and this is probably one of the states we're going to be calling first. And Florida, if you guys want to know my prediction, I think Florida's going to Trump. I think Florida's going to Trump, and I don't think there's really much we can expect else from that. It's not that it's impossible that it goes for Harris. It's just, I just don't see it going any other way. I don't see voter registration going any other way. It looks like right now it's not going to be by like a 10-point margin, but it still looks like it's going to be by a sizable margin. So 59% of the vote is in Florida. Donald Trump is at 3.5 million votes. to be more specific, 3,541,150 votes at 53% to Harris's 3,088,882 votes. Oh, we just got an update. Oh, and it looks like Harris closed the gap just a tiny bit. Now it's 3,774,606 for Trump, 54, and 3,223,788 for Harris at 62% in Florida. That's 54 to 46% in Florida. Now, Virginia, we're going to briefly stop by Virginia. Now, if you want to know my prediction for Virginia, I think Virginia's going blue easy. I heard some Republicans talking about Virginia, but I remember seeing the Trump Reddit threads back in 2015, as they really thought they were going to take Virginia. And they've always thought they were going to, they always had a pipe dream about taking Virginia. I don't think it's changing. I think it's going for Harris this election as well. I think all the polling data indicates that as well. New Hampshire is a state where the Republicans have actually been pretty energetic. And this right here, to me, is a bellwether test. New Hampshire and where it goes, I think, and how well Harris performs in the state, because there's been some polling indicating that Trump's doing okay, and the Republicans have invested late in New Hampshire because of this recent polling showing Harris and Trump within a few points of each other. I still think Harris is going to take it. I don't know how accurate this polling is about like Trump being that close. We'll find out tonight, but it'll probably be one of the earlier tests. Georgia and North Carolina, I think, are going to be, and New Hampshire are going to be the three big early tests for the Harris and Trump campaign. If Harris can win in North Carolina, and by a decent enough margin, we're going to get that information pretty early on. I think that's good news for New Hampshire, and I think it's good news for Harris. But currently it's 52 to 47, 9,000 votes in, 2% in. You know, it's not a lot. Georgia is at 4% of the vote in, 98,000 votes for Donald J. Trump at 52%, 90,000 votes for Harris at 4% of the vote in, 52 to 48. It's close, but I mean, we're only 4% in, so, you know, it's going to be a long night. South Carolina, I'm going to be blunt, it's going to Trump. I don't see any other outcome. I canvassed there once. It's Trump country. It is Trump country. Okay, so we got a few states announced. We got 3 states announced, and there's the data for now. Next guest we're going to be having on is going to be... I think we've gone through this. It's going to be in 30 minutes. We're going to have Mercado Media on to talk about the stakes for Ukraine and do some election react. I donated money to 8er dudes to fix their truck, and they sent me the slightly used Wagner patch. Really? Russian patches are always a weird get. I have one Russian patch. It's not on the wall. I forget where it is. It's somewhere. I have it somewhere. I don't have it up on my normal patch wall because, like, I feel like that's more of like a... not necessarily I represent these people. But it's kind of like, you know, it's not necessarily a denouncement. Dylan, you see Ukraine refugee on the H3H3 pod gave you a shout out. She brought up you Ukrainians react to Hassan. What? Really? Huh? I got a shout out on H3H3? When did that happen? Somebody got a link? That'd be dope. Dude, that'd be cool. I didn't know that. Look at that. 3 days ago? Why didn't anybody tell me? This happened 3 days ago and nobody sent me an email or anything? JFC, Dylan, my ears? Well, I'm sorry. You should get stronger ears. Last 5 minutes of the episode? Oh, let's look it up. We got time. We got a 24-hour stream. We got tons of time. We're waiting for more results to come in anyway. H3H3 pod. Is this the... Oh yeah, last 5 minutes. Okay. Let's bring this up. Dude, why is that Hassan? Dude, I have so much footage from like on the back of BMPs and stuff. Like a few days after the election, we're gonna release some footage of like us with mortar crews on the Lipsy axis, and like all of this will get like, it'll get like 10K views. I make like one thing on Hassan like 120. Like, what, dude? Come on. Really? Okay, how about this? Let's get Hassan on the back of a BMP. Let's get him out there. Now that'll get viewership and inform the people.
Anything else that's happening?
And I'm not saying it's not cool that, those Ukrainian perspectives got platform. I'm just, out of all my videos, that's the one that performed the best. I don't know, tiny salty about that.
I just feel like it's really important for him to at least think about any media.
Okay, let's go back.
Yeah.
No. Admire good that it's. I encourage everyone to, like, if anyone has questions, I admire him doing a fundraiser. I'm just saying that, like, if you do a fundraiser, that doesn't mean that you are like right about certain topics. And when I wrote that letter, I was thinking about Hassan as media. I know that a lot of times he's saying that he's like a little streamer streaming from his little room and he's like a nobody, but we need to kind of like understand that he is more influential than any media resource in US. And like, we need to criticize if we don't like his takes, just like as we criticize Fox News, as we criticize anything else that's happening.
This is exactly why I did the Ukrainians React, by the way. If he's the biggest, speaker of politics on Twitch, like, he deserves some level of, I think, real scrutiny. If he's going to be talking about a major war as it happens, live reacting to it, or doing weapons identification, or doing anything, like, yeah, he's going to be put under some scrutiny, just as he puts Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson and all these other commentators under scrutiny. If we want the alternative media space to be taken seriously, especially on issues of such import, like the lives of these people here in Ukraine, these human beings who are under glide bomb attacks, S-300 attacks, which are terribly inaccurate, Shahed drone attacks every other night, and there's these people out there in the cold this winter who are going to have their hands sticking to the metal of a Maxim machine gun instead of a Browning because we haven't shipped enough, trying to shoot down these Shaheds, which are only getting faster, which are only carrying bigger payloads, and are only doing, and are continuing to do destruction to civilian infrastructure. Like, if we're going to be talking about something this serious, it deserves some scrutiny. And if we want our space to be taken seriously, then we should not be surprised that the same scrutiny that we dish out in react videos to mainstream commentators gets thrown back at us, or we do that in our own space, because we should check ourselves. We should check our space because we want the space to be represented well. The fact that Twitch right now is having this ad crisis is not good. I don't want to get into it right now. But if we want to be taken credibly, we need to act credibly, and we need to be able to stand up to scrutiny.
I just feel like it's really important for him to at least think about like what's been going on. I don't want him to be banned. I don't want him to be like erased from internet universe.
I don't like advocating for anyone to be banned. I know a lot of my fans are pretty salty about Hassan. I could be salty about Hassan too, but I'm not a big, like, let's go out and get him banned. I don't really see if it solves anything, really.
I just want him to take accountability. I want him to do research on some topics. I want him to bring more Ukrainian people. He's never, to my knowledge, he's never brought a Ukrainian person on his...
He's brought a English speaker that taught in Ukraine before the war, who said that, at the end of the day, what matters is like the taxes and the pensions to the people on the front line. And that was like his commentary that he provided. And look, I mean, that's his commentary. And for some people, that is true. Like, the pensions matter. But it was, it made it seem like how, the border ended up at the end of the day didn't matter. Like, there was not really a distinction or a difference between Russian occupation and, Ukrainian liberation in Ukraine. Like, there was, and I think some of that suffers from him just not bringing on people who, are from the country he's speaking about. If he's willing to bring on, like, Houthi pirate guy to come on and, talk about why seizing these civilian vessels is cool and based and not cringe, and then talk about, like, anime, then he can talk about, maybe, like, Euromaidan and the people who were killed by the Tutushki. Or he could talk about, well, actually, let's look if the CIA evidence coup is true or not, because it doesn't seem like it has much depth. Or, hey, let's talk about what if sending air defense supplies to Ukraine gets people killed or it saves the lives of civilians. Like, these are the conversations it would be cool for him to have on the stream. I just don't think it's ever going to happen. If it does, that'd be cool, but he has not sustained scrutiny well in the issue.
like stream. I want him to talk to Ukrainian politicians, which are incredibly open to any US media. They're begging to talk about the war happening. And that's like only my take. And I don't want him to like be banned and hated by everyone. And I'm sorry that like we get to do this for 2 hours, but just because like he wouldn't respond to any critiques that were told to him before. There's like a whole video from I think Dylan Burns showing Hassan's take to Ukrainians, to actual Ukrainians who are living under the war and their reactions. And someone in the chat said this video to Hassan, and he just immediately like brushed it off and said that like Dylan is a war pervert and whatever, and I don't want to do that. Or like whenever obviously like no endorsement for Willie Makashow, like whatever his name is, but he's done some critiques on Hassan, and Hassan himself brought him on his podcast, on his stream, and that's how I learned about Willie, because he was like, let's debate about your critical videos. And I was like, okay, that's good stuff, because he's been criticizing him about Ukraine. And Willie went there and he was like, so did you see the videos? And he was like, no, why would I watch them? Like, I don't care. And they're like 20 minutes videos. And he's like,
look, I don't want to stay on this for too long because we're getting election results and that's what's important. And we're getting real results right now. We're at 9% in Georgia. Results are coming in quick. And we got results in West Virginia. Donald Trump has won West Virginia with 4 votes. 4 votes. My goodness. Oh, wait, 4 electoral college vote. It doesn't even have a vote yet, and he's won West Virginia. They stole it. They stole it, guys. Stop the steal. All I'll say is this. It's good that there's a historical record that there was Ukrainians that gave Hassan his critiques directly. Like, here's our critiques. He did not take it well. He responded to it publicly. That's the record. He was given the opportunity to correct himself. He chose not to. It is what it is. Look, I don't need to play the PR game. That's the historical record. And it's documented clear for anyone to go and look at it. Anyway, let's go check out these data. Virginia, we're at 10%. Harris is still ahead, 62 to 37%, 282,000 votes. 282,000. Oh, it just went down to 277,000. Guess we lost a few votes. But she's still ahead, 60 to 39. In North Carolina, we got the first results, 2% of the vote in. And Harris is ahead in North Carolina, which is typically seen as a red state. The same state where we're going to see Mark Robinson get curb stomped today. 69% for Harris, 30% for Trump. There's only 2% of the vote in. So while it's good for Harris, we got very little. And the vote totals we have from right now are from Wake County, which is going to be a Democratic stronghold, and some areas around Wake County, and over here, 7% of in for Macomb County. Charlotte's going to be interesting. When Charlotte comes in, that's probably when we're going to get a good idea of how a vibrant Democratic turnout is. But this is a state that the Democrats have a lot of hope for. This is a state where the Democrats keep having hope for in election after election after election. They had hope for it in 2020, but Biden lost it narrowly, and they keep having hope for it every election, but it doesn't happen. But Democrats, technically, if you look at the data, Harris is doing better in North Carolina than in Georgia. And so while Biden won Georgia last time, and it is a state where you would think, she has a good shot, and she does have a decent enough shot, it's close. North Carolina, technically on the numbers, should be more likely. But because it hasn't been won by a Democrat in a very long time, I think since maybe like 1996 or something, it's still seen as kind of like a hope, very naive hope for us Democrats that we'll actually get it. But, I'm a little hopeful. But yes, we're at 2% right now. Harris ahead, but only 2% in. And we don't have a lot of the rural counties where Trump is going to perform well in yet. Ohio, we're at 3%. Trump is ahead, 57 to 42, 87,000 votes to 63 votes. We have some new data from South Carolina, still has Trump ahead. And in Georgia, Trump is ahead with 61% to 39%, 281,000 to 179,000. If you look at what districts are coming in, you have a lot of red in the rural counties: Bartow County, Gordon County, Catoosa County, Pickens County, Union County, Stephens County, Houston County, etc. We do have some blue around Atlanta, but we don't have Atlanta itself yet. We don't have Atlanta. We got the suburbs around Atlanta are starting to come out blue. One area, which I'm really interested in, is down here in Fayette County and this area down here in the suburbs, because the Atlanta suburbs keep expanding, and that is giving some hope to the Democrats to take the state of Georgia through not only Atlanta, but the suburbs around Atlanta, and specifically the suburban women around Atlanta, as the female vote turnout this election has been very, very high, which Democrats take as positive, since all polling seems to indicate that Democrats are doing very well with the female vote right now. We're at 73% in Florida right now. I'm going to be honest, it's looking like Trump is going to take the state of Florida. I'm not going to call it yet, but I'm probably going to call it soon, because he's at 54, she's at 45, he's 9 points up. This vote total is 4,489,012 to 3,739,009. But like right now, I do think it's going towards Trump. That was the obvious outcome anyway, but you know, that's just informing you that it's on the path. In New Hampshire, Harris is still ahead, 56 to 43, 30,000 votes, 23,000 votes at 7%. We're going to now color in West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country roads. Hey guys, I got an idea. Let's continue to vote for the party that keeps us reliant on a dying industry forever. Let's just keep subsidizing said dying industry. Yes, this is not a vice that will decay us from the inside. A disgusting, vile, internal rot for our economy. No, I'm sure it'll be fine. How much clean water do we need anyway? God, I love West Virginia, but man, it's a sad state of affairs. The West Virginia Democratic Party. Ooh. The fact that we had Joe Manchin begin with was a miracle. Honestly. And I know as a progressive, it doesn't feel that way. And it doesn't feel that way to me too. But, I mean, Senator Jim Justice is all but guaranteed. Used to be a Democrat, by the way, when he was mayor. But just like the whole state, flip. Flip, flip, flip. Honestly, I'm thinking of coloring in Florida right now, but I'll leave it. I'll leave it for now. I'll give the Florida Democrats a little bit more time out of respect. Out of respect. Do you have any faith in the Seltzer poll? We're going to see. We're going to see. But look, the last time a Democrat took Iowa, I think it was 2008. I think it was 2008, if I remember correctly. Also, we're at $90 of the Ukraine Embed Fund. Truly on the path to financial success here. What respect do Florida Democrats deserve? As much as any other human being, I guess. Let's look at that. Let's break down the data. Oh my God! Look at Miami-Dade County, 55% to 44%. I kind of want to. Oh my God! Oh my gosh! Just that's and 80% of the votes in. 80% of the votes in. Now, in like Palm Beach County, 50 to 40. She's not making up these margins. She's not making up these margins. I don't even know where she could. And like all of this, like Panhandle states still have to come in, and this is all gonna go hard Trump. I mean, honestly, okay. Look, we all knew this was happening. We all knew it was happening. Okay, look, I'm gonna be the first to call it. Okay, I'm gonna be the first. You get it here first. You get it here first. Florida's red. Some might call it preemptive. I call it realistic. Realistic pessimism. Florida's red. Florida's red. First to call it. First to call a technical swing state. But come on, man. The Miami count is terrible. All the counts around it that they would need to make it up are not there. They still don't have the Panhandle areas in, and he's up 9 points. And the Panhandle's all going to go to Trump. I mean, she might be able to make up a few points percentage, so like 5 or 4% if she's lucky. Maybe 3 if it's a really good night. But she's not making up those 9 points. She's not making up those 9 points unless you get miracle numbers. And we don't believe in miracle. We are pessimists. Very sorry. Very sorry to smash all of our Miami Democrat dreams. We need to rig it better next time, guys. Come on. Where's this rigging enthusiasm that I expect from our good boys over at the Union? Where are you guys? Come on, get out there. Get those dead names out. Vote. No, Dylan, don't give up. Yeah, I'll go to Florida right now. I'll swim across the Atlantic, change the results.
A curd is a curd.
Hey, thank you for the 20.
Don't worry, Dylan. Florida will go blue again in 25 years due to sea levels rising slightly. Smiling
True. Florida will go blue when the sea levels rise. That's a good point. I hadn't considered it that way before. I guess it is inevitable. Virginia results. Harris still ahead 56-42. Georgia, Donald Trump still ahead 63-37. We don't have any Atlanta results in yet. The Fayette County, if she can keep this margin in Fayette County, 61-38, or anything even close to this margin, that's really good news for her. This is kind of an area to look at to see if that Atlanta suburb sprawl and advantage by her has expanded. It's only at 5% in, so you can't really take anything, but it's a good county to look at. Really good county to look at. Man, so when are we coloring in Ohio? I don't mean to be such a pessimist today. But I'm ripping off the Band-Aid, okay? I'll be the guy that rips off the Band-Aid. I'll only rip it off when there's like no chance, but I wanted to get Florida out of the way. Come on. We needed to get Florida out of the way. Okay, I think we have our first our next guest in about 15 minutes. It's Mercado Media. Mercado Media. Am I still in? What is it that I wanted to cover before we got to that? Because we're not just going to be covering the results as they come in. We got to talk about a few other things too. Where is it that I wanted to bring up? I know I have some stuff queued up.
A curd is a curd.
Hey!
Jurek Diaboli has donated $20. Zero.
Hey, thank you for the $20. Look at that. Jarek, thank you so much for the 20. So the donations, the donation embed thing is for the website. You go to DylanBurns.tv to... Oh, never mind. It did update. I think it was... Did you donate on the website? Oh, you did donate on the website. Never mind. You did exactly what you needed to do. I was gonna critique your donation before. You know what? I should stop critiquing the people who give me money. Thank you for the $20 on the website. I appreciate it. We're at $110 out of 10,000. We're almost there, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, all the money's going towards Ukraine embeds. Okay, so I wanted to do some stuff before we went over to Mercado Media. First off, okay, we haven't had any right-wing voices on yet because our guy canceled. We're going to have some on later. But I wanted to make sure we heard the other pitch because I am, I'm part of Coconut Mania. I am in favor of Harris. I am pushing the Harris campaign over the Trump campaign. So I wanted to check out a pitch for someone like me, a progressively minded individual, right? I guess it depends on your definition of progressive, but I would say in the American political spectrum, I would be considered more progressive than your average chap. So Rob Noor, who's a big Trump supporter, he wants Trump to go in there and bash up the deep state and et cetera, et cetera. He has made a video, and he's actually made a few videos, and I think we're going to check out a few of them throughout the night since it's a 24-hour stream, and he turned down coming on our show. Very sad. I'm crying, of course, but we can still check out these videos from him to get his perspective. And he made a pitch for progressives like you and me, and when I say you and me, I know you're not all progressives. We got some moderates in chat. We got some center-right people. And we got people who call themselves center-left, maybe not left, But for the progressively minded people, here is his pitch to you for Donald Trump. The progressive pitch for Donald Trump. Muslim ban, Trump, the progressive pitch. I'm sure there is one. Let's listen.
I have to be completely honest that I am not a progressive. In fact, as someone who's sort of a small government libertarian adjacent, many of the policies that progressives want would be antithetical to the things that I want. However, I know many progressives that are good people that want sort of the same things out of our country that I want. We just disagree on how to get there. We all want people to be healthy. We all want people to be happy. We want them to have opportunities. We just have disagreements on how to get there. So as a progressive, it might seem that you don't want to vote for someone like Donald Trump or Republicans that seem to advocate policies that maybe wouldn't be your forte. But I would argue this is a unique year for progressives and why they should strongly consider voting for Trump 2024 and Republicans down ballot, or at least voting third party and rejecting the Democrats. The Democrats do not care about your values. They're ran by people behind the scenes that are interested only in enriching themselves. They pander to you come election.
Does the Green Party care, or like the other third, like when people say they only care about pandering to you, or like, I mean, I assume my relationship with a politician is transactional. I mean, it's not me buying a friend, it's me voting for a person of influence.
Election time and tell you that they're going to have a bunch of progressive values.
I mean, it'd be better if they cared, but I mean,
they're ran by people behind the scenes that are interested only in enriching themselves. They pander to you come election time and tell
hey guys, vote for the political party without the insider politics.
You that they're going to have a bunch of progressive values, but they only do it insofar as it's politically beneficial to them. When we see people that are actual...
They just said something that's true of every political party. Did you know political parties only give people what they want when it benefits them politically through popular support or fundraising or otherwise? Yeah, that's, yeah, tends to be the case.
Progressives that try to do things that the progressive community would like, some of the things RFK wanted, some of the things that Bernie Sanders wanted, or even someone in the Green Party like Jill.
I don't even know if, like, is RFK your progressive pitch? Really? I don't think RFK's the water regulations I don't think are taken well. I don't think most progressives really agree with his stance on the jab. Bernie Sanders, I think, is a safer pitch to bet on. Most progressives don't like RFK.
Tried to do things that the progressive community would like, some of the things RFK wanted, some of the things that Bernie Sanders wanted, or even someone in the Green Party like Jill Stein. We see how they are treated by Democrats.
I mean, Jill Stein should be treated poorly. I'm not a fan of Jill Stein. I think she comes out of her hole every 4 years, runs for president, does nothing to build up the Green Party as like significant opposition, and so the only impact Jill Stein has on the American electorate is every 4 years she takes more votes away from the left-wing candidate while doing nothing to build up the Green Party to be a substantial political force. If she really cared, she'd be focusing on down-ballot races, she'd be focusing on city council races, county council races, state delegates, building up the Green Party in a state, trying to use that state as an example for the rest of the country, and then spreading out, maybe like a farmer labor party, or doing something. The amount of Green Party seats have decreased since she's taken over the party. Like they had the one off year with Howie Hawkins, and then they were straight back to Jill Stein. So if you care about progressive outcomes and not just progressive virtue signaling, even though sometimes she'll even refuse to denounce fascists as fascists, whether we're talking about Vladimir Putin's Russia or otherwise, or when we talk about the less than progressive stances of her VP pick, I don't think she's the best pick for progressives. I think considering that progressives, generally speaking, do not make up a large or a very large portion of the electorate. And even if you go policy by policy, they don't describe themselves as that way, and they do not vote that way as a block. The last thing progressives should do is divide that small vote up into smaller and smaller parties, because if I've learned anything from studying left-wing history, and I haven't studied a lot of it, but from the little bit I have, it's that, man, it's so much better when all the little parties, all the progressives and all the socialists or all the center-left, when they all split up, separate, when there's an insurgent threat that's calling them the enemy from within and is saying, yeah, let's maybe go after this news broadcaster, how about we deport the campus protesters? I don't think it'd be the smartest move right now to split up.
In fact, Democrats were so scared that there could be some more progressive politicians that would win a primary that they lied to their voters, including progressives, and said that Joe Biden's cognitive health was fine. And then once the primary was over and Biden was the de facto winner, they then ousted him, and installed Kamala Harris, another person they knew would be able to control, and you'll be told for another 4 years that your progressive values need to be placed on the back burner so that you could have beat this evil this time, and next time they'll get to you. But they won't get to you.
This is the thing. I don't really buy the pitch that either Harris or Biden are easy to necessarily control. I don't buy that pitch. I don't buy that pitch for two reasons. Number one, Biden has made decisions that would be different than an Obama-era administration, whether it be on Ukraine or other issues. Number two, even if Biden is slow in response, that doesn't mean Biden is not making decisions. I keep hearing these are all the decision makers, and I'm sure he's influenced by his advisors, but I have yet to find any evidence that he isn't making decisions. Somebody can be slow in decision-making processes, not be able to take on the same role. I mean, you'll hear this in defense of Donald Trump, who is his pick. You're like, okay, Donald Trump is not doing as many rallies as before. Donald Trump is slipping up in speeches. Donald Trump is like just getting stuff just blatantly wrong, and not even to the point of lying for a political advantage, just like basic facts wrong, basic information wrong. And the defense will be, well, I mean, yeah, he's slower than before, but I mean, he might have to have the exact same energy as he was when he started 10 years ago, but you know, it is what it, like, if you're voting for Trump, I cannot hear this attack on Biden and take it in good faith. Either they're both brain dead, right? Which I don't necessarily think is the case. I think maybe both their brains are starting to cook a little bit, starting to sizzle a tiny bit. Either they're both brain dead or they're neither brain dead, because you can't have one guy saying crazy like stuff and getting away with it while the other guy is doing the same thing from roughly around the same age while also slowing down. It doesn't make sense to me. As for like Harris being easily controllable, there's going to be issues where she is not as informed. She's going to lean into her advisors. And I'm sure that's going to be the case. But I mean, I think right now, until we see Harris in office, it's really hard to determine whether or not she's just going to be listening to her advisors and everything, or she's going to be taking a stringent step forward. Because I could see, for example, on the issue of Ukraine, which is a big thing for me, I could see someone like Harris just listening to advisors, doing what they're saying, because she's assuming that, you know, she doesn't have a lot of information on the topic, and so she's just going to rely on their base of knowledge. I could also see someone like her trying to prove herself on foreign policy, trying to start off her administration with a victory, and therefore getting more aggressive on the issue of supporting Ukraine, and listening to her advisors for them to say something that allows her a pathway forward towards some early political victories. For example, getting the Ukrainians more material and getting them in a better negotiating position moving forward. But it's like, when we just say they're empty suits, could I not just say JD Vance is an empty suit? Could I not just, if the point is that they're not as independent or out there as Donald Trump, could you not say that about everybody in Trump's immediate circle as the oldest nominee in history, and his death is far from, you know, unlikely? And when I say unlikely, like far from unlikely, I mean like, not that it's 50-50 going to happen, but, you know, 20-30%. Oldest nominee in American history. It's not a wild scenario necessarily.
Even with someone like Jill Stein, who may not be your cup of tea, or she may be, do you see the ads that Kamala Harris is putting out? She's saying that she is a stooge of Vladimir Putin. And this is the truth. Just like Bernie Sanders was maligned in 2016, any true progressive that's actually a threat to our institutions and the establishment will be maligned in the most unfair ways.
She refused to call Putin a war criminal after saying that, after critiquing the Biden administration for not calling Netanyahu a war criminal. We saw the largest mass graves in Europe since World War II out of Izium, over like 440 bodies. And that's just one city. You can go to many others and find similar mass graves. Or we could talk about the human safari, as the locals refer to it, in Kherson. The bombing of aid workers. We could talk about the targeting of civilian infrastructure, the glide bomb attacks, the S-300 attacks, the Shahid attacks. We could talk about the executions of POWs. We could talk about the public statement from Russian officials like Kadyrov, Putin's warlord in Chechnya, openly saying, let's not take POWs, execute them, execute them, execute them. Like, you can, if you're not willing to call him a war criminal off the bat, I'm suspicious of you. Not to mention the Russians like her as somebody who takes away votes from Harris, just like they liked her as somebody who took away votes from Clinton. And she has had high-profile like interactions in Russian state media apparatuses like Russia Today with Vladimir Putin, dinner dates with Putin. I don't think she's particularly strong on the issue. I don't think she particularly respects Ukraine's sacrifice to nuclear nonproliferation, and I do not think that she is serious on the issue of Russia, and I think that's why the Russians want her to take votes away from Harris, and I think that's also why the Russians are pretty happy with her. So when she says stooge, yeah, I think she's a stooge. I think she's a stooge in the same way that Tim Pool was a stooge for the Russians.
The dirtiest tricks that you see employed against Donald Trump will not.
In fact, stooge, I think, is the nicest way to put it.
Now be employed against real progressives, and you can see that playing out with people like RFK and people like Jill Stein.
RFK and Jill Stein are our standards for real progressives now. RFK and Jill Stein. Since when does refusing to call out war crimes count as progressive? Since when as like, oh, I'm going to jump on the one that's aesthetically pleasing for my base, Israel, Palestine. I'm going to go after the Palestine. Oh, wait, Russia? No, that's not coercive to diplomacy if I am calling him a war. Like, why are these the standard for the progressive movement? What has Jill Stein done for the progressive movement? What has Jill Stein even done for the Green Party? What has RFK done except for giving everybody terrible health advice and now talking about taking fluoride out of the water?
I assure you, any chance that you ever have of an actual progressive coming to power in positions of either a third party or in one of the two major parties will be stymied by the very institutions that have done so for so long and lied to you and made sure that you didn't have a voice in the Democratic Party for years now. So the best thing you could do is repudiate the establishment Democratic Party as it is now. Let them know that this can't stand, that they must understand the voice of the people and listen to them. Because if it doesn't change, they're going to continue to only serve their corporate masters and make sure that none of the values that you have will ever be pushed forth. Lastly,
yeah, let's get Donald Trump elected. So Donald Trump can go in there and undo the progress that we have made with the Inflation Reduction Act on investment into green energy for a progressive stance on the environment. Hey, I'm part of the Green Party. I care about the environment. I know. Let's not care if the next person who is president of the United States, the next person who's president of the United States doesn't believe climate change is real. That's not an important thing. We don't need to worry about. Like, the main asset Rob has in going after the progressive mind, in my view, is the progressive inability to see things getting worse and only see things as bad as they are now or as good as they could potentially be, but never in how they could get worse. And that puts blinders on them that can lead to them making bad strategic decisions to nullify, reduce harm, or keep or build upon a foundation to go towards more progressive values on, say, the environment. The Inflation Reduction Act is a first step forward on environmental investment. It's the largest environmental investment bill we've had in American history. And if we tear that up, as Mike Johnson wants to do, if he gets House control and then he has the presidency, then we're undoing the little bit of progress we've made. And Trump is not going to be somebody who is a friend to the environment.
you may be saying, but you're already...
Also, this is partially why the European Greens, that means, the European Green parties, have called for Jill Stein to drop out of the race.
admitted that you're not a progressive, Rob, so why would you want to be helping me? For me, the biggest issue is our government in this country does not represent the voice of actual Americans. I don't care if that means libertarians, Republicans, conservatives, Democrats, white people, black people, straight people, gay people. All of these groups is who I'm talking about, and I'm certainly including progressives in that group. I would be happy to have a system where our voices are actually heard and we can have a robust debate on the progressive policies that you would want. But those debates are irrelevant in a world where your voice doesn't matter because institutional control means that you are told you have to choose between a puppet that the Democrats offered versus actually having a real voice and input into our system. For those reasons, you should vote for Trump and...
By the way, puppet. What, when we say puppet as in she listens to her advisors? Puppet as in she, party insiders, said she was the safest option since she was on the ticket, on a winning ticket before, and where Gavin Newsom and all these other people would be largely untested. What if the party insiders were right, Rob? What if we throw Gavin Newsom up there and some previous scandals that were not previously touched upon now get reflected anew? And we're not talking about getting the month wrong about when you visited China during, the Tiananmen Square protests, but we're talking about like financial crimes, or we're talking about sex scandals. We're talking about the type of stuff that has not been proven to not be political killers for people outside of Donald Trump, who it seems to not matter much for. Anyway, that's enough of that. We got some tons of election results, and we need to list them out, guys. Tons of results. Number one, I was right about Florida. I called it for Florida. The New York Times has now called Florida for Donald Trump. Florida is red. We've already colored that in. So we got, see, look at that. You got your prediction here before the big mainstream channels. South Carolina, Donald Trump, 59-39. Donald Trump has won the state. Alabama, Donald Trump. Mississippi, Donald Trump. Tennessee, Donald Trump. And Oklahoma, Donald Trump. But we also got some blue. We got some more blue too. Massachusetts, Harris. Rhode Island, Harris. Connecticut, Harris. And, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The great state of Maryland. Harris. Once again, a pillar of the Republic. God bless Maryland. God bless Maryland. Let's fill it all up, boys. We got a lot to fill up. And then we'll look at some election data from the swing states. Okay, let's get solo full. Let's start filling this in. So we got some announcements here. We got blue Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. Also, District of Columbia, D.C. has been announced for Harris. And Maryland, beautiful Maryland. Maryland, my Maryland. The dust, Maryland, my Maryland. Oklahoma for Trump. Let's see, who else we got here? We got to fill in. South Carolina for Trump. Okay. South Carolina's filled in. We also need to do Alabama and Mississippi. No, we're not doing the song twice, okay? Let's turn that off. Nope. Excessive. Excessive. Oh boy. We're going to check out the data from Georgia and North Carolina soon, because I heard the vote totals are nerve-wracking. Man, look at all this red coming in. So much of the country voting for the man who called for the suspension, no, termination of the U.S. Constitution. And it's the Republican areas of the country. I feel the patriotism truly swarming through me right now. I've never felt so connected to my fellow Americans in both values and culture. And I think we also got Tennessee. Tennessee's been announced for Trump. Man, that's quite a lot. Okay, back to it. And we got some data from Pennsylvania, because the polls closed in Pennsylvania. Oh boy, we got more and more and more. More and more and more data. My goodness. Oh! Mercado Media, we should be ready for him. I think we should be ready to react to the election data with Mercado Media, I think. Yes, that's the first hour. The second hour And then it's Mercado. Yes, it's Mercado. I'll ask him if he's ready. Let's look at this data coming in. Virginia, Harris is ahead 52-47. Oh my goodness, these margins are actually quite close. Man, guys, it's going to be a close election. 29% of the vote in. Well, let's go check. Well, let's go check which districts, though, so we don't get ahead of ourselves. Okay, so Richmond, we have yet to get any real data from Richmond. Right now, we're getting most of our data from rural communities, and Trump is ahead. So that makes sense. We don't have anything from Roanoke yet, which I expect to go for Harris by quite a large margin. Richmond is going to be the same. Alexandria, which is pro-Harris County, pro-Harris country. We're getting a lot of blue over there, which is to be expended. Norfolk, same thing. Virginia Beach is going for Trump. Yep, we're going to have to wait for some more data because we don't have a lot yet to really make determinations. But Harris is still ahead. Rural parts of Virginia coming in first. North Carolina, Harris is ahead in North Carolina by 10% with 7% of the vote in. Let's check what's coming in. We're getting some of the first city votes coming in. And Orange County, we got 82% of the vote in with Harris ahead in Orange County. Charlotte, North Carolina, we're getting the first votes with 6% of the vote in. In Charlotte, with 23% for 23,000 for Harris, 10,000 for Trump, 69-29. And we're going to have to wait for some more data to come in there, though, because, again, it is only at 7%. We can't make any determinations. Harris is ahead in Ohio. But this is also after Columbus is getting its data in. Cleveland is getting its data in at 33 to 39% to 37%. And Hamilton and all these big areas. The rural areas we're getting data for, but a lot of it still is not reported. Like Richland or Morrow or Wayne and Holmes. And so a lot of the Trump vote that you would get in the rural areas of Ohio have yet to come in. So even though Harris is likely to win in these big cities, odds are that Trump is still going to be able to overtake them when it comes to the rural data from Ohio. And of course, it depends on the margins in the cities. We're getting our first data from Michigan, too. Harris is ahead 77% to 22%. But again, we're only 2% in. And it's Oakland County. We got 15% of the vote in Oakland County. We have yet to get anything from Detroit and Wayne County, etc. Oakland. New Hampshire, let's go check out that again. Harris is at 56%. Trump is at 43. 56-43 at 50% of the vote in. Texas, Trump is ahead by 2% at 17%. 50% to 40%. 48%. 1,045,000 votes to 1,008,000 votes. This is supposed to be the segment where we talk to Mercado, but I don't see Mercado anywhere, so I guess no Mercado. Too bad. Maybe he'll come in later. It's a pretty open stream. Man, this data is coming in quick. I thought we would have more time to do segments and stuff, but man, we're going through this stuff very fast. You know, I'm going to send my spreadsheet to my my silent co-host so they can help me manage, not like bring in the guests and stuff, but remind me and such. 1 second. There we go. My goodness. Extremely explainable and probably won't hold on to Ohio. No. Harris will lead that. We'll lose that vote in Ohio, I think, very quickly. Very soon. Okay, let's see if we've got any big voting updates outside of this before we move on to a different topic. Because I did want to do some react as the votes were coming in. North Carolina, let me give you guys some factoids about North Carolina. North Carolina voters expected to cast more provisional ballots than in the 2020 election official says. Voters are expected to cast more provisional ballots in the battleground state of North Carolina than in the 2020 election, a state official has told CNN. Nearly half of the 5,770 voters who used a provisional ballot during early voting did it because of the state's photo ID requirement. The law, which went into effect last year, requires voters in the Tar Heel state to present a photo ID in order to fill out a ballot. Those who do not bring an ID are able to vote with a provisional ballot, then either fill out an exception form or return to the local official with ID for a ballot to be approved. In 2020, 40,767 voters cast provisional ballots, which delivered former President Donald Trump his narrowest victory of the election cycle. Okay, so more provisional ballots, but it makes sense because of ID requirements. Harris campaign bracing for weeks-long election litigation. Harris campaign officials have suggested that it could take days to declare a winner in the presidential race, but they're bracing for legal fallout to extend for weeks, regardless of the outcome. There's going to be a month of litigation hell, one Harris campaign advisor told CNN. With a margin of error race expected to raise the possibility of legal challenges, on top of the groundwork Republicans have been preparing, Harris's team had told donors to expect 4 to 6 weeks where everyone is suing everybody, according to a senior financier involved in the conversations. A second major donor told CNN that the campaign suggested it would need to conserve capital or raise more to cover hefty legal bills accompanying those defenses. The Harris campaign's outside counsel, Donna Remus, said the campaign has attorneys stationed around the country to field challenges for counts, recounts, and audits, all of which she described as legitimate. The election is decided by the American people, and there is no way to overturn those results. Our institutions won't allow it, including the Supreme Court. This is going to be through the buzzer. The election will not be over through the buzzer. We'll have a vote, but there's going to be legal challenges through the whole thing. Did you vote for Trump? Who else would I vote for? Make America great again, of course. Who else am I going to have to nuke the hurricanes? Obama would never have, because he's weak. Harris ahead in Illinois. Whoa. No, we have no clue. I'm waiting for that Iowa data, man. But those polls close in 45 minutes, so we will not know anything from Iowa for at least another 45 minutes. Harris is ahead in Pennsylvania with 75 to 24, but that's also because we're getting data from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. And I know that Philadelphia should have a very high voter total today. I expect the Philadelphia vote to possibly exceed the 2020 votes, but we'll see. We'll see. Do we have any new announcements? No, not yet. No new announcements yet. Texas, Trump's ahead 52 to 47. 1.34 to 1.2. Georgia data is the same. Missouri was just announced. It's not showing on the New York Times one, but Missouri was just announced for Donald Trump. With 0% of the vote in, which is, not that surprising. Let's bring up the map. We'll just color it in quickly. We're trying to get all this done as quickly as we can. Missouri. The state of Missouri voted for Donald J. Trump. Not a big surprise. Nothing surprising there. The only question I'm going to have is about margins in states like Missouri, margins in the states, in these Midwestern states that everyone knows is going to Trump. The only Midwestern state I am really interested in right now is Iowa. For those of you who might be confused as to why I might be interested in Iowa, is we got the Seltzer poll, and Seltzer is considered the gold standard when it comes to polling, and that's not to say that she's gotten everything right, or that she's gotten everything perfectly right. It's to say that her polls have been much more accurate in recent history than other polls, and her last poll before the election was over was Harris up 3 points in Iowa. This state right here. And this is not a state that is in Harris's election campaign math. And if she's up 3 points there, and the people that she would need to win, a lot of the communities that Trump was able to take in order to win in 2016, in order to put up a fight in 2020, if she wins those people like Obama did in 2008, then we're talking 2008 numbers. And not necessarily across the whole country, but when we talk about like margins of victory, it might be a lot more impressive for Harris. And it could be an indication of how it's going to go in other areas. If she's going to win the blue wall states solidly, which she needs to win in just about any pathway to victory, Harris needs to win these 3 blue wall states. She needs to win Michigan, she needs to win Wisconsin, and she needs to win Minnesota. She has to. Tim Walz is going to help win Minnesota. Michigan is still polling as competitive. She's still expected to win Michigan, But Michigan is polling as a competitive state. It is polling competitive. Oh, Mercado is ready. Sorry. I thought we said 10 p.m. though. Oh. 10 p.m. I don't know if these 10 p.m. Yeah, 10 p.m. EST. Wait, it is 3 a.m. here, isn't it? Oh, I had him down at 8. Man, I'm bad with this. Oops. Scheduled you wrong. I mean, in my polling place, I voted at 10 a.m. Yay. 10 a.m. We got some data from... Oh! We got some data from Kansas. Very likely red. Very likely blue, Illinois. I mean, of course, Illinois is going to be likely blue. Toss up Pennsylvania. New Jersey likely D. Can we just like Virginia leaning D? Lean D is still not better than likely D. Lean D is not better. Is still. If we lose Virginia, that's a bad sign. I don't think we're going to lose Virginia. It still says lean D. We're still ahead by 2%. We still got a lot of areas that are good for us that have yet to be reported in a lot. We still need Richmond. We only have 3% in Richmond. We still need more of Roanoke. So I still think we're good. But lean D instead of likely is still making me slightly nervous. Harris is still ahead in North Carolina, 51% to 48%. Trump's still ahead in Georgia, 56% to 44%. Okay, let's call with Mercado Media. He's ready to talk right now. And I am going to be ready to color in some more of these in a second. Hello? Oh, he's not ready yet. There he is. Hello? Hello?
Join him. Let me see what join me here. Put this up on the screen.
Can you hear me?
Like the bottom corner. Man, why is my resolution so dog shit?
Can you hear me okay?
Do I look like that on the stream too? Okay, I hope not. Oh, what are we looking at?
Merc, can you hear me?
Oh, wow.
Can you hear me, Merc?
Not at all.
Hello? Merc,
Can
can you hear me? Merc, turn on your headphones. Mercado.
All right, gotcha.
Can you hear me
I
okay?
hear you now. Beautiful, beautiful.
Welcome to election night, Merc.
Let's go. Oh, I'm
it's
fantastic.
Democracy hours, man. Democracy hours. You feeling good?
I'm feeling great. We're tracking all this. Tracking numbers. What do you have going on? What's going on in your map tonight?
You know, we're going through the map. We're going through the different states as they come in. We called Florida before anyone else, which makes us the most accurate election advisors so far, I think, in the entire space. Nate Silver be damned. Damn them all. We're ahead of them all. And we're just filling these in as they come along. And so far, I gotta say, Florida is sad as ever. It was sad immediately once I saw the Miami votes. I called it because it's just getting worse. It's just getting worse every year. Clinton won Miami County back in 2016. Trump's now winning it by double digits. And I gotta say, this sends up the same warning signs that I saw back in 2020. And while, of course, Trump did better there and still lost, it could be a sign of things to come when it comes to improvements among Latino Americans that back in 2016 Trump performed the worst with, which helped him lose the popular vote, even though he won the Electoral College vote. And if those gains are significant, that could help him in other states. That could help him in areas with a community that the Democratic Party has historically been quite tight with. So that's something that is concerning me. I will say that of the Virginia data that I'm seeing, it's leaning Democrat. It's being projected to lean Democrat. I think it's going to go Democrat. I think the pathway to Virginia being blue is still clearly open, which is good. That was worst case scenario. I think if we were going to have a great landslide victory for Trump tonight, And that was what was we were hearing on Twitter from Elon and gang. The most clearest way to see if that was the case would be to see if they could flip Virginia blue. To flip it red. Because I remember back in 2016 watching the Trump Reddit forums and such, going like, hold the wall in Virginia, thinking they were going to take it. And while the margins right now are close, I still think the pathway is good for blue Virginia. Right now, the data from like all of the major swing states, because I could like tell you like, hey, we're gonna lose Missouri. We already lost Missouri. I'm sorry to tell you, we're gonna lose Montana. Screw all that, okay? I'll color these in eventually. I might as well do it before even they get called. But when we talk about the main states like Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, New Hampshire, which is not being talked about as much, but is a good test because Republicans have been polling well. Donald Trump has been polling well in New Hampshire. It's a good early test to see how he's going to do throughout the night. Currently, Harris is still ahead. I am hopeful that she's going to win. As I think the pathway is, if they do bad in Virginia and they do bad in New Hampshire, then worst case scenario, I think, has likely been averted for Democrats, and the best case scenario for Trump has been crushed. But we're not going to know anything better until we get more data from Georgia and North Carolina, which we should get most of it, 80% of the data, within the next couple of hours, because the early vote in Georgia is reported and like done right away now. They changed the law to make it a lot faster. And these are the states that I think the Kamala campaign has a lot of hope for. I have hope for. North Carolina, the numbers have looked good, but we also had that same hope in many other elections, and we kept losing North Carolina. So, I mean, I'm not saying anything revolutionary here, but I'm still very nervous. In all the major swing states, we don't have enough data yet to say anything for certain. I think we're going to lose Ohio. I think that the Democrats are not doing well enough in Ohio. I am worried about the Senate race with Sherrod Brown. I don't know how that's going to go, but I mean, I'm gonna probably color in red Ohio soon. Because
you're gonna go red Ohio, right? Because the rural votes.
Yeah, the rural votes in a lot of areas has not turned out yet, and it's likely to go Trump, and I have no demographic reason to believe otherwise. And so, we're getting the votes back from Cincinnati, and I don't think the margins are big enough for any like big
Ohio
in Ohio.
Ohio just went back red, so you're not wrong there.
Okay, well, looks like I was right.
Yep, it's going. It flipped back red there.
Red Ohio. There we go.
What about Georgia? What are you thinking for Georgia right now? Are you thinking Harris?
Right now, Trump is ahead in Georgia, and Harris is ahead in North Carolina. That's what the data says right now, but we also still are under 50% reporting for both states. We will probably not have a better idea of how exactly that number is going to fall until we get to 80%, because we need to know how Atlanta is going to do, how much the Democrats can turn out the people to vote. And I think that's going to be the big decider for Democrats tonight. I think it's going to be not whether or not there is enough people in Georgia who don't like Donald Trump. I think it's going to be whether or not they can actually get those people from point A to point B and get those people in the voting booth to vote against Donald Trump. And when you poll people's motivation to vote, Democrats are doing slightly better than Republicans. And so I'm hoping that translates into the ground game, which has also been much better for Democrats in comparison to Republicans. I don't know if you read about Elon Musk's dog game, but man, it felt like the people driving around, their poll workers needed a goddamn whip. It was not good. It was not good. It was not nice to the poll workers. They were flying people out, asking for them to pay for their flights back. They were putting them in the back of a van with no seats. They're pressing against the walls, dropping off them in neighborhoods to campaign for candidates they knew nothing about. It's not the best ground game. And they let that dude take over the ground game like an oligarch in some of these states. So I think the Trump campaign's biggest weakness in a lot of these states is going to be ground game. And who rules the ground rules the election. That's at least the idea. But with, this is, it's the 21st century. Social media has changed a lot, so we don't know for sure. But I still think ground game's important. And the Democrats have a major advantage in ground game. So that's why I'm hoping that translates into combining with that motivation that they have a slight advantage in to get more people out to the polls. Because I think, the polls can say this, the polls can say that. At the end of the day, you got to get them in the voting booth if it's going to matter at all.
Yeah, I agree. Virginia just turned red. North Dakota, yeah, just turned red. Yep. With you got 37% in though, so 37% on Virginia.
I wonder if it's the rural county starting to report in, and we'll see. Yes. We'll see as the cities. That's probably it. We'll see
some of those counties that are Yeah, some of those cities south west of Roanoke are starting to come in now.
Okay.
I'm seeing.
Okay. I don't think any of the major cities are over 50% reporting yet. So that's going to be, if it stays red and it's going like 50 to 60 to 70% reporting in these major cities, that is when you can start panicking about Virginia. And that is when we would have a really bad night. A really bad night for everyone. But, I mean, right now it's too early to say. I mean, is there anyone
Super
else that
early.
need to color in red right now?
Let me see. I'm trying to see what you. You're pretty good now.
Let me go check my list.
Oh, Texas is leaning red. They got 100,000 vote lead, 180.
Yeah, that's true. Also, I'm gonna
6,000
color it.
lead.
I think we got 6% in Kansas, but I'm not gonna predict any big.
You're thinking Kansas will end up going with red, anyways.
I was thinking maybe it was gonna go green this election, but I'm gonna lean towards red. I'm gonna lean.
Green's a great color. Green is I love green.
I love green
what about
too.
are you paying attention to any? Are you paying attention to any down ballot races? Like, what about Texas?
1 second.
Ted Cruz, Texas.
Let me ask my co-host. Do we have any green markers for the potentiality of green Texas or
Jill Stein, Texas?
Green Montana? Do we have that? No. Sorry, I was asking my silent co-host, but we do not have a green marker for green Texas. Very sorry to say.
Dang it. What do you have for down ballot? Senate, Texas.
Senate, Texas?
Yep.
Okay. I'm so hopeful Colin Aldred is going to smash Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is known as Cancun Cruz because he left the state during that horrible electrical crisis that all those people died in, and he has a pretty bad, I think, public perception problem. His fundraising was not as good as Colin Aldred. Democrats poured money into the state of Texas. And while I don't think it's going to flip Texas blue for the electoral race, I do think Ted Cruz has a good chance of losing. It was neck and neck when it comes to the polling. And I got to say, this is the big difference for me. Beto O'Rourke barely lost to Ted Cruz by a point to 2 points when he called for a ban of the AR-15. Colin Aldred was not stupid enough or principled enough, however you want to view on it, I would lean towards the former than the latter, to call for a ban on the AR-15 rifle in the state of Texas. He's also a football player. And I gotta say, if the Republicans thought running Herschel Walker was a smart move, then, the same logic still applies in the state of Texas as well, that, football player is football player. The thing that worked for Tommy Tuberville could still work for Colin. And look, he doesn't have the same baggage around the gun issue. He doesn't have the same baggage. And he has good fundraising. He did well enough at the debates. I think it's a possibility. I think it'd be definitely something that I would be most excited to see tonight is Ted Cruz out of the United States Senate. And I think it would also be this thing that most senators would like to see because he has one of the worst reputations on Capitol Hill. And you don't need to just listen to Al Franken and the rest of these people who have been mocking him for years. You can just listen to the common parlance on the Hill.
Exactly. You're not wrong about that whatsoever, Dylan. Any surprises so far, you think, or any states you like? Your opinions on Seltzer's poll for Iowa? Your take?
I mean that of course it surprised me in the same way it surprised everyone. Seltzer is a pretty credible pollster. She has been pretty accurate in her polling, and so to completely dismiss her poll, even though it's a huge deviation from what the rest of the data shows, like Emerson, I think while in most cases people just call it a deviation because it's her. It's being taken with a lot more seriousness. And I think it should be. But until we get some data from Iowa, it's going to be hard to tell. But if her poll is right, I don't expect it just to be in Iowa. I don't expect it just to be an Iowa concentrated phenomenon. And the reason I don't expect it to be an Iowa concentrated phenomenon is because the type of voters that would be voting in Iowa are also going to be voting in Minnesota. They're also going to be voting in Wisconsin. They're also going to be voting in Michigan. And these states are necessary for the Democrats to have any path to victory. If you win through Pennsylvania, you need these states. If you win through North Carolina and Nevada, you got to win these states. And every scenario, they got to keep this blue wall. It's what Hillary lost in 2016, and she made the tragic, absolutely asinine decision not to campaign in those states. It has been seen as one of the worst political campaign decisions in modern American politics for a reason. And so if they perform well here, then I think they're going to perform safely in these states. And that sets them up to multiple pathways for victory. And by using that foundation, they can take victory most easily through Pennsylvania. They don't even need to win the 2nd Congressional District, which I think they're going to win. Sorry, my camera just turned off.
Yeah, lost. You literally just happened. About to say. Yeah, your camera just came.
It's censorship. Moscow censorship. Live from Kyiv. Moscow censorship.
Russian interference.
Absolute Russian interference. Absolutely
Let's go.
terrible.
Wow, look at the
censorship.
maps, chat. Look at Dylan's map setup he's
Yes.
got in there.
I got so many maps. It's not zoomed in close enough.
You had it. You did it. I mean, there you go. There you go. Beautiful map. Big, beautiful,
Anyway.
beautiful map.
Then you have this foundation, and you can have victory through Pennsylvania. You don't even need the 2nd congressional district for a 270 victory. You can get it through North Carolina. You can get it through Georgia. You can get it through so many different places. It sets them up. And hell, you wouldn't even need Nevada anymore because it has the same amount of electoral college votes. So if it is true, it was not just about winning the 6 electoral votes of Iowa. That's the small prize. The big prize is the indication of larger voting shifts in this general area amongst the same voting population, amongst, well, you would say the rural farmers that she would be necessarily winning over in states like Iowa in order to get those margins.
I agree. North Carolina just flipped red slightly by like 20 votes. By 20 votes.
20 votes.
So
that's
Trump
an
caught up.
insurmountable.
They're tied. They're essentially tied at 49.5% right now. So that's the update.
It's gonna be close. The polling data, all it had it all within a single point. And when margins of error is like 3 to 4 points, we're not gonna know probably late into the night on states like North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
It'll
even
be
if
wild.
we're gonna have the most voting data on them, we're probably not gonna know for sure until late into the night. If not, probably into the next few days. Unless
10,
it's a
11
curb stomping, which I don't expect.
Any disappointments you expect for, let's say, for Harris supporters or Harris voters?
My biggest disappointments, I think, are going to be concentrated in the state of Montana, where we're going to lose John Tester. I think the polling data is clear. We're going to lose John Tester as a senator, which means we got to pick up someone like Colin Aldred, which is why I'm hopeful about Colin Aldred. There was a story that just broke out against his opponent, where his opponent did technically lie about being shot in the armed forces, which is something that John Tester gives them a little bit of hope that maybe that scandal could like kind of upset it and maybe he could keep him as a senator. But I think the odds are low. Sherrod Brown's, while it's close and it's still within the margin of error, recent polling data indicates that Sherrod Brown's opponent is actually polling quite well against Brown and he could win. Now it's within the margin of error. Brown could still win, but there's another potential disappointment that I have tonight. And of course, the big disappointment for me would be if we do not pick up North Carolina and Georgia, but also North Carolina because it's just been so stubborn and Democrats have wanted it for so long. I think the state that I'm pretty sure we're going to lose, that's a swing state, is Arizona. And it's sad because Kari Lake's going to get curb stomped. And that's going to be funny to watch. And I'm going to enjoy every second of it. And it's going to be lovely. And I'm gonna have to do hard. It's going to be hard to watch and not go into ecstasy. But the reason she's being laughed out of the room for continuing to deny the 2020 election results and being taken as a silly simp, that doesn't translate into hurting Donald Trump. And he's up like 4 points in Arizona and a lot of these RCP averages. The internal polling for the Republicans in Arizona is really good, and I think that they're going to pick up the state. So I think Arizona is going to go red, and so that's the big disappointment for me, is Arizona probably being red. I'm not saying that for sure. I just think that's what I think is going to happen.
Right. Thank you. What is your final tally? What did you run a election prediction for?
I haven't actually done an election prediction. If you want me to run a hopeful, man, the thing about election predictions is I try to be an optimist because I try to find some path to victory. Let me run you 2 election predictions on how it would go if one was the winner or the other. If Harris wins, I think the way it's going to be done is going to be, of course, the blue wall states, then through Pennsylvania, and the 2nd congressional district is the easiest way. But the even more hopeful way for me is also picking up Nevada and also picking up a state like North Carolina. And if we have the best night possible, also Georgia. I don't think we're going to win Arizona. I already lost Florida and Ohio, so again, that's out of the picture. And of course, keeping New Hampshire, which the Republicans have been polling halfway decent in, so Democrats are worried about that. By the way, I think Massachusetts was just 1 second.
Yeah, Massachusetts is called. She's got a lead in New Hampshire. Rhode Island is hers. Connecticut's hers. New Jersey.
I'm gonna color in New Jersey. I
Yep.
saw some early data the Republicans were excited about, but I think it's all BS anyway.
Nah,
So.
Delaware and Maryland, of course. You're
Delaware's already called. Okay, I'll
yep,
color in
Delaware, and then Maryland.
Okay. Well, of course, Maryland, because
of course,
we are a people of good judgment, and we love the Republic. So.
Exactly.
So, what do you think about tonight, man? What do you expect from tonight?
Man, so if you're watching Dylan and you're watching my chat, I come from MAGA world, right? So I come from the right wing. That's what I voted for in 2016. I supported Trump. Came from pretty ignorant political understanding of how the country works, and just kind of getting caught up with it over the last 4 years. Through obviously my coverage of Ukraine and talking about current events, I've flipped politically. Now I'm supporting Kamala Harris. So in terms of the understanding of the counties, and I was just talking about this actually before I joined you on the stream, and how important it is for these next 4 years for me, if I want to start excelling politically and continue having strong analysis on this, to focus tonight on how these counties work and how they'll change over time. So this is actually my first election actually looking at it heavily. In the 2020 election, I was pretty focused on Black Lives Matter protests, and there's riots and chaos, so I didn't really get to dial in on the politics of it all. But I mean, I'm hoping Kamala wins. We're tracking the numbers as they're coming in, and I hope that
Illinois was just called for Harris.
It is
Illinois for Harris.
AP reporting. It just happened. It just happened.
Yep, just happened.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, that was expected. That's not a big surprise at all. So far, everything that happened tonight is to be expected. I mean, we haven't gotten really any surprises on like either like rural voting totals or anything. We're just gonna have to wait for more data to come in for us to become to get anything that would show exactly where it's generally going. Even in Virginia and New Hampshire, where we're gonna like maybe see, quickly, if it was decided for Harris or quickly decided for Trump, then it gives us a bellwether. We haven't gotten anything either way. It's even indecisive there. So far, all signs point towards a close race to the finish. We're probably not going to know everything is done tonight, as most experts predicted, which is not the best case scenario. It means not a short and early night for us. And of course, it means good tension for the country.
Exactly. Hopefully everyone will be up all night with anxiety. I had a perfect. What percentage, when a state gets to a certain percentage of counting, do you start considering that, like, okay, the state's going to go Republican or Democrat? Like, at what percent are you looking at?
I mean, the percentages don't matter. I think it's if you, for example, let's say that in Ohio, with like 60% reporting, Harris was ahead, and you're like, oh my gosh, 60%. I mean, that indicates she's probably going to. But we don't have any other rural counties. At that point, not only could you not just say, like, you can't call it for Harris, you might actually be able to call it for Trump, just because mathematically, Harris would have to do some crazy overperformance in those rural counties in order to win. That's how in my home state in Maryland, when we had Ben Jealous running against Larry Hogan, Ben Jealous was ahead, and it was called for Larry Hogan. He was officially ahead, and it was called for Hogan, because they looked at the margins he was ahead by in the major cities, and they said that there's no way he could make it up. And so it was over. And so it depends on a state-by-state basis based on demographics and where the vote totals are coming from and what the percentage being reported at the point is. Because if I have, for example, Miami-Dade County going 60% for Trump, it's over. I don't need to look at anything really else because we already have a general idea of where the trends are going to go if the urban center is that bad for Harris in the state.
What would be the panic mode for if, like, say you support Kamala Harris and you start seeing it go one way? When does it start becoming, if it does?
This early right now, New Hampshire and Virginia. If, again, like I said earlier, if they're going towards red, once they're over 60, 70, 80% of the vote reporting in, which we're going to get earlier on in the night due to the fact that on the East Coast, they've already finished, they're going through the vote tallying, that would be really bad. In New Hampshire, I think it's more likely than in Virginia. So I would say pay more attention to New Hampshire. Also, we're going to have the Georgia and New Hampshire, North Carolina vote totals early. Now, Harris can win without North Carolina and without Georgia. She can lose both states, as polling aggregates say she's likely to do, even though it's a slight likely. Again, she can still win it, depending on voter turnout. And she can still find other pathways to victory. But if we see bad numbers for her come 80% in North Carolina and Georgia, it means at the very least it's going to be a long night. So do well enough in North Carolina, do well enough in Virginia, don't win in North Carolina. Do well enough in New Hampshire, do well enough in Virginia, but don't win in North Carolina and don't win in Georgia. You're in for a long, tense night and a very close electoral count victory for either candidate. So I would say that last scenario, warning signs enough to know that it's going to be tense. The one where they lose North Carolina or the numbers look bad, really bad in Virginia, that should be a alarm. That should be a real alarm.
Okay, bad numbers. So Virginia, North Carolina, and New Hampshire are states to pay attention to right now. Any West Coast states that are important as the night's going to be going on and it's going to get late, obviously, when those numbers come in?
Honestly, Nevada and Arizona are the big ones you're going to be pointing to. I don't think anything else there for the Electoral College map of import,
right?
Because they can get Nevada and pick up, and it could, depending on which state, there's some combinations where Nevada can actually get them over the top. For example, there's a pathway where they lose Pennsylvania, they go through North Carolina, then take up Nevada, and they can actually still get to pathway, even though most Electoral College strategies run through Pennsylvania, and that's just the truth. The real thing of importance is the congressional races in California. Because that will help decide the control of the House, which is likely to go towards Democrats. I am hopeful about the House races and that Hakeem Jeffries will be the next Speaker of the House. I also am not excited about Mike Johnson, somebody who led the effort against certification of the vote, being House Speaker during this process as Donald Trump is making his last push for power, what I think is likely to be his last push for power. That does make me nervous, which is only more reasons why the Republican Party should probably not be in control of this. But, he's not going to be sworn in until after this, so he's going to be in the position he is, but it doesn't mean we need to keep him past January. But yes, Californian
exactly.
Congress races. So those would be the big thing I would be pointing towards.
I voted blue down ballot this time. This is the first presidential election I voted blue up and down. It's wild. It's a very, very big transformation, I guess you can call it, for me. But I voted blue in Minnesota for the governor race for Tim Walz. Obviously, I really loved Tim. Tim Walz has been a huge addition to Kamala Harris's campaign. Very effective, motivating. That I love the Coach Walz aspect of it. His just entire energy around the election. Let's win this together.
Taxi, that one.
Yeah, that was wild. Yeah, Crazy Taxi with AOC. He's been a great
video game.
Yeah, great. At least you picked a good one. That's Crazy Taxi is pretty solid. But he's been a great governor, though, so I think he's gonna be great as the VP.
I want to talk about something related to this, but not directly related.
Shoot.
What are the stakes tonight? I'm streaming live from the Kyiv Bunker studio. I'm here through November into December before going home. What are the stakes when it comes to this election to this country?
The stakes for the United States. It's going to be a ripple effect beyond just our country, but this will set the tone for the very near future. Geopolitically, I feel like we have some threats. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, North Korea's addition to the war in Ukraine. The scale and the balance is shifting, and we need strong leadership that is going to react to this. And so I feel that with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and the Democratic Party, their vision and platform and policies for the United States are much clearer. Kansas just flipped blue. Sorry. I feel like their vision, Kansas flipped blue for now. Yep. I feel like their vision and their agenda is much more clear and concise for me to support, especially since I do spend time talking about geopolitics. I care about the United States and domestically, and some of the bills getting through that we need to pass for infrastructure, continue to reform that. Obviously, the border bill. This will provide another opportunity to maybe add some more left-leaning agenda policies for the border now, because Donald Trump killed the Republican-led one. Kamala Harris said she supported a border bill, but obviously this one with might have some more left-leaning policies. But I'll support that. The entire vision for the United States and also the United States' role in the world. I support the Democratic Party's platform on that, especially right now. It's getting dangerous. Now, how about you? Why do you where do you see, or how is this important for the United States and the rest of the world? How is this election impacted?
I think and there's a few ways to put it, but I want to put it as bluntly as possible. I think it's about basic American credibility. I think
agree.
it's about our ability to look credible to the Ukrainians as a supportive ally. It's about a deterrence to be credible to the Russians, that they think that negotiating with the Ukrainians in good faith, respecting Ukrainian sovereignty, respecting the leverage that they have and the ability that they can continue to bleed the Russian war machine as it tries to occupy Ukraine, that they respect that deterrence and negotiate with them in a way that maybe they don't want to negotiate in good faith, but they've got no choice but to negotiate with them. And something that is close to good faith, as in they have to accept Ukrainian deterrence, they have to accept Ukrainian leverage, and they have to accept something that resembles Ukraine's terms. And I think the only way to do that is with a image or a projection of deterrence that looks like the United States will continue to support Ukraine. The United States is willing to go further in certain ways in supporting Ukraine when it comes to long-range strikes or continual assistance, for example, when it comes to air defense systems, or even Polish or certain Eastern European NATO allies shooting down Russian missiles in Western Ukraine. If these types of even if these decisions aren't made, but they look like they could be made, and that this war is no longer, okay, just wait the Ukrainians out until after the election, is now, do we got to wait them out till the midterms? Do we got to wait them out to the next election? Do we have to? And the goal isn't to make that reality happen as we have a war for another 4 years. It's to make the Russians know that that reality is possible. And so that if they won't negotiate, we're prepared for that outcome. And if they do negotiate, we have the best leverage possible. Because for me, even though I'm speaking to some Republicans, and we're going to have them on later in tonight's show, we're going to have different Republicans who disagree with me. And that's fine, because I want to show these different perspectives. But they're saying, well, Trump they're more willing to accept Trump's deal because it's going to look like the best deal that they're going to get. And, Trump has the wild card factor. Trump undercut, and his party undercut, public sentiment in supporting Ukraine for like the last year to 2 years, calling him a salesman, talking about numbers of aid and amounts that we've never sent, lying about European aid and differences in amounts, and taking part in a blocking of American aid to Ukraine during the Battle of Avdiivka and other very crucial battles that led to people dying. And so even if I could think of some wild card factor where I talked to some people saying, well, maybe there's one scenario where Trump doesn't like the deal Putin offers and he goes even 10 times harder because Trump's that wild. I'm not willing to roll a D20 dice on the lives of hundreds of thousands of people when this guy has already undercut support during crucial battles. That'd be like hoping like Viktor Orban all of a sudden is going to get like a change in, now he's actually in favor of supporting aid. And so empowering, you're hoping for miracles. And if you're hoping for miracles, I think it's because the situation has gotten bad. But that doesn't mean we need to pretend that this is the safest or best pathway by blindfolding ourselves and throwing a dart at the board and hoping Zelensky can woo Trump enough to make him think, hey, Biden lost. You want to win? Like, that's not, I don't think that's safe national strategy. And I don't think Trump can credibly establish deterrence when it comes to the Ukrainians enough to give them the leverage necessary to have any deal that respects Ukrainian sovereignty. It's not that I don't think they can negotiate a deal. I just don't think he can credibly negotiate a well-leveraged deal. And I think that his constant turning of public sentiment against Ukraine aid has undercut that leverage.
I agree, and it'll allow Putin to control more of the territories or more land, or just make a deal with Putin, but then Putin continues the war and tries to be quiet about it. It's just all things to fear. And I honestly, I've been talking about it mostly on my stream, maybe the North Korean military joining on its own, like right now, isn't something to be very cause of concern. But I don't like the change in the balance. I don't like the fact that general
people talk about these North Korean soldiers, they're just trash, they're garbage. At the end of the day, I don't care. Like, they don't need to be the most well-trained soldiers in the world. They could be eating whatever they want out of these weird cans of mystery meat that they're getting. It doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, the Russians have more men than the Ukrainians. Manpower shortages is a big problem on both sides of the front. And if they can add more manpower leverage on an area like Kursk, where the Ukrainians want to retain control over it in order to have leverage going into negotiations, like, that is them dealing with the problem. Are they dealing with it in the most effective way? No, communication on the battlefield is going to suffer. They need translators, and they're not going to be people who are the most experienced on the equipment they're using. But right now, if the Ukrainians could get 10,000 soldiers like the North Koreans and put them anywhere on the front, they would do it in a heartbeat. And they do it in a heartbeat because they need men, because they're overstretched just about everywhere. And so if there's no strong response to this, or we have a very slow or kind of, laissez-faire response, then I think that it's going to not only encourage them to keep going, but then we're not counteracting it on the balance. And that means more pressure on the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians now fighting two armies at the same time, and we've done nothing to deter actions like that again in the future or to reinforce them after the shift on the battlefield. And it doesn't even need to be something that's a direct response. It could just be showing.
Camera.
Oh, sorry.
One thing. Man, also, Missouri turned blue. So your camera in Missouri blue now.
Missouri turned blue. Okay, well, it's not gonna stay blue, but
right. It's also at 6%, but so
yes.
It's like.
But I forgot what I was saying. I lost my train of thought.
Well, fuck. No, threw me off there with that. We're talking about the importance, the ripple effect for North Korea, their military.
Look, they need manpower. They're men. Yep. They can push forward. The Ukrainians can't push forward because they don't have the men. It's as simple as that. And if you don't put something there to counteract it, even if it is just something to prove that you'd be willing to counteract it, then it's encouraging escalation, not de-escalating or preventing de-escalation, because it encouraged them to find this weakness and push harder and harder and harder on it until they get a response. That's how the Russians operate.
Exactly. By the way, how are you doing in Ukraine right now? So this is, guys, chat. This is Dylan Burns TV, Dylan Burns Live. He's on Twitch, YouTube. Is that you on Rumble or Kick or anything now too?
I am not on Rumble and or Kick. Okay, I'm not on those beautiful platforms.
Me neither. YouTube and Twitch. He's a journalist, frontline journalist. Been covering the war since its beginning, since the full scale started. He's on the ground there in Ukraine. So I do appreciate his domestic expertise for domestic politics, but also geopolitics with Ukraine. You've been doing a great job with the covering the front lines.
Thank you. And Nina, thank you.
How you feel?
I mean, I just got back from the front. I was on the Pokrovsk axis with the 68th I was with the 68th out there with their artillery teams. I was filming with air defense crews and Sumy. I was filming just about everywhere. And I mean, it's not the ammunition shortage isn't as bad as it was before, but it's still bad. And they still need more ammunition. And right now, it's a question of, still having more targets than they do bullets. And when the Russians are pushing on every front, you have a potentiality to, of course, not only be pushed back, but you also have a potential to destroy their offensive capacity, to concentrate fire and destroy offensive capacity. And every Russian offensive is also a potential to blunt Russian military potential. But if you don't have the tools in place when needed, and you only plan to have them a year or year and a half down the line, when these offensives might no longer even be needed, or after these offensives have already done the damage and taken the cities that were necessary for Ukrainian infrastructure, for coal production, for steel production, or, the entrenched positions that they've put effort in making, like the loss of Avdiivka. The reason we lost all those villages so quickly behind Avdiivka is because Avdiivka's where they had all the defenses. And so if they lose cities like Kramatorsk or Slovian, it's not going to be so easy to go back and take these locations. So they need the ammunition now. The government's talking about mobilizing another 166,000 people. 1 second. Give me a moment, okay? Another 166,000 people. Sorry, somebody off screen.
You're good.
But that's going to take time. The hope is that after November going into December, they'll be able to get to something like 85% going into the next year of the military fold and military positions. That's their hope. That's what the government's talking about. But if 85% filled positions is the hope, you get an idea of what the standard is for this war. When you're like, we have 85% of the positions filled, that's success. Not even 100% is the goal, just 85%. It gives you an idea of the manpower shortage. But I mean, these two things are very bad right now. The hope is, as the winter sets in, and they're able to get trenches dug in front of Pokrovsk, and I was there, so I see that they are digging trenches in front of Pokrovsk. They are working to make those defenses, so they do intend to hold the city. They're also building defenses behind Pokrovsk, but they're also building in front of it, so they do intend to hold the city. So that is good. But, they need this ammunition yesterday. And I will say a million times over that this becoming a partisan issue is probably one of the worst things that has happened to American support to Ukraine. And it's bad in a few areas. Number one, after we passed that supplemental, number one, the delay in the supplemental had a real impact during the Battle of Avdiivka. Number two, once it was passed, if we needed to pass further aid, all conversations about further aid was delayed until after the election. Sonky, thank you so much for gifting it to your sub. I appreciate that. And number three, any potential pressure that Republicans could have brought down upon the Democrats during this race, which we see it all the time from Republicans on Israel. We hear it all the time. Like, Democrat Joe Biden is not going strong enough in support of Israel in X, Y, and Z way. And it's been so aggressive that it had a domestic political impact, where they're probably making foreign policy decisions partially decided by or impacted by the electoral outcomes in states like Pennsylvania, with not only there's 440,000 Jews, but a lot of people who support Israel, who still polls higher in support than Palestine amongst the American population. I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm not saying that to make any point about morality. I'm just saying the hard, cold math and politics of it. And so from that perspective, if it was not a partisan issue and both sides supported Ukraine, Republicans could have been aggressive on Biden saying, why aren't you doing long-range strikes? Why aren't you allowing Poland to shoot down these missiles over Western Ukraine? Why did we approve F-16 but not send any F-16s? Why? And instead of getting that outside domestic pressure that could push him to one direction and helping to support Ukraine more, instead it's, well, why don't you have this aid checking mechanism? Why aren't we sending this less aid here? Why haven't we turned it into a loan? And so there's no pressure. And so there was no pressure going into this election that could have actually seen the election as an opportunity to make him go further, not as something to wait to get over. But sadly, it is a partisan issue, so we do not live in that timeline.
What is
Let me switch cameras. Let me switch cameras.
Perfect. I'm just gonna put that in there so we have all three. I was just gonna ask you, what is Ukrainians' take on the election? I know you did a great video. You posted a video. Oh, you left for a second. Everybody, check into the stream. We're talking with DylanBurns. Oh, yeah, you're still here. Just no camera. Yes. Let Dylan rejoin. So chat, we're just looking at it. So Trump's up 101, 71 for electoral college votes. Missouri and Kansas are still blue for now. Harris has Illinois, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland. While she's still in a lead in Pennsylvania and Michigan and New Hampshire. That is what we're looking at here. Let me pull this up on full screen. And now you'll be able to see all of us with my beautiful election map. Beautiful results.
Okay.
Talking with Dylan Burns.
I am back, and I think I got my camera working. I'm sorry, I've
Dylan's
had a few camera problems today, but I don't know what it is. It's my cam link just having problems. Okay, so I have another guest coming on in a moment, so I want to see if we can wrap this up in a second.
Yep.
What are your thoughts and expectations on the rest of the night?
Rest of the night, thoughts and expectations. Like I said, as a former Trump voter, I did what I could using my platform and my voice to advocate for Kamala Harris with her policies, and I've spent time debating other Trump supporters to try to prove, like, hey, like, this is why I support Kamala Harris. So I've done everything I personally can. So I'm hoping Kamala Harris wins. I'm hoping that she comes out the victor, and we can continue to build upon an America that's for most people, right? For the majority, and not for just one single man and Donald Trump. So it's very much hopium for me. I'm just going to sit here and cover the results as they come in. So that's what I have planned. Dylan, thank you so much for having me on your stream tonight.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. You have a good one, and good luck, man. As Americans, we're all kind of on the edge of our seat. It's going to be a long night.
I agree, buddy. You have a good night.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, we're here for a second, boys. We're going to do a few map full-ins because we do have some more information. We do have some more data, and I want to go through that data quickly before I go on this other show that I'm about to go on, because I'm going to go on Ukraine Matters and talk about the election, talk about what's coming out. Sonky, again, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. So we got some more reported information. Let's go through this. So North Dakota was announced, South Dakota was announced, Nebraska was announced, and Wyoming was announced, all for Trump. We also got the first data from Donald Trump and Harris in Iowa, and Iowa leans likely R. Immediately upon less than a percentage point, it leans likely R. And I don't know if this is just based on, like, what data this is based on, considering we don't see anything yet. And we know that these, like, you know, likely this, likely that have been wrong in the past, and I don't really see much data. So we'll have to wait a little bit longer for Iowa, because it says likely are, but we don't have any, it doesn't look like we have any data. Michigan. Harris is ahead in Michigan with 52 to 46%, 293,000 votes to 254,000 votes. This is a must-win state for Harris. Michigan is a must-win state. We got more data from New Hampshire. Lean D. Harris is ahead by 9 points. Wait, no, it's not leaning D. Wait, no, it is lean D. I thought it said likely D. Likely D is Maine. I've already colored in Maine. I already put it for the Democrats. But New Hampshire is lean D, and Virginia is lean D. So it means that if these numbers hold for New Hampshire and Virginia, we're probably going to have a long night, and there's no red wave coming. Pennsylvania, Harris is ahead by 300,000 votes, 63 to 36, but it's still a toss-up. And I think this is because these votes are coming from Pittsburgh, where 37% of the vote is already in Pittsburgh. And we already have a lot of the vote from Philadelphia County, but only 16%, so we still have quite a lot to come. Texas is very likely R. I think it's going to be announced for Donald Trump soon. If you look here, there's still a ton of rural communities in the South and in the West Coast that we're waiting for information on, and in Central Texas. And, I mean, we got like 80% of Austin in. We've got 76% of Bexar County. We've got 73% of Harris County, which has Houston and such. I think odds are that Republicans are picking up Texas. The math just does not look good for Harris. The math just does not look good for Harris. Anyway, Kansas is likely R. Missouri is likely R. Let's color in these new states, and then let's move over and call into Ukraine Matters, because that's the next show we got on. Let's see. We got all these are red, 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 red. Red, 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 red. Very red. Red, 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 red. What else is it? It was 1, 2, 3, and this one's also red, yes. No surprises in the Midwest. No surprises, no surprises. Look at Texas Senate race. You're right. We should look at the Texas Senate race. I haven't looked at really any of the Senate races yet because I've been too preoccupied with the presidential race. Texas Senate race. Come on, Ted Cruz. Get screwed. Come on, Ted Cruz. What do we got? What's the new... Texas has just been called red, but let me look at the race in Texas. So currently, Ted Cruz is ahead, 51.3% with 3.7 million votes to 46.8% with 33.38 million votes. So right now, Ted Cruz is solidly ahead, but I'm also looking, and I don't think we have we don't have all the voting data from the big cities yet, and so we haven't seen it called yet for Ted Cruz or Colin Aldred, and we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. But Ted Cruz is in the lead, and he seems to be at least significantly in the lead, but we're going to have to wait and see. Let's look at the Sherrod Brown race. Sherrod Brown race. Let's look. I don't see any data on that yet. Wait, yes I do. Oh my gosh! Not looking good for Democrats in Ohio. Not looking good at all. Look at this. But it's 49% of the vote in, so we still got some more votes to come in. And plus, we only have 33% of the vote in Cleveland. And we have a lot of the vote in the rural counties. So we wait for more data to come in from Franklin. We'll wait for more data to come in from Cleveland. And I think Sherrod Brown could still come out ahead, definitely since he's only down like 50,000 votes with only 49% reported. But currently, Bernie Moreno, the Republican candidate, is ahead of Sherrod Brown. Now, Sherrod Brown needs to win for the Democrats to keep control of the Senate. Democrats are likely going to lose Montana. We're likely going to lose Montana. And so if we're going to pick up that seat in Texas in order to keep control, we also need to still keep this seat. We need to keep Sherrod Brown as the incumbent. Okay. Man, not good, not good, not good. Do we have like a general like election Senate races? Did it do? I don't see it. Not here. Anyway, let me call into Ukraine Matters. But Texas has been called, so I think we should color in Texas. Then we call into Ukraine Matters. Texas is red, 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 red. Now let's just hope it's not red enough that it keeps Ted Cruz in for another 4 years. I don't want to have to listen to his podcasts anymore, or his rants, or his speeches, or his just way of speaking. I don't want to see him keep embarrassing the good, the Alamo state. I mean, come on. Of all the states that could have a senator like Ted Cruz, it's Texas? Really? Come on. At least George Bush was kind of funny, I mean, like, he invaded Iraq and everything. Not cool. I would call that cringe. But at least he was fun to listen to. Ugh. Okay. Texas already? Yeah, it's I'm calling it. I'm calling it. Okay, let's call into Ukraine Matters. Do. Dylan, did you just get Ukrainian citizenship just in case? I wish. I wish. I was not that prepared. Montana was called, huh? Montana was just called. Montana. God, I'm getting tired of getting up. Is it going to be like this all night, huh? It's going to be like this all night. My goodness. We had like react content to do today, but we are just not getting through it. We are just not going to get through it tonight, I don't think. We'll get through some. I want to watch that Sam Cedar Tim Pool debate. That much I need to watch. My goodness. Are they ready for me in the Ukraine Matters thing? Nope, not yet. I'm holding out for another 20 minutes before I start consuming alcohol and weed. Good luck, buddy. I'm here for 24 hours, so I wish. North Dakota. North Dakota. Oh, I think I'm in.
You are muted.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry.
Hey, Dylan. Hey, Dylan. Welcome. Guys, shameless promotion. So if you don't know who Dylan Burns is, he's going to tell you first and foremost. But secondly, what is much more important, we're going to post a link to his channel. And it's mandatory. If you're watching this stream with us, you must click that link and you must click the subscribe button because it is important. Please do. But Dylan, some people like we've kind of get the introduction night today, so we have our moderating team today helping me navigate the difficulties of the U.S. election.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I've heard, and you can correct me, but the rumors state that you're an American yourself a little bit. So
scandalous, but likely.
Yes. Could you elaborate a little bit who you are, what you do, what's your relationship to Ukraine? Because this is all for Ukraine. We have the campaign and donors running for it. And can you educate us a little bit on the map prediction? And we would gladly, by the way, take your prediction also on the expectations.
Sure. So my name is Dylan Burns. I am an American political commentator and war journalist. I have spent the last almost going on 3 years now on the ground in Ukraine, about 8-9 months out of the year, on the ground embedded with military units. I just got back 2 days ago from the Pokrovsk axis. I was near Soldovi with artillery teams, with the 68th and others, filming their work, trying to, listen to their stories, ask about what supplies they need, what support they need, why, different cities are being lost, why the Russians are pushing really hard right now, what's going on. And that's what I do. I take those reports, I post them, I post footage of them. It takes time because, I make all these little films myself. I then, make scripts myself. I do basically almost everything outside of the editing itself myself. So, yeah, that's what I do. I'm an independent war reporter, and I talk politics. Oh, and my election prediction, right? You want me to tell you what magic number combination is going to save American democracy? So I think for predicting this, honestly speaking, I think the safest route is probably the right one. I think that for Harris, I'm going to give you the 2 pathways for likely victory for both campaigns. This is the one that I want because I support Harris, and I'm open about that. I think the blue wall states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, I think these...
Let me record that. Wait. Let me record that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You're recording? Okay.
Yeah.
I think the states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, these are the states that are most likely to be going towards Harris. I think these are the blue wall states. They've based a lot of their strategy in. I don't think they made the same mistake that Hillary Clinton did back in 2016, taking those states for granted. If Seltzer's poll on Iowa, which I don't think is going to lead to Harris winning Iowa, I think that it might indicate, though, if Donald Trump just wins Iowa by 5 points, and even not the incredible scenario where Harris actually wins Iowa and we're getting Obama 2008 margins, that would indicate a shift amongst the rural population significant enough that it would be enough to possibly win Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan in safer majorities than is currently expected. And I'm talking 2% instead of half a percentage point. When I say safe majorities, it's relative to how close this election is. And after having those blue wall states, the clearest and easiest path to victory is winning Pennsylvania and then picking up the second district, which is a single point, putting her at exactly 270 electoral college votes. I think she's slightly up in the last polling that I saw for Pennsylvania, but we're talking up half a percentage point with 3 points of margin of error. So all of this could be, if it's off by 2 points or 1 point, the outcome is drastically different. This is the clearest pathway for victory for Harris. While I do see some data that is positive for Harris in North Carolina going into this and Georgia going into this, those are less likely. While the Democrats did win Georgia in 2020, they typically do not win Georgia. While the Democrats are polling well enough in North Carolina, Democrats have polled well enough in North Carolina in race after race after race, and we still end up losing North Carolina. And so while those are possibilities, I still think they likely go for Trump, just based off of its electoral history, based off the polling being slightly favorable towards them in these states. But the one thing that could get Harris these states, I think, is either the late breakers, which seem to be going for Harris, and voter enthusiasm, where Democrats are polling slightly more enthusiastic for this election after the switch from Biden, which was very smart. And I think without the switch from Biden, tonight would be a lot worse for the Democrats, which could maybe lead to them doing better. But I think the cleanest pathway to victory is the same one that Biden had, which is Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, with the second district, getting them exactly 270. Do I want that margin? No, I don't want that margin. I want the margin to be crushing. I want the margin to be over 300. I want them to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, and get at least close in a state like Arizona. I want that because I want Trumpism to be soundly defeated, so the Republican Party has to have some inner reflection and move on from the populist, autocratic rhetoric of Donald Trump. But we also live in the real world and not fantasy land. So I'm hoping with one hand, but being realistic with the other. As for Donald Trump's clearest path to victory, the easiest path is to bust up one of these blue wall states. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. If he can take Michigan, if he can take Wisconsin, if he can take any of these states, he's won it. In fact, if he takes Pennsylvania, the odds are that he wins it. Harris can still win by taking North Carolina and Georgia and going around it, but those outcomes are much less likely. So what Trump has to do for victory is either bust up the blue wall or win in Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania, both campaigns have spent more money in Pennsylvania than in any other state. Pennsylvania will likely be the deciding state in this election. When Pennsylvania is called for either race, that'll probably be the side that wins. If it's called for Trump, it'll probably be Trump. If it's called for Harris, it'll probably be Harris. It's not an end-all, be-all, because there are other pathways, but it is just it's a lot more difficult for Harris and Trump, both of them, to win without Pennsylvania. So both Harris's and Trump's easiest path to victory run through Pennsylvania, my northern neighbor.
Okay, that's great. So that's great intro. Do you want to lock in your, because we're having like a little bit of a marathon. Like this is like if you win bigly, and then we're gonna get you some kind of a benefit for you. Like I'm not sure if you're gonna what you're gonna want, but we're gonna figure it out. But the problem is your prediction cannot match any of the already mentioned predictions.
Okay. Let me change up my prediction then, because my prediction's already been made by others. I assume the 270. Let me add Nevada.
270. We have 270 with Pennsylvania.
Yes. So let me add Nevada. I think we have some data from Nevada that could be positive. So 276 would be my official prediction.
Did we have a 276? We have a 276. So
with Nevada?
Yes, with Nevada.
Oh my gosh. Man, well then I'm just not an early picker. I mean, I'm kind of late here.
Yes.
Oh, man, I'm not giving good options then. I guess I'm gonna go with North Carolina then.
Okay.
I think
Nevada
blue.
Carolina. Nevada blue or
Nevada blue. Yeah, keep Nevada blue. Why not?
Okay, sure. 292. Did we have the same? No. Good. And the most important, no taxis back. So now
no taxis backseats. Okay, it's locked in.
Yes.
Understood.
Okay, cool. So can you tell us a little bit about the election patterns? Just like tell us like 5 minutes more. We're not going to hold you back. I know you're streaming as well, so whatever you want. Like, can you tell us a little bit, like, because people in our chat, like, I'm a European. I'm a little bit of a dumbass. But now a lot of our Europeans are looking at this map and like, man, Georgia red, North Carolina, like, oh my God, all of this red here and so on. Shit, Trump is just like skyrocketing. Why is it not the case, or is it the case? You tell me.
So these states that are being called right now, the majority of these these states are very low population. When you look at Wyoming, when you look at Nebraska, when you look at South Dakota, look at how many electoral college votes. Like Nebraska has 2 electoral college votes. Wyoming, like South Dakota and Nebraska and North Dakota, if you put them all together, you have something like about 11 electoral college votes, and it makes it about the same size as California, but California has 54 because it has so much higher population, and like you would need I don't know, like a lot of South Dakotas to make up one California. And so just because a lot of this coverage is red, land doesn't vote, people do. And so that needs to be something that's in your mind when you're looking at this. Because if you look at, for example, if you go to a state like Virginia right now,
watching from New Zealand.
Oh, thank you so much for the
blue crossed fingers. Good luck, America.
Thank you for the donation. Thank you. If you look at Virginia right now, it's likely going to go blue. But if you go and zoom in on it, most of the area is red. And that's because the rural areas vote heavily with Trump, but the urban areas, which have higher populations, vote with Harris. And so what you're seeing is the rural-urban divide separated by the suburban communities that are likely going to determine the outcome of the race.
Okay. I think that's it's very closely aligned to what we're expecting. And kind of like some like to kind of round it all up, is specifically in Georgia. So we know like none of ours have been predicting Georgia to go blue, which is actually you as well included. So not a single prediction that states as blue. But in blue, we saw that, like, for example, some of the counties around Atlanta and so on, more urbanized counties. in those, Kamala is overperforming results from Joe Biden for about 1.3 to 1.6% over
Yes.
Biden. But about the same percent point, she's also underperforming in more rural counties. Do you think this is enough for her to pull ahead, or this is
Look,
just still a coin toss?
I mean, I was looking at Fayette County. This is an area that is very close. I was kind of using it as a litmus test to see where it was going to go, because it is an area that's becoming more and more suburbanish, and it's kind of like the Atlanta sprawl continuing to expand into the surrounding counties, and you can see it's getting bluer and bluer. And my bet was if they could flip that county blue, then they would likely flip the whole state blue. But I'm looking at Fayette County, and it looks like it's 36,000 Republican, 43,000 Democrat for Harris. And so it's 51% to 48%. Now that's so close. And we're just talking about one county here that it's not necessarily conclusive. But to me, that is at least a slightly positive sign for the Republicans that they might just be able to keep up the red wall in all these rural communities. And there's a lot of rural areas that have not reported anything yet. Like Jones County has not reported anything yet. Or they've only reported very, very small margins. On Atlanta, we still have some more data that come from Fulton County, but it's still at 84% of the vote in. Chatham County, we still have votes to come in from. But right now, I still think it leans towards the Republicans. The question is, again, whether that suburban sprawl around Atlanta and around the other cities is going to be enough and going to go decisively enough for Harris to get her over the top, which I think is possible, but unlikely.
Yeah. I will comment one and then give you a question. Stay or go based on you.
Mm-hmm.
So one is the comment is that, for example, in Fayette County, and if I'm very sorry, my stupid European mouth cannot do it. But Kamala Harris is there scoring at 48.2%, whereas Joe Biden performed with 45.9%. And while it was not flipped for Democrats, Kamala is overperforming over 2.3% in that county over Joe Biden. So they are doing better. So what this tells me, and this is my comment, that at least we might see Kamala Harris perform similarly to Joe Biden. And to be honest, that's not the worst case scenario. Like Joe Biden did over 300 points, in his election over Trump. So that is my comment. And the question is from Cheryl, and she asks, please ask Dylan if it will take 4 days to count Pennsylvania like last time.
I do not know how long it's going to take to count Pennsylvania. We got 24% of the vote in right now. It's going to be close. Honestly, what I'm seeing from Georgia right now is that it's going to be close. It's going to be just like we thought it was, up to the buzzer. It's going to be very close in North Carolina. It's going to be very close in Georgia. It's going to be very close in Pennsylvania. And both of the campaigns have spent a lot of money to make that the case. Record-breaking amounts of money to make that the case. As for how long it's going to take, it's probably going to be the end of the week before we have like an official announced, this is the winner of the United States election. We're probably not going to know tonight. We're probably going to have an idea of who has the best or easiest pathway based on, like, if we have 80% of the vote in Georgia and we can see that 15% of the vote left is in rural counties, then that gives us a suggestion that Donald Trump, if he's ahead, he's almost certainly going to win. Or if he's slightly behind, then he still has a good path towards victory. And it's going to be a question of seeing how much data we can get on the first night, what districts we don't have data from, its historical voting trends, how much she's improved, for example, in suburban communities surrounding areas like Atlanta, and if it's enough to make up any difference that they could still have. And that's going to be so it's going to be seeing the foundation for the pathway forward. I wish it was faster, but it isn't faster. We have a gigantic electoral system with different states running their elections in different ways, because that's how it works here, and you're allowed to do that. With our with our Republican system, each state has a right to make its own electoral system, but it does mean that it's going to take more time. Georgia, the reason we already have 76% of the data from Georgia, and we're probably going to have 80% of the data from North Carolina in the near future, is because they've passed a law recently in Georgia making it so that the early votes and the mail-in votes have to be counted almost immediately before they then start counting the votes of, the day of voting.
Okay, I hope that answers everything. And guys, please check out. We posted the links to the Dylan stream. Dylan is planning to stream for 24 hours, as far as I understood. I'm going to be streaming only for 12. So if you feel like you have 12 hours more in you after we're done here, please join up to Dylan's stream. Dylan, thank you so much. My pleasure. Stay or go. It's your choice. You would be absolutely welcome to be with us here, but also you can do your own thing and just
Can I ask you one question?
Sure, for sure.
So my question is, how do you view the stakes today? Because I've talked to different people and I get different reads on how much of a threat Trump possibly is to Ukraine aid versus Harris, and I think he's an unstable option. I think that considering how the Republican Party undercut aid for Avdiivka during a crucial point, that he is too much of a dice roll to have with the country. But I don't know how you, from the outside looking in, see the stakes of this election when it comes to the Euro-Atlantic relationship.
Yeah, it's going to be devastating. It's I'm not sure if you you weren't here, I think, in Europe during the Trump's presidency. At least I don't remember. Maybe you traveled.
Nope.
I don't know. Yeah, but in generally speaking, it's been like we kind of got through this and we breathed out, and then everyone was very, very careful about can we trust the U.S. once again? But after Biden came in, he did a lot of work to reestablish a lot of the connections. Like his message, "America is back," was very, very translated throughout European Union, and it took a lot of our own, overcoming our own fears and insecurities of Europe. And Europe is very insecure. Like you're talking about Democrats panicking about the elections. Oh boy, you haven't been to Europe and how insecure they are about their relationships. So for Europe, Trump is going to be devastating. It's going to undercut the trust into United States at least for a decade, if not more, and it's going to damage the transatlantic relationship significantly. As for the help for Ukraine, I see both benefits and downsides. The benefits is that there's going to be more push and more pressure on the European Union and the European states to actually perform. I do think that a lot of the long-running contracts will help cover up a lot of the issues for Ukraine. But I think then Ukraine should start considering that potentially they will be able to only to hold Russia back rather than actually retake their lands. Mostly not because of the weapons supply. I believe European Union can scale and supply the weapons that Ukraine need. But the biggest problem will be that Trump has promised that he's going to lift all of the sanctions of Russia. So the economic pressure that Russia is experiencing now will be basically. And it will open the gates for all of the people that are politicians that are on the fence and just cannot just kind of go and say, oh, let's normalize relationship with Putin. But if Trump comes in and allows it, then it's kind of okay. So we're going to see more flip-flops in Europe.
True. I mean, I don't know if you just saw that report from Politico about German officials talking about the Finlandization of Ukraine, trying to make it which I don't know how you want. Hey, we should have Ukraine be more like Finland after watching Finland abandon said policy because it does not work in the 21st century. I don't know how you do it. It doesn't make any sense.
Worked amazing. Because that worked amazingly so far.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre. Apparently, it's not the official position of the German government, but it's something they're floating around. It is certainly something they're floating around. Neutral status for Ukraine post-war.
It's your fault because you choose the stupid timeline to live in. So
absolutely, everybody be born in a better timeline next time.
Next time, select different timeline.
Absolutely. Well, it was good talking to you, man. I'm gonna get back to my stream because I've got the 24-hour stream going on. I might pop in again later and say hi again.
Do that
if something happens.
Do that. We really appreciate it, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dylan.
Happy to be here. You guys have a good one, and good luck, everybody. Good luck, and stay safe. Okay, we're back. We're back. What do we got? Look at the data, boys. Let's look at the data. Much data to go through. And thank you for the 20 New Zealand bucks. I appreciate all the New Zealand support. Okay, let's look. So we got New Hampshire leaning D. Looks good so far. 39% of the vote in. Harris ahead solidly.
A curd is a curd.
Maine almost certainly going to be D.
Julian1313
Already wrote
has
it in.
donated $5.
Hey!
Contribution to Dylan's overtime pay.
Thank you very much. That puts our Ukraine embeds at I think like $115 to $130 or something. Thank you very much. Out of a possible 10,000, of course, but still, we're on the pathway. We're on the pathway to paying for our Ukraine embeds. Okay, let's see. So Iowa is likely R. Even though Harris is ahead right now, and I think it's the simple fact is that so much rural county in Iowa, so many farmers in Iowa, and if you look around, none of it's reported in yet. And so the Democrats would have to do really good in Cedar Rapids and these other urban sprawls and really hold back Trump dominance in a lot of these rural counties for Harris to take the W. They really would. So it likely Iowa is going to be R. But it's just a question of how much R is Iowa going to be, because I think that translates very easily into the swing states in the blue wall. Right now, it looks like New York Times has Minnesota leaning likely D, which makes sense. Even though Trump is ahead, it's probably the areas that Trump is ahead in is not enough ahead to cancel out the urban sprawl. Georgia is the state we have the most reported information from at this point at 77%. Let's see. Atlanta, 84, still have some votes to come in. The total vote total in comparison for Donald Trump is 2.1 million. For Harris, it's 1.9. 1.9. Okay, let's get back to our stream. Let's see. When is our next person on? Let's see. Let me check my schedule. Because I think we have some Republicans coming on in a little bit. We have Republicans coming on in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. We have Republicans coming on to talk about the election results. Oh, boy. Okay. I don't think we have any other states getting announced at this point. New Mexico and Colorado, I think I might just call for the Democrats already. I'm going to call Colorado for sure. New Mexico, I'll let stay in the air. But I mean, come on, guys. Let's be realistic here. New Mexico is going for the Democrats. We know that's happening. So that's how I shall treat it. I shall treat it seriously. I shall treat it with seriousness. Okay, let's go color it in. The great state of Colorado goes blue. New Mexico will likely go blue after. It'll likely go blue soon, but we're not going to write it down as blue yet because we don't have enough data on it, and it's not impossible it goes red if there is a red wave, even though we don't have any signs for a red wave either in Georgia, North Carolina, or New Hampshire. In fact, I'll probably be declaring New Hampshire status in the very near future, which will, again, be the death of any dreamed Elon Musk, Donald Trump, RFK Jr. red wave in this country. It's crazy how close this race is, though. Man, even you know what? Even from when Biden was the nominee to now, and I know I just declared it on the previous stream with with Ukraine Matters, but Pennsylvania blue wall is still the cleanest path to victory for Harris. New Hampshire, North Carolina, and Georgia, even though they're dreams, they're certainly dreams. It's still not the cleanest path. It is still a much harder path. Man, that Pennsylvania data has got me nervous. Harris is ahead, but let's go break it down. 50% of the vote in Pittsburgh. 66 to 34% Harris. Philadelphia. 82 to 17%, with only 25% of the vote in. I heard some good stuff about Philadelphia voter turnout.
Reporting in Ukraine.
Hey, thank you so much for the $5. Again, every donation on tonight's stream goes towards Ukraine embeds. Part of the reason I'm doing 24 hours is because My embeds are getting expensive, and I don't got the money for it. And if I want to keep doing this, I got to be able to find new ways to make money. And I thought, hey, do I want to sell out to big media, or do I just want to put out a little stream like this? And I decided I would suffer through this important election with you guys. Do you think third parties will spoil the vote? The only place that I think we need to seriously talk about third parties spoiling the vote is Michigan. There is no other state that I think it's going to be enough to be a deciding factor. I just don't see it anywhere else. I just don't see it. Man, that vote in North Carolina is close. It is close. It's leaning R, 55% of the vote in. 1,590,000 to 1,490,000. My goodness, separated by 100,000 votes. And we still got Charlotte. We only have 10% of the vote in Charlotte in. Wake County, we got 78%, but we still got more votes to come in. Guilford County, which holds Greensboro, we still got more of the vote to come in. But Harris is only ahead a little bit in Greensboro. That's not good. That's not good. My goodness. But yeah, the one place I think that it's going to spoil is possibly Michigan. And to be blunt, it's going to be Dearborn. I think Jill Stein could take some votes away. Where do we have, where is Dearborn? I don't think we can actually see Harris v. Trump v. Jill. I don't see Jill on this list. The Puerto Ricans vote in Philadelphia is going to be a big turnout. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be a big turnout. It was really dumb for the Trump campaign to have a comedian, a really raunchy, offensive comedian, come up and start calling Puerto Ricans, Puerto Rico garbage, like a garbage, floating garbage in the ocean. It was really dumb electorally, and it might actually hurt them. And if Pennsylvania is as close as many people believe it to be, it would be really funny if that decided the race. And this is it's gonna be close, man. The one takeaway I can take so far, we're 3.5 hours into this. The one takeaway I can give you guys is it's gonna be close tonight. This idea of like a blue or red wave is not happening. It's not. It's gonna be a close race. Blue, Richard, thank you so much for the primer.
Immoral.
Thank you.
Corrupt,
And Canner3, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. You didn't need to do that, but you did it anyway, and I appreciate it. Jill has 0.8% so far in Michigan. That's low. That's low, but 0.8 is still, it's still a lot of, I mean, that's like another 20,000 votes. That's another 30,000 votes. That's another like near percentage point. They could be ahead, but still, it's not end of the world. It's not end of the world. Under 1% is where they needed it to be. If it can stay under 1%, it is what it is. But if it goes over that, not good. We got an announcement. New York, the great state of New York has been called. Huzzah. Commie New York has been called for the Demon Rats. I'm trying to move the camera and to do a digital zoom, but it refuses to, but I will do it anyway. New York, Donald Trump's home state for the third time in a row, rejects him for the presidential ticket. This is no Schwarzenegger winning California. Rejected. We still don't have the results for New Hampshire. Again, New Hampshire is a good early indicator. Virginia is a good early indicator. And neither have been decided yet, which again is leading me to say no landslides today. It's going to be a close race, decided within single-digit percentage points, probably the low digits. Do we have anything else? Actually, I did not color in the other red state here, which I think was called already. So North Dakota was called earlier, and I did not color in North Dakota. Oh my God, guys, we lost North Dakota. It's over. It's over! No! Why didn't progressive victory canvass in North Dakota? We could have saved the country. What a tragedy. What a tragedy. No, now we can get it to zoom in. Look at our electoral college map. There it is. Nice and beautiful. We're leaning into small production today. Small production. Small production. Okay, let's move on. Is it going to be another popular vote win but electoral college loss? Harris is likely going to win the popular vote, but this election is going to be decided by the electoral college, so that is very possible. Trump has never won the popular vote, so it'd be funny, man. No matter what, Trump's never won the popular vote. That's something you could always throw at him. The majority of Americans have never chosen him to be president. That it was, swing state, it was flyover state affirmative action that kept him president. Not to put it mean, but Dearborn is part of Wayne County. 1% counted with 36 votes there for Jill. 36 votes for Jill. That's not a lot. Let's hope we keep it low. It needs to stay low. It needs to stay low. Okay, let's go check some Senate races and other stuff that's important. Oh my God, that's not good for the Senate race. Bernie Moreno is ahead of Sherrod Brown by like 4 points. By about 4 points. Not good. Not good. Cleveland, we only have 35% of the votes in, so we still have some data to come in down the line. But not good. Not good, not good, not good. Early results of the Senate race in Ohio show Democrats Sherrod Brown ahead among early voters, but not by a wide margin. This lead may not last. Historically, Republicans do very well among Election Day voters. Not bueno. I think right now the odds are against Sherrod Brown. I think Sherrod Brown, even though he's probably considered one of the most pro-labor senators in the country, definitely for his state, he's likely going to take the L here. I'm not saying that for sure. I'm just being realistic. If Trump wins, I'll run against him in 2034 after he changes term limits. Wow, it's very brave of you. It's very brave of you to confront him in 2034. Let me go see if there's any other updates or factoids I got to throw at you guys. Former President Donald Trump just briefly spoke to supporters who are watching the election results roll in. Wearing his signature red tie and dark suit, Trump spoke to people gathered in one of the rooms at the beachside club while standing underneath a glittering chandelier and giant television screen. He's surrounded by donors, families, and friends, but also asking for constant updates from his campaign team. His running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, is there, as well as those responsible for the transition. I see. He didn't say anything about what he said. Harris was still very likely to speak tonight. Okay. Thank you, CNN. Georgia's Gwinnett County experiencing significant delays in reporting results due to adjudication software. Let's go check out where Gwinnett County is. Gwinnett County is... Gwinnett County. There's Clark County, which we still don't have data from, and that's something that's going to probably help Democrats. Where is Gwinnett County? I don't know where it is. There's Hancock County. Only have 17% of the vote in. So, don't know when this is going to get fixed, but we should see an increase there soon. Because everywhere else you can see it's 86, 83, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80. Except for here, it's 42. But then here, it's only 17. And you can see that Harris is ahead solidly here. Okay, so we got problems with Gwinnett County. Hopefully that'll be solved soon so we can get the votes from there. Any new updates? Exit poll. Initial CNN exit poll on Latino voters. This is important. And this is something that the Miami-Dade County was, I thought, slightly indicative of. But let's see. Harris currently carrying Latino voters by a narrower margin than Biden. Not good. Not good. This is exactly what I was worrying about when those Miami results came in. I said that the fact that Harris performed so poorly in Miami indicates to me just collapsing support bases amongst the Latino base there, and that seems to be translating into Latinos not just there. Latino voters are breaking for Vice President Harris over former President Donald Trump, but it's by a narrower margin than past Democratic candidates, according to the latest results from CNN's national exit poll. Those results currently show Harris taking slightly more than half of support among Latino voters nationally. In 2020, Biden won about 65% of support among Latino voters. Of slightly more than half, I mean, that could be like a 10% reduction in Latino support. I mean, that could end up actually being fatal for the campaign. If it's a close race and they lose by 10 to 20 to 30,000 votes in a state like Georgia, that unironically could be a deciding factor. The shift appears particularly stark amongst Latino men. The exit poll currently finds Trump taking 54% support amongst that group. Trump is leading amongst Latino men, which Biden won in 2020. Roughly 6 in 10 Latinas say they vote for Harris, which would be a downtick from the 7 in 10 who backed Biden 4 years ago. CNN exit polls for the 2024 election included interviews with thousands of voters, both those who cast a ballot on election day and those who voted earlier absentee. The scope makes them a powerful tool for understanding the demographic profile and political views of voters in this election. My goodness, not good. Not good for Harris. Okay. FBI engaged with states that receive bomb threats at election locations. Oh, that's also something. I forgot to say this. There were multiple bomb threats called in at polling locations, including multiple that the Georgia Secretary of State says was from the Russian Federation, meaning the Russians are calling bomb threats to disrupt our election process. Not good. Not good. No bueno. But I mean, look, these attacks on our democratic system are like nothing surprising from the Russians, nothing new from the Russians. It's just probably some of the most blatant attacks on it this time. So this is the live Iowa results as they come in. Yeah, it looks like Harris is ahead in Iowa. But I mean, look, the counties that have voted so far are very, 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 very likely to go for her anyway. Like, for example, like Polk County was likely to go for her. So we're going to have to wait to see how the rural counties come in, which I think are going to come heavily for Trump. I still think that, Trump's going to win Iowa. I still think Trump's going to win Iowa. I don't care what Seltzer's poll indicated a shift, but I don't know if it's going to be as decisive as the poll necessarily indicates. But if it at all translates into any of these blue wall states, then that could be positive for her. We got more data from New Hampshire. Lean D, 192,000 for Harris, 165,000 for Trump. Not good for Trump. Not good for Trump. And the counties that he's going to do the best in, you're already getting quite a lot reporting. We got some Trump supporters coming on in 10 minutes, by the way. So if you guys are interested in hearing the other perspective on this, hearing how Trump supporters are feeling right now, we're going to get that perspective in just a little bit. Just a little bit. Sorry, I'm changing the schedule because of some cancellations and non-cancellations. There we go. It's Jover if we lose Virginia. I don't think we're losing Virginia. I don't think it's likely we lose Virginia. I mean, we're below in Virginia, but the areas that have yet to vote, a lot of them are still Democrat. Like Richmond. Richmond is very, 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 very pro-Democrat. We only have 18% of the vote in Richmond. So I think that once those votes come in, I think we're going to win Virginia. I think we're going to win New Hampshire, and it's going to come down to the exact states that we all thought it was going to come down to, Pennsylvania and the blue wall states, which so far, nothing's looking too bad. It's all looking very close. It's all looking very close for comfort. In Milwaukee County and these other places where we need good margins. I wish the margins were better. Richmond is federal government employee city. Exactly. Richmond is where the CIA agents go leave all their families. Of course they're going to vote for Harris. Of course they're going to vote for the institutionalists. Okay? The feds understand who butters their bread. Thank you very much. Is Cruz going to lose his seat? You know, now that you asked about it. By the way, I got an update from the Harris campaign headquarters. Apparently, they're still pretty upbeat over there. They're still pretty happy. They're still pretty excited. So, Trump wins Louisiana. But I think we already have Louisiana marked down. Let me check. Yeah, we already have Louisiana marked down. So, I mean, big surprise. Trump wins Louisiana. PA looks very similar to Virginia at the moment. Nah, I think no. Virginia, the path to victory is much clearer than Pennsylvania. the path to victory in Pennsylvania and Virginia is very, I think, much clearer, and I think almost certain. I'm not gonna say for sure certain, but like where the votes still have to come from in Richmond and otherwise, the margins are very good for Democrats. There are some rural communities where votes still need to come in for the Republicans, like in Russell County, but it's mostly going to be coming in through blue areas. Mostly going to be coming through blue areas. So, yeah, I think Virginia is going blue. New Hampshire is going blue. And Pennsylvania, still as toss-up ever. My goodness. To the buzzer, it's going to be like this tonight, huh? To the buzzer. It's going to be a long election week. Should we even call it election day anymore? I mean, if it's going to be like 3-4 days before you know who the president is, it's election week. I don't know what else you call it. AP News also shows a map of uncounted votes. Pretty nice. Oh, snap. Let's bring up the AP News map. When do you guys want to take a break and we'll watch the Tim Pool Sam Cedar debate? Because that is scheduled for today. I don't know when we're going to be doing that. So it looks like Pennsylvania, they have Harris, yeah, slightly ahead. But you said it shows them like the uncounted votes? I don't see that. I mean, I see like there's states that's grayed out, but all these are blue. If you click on a state, it shows the uncounted votes. Okay. Then let's check out Virginia first. Okay. Uncounted is largely in Fairfax. Oh my God, it's over. No, I'm not even. Nah, okay, as a DMVer, I have to be. It's over. I'm looking at the Richmond, Norfolk, and Fairfax. Are you kidding me? Nah, okay, I'm from the area. I'm calling this. I'm calling. I'll be the first one to do it. You can call it bold. You can call it what it is. Virginia's going blue. If Fairfax is who we're waiting on, if we're waiting on CIA City, we're waiting on CIA City. Okay, who do you guys think the CIA agents are going to break for? Who do you guys think that the government employees that Vivek Ramaswamy is talking about cutting like half of them, firing half of them? We're going to have RFK running Health and Human Services. Do you think those employees actually want RFK to run their lives? No. Could you imagine RFK as your boss? And the odds of the stakes of this election is having the guy who wants to take the fluoride out of the water being the man who decides if you get to put food on your table every night. Yeah, no. Virginia is blue. Blue, baby blue. No red wave today. Sorry, cat turd. Not happening. Woo! Woohoo! First victory. First real victory for the Democrats of the night. Virginia's blue. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Virginia's blue, Virginia's blue. But I mean, like, just look at this. There's no way. You got Fairfax, which is going to go 100% blue. You got Richmond, which is going to go 100% blue. And you got Norfolk, which is going to go 100% blue. I mean, like, you got some rural, like, Bedford. Wait, actually, even Bedford is. You get, like, Bedford County. Like, you could get some red votes here. But no, it's overwhelming. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm calling it Virginia's blue. The first one to call it. Let's hope I don't make a fool of myself. Now that we've called Virginia, let's go to the other states. I want to see New Hampshire. Let's go check out New Hampshire data. So right now, the data for New Hampshire has it 208,000 for Harris and 179,000 for Trump. It's close, but it's not as close currently at 48% of the vote counted as the Republican internal polling had it, which was like a point or 2 points within. Let's check. Let's see. So the areas that haven't voted, you've got south of Manchester, which is largely blue areas down here. Okay. Then you've got this rural area here, which is more Republican. Then you've got on the right here an area that's more blue. Concord has already, I think, completely voted, which I think was, strong Democrat stronghold. It's leaning blue. It's leaning blue. I still think it's leaning blue. We're not for sure, but if current trends continue, and unless the area south of Manchester or to the east of the state, the southern east, unless those change drastically from the current vote totals we're getting reported currently at 55% and 62% having Harris in the lead, then it looks like Harris is going to win New Hampshire on the current pathway that they're on, with 48% reporting. So it looks like, for me, I would say that New Hampshire is likely Harris. Likely Harris at this point. I'm not going to say it's been... I already decided Virginia, okay? I know the DMV, the DC, Maryland, Virginia area enough to call that, but New Hampshire is still in the air. I'm getting new data. Oh, we have a guest that we have to bring on. We have guests, chat, guests. Join my Discord chat. Yes. Sorry. Didn't get back sooner. We got guests. We got guests. And as these guests get in, 1 second. Join. As these guests get in, let's see if we can break down the data in Pennsylvania. Because we got now, I think, 43% of the vote in Pennsylvania. It's coming in. Data from Pennsylvania is coming in. What about Georgia? We're still at 77 for Georgia. We're at 55% for North Carolina. It's still close to North Carolina with 100,000 votes separating it. Pennsylvania. Let's go check out Pennsylvania. Oh my God. The current vote divide is 10,000 votes. 10,000 votes. Montana has just been called for Donald Trump, by the way, which is not a surprise. Not a surprise whatsoever. But here he is. Oh, we got 3 guests right now. Let me bring you guys on. Oh my God. Look at that. We got 3 guests. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Welcome to your own
Hey
stream.
guys, how are you?
Hello, everybody.
Hold on 1 second here. Let me throw on my little camera here. Hey, how are you doing today?
I am doing
I'm trying to switch cameras around.
Yeah, I'm trying to switch cameras around too. 1 second. I got like 2 cameras. I got one for my in-house electoral college map that I'm coloring in. I just called Virginia, by the way. I don't know, I'm being a little bold, but I'm calling Virginia for I believe it
Harris.
though. I call it for I call it for Jill Stein. No, yeah, I call it for Harris.
I mean, because Trump is ahead in Virginia, so I thought you were saying I'm giving up on the election. I'm calling it for Trump.
No, I'm calling it for Harris. I can explain my logic.
I would have called it for Harris before the election started. I think they're counting mail-ins late, and Virginia's going to go firmly to Harris. I don't think Trump has a shot.
Well, I mean, I can explain my logic easy. 1 second. Let me just bring up my electoral college map. here. Look at that. I have an in-house map. Isn't that cute? Isn't it cute?
Beautiful.
That is cute.
It's more like an
Thank you.
in-bunker map. But
It is. I am in my Kyiv bunker studio. But okay, so
Yeah.
I already colored in Virginia. Here's the reason. The areas in Virginia that have not voted yet are areas like Fairfax. Now, I'm from the Maryland area. I grew up around Washington, D.C. Fairfax is where all the CIA agents and federal employees live. Okay?
Yeah.
So, do you guys think that these people working in the Health and Human Services Department want RFK to be their boss? Or do you think they don't want them to be their boss?
Listen, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, true.
The only thing I'm genuinely concerned about the Trump presidency, not because the democracy stuff isn't important, but because I don't think it's likely that he's able to do anything in that regard. I still don't think he puts RFK actually in charge of anything material, but if he did, I would be with Democrats rioting in the streets with seed oils in my hands, saying, "You fucking
Trump said
these are not
yesterday
poison."
that he agreed with his plan to take the fluoride out of the water. And like, let's
but
say
it's not happening, dude.
let's say it's not happening. Let's say it's not.
It's
happening.
a local policy.
Him endorsing that. But if that's the case, okay, but that's even scarier then, because if it is a local policy, not national, then it would be crazy if he came out and nationally made the decision against everybody saying, "Don't do it, take the fluoride out of the water." The president of the United States saying it would be a good idea, and then localities saying, yes, sir, Mr. President, Mr. Commander, we believe in you, Trump. And them going off and doing it, I could see that 100%.
I'm sure some localities will do it, but it's one of those things where we have to remember the rest of the
wait. You just said you don't see it. You just said you don't see it, and then you said I could see some localities doing it.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, I don't see Trump having an impact that makes a ton of localities do this. Some might, but the rest of the world will continue to spin.
Yeah,
and we're going to then have comparative
I
data.
agree. Yeah, that's a good point. It'll just be all the hick
fluoride
children.
battle has been won.
It'll just be all the hick children that drink all the dirty water. We don't.
Well, we do know there's one thing that RFK Jr.
isn't. To clarify, fluoride isn't a water cleanser. It's just to help your dental health. That's all it's in there for.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was as well.
Well, that too, and make the frogs gay, notably. Which, dude, are you ready to deal with all the frogs we're gonna have if they stop being gay? This is what the world is like with gay frogs. How many frogs do you think there's going to be when they're all straight?
If there's one thing we know that RFK Jr. is going to do, it's a national abortion ban. We already know that. Don't forget about that.
Wait, guys.
He came out about
Big
that, right?
surprise. Montana's going red. Okay.
Did they update anything,
shot?
Dylan,
No,
on the Senate race there? Did they update anything on the Senate race there?
The Senate race is one. I know my family in Montana. They have said what happens in Montana is people say, fucking, who's the Republican? That's who I'm voting for. They don't know who either of the guys are. They don't know that the Democrat is genuinely a better human being, but they just are like, who's the Republican we're voting for?
He's won before. John Tester's won in Montana before. It's not impossible for him to win. Plus, even though I think he's going to lose, one second, I'm getting more data. What was just... Utah was also just called. Thank you. I have a silent co-host.
All these Democrat strongholds that Trump is taking. All the Mormons, dude.
It's over with, dude. What are we gonna do?
Democrats lost the Mormon vote. What are you guys doing?
I really thought I heard that though the Mormon vote's not as strong for Trump this year as it was previous years though.
I think most religious vote is probably going to get pulled back because I think Democrats have been less hostile toward religious people and Republicans have been less conciliatory toward religious people.
Yes, the abortion thing I think was really. I saw some weird protest votes against abortion because they're like saying Trump's a baby killer now.
So that's actually interesting, Dylan, because one of the things we were just talking about earlier is that everything you would expect has been flipped up on its head, and what we're seeing this election has actually been, for all intents and purposes, just a normal election with a higher turnout. For example, you would think that in Florida, where there's a lot of elderly people who would turn out, for example, for the abortion rights amendment that was put in place or put on the ballot in Florida, you would expect a lot of the older women in that particular state, Democrats especially, to turn out in droves to oppose that amendment. But that amendment was actually turned down.
It was turned down. Yep.
And in fact, we saw less turnout from Democrats. We saw an increased turnout, however, for Republicans in Florida. And we saw this similar or the opposite happen in New York, where there was a record Democrat turnout, or on track to be a record Democrat turnout. And there seems to be a less turnout for Republicans. What does that sound like? It sounds like the typical election year where it's, hey, I'm a Democrat in a Republican state. I'm not going to turn out because there's no point in me turning out. I'm a Republican in a New York state. My vote doesn't mean jack crap. So that's what we're seeing here, is that Republicans, it's just another normal election, essentially. What happened?
Trump is ahead in the count in Pennsylvania now. He just jumped about a 20,000 vote lead in 3% of reporting. Yeah.
I wonder where that
So remember what I said about all those gray counties being red counties? All but 3 of those gray counties have now started.
Yeah,
counting.
but I'm looking right now around Philadelphia, who's still at like 11%,
Yeah, this is what I
27%.
wanted to say. The big
Well,
thing,
yeah,
I was
Philly
just
and
looking,
Pitt are going to be blue. But
here's a good thing to use. Somebody recommended this early. Look, use the AP count. AP will not only tell you like what areas have voted, it'll also show you the counties that have yet to have their data come in, and you can see that in Pennsylvania. I won't bring it up on this thing right now, but in Philadelphia and around the urban centers, there's still a lot of the vote that hasn't been reported. In fact, Philadelphia, I think, is only 17 or 18 or something right now.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Decision Desk because ICO Rich pointed me toward them, and they do direct computational comparisons between every individual county and last election, how those counties started to vote, depending on which areas had reported and all that, and they calculate like a percentage win chance. They have Trump at 69.4% chance to win this race right now. Decision Desk, and they work with the Hill. So if they have any lean, it's a leftward lean.
They're I don't know about that. I don't know. The Hill's weird because they're like kind of like anti-establishment. I feel like
the Hill is leftward leaning,
and it's also it changes. But right now, I mean, if you look at like the New York Times, for example, they're saying that it's leaning towards Trump, right? But that's based on current results of what has currently come in, so it can easily change.
Well, this is a computational comparison, right? They're automating a comparison between this election and the last election. I'm not making any declarative statements. I still think more conversations should be about getting people jacked for local politics. Because guess what? If you can get people to turn out for local politics, they're not going to leave President fucking blank. That's what I like about Dylan specifically. I'll jerk you off. Is before you started the Ukraine shit. Not shit. That sounded derogatory. But before you started the Ukraine journey, you were pretty. I heard you talk about Maryland local politics more than I heard any other person on Twitch talk about local politics at all. And I think that's what gets people to vote, is point their attention toward the votes where their vote counts a lot, and they're more likely to just go to the ballot at all. You really don't have to work that hard to win their vote for your presidential candidate in a lot of these states. What you need to work hard to do is get them outside of their fucking house to vote.
Yeah, that's what I say all the time too. Like in general, when we talk about like third party and stuff like that, if you really want to have like an actual viable third party, you got to start at the local level and work your way up. That's just like groundwork.
I can't make this up. Arizona right now is literally a dead tie. 621. Well, I say dead tie. It might as well be 621.
You're right. Yeah, 40 vote difference.
There's a 40 vote difference.
Well, Phoenix and suburban Phoenix are the only 2 places that have reported.
But but to be fair,
wait, I'm showing 33% in.
All the people out
Kamala's
in the
up.
deep. I mean, I don't know if they have a lot of people down in the countryside of Arizona that's going to be coming in to the polls.
the desert side of Arizona.
Yeah, the desert side. You're going to have all the desert people come out. All the red Americans. The truly red Americans.
Phoenix,
red like the desert.
The rattlesnakes coming out, right?
Oh, I thought you meant red Americans like the natives.
No, our moon people. They're who live in the deserts in Arizona with scales.
Yeah.
This voter turnout looks low too. Am I misreading this?
Because they haven't reported much.
But there's one.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying like in general, you can look at projections and stuff like that. It looks like they're projecting way lower than normal.
Phoenix isn't fully counted though.
Yeah, no. Hey, I will say it looks like based on Phoenix at 54%, they're at 5. Their total vote count for all of them is about 1 million, right? But in 2020, they got total count was 2 million in Maricopa County. Something else to keep in mind is that Tucson has not been counted. Oh, we're getting more votes in from Arizona.
I think Virginia just got called.
Hey, I was right to call it
Yeah, they
early.
did.
Let's
go, Dylan.
Decision Desk's projections are calling it. I don't think they're ready to call it yet, but AP will probably call it soon then, because they're at a dead tie, and I
By
think
the way,
all the
didn't
votes are
Decision
about to
Desk
get
have
counted.
Hillary 85% likely to win before the race?
Before the
Right.
race, but we're looking during the race.
Something I want to. Something.
Also,
something
polling. Ico Rich, shout out. He told me, he's like, be ready for polling to be a lot more accurate this year. He was right, bro. Especially Senate races. Ted Cruz's 4% lead right now is identical to exactly what fucking Atlas had him at. And Atlas is like the biggest pollster, like the biggest sample size pollster, who was the most accurate in 2020. They've gotten even more accurate, it seems, this year.
Yeah, I want to mention too that in Pima County, whereas Tucson, Arizona, they have not gotten any votes in, and that was a county that was won pretty handedly by Biden. So keep in mind that Arizona is still still got some room to go.
And you have Flagstaff up north. It looks like they just started counting the votes near Flagstaff, and now Arizona is technically blue in total count right now. So Arizona is just like, I don't
bunch of
bother.
fucking hippies.
I
A
think
bunch of
Arizona's
people.
It's at least, honestly, I think it's probably going to be the one who's going to be least competitive in tonight. Arizona is like internal
I
polling
agree.
is the worst.
I have a bunch
agree.
of buddies that live there. I know it's anecdotal, but like I have a
Did I
bunch of
show
buddies
you my
and
map,
buddies, and they're
Dylan?
just like it's completely Trump County there ever since like after.
No, I
2020.
didn't. You want to my map for anybody who's curious? I'll just quickly state it. I think the same that was the easiest path for Biden is the easiest path for Harris. Blue wall states 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, 2nd District, 270. It's not the victory we want, but it might be the victory we get.
So Rust Belt won in Nebraska.
Dude, I get super nervous with that though. With this, with
So
that close.
my map, fucking Rampage has seen it. My map is, I don't think I posted it on Twitter. My map is Trump getting Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, and New Mexico. Or not New Mexico, sorry.
What about
I was
North
looking at
Carolina?
New Mexico's count. I think it
it was
gets North.
Michigan,
That's
wasn't
what
it?
I meant. North Carolina, and I think Michigan could go either way. My map does have him barely edging out Michigan as well.
I say that it's going to look nearly identical.
302 Trump.
I say it's going to look nearly identical to 2020, with the exception that Trump may take Georgia. In all likelihood, it looks
Georgia.
like that's where it's heading. So I think we're going to see basically a very, very identical map to. Yeah, I mean, they're even saying.
I mean,
Iowa
we'll
is
have to
very
see,
likely
man.
to win.
We'll have to see. I know that like we have some gray, like random rural Georgia here, but I mean, the Atlanta area is still like 68% in. 80. I mean, 87 is decent amount.
Georgia's
I
probably
do
going
think. I
Trump,
do
man.
think that. I do think that it's going Trump as well. I'm not going to say that, but we still have 17% over here of a suburb of Atlanta. There.
Now this
I mean,
late vote is
but we'll have to
cutting
see.
into this late vote is cutting into Trump's lead, but a lot of the there are 4 counties that have not started putting in data yet, and 3 of the 4 of them are red counties. And what we've seen consistently, it seems like in every state, are these rural red counties where nobody fucking votes ever. People are
Yeah, they're
starting to
coming out.
vote. So
Yeah, that's what we were
Kamala
looking
is
at right
now,
before
when
this,
we
yep.
looked at 68% reporting, Kamala was behind 230,000 votes. At 78% reporting, she was down 240,000 votes. But now, at 82% reporting, she's down 200,000 votes. So it does look like she's going to
gaining
make it
lane.
close.
She's
going to make it close. I still think Trump's going to get Georgia. I'm comfortable in my.
I think it's either going to get Georgia. But wait, let me give you a second. She polled technically better in North Carolina than Georgia did this time around.
Yeah.
She pulled better, and
Yeah.
I gave my prediction, because people were asking me like, put a
Because
bet on
East
this for
Coasters
money.
are subhuman.
I mean, I understand that, a higher level of evolution. When tribesmen see it's like space alien come down mutated, to them they look disgusting, but they're actually the highest level of evolution. Look, my electoral map had Harris losing Georgia, but winning North Carolina, and I know that's hopeful, but it's if I was to get it, it would be something.
I had them even. I had them about even. I thought whoever gets one probably gets the other, in my opinion. So I'm not too far off of you where I thought that North Carolina could be in play for Kamala. I just thought if she won North Carolina, she probably also won Georgia.
Something I do want to note is that in North Carolina, and I keep going back to this, she has done exceedingly well in Asheville, North Carolina. I've been harping on this, but I think it's super important to understand kind of the sentiment and how they feel that they were handled during the hurricane response. And it looks like Kamala Harris is up currently with 95% votes in. She's up 62-37, and in comparison to 2020, Joe Biden was up 59-38. So she's seen a 3 percentage point increase.
I think that's a recency bias. Asheville, for those who know the area, is Portland of fucking North Carolina. I think, honestly, Roe v. Wade was enough to get Ashevilleans out in a larger force because they're very fucking progressive in Asheville. Asheville is hippie land.
I thought Asheville was like, because I'm from Chicago, I thought Asheville was kind of like our Michigan City, Indiana, where like you just get like a lake house there and you go from Charlotte over to
Nobody
there.
knows
Like
what either of
an hour
those
and a half,
cities
2 hours.
are. Okay.
Okay,
It's the Portland of
fuck off.
North Carolina. Nobody
It's
cares
where you
about
buy a lake
Illinois
house. It's where you go and
or
buy a lake
Michigan.
house, okay? That's where you go and buy a
nobody
lake house in
cares about
Asheville,
the
North
North.
Carolina.
Yeah. No, but not no. North Carolina, Asheville is literally like it is Portland of Oregon, but not as high population. So while Portland and surrounding areas can literally move the entire state of Oregon blue, there's not enough population in Asheville to do that. But it's very similar in the sense that in North Carolina is a red state with a blue iris that is just Asheville and the surrounding areas essentially, and Wilmington on the coast.
Yeah, this is really interesting too. As I'm looking at some of this stuff, there's no real surprises in North Carolina.
Polling's been really good this year. If you look at
It's
polls
not even
that throw you the sort of typical signs of a good poll. So high sample sizes, generally good reputation and accuracy last year. Those pollsters, Atlas specifically, has been really great.
I'm not even mentioning it, and then the fact of like the polls. Like I am literally looking at the 2020 map of all the counties that Democrats won, and it literally looks almost nearly identical to 2020. In fact, I don't see any one county that looks like it was flipped from Republican to Democrat or Democrat to Republican. To be quite frank with you,
honestly,
funny enough, you're going to see that change more in hard blue states because I know here in California that Democrats are losing a seat largely because of a strategy issue of Katie Porter thinking that California would ever allow someone not from San Francisco to win a Senate seat. But what's up?
I'm looking. We just got more votes in Pennsylvania. I think we're at like 50%. We have 52% now. Trump's ahead 2%. But the areas that are left to vote, like there are some rural, are very, very blue. There are rural communities here, but
what
they need to make
Dylan,
up.
I'm sorry.
Pennsylvania, she needs to make up less than 100,000 votes. The difference right now is 1.844 to 1.775, and 52% counting. And the areas that have most to vote is around Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Allentown. Now, there are like some areas in rural. I think there's like Luzerne County that has some like rural population, 57% reporting. They can pick up 10,000 there, 10,000 there, try to drag it out. But it's going to be a razor thin margin. We're talking about this race is going to be decided by a couple, like 10 to 20,000 votes.
And that's what I said. That's what I said to people because I show people my map. My map is 302 Trump, and they're like, "Oh, so you think it's a Trump blowout?" I'm like, "Not at all. It's going to be the most painstaking fucking 302 delegates anybody's ever won if my map happens." Because Michigan, if Trump wins Michigan the way that my map has it, he wins that shit by 10, 20,000 votes, maybe. I think. Pennsylvania, I think you would win by like 30,000. So
you're going to apologize to me if my map is 100% correct then?
Your map's not going to be 100% correct because you're fucking wrong, dude. I told you.
What happened?
My map.
My map was she loses Nevada, she loses Arizona, she loses Georgia, she loses North Carolina, but she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
I don't see it.
270 to 268.
Imagine she loses Michigan, but then picks up Nevada and Arizona to win it anyway.
That would be awesome.
So that's the thing. That's the thing about Arizona right now. As I'm looking at it, Tucson has reported in 52% of their votes. Maricopa County is reporting 54%, and Coconino County has reported 64% of their votes in all blue areas. And right now, it is a dead heat again. Harris is up.
Maricopa County was super dead heat last time, wasn't it? Right?
Let's not talk about dead heats in a place that hasn't even reported 50% of their vote. There is one thing.
We're talking about Arizona too. But no pun intended, right? No pun intended.
I do need to do one thing.
One last thing. When are we going to call New Hampshire? Because I know the Republicans were really hopeful about it. They're really hopeful about it. They really thought they were going to take it. But
if they thought they were getting New Hampshire, they're dumb, and I'll tell you one reason why. Nikki Haley won the primary in New Hampshire. They fucking hate Trump in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
You know what?
Also, Dylan, just so that you know, too, on the
Republicans in New Hampshire hate
DD
Trump.
here that I'm looking at, it has Kamala with the W here on my end.
Already in New
But
Hampshire.
He's pulling it back to the general conversation, not New Hampshire.
Gotcha.
But she wins New Hampshire, I think, in everybody's map. Because anybody who thought New Hampshire was in play only follows Charlie Kirk on Twitter as Republicans go, because they have no idea that there are other Republicans.
But the thing is, even in their internal polling, they were down like 2 points, but they were being so hopeful about it, and they were putting some late money into New Hampshire.
It's ridiculous. I mean, New Hampshire Republicans hate Donald Trump.
Get this, actually, this is really interesting. Kamala Harris is up 52 to 47. I'm not even kidding you. In 2020, it was 52 to 45. I'm telling you guys, I'm having deja vu of 2020.
It's pretty similar.
This is
one thing I do want to do for Dylan specifically, and this won't matter to your chat because I don't think you were streaming when it happened. I have to concede because I promised you I would look for any statements made by Trump or Vance on their prospective Ukraine deal. And you were right, and I was wrong. They had very clearly outlined that they are open to Ukrainians losing land in a deal with Russia. They have not been very ambiguous about it as of the last couple weeks. And I was wrong about that, and I want to concede that publicly because Dylan and I went for 2 hours probably on a Ukraine conversation with Trump and Vance, and I owe it to Dylan to concede and admit I do not like that. As someone where Ukraine is pretty high on my list of issues, that is something that I think Republicans need to, if Trump wins, Republicans need to immediately start by pressuring him to be the big dick bandit he claims he is and enforce his will on fucking Russia, who is losing this conflict if you consider where they thought they'd be versus where they are now.
Hey, can I also mention too that on Arizona, a little note that the New York Times put in is that officials in Maricopa County said full tabulation could take 10 to 13 days.
Yeah,
So-
Arizona and Nevada fucking suck. Nevada especially. By the way, all the Democrats in Dylan's chat are going to be like, that sounds totally normal to me, because they're going to have a thumb up their ass. Nevada decided, their Supreme Court decided that it is okay for a ballot that is not postmarked, so you have no idea when it was sent, to show up to 3 days after the election. So fucking Friday, you can have a ballot mailed in that is not postmarked by the election, and they have to count it. That's insane.
Yeah, that does seem kind of wild. Wait, what was the rationale for it? Do you know?
Just their rationale was that the Nevada law. I mean, they're the Supreme Court, so all they decide is whether Nevada law allows for it. The rationale is they think increasing voter access means making your election a fucking mess. They're 50th in voter integrity based on the election integrity scorecard from Heritage, which again uses very objective metrics. I know Heritage, you guys hate them because Project 2025 is the new evil of Democrats, but if you look at their scorecard, it makes total sense why they pick the criteria they do. And Nevada is 50th on election integrity.
Wait, no. So I'm reading this about the Nevada Supreme Court. It says here the Nevada Supreme Court upheld a lower court's ruling Monday allowing mail-in ballots without postmarks received by election day, so they can't be received after election day.
I saw 72 hours after election day, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
It says here, if a voter properly and timely casts their votes by mailing their ballot before or on the day of the election and through a post office omission, the ballot is not postmarked, it would go against public policy to discount their properly cast vote. Rejecting timely mail ballots because of postal service omission cuts against strong public interest and exercising the right to vote, blah, 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 blah. So it sounds like
I'm seeing here a lot of these headlines are saying can be counted within 3 days of the election. I'm seeing it on a bunch of these articles.
Let me see.
But maybe they're saying it can be counted within 3 days.
Correct.
But
that's what they're trying to say.
But I'll check.
Let me quickly throw out there. This is my problem with the Trump position on Ukraine. And me and Jeb went at it for 3 hours after the hippy dippy.
Long time.
Just going over why I think Trump is the riskiest bet for Ukraine, and he thinks that it's a safer bet. Now look, let me just lay out my position very succinctly. Number one, Trump himself has undercut aid to Ukraine as it was being sent and cost people lives. It wasn't just him, it was also complicity from members of his party, which make it hard for me to believe that that same party is going to hold him to account when he's not only the face of the party, but he's also the president of the United States. This led to the loss of Avdiivka and the loss of a lot of lives. And so if he's willing to undercut Ukraine's leverage in advance of him being president of the United States, when if he wanted to negotiate for the best deal, it'd be the best for them to have the most weapons, the most leverage possible, then it leads me to believe that it's not a priority them having that leverage. It's not a priority them having that destructive capacity, which is then going to undercut them in negotiations. Trump's already said that he's going to remove the sanctions from Russia. And he says that's part of his economic philosophy. So he's going to put tariffs on the world in order to make sure that American consumers lose their consuming capacity, while also removing the sanctions on the Russians that is adding economic pressure at the same time where the Ukrainians want more economic pressure on them to, again, reinforce their leverage. And so he's undercutting aid in advance of being president. He's saying he's going to remove the sanctions. He says he's going to end it within 24 hours. He's having private phone calls with Vladimir Putin, over 7, according to Bob Woodward, sending him COVID machines to help keep him alive. I want him to not be alive, personally. I would like the other end of that spectrum. And
I think you would agree that's fair, though.
And then,
I think
putting
you
all
agree
that aside,
fair diplomacy.
let's just say Trump goes in there and croaks and dies, which is much more likely than people would probably suggest. He's the oldest nominee in American history. And if J.D. Vance is president, he's going to be the worst option on Ukraine. He's the most anti-Ukraine senator in the Senate. He's voting against every single support package.
Yeah. So, and no, my concession was me saying I agree with you. Trump is probably a riskier bet specifically for Ukraine. Their doghouse was like, well, I'm surprised you were hoping for Trump to croak. I told Rampage a long time ago, my master plan was for Trump to have like Nikki Haley or Tim Scott or some actual conservative. I didn't want him to pick Ron DeSantis because I wanted Ron DeSantis to stay the governor. I wanted him to pick an actual conservative as his VP. And then fucking croak so that person became the president.
Yeah,
but no, I agree.
He said croak or either bow out like Nixon did so that they can pardon him and let the other person, take hold.
Yeah, one thing I do want to clarify, I have seen USA Today reported, they confirmed. So the way it works is if the date of postmark cannot be determined, ballots received by 5 p.m. 3 days after Election Day shall be deemed to have been postmarked on or before the day of election. So you're right. They upheld a law that said ballots received by the day of the election must be counted. But their interpretation of that law is if the postmark is not there or it is illegible and the ballot gets there by 3 days after the election, they're just going to assume it complies with that law. So they're saying as long as they receive it by Friday, they're going to assume that it was mailed by election day. And so they are going to be counting if this election comes down to fucking
Has anybody here mailed in before? Have anybody mailed in here before? I've never mailed in a ballot.
I've not, but my family does because I'm from like a military family. They mail in all the time.
Okay, so how would something be like illegible for the dates?
Some people don't postmark them. Sometimes the postmark gets rubbed off. It just depends. They're saying if there's no postmarking on it, though, they will assume that it is.
And the postmarking, I assume, comes from the actual post office or whatever carrier you use, right? For like mailing it in. Obviously, you have to go somewhere.
So.
I always just vote in person, but so this wouldn't be on the voter side. This would be more on the actual state side, correct? For the bad postmarking.
And the election, like Aiko said in the chat, likely won't come down to Nevada. But let's just all agree. Why? Why do we play these games? 83% of the United States wants voter ID. I think probably 50% of the United States will say maybe we should probably reserve mail-in voting for the retired and overseas military. And our benefit of doing that would be that we know the result of every election the day of the election. And there would be very little room for any party to cry foul if the election didn't go their way. I feel like everybody wins in that scenario.
I had an interesting situation actually when I voted this morning. And again, I'm in a blue state, but I like walked in obviously to my thing, and then they asked for like my name. I said, "Oh, do you need to see my ID?" Because I actually just just whatever. I don't give a shit. Here's my ID, right? And then the guy's like, yeah, I need to see your ID. And the person next to him's like, no, we do not need to see your ID. We just need your first and last name. And like, she like freaked out at the guy. And I
okay,
just,
wait. Sorry to interrupt, but in the next few minutes or very soon, 32,000 votes from Gwinnett County, which has seen problems with its like machines and trying to like count the votes. It's one of the few like pretty pro-Harris places left in Georgia that haven't been counted. We're gonna get that very soon, so that means we're probably gonna be able to choose.
Oh, that's the other thing, though. Dylan,
we're gonna know
you
soon.
heard what happened in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, 3 deep red counties had issues with their voting machines this morning. So there might be a big chunk of red votes waiting till right at the end, because they said in those counties, voting got pushed all the way to 10 p.m. in Pennsylvania. So it just ended 30 minutes ago in those deep red Pennsylvania counties.
Georgia's done.
And DGHQ. DGHQ just announced or basically said that they're giving it to Trump for Georgia.
Georgia's done. I'm fine with saying Georgia's done.
Wait,
it looks
wait,
like
we also.
I wouldn't mark it yet. I wouldn't mark it yet.
Wait, give me a second. Give me a second. Wait. Okay, Iowa's done. Let me finish. Iowa's done. I am announcing Iowa's red. That insults poll. Apparently that was off. Because not only is it red, but it's not even that particularly close.
It's like 10% right now.
Maybe it'll be a larger, smaller margin as more votes come in. Because if Trump wins by like 5 points, that enough should be a warning sign for him. But as of right now, I don't see any pathway for Harris and victory in Iowa. That is going red. These are not 2008 Obama numbers.
And this is what I was saying, guys. If you're in a deep red state or a deep blue state, and you're a Republican voter like me who really doesn't like Trump, vote a third party so that Trump gets those wake-up calls, that he gets that 3 to 5% margin in Iowa, so that he gets that California voting 80% Democrat instead of 70. Like, give the Republican Party those wake-up calls that when you're picking a nominee to really put your money behind in the next primary, don't just throw it behind J.D. Vance. Maybe ride that momentum Nikki Haley had in 2024, like make those statement fucking votes. Don't just vote for Trump because you want to fuck the libs when you know he's going to win or lose in your state anyway. Vote for Chase, vote for Jill, vote for someone who isn't them.
Iowa's going to get called probably within the next few minutes. I'm looking at like some of their bigger population density, populations areas. Polk County, for example, has 95% of votes in. For reference, in 2020, Biden got 146,000. So far, she has 136,000, and Cedar Rapids is not looking any bit better.
What did Trump have in Polk County?
Hillary Clinton, if we remember, was just chilling in Cedar Rapids. It does not seem that Kamala is just chilling in Cedar Rapids.
So Trump is overperforming in Polk County by 2,000 votes. Kamala Harris is underperforming. This is something we were seeing time and time again. I don't like to say it, but it's something that I'm going to live in reality and look at the data, is that I'm seeing time and time again that in these red states, Kamala Harris is underperforming and Donald Trump is overperforming in these deep red states. But
Trump is now ahead, by the way, in absolute voting in every Rust Belt state right now.
And I see right here the odds of him winning too overall the presidential election. It just increased a little bit as well. So
to what, like 71 or what?
71.5. Yep.
That's the highest it's been all day.
That is true. But I will also say we still have a lot of data still to come from the blue wall states, specifically from city areas. It's going to be a question of turnout. This whole race is a question of turnout. It's not. I don't think it's a race of like convincing people necessarily. Like I just realized I don't like Trump. I just realized I've loved Harris. It's a question of turning out the base and being able to. The only way to victory in Georgia was turning out the base. The same people that they turned out in 2020. The same thing.
And to clarify, that's been Doghouse's point. Doghouse has been on that. He's been saying it's last election plus, and whoever can get a bigger plus next to their last election numbers and counties is going to win.
Yeah, that's what's playing out. Looking at every single one of these, and it's so interesting to me because in deep red states, Trump is overperforming. In deep blue states, Kamala is overperforming. So it's kind of one of this weird tale, and it looks to me, if I had to bet, it has nothing to do with the ballot none of the measures. I don't know how all the other abortion measures are doing. That's something I'll look into right now to see, because I know there's a couple of different abortion measures on certain ballots. But right now, it looks like we're watching 2020 unfold right before our very eyes, minus Georgia. I think
Honestly, Georgia. It's likely it's going to be closer than 2020. It's probably.
I agree.
It might very well be.
Electorally, I don't think so, but voting wise,
I think it will. Honestly, I think it might be closer in the electoral college, because I could see Harris picking up a state like Nevada and then losing.
No, because Biden won Nevada, won Arizona, won Georgia, won Pennsylvania, won Michigan, won Wisconsin.
Yeah, but I'm saying
he won all those.
I could see a race where Harris wins these 3 states, wins Pennsylvania, then wins just Nevada, takes the presidency while Trump overperforms in the red states.
No, I'm saying the electoral. No, what I'm saying is it wouldn't be closer in the electoral college because Biden already is outperforming her electoral college wise.
But I do want to jump
Georgia.
Well, yeah, but that means it would be closer electoral college wise if she won by 276 compared to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes, I'm sorry. I was thinking the opposite what you were saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No worries.
So I want to jump into something because we only
Can
get
I use
an
the
hour
bathroom? Yeah. Well, you might be able to stay a little bit longer. Let me
ahead.
go use the bathroom quick. You guys take over, okay?
Okay. Well, and I can have this conversation sans Dylan, and then he can add to it once he comes in. But I want to have a conversation I don't think anyone else is going to try to have, because it's either going to be Republicans gloating that they're going to win the election and Democrats gloating that they're going to win the election. What I want to do is I want to immediately concede, if Kamala wins the election, a few things that I would like to work with Democrats to move Kamala on to make it a more amicable situation for me, which is I would like to work with Democrats to maybe have her be less aggressive on gun control, maybe have her consider more supply-side economic intervention instead of demand-side intervention, and to leave alone any federal codification of abortion. Okay.
On that
but
note,
what I want to hear from you guys is if Trump wins, what do you think we should all come together in to move Trump on?
I've got you. So I want to mention
Ukraine
this real quick
foreign
before
policy.
we move. Yeah, before we move on to that, I want to talk about the abortion measures. So there's a few different abortion measures that are on the ballot, and in Montana, they have maintained these measures would enshrine the right to abortion in a state's constitution. In Montana, despite them being solidly red, they voted yes. So that's an interesting thing.
That's it's called.
Oh no, it's estimated 4% votes in, so it's not completely. It's 4% votes in. Okay. In Colorado, with 67% votes in, they voted yes to enshrine it into the state's constitution, the right to an abortion.
That makes sense. Sense.
Yes, Colorado is blue, so that would make sense that it'd be yes. Florida voted no for Amendment 4. This would expand abortion access. Arizona, despite being really tied, but with 50% votes in, here's the interesting thing. We're tied in Arizona, 49.6 to 49.6. However, to expand abortion access, they are not tied. They overwhelmingly, 63 to 36, said yes. Missouri is voting yes to expand abortion access, even though Missouri is, I believe,
man, what
red.
A great idea to throw it to the states, right? Because that revealed all of this support for reasonable abortion access, didn't it? Oh my gosh!
I disagree, but we've already fought this yesterday.
Yeah, now here's a tale though. Here's the interesting thing. Last thing I'll say is South Dakota voted no to expanding abortion access. 67 to 32, but that's also with 14% in. So
yeah, we got to wait until these things turn out, because I think Montana will be a wide margin against any abortion constitutional amendment.
Why is the reason that Arizona's going to take so long again? Because of the way that they count their mail-ins?
Yes.
That's a part of it. I think that will come down to that inevitably is what's going to come down to is it's going to take 10 to 13 days. And right now they are still tied at 53%. I don't see that it's going to split very much to one way or the other.
And listen, conceding that is not to say mail-in voting is bad. I am saying I personally value a quicker result and less room for either party to cry foul, whereas Democrats generally support just in a utilitarian sense, maximizing the singular value of access to voting. I get that. I don't think they're wrong. I disagree with them, but I don't think it's irrational to value that over the things that I value. But I do want to get back on the conversation. I told you guys 3 things that I would like to work with Democrats on to move Kamala on potentially, right?
No.
Toward Republican. I want to know what I can do as an advocate of the winning party if Trump wins, right? What you guys top 3 priorities. I want Trump moved on this, and I would really like to see some Republicans.
I can tell you right now.
Tell
you right now. The main 2 things that scares the fuck out of me compared to Trump is literally just foreign policy when it comes to like Ukraine and Russia.
100%. And I think a lot of Republicans are totally on the cusp of like, if Democrats were like, no, we like you, Republicans. You aren't fucking psycho idiots who love fascism. Maybe let's work together on this. I think Republicans would join you in maybe a call to be a little more aggressive about Ukraine.
Yeah, and I think, and another thing as well, obviously, I don't think he's going to be able to do this and stuff, but I think that his economic plan, like with like the tariffs, I hope we can probably all get together as both sides and realize like this is a stupid idea.
That was my number one thing that I thought.
Not
too.
do that, you know? Yeah.
Well, hold on, not do tariffs at all. But
yeah, I mean,
exactly
what
happened
about, like,
in
20% blanket on bullshit, all that stuff.
Also, DLoms, because Dylan taught me early on in my Twitch guest career to pay attention to chat. What will Republicans work with Dems on ever? Ted Cruz and AOC were the 2 leading authors of a bill to bring in congressional term limits. Like Lankford wrote the Democrat fucking border bill. There is opportunity for bipartisanship in certain places.
What was that border? What happened to that border bill?
The border bill got crashed because there were 2 things that Republicans have always wanted in a border bill that were not included in that border bill, and Trump pulled his support for it. I resent the idea that Trump pulling his support was the only thing that happened. There was a very clear part of the Republican Party that said we need full wall funding and we want Remain in Mexico codified.
But they were never going to get that, and to think they were going to get that was stupid.
But then we can say Democrats were never going to get us deciding that border agents were the same thing as immigration judges.
Democrats control the House and the presidency. The Democrats control the Senate and the presidency, and they thought a 3-seat majority was going to be enough to make the Democrats give them everything they've ever wanted on one of the most divisive issues in the United States. It was silly. It was silly. Trump's the deal man. He's the deal maker. He's the guy who wrote "Let's Make a Deal." You know, the art of the deal guy. He's supposed to be the man, and he didn't make a deal on getting rid of Medicaid, or getting down Obamacare. He wasn't able to make a deal on the border. He wasn't able to make a deal on any of this. He's really bad at deal making.
Or he's really bad at deal making, or he's equally as bad at deal making as Democrats are to conceding to Republicans when Republicans are in charge, because they all unanimously refused a bill from Lindsey Graham that just did 2 things. 500 more immigration judges, not what Biden tried to do, which is make border agents try to also be immigration judges. 500 new immigration judges and border wall funding. Straight up.
When
that was the bill.
When was the bill proposed?
2017.
2017?
And Democrats unanimously said if there's border wall funding in a bill, we are not going to vote for it. Period. Point blank.
I see that HR2 was introduced.
So give border wall give complete border wall funding in return for what?
Give complete border wall funding in return for the fact that the current president gets to take all the credit for the border because they gave all the power to the executive branch to shut down the border.
Wow,
that's something the Democrats made up by themselves.
The benefit for the Democrats would be, well, yeah, we're giving the Republicans everything they want, but then when things go bad, people can blame them. That's not a benefit.
No.
You know what a benefit would be? It'd be like, okay, DACA. That would be a benefit.
Let me list the benefits. So they also got Ukraine funding separately. The Republicans agreed to the Republicans
and more.
Yeah, the Republicans conceded to Democrats while Democrats were fully in charge separately. On Ukraine funding, they also allowed they also would have, if Democrats included an actual asylum reform, like stay in closest safe country and border wall funding in that border bill. There were a number of very Democrat things in that bill. Executive control over closing the border. There was border agents becoming immigration judges in terms of asylees. There was primarily, honestly, the executive shift on the border. But the border agents thing was something even Destiny didn't even know when he went into that 1v25. He didn't realize the Democrats would have if they allowed for full border wall funding and if they allowed for people to say, we need to stay in the nearest safe country for legitimate asylum claims, then Democrats would have gotten border agents to be able to act as immigration judges. That is a very Democrat thing, allowing the judicial process to essentially be usurped by, again, the executive branch, because the border patrol is the executive branch. They're law enforcement. They basically get to say, yeah, no, you have a legitimate claim for asylum. Come on in.
To be clear, this bill is not one page.
So really quick. So hold on. Let me push back on Jeb really quick. Okay, here. So there's one thing that I can understand when it comes down to things. When it comes to the border wall, where Republicans say we do want funding for the wall or a complete wall overhaul, right? But that wasn't the reason that they actually said why they shot down the bill. The reason why they said that they shot down the bill was because there was Ukraine funding mixed with it as well as Israel. Okay. And then what happened after they shot down that bill after Trump called them? They called them and they said, hey, basically Trump said, shut this down because I don't want to fucking fix this issue and I don't want this bill to pass and give Biden a W during an election season. And what did we do? We ended up turning around and getting more funding for Ukraine and more funding for Israel. So that was just a lie.
Why the leadership didn't bring it to a vote. But what Democrats take for granted is
they did bring it to a vote and got shut down.
Yeah, well, they had the idea that they just had Republican votes in both chambers of Congress.
And they didn't. Will talk about it as well as McConnell will say, we had the vote until Trump called in and said this.
Because Langford and McConnell were
because it was Ukraine and Israel.
Langford and McConnell were part of the minority that wanted that bill to pass. So of course they're going to say we always had the support. No. The drafters of the bill claimed they had the votes, just like the drafters of every bill always claim they have the votes. But realistically, Republicans since 2016 have been saying the same two things about immigration bills. And we only, again, this is something that I think more Democrats need to think about, because I've never heard any of them talk about it when I debate this topic. We pass immigration legislation like every 20 years if we're being quick about it. So the next border bill we get is something we can assume is the last comprehensive border bill we will get for 2 decades. So the idea that we wanted to wait until the Republicans had more power and more leverage to create a better border bill, I 100% am okay with that, because it improves the immigration policy for America for 2 decades. If we wait a year, we get 2 decades of benefit. And the two things Republicans have always wanted, hold on, final, it's 15 seconds. So I'm not trying to cut you off. The two things Republicans have always wanted is we want, one, full border wall funding, not for the entire border, but for all of the passable sections of border. And two, we want nearest safe country codified in our immigration. So you can't claim asylum in America if you passed through 2 safe countries in terms of what you are a refugee from to get to America.
And you want to know what, Jeb? I can at the end of the day, agree with you that maybe that should be a part of the bill. But you want to know what? When you take these bills, like McConnell and other Republicans will say that did want to vote for it, you get the opportunity to do something that you haven't been able to do since fucking forever, to do this. And then you start there and then you work and say, you know what? We need to update this or throw another bill in here as well.
The Democrats don't think
I don't know
right?
if we're not. Wait. I agree with you. I don't think that the Democrats or the Republicans think that way, to be completely honest. But another thing as well, I don't know why Republicans are so confident, even if Trump wins the election, we will get another border bill. I don't know why.
I think we will. No, the reason why is because what people don't realize, again, I am more knowledgeable on these border bills than a lot of people. John Fetterman, Democrat senator, progressive Democrat senator, they were trying to recruit him to the squad. He post-stroke when he got based. He said
he did get based, by the way. He did get based.
Hold on, but here's one thing that I hate that Democrats always say. Well, the Republicans didn't bring anything to the table. Fucking liars or retards. There was a literal Republican border bill on the table. And John Fetterman said, I will support that border bill. It's a better border bill than the Democrats' border bill. It's a stricter one, and we need to do that.
Okay.
One person in Dylan's chat said, do we have a year to wait if it's such a crisis, though? Yes, we do, because Republicans called Biden's bluff that he would not allow this issue to persist as it existed, and he would exercise executive power as long as the courts would allow him to if we canned this bill. And guess what he did? Not only did he executive order the bill. He executive ordered a stricter version of the executive
Yeah,
powers in that bill. Hold on.
John
Well, 15
Fetterman
seconds.
did not
15
support
seconds.
it carte
15
blanche. He did not support HR 2 carte blanche.
Yeah, with amendments though. But he said he would support it, and he said that it was a better bill than Democrats' bill. That's confirmed.
What did he say that he was opposed to with it?
Sure. I think it was the lack of DREAM Act inclusion to that border bill.
Correct. The lack of the ending document.
Which is cool. And he could jump in and fix that. But hold on. Let me finish my last seconds because this is important and it's something Democrats never acknowledge. Joe Biden showed the hand of the Democrats. He said, yeah, we didn't negotiate as much as we could have because his threshold for daily crossings that he set in his executive action for when he gets to shut down the border was about half of what the Democrat bipartisan border bill laid out. So he made it clear the Democrats had more room to negotiate and they refused to because they also want to run on this issue. And then he exercised executive power exactly how the Republicans would assume that he did. And he's put a temporary plug in the border issue until Trump could graciously win this election and potentially get a better border bill passed.
So the problem with this executive order is that it's still going through the court cases. This very well might get overturned like the Muslim ban did.
It should get overturned because Joe Biden knows it's illegal to do what he did.
That's why he didn't want to do the executive order and he was trying to work on a border bill. Wait, you're speaking my language now.
Yeah, of course. Every president wants to preside over bipartisan legislation, but no president wants to actually create bipartisan legislation. That's the issue.
But he wanted,
I want to be jacked, but some people don't want to work out.
This is a mischaracterization. Joe Biden did try to work out a bipartisan deal. That part is factual.
No, but the issue is he knew two hardline issues that the Republicans had that they were not going to give support unless it included, and he didn't include them.
But it seems like the Republicans en masse supported it though. Until
they
Donald
didn't.
Trump.
You're saying that two people who supported this bill from the beginning, that their testimonials preached the Bible in terms of what Republican support was, and not these were the two cheerleaders in the Republican Party for this bill from the start.
Wait, you agree then that Joe Biden attempted to come up with a bipartisan solution? You don't
Joe
agree
Biden
with that?
attempted to come with the least bipartisan possible legislation that he thought might pass. The same way he did with the infrastructure bill.
No more children's clubs with Jeb. I call complete bullshit. Number one, they caused a crisis when it came to negotiating this in the first place. They said, here is an immediate national security priority, getting aid to Ukraine. We need to pass it now. And then Mike Johnson and the rest of the game come out and say, if you want to pass this, we have to attach immigration to it. Now, I don't understand how immigration and aid to this specific foreign country, which has nothing to do with immigration, could be tied in. Let's do that with Israel next time. How about next time when we want to pass aid to Israel, we say Medicare for all. We do Medicare for all.
We conceded on that.
And then we'll send aid to Israel. No, let me finish. Next time, people are like, hey, let's do hurricane response, or let's do this. We say, no. No hurricane response until we allow polycules in every state in this fucking country. Until that happens, we're not doing any hurricane response. We're not doing it. It doesn't make any sense. Wait, let me finish. Jeb,
we conceded.
Jeb, no, wait, what do you mean you conceded? You conceded after 10 months of getting people killed, after they finally come to the table, make a deal that was going to have enough votes to pass. Trump, you could say it wasn't that significant, but Trump comes in and we've got multiple testimonials from high-ranking Republicans. You can say they're BS if you want to.
The cheerleaders of the bill to begin with,
you can call them cheerleaders of the bill. It is what it is. Do you think they lied and they're purposely lying about Donald Trump in order to undermine him before endorsing him to be president? It doesn't make any sense.
I think they overstated his involvement and they understated the bread and butter fucking reasons why there was a core of the GOP that would never vote for this bill because of the two things they've said they wanted since 2016.
We had a voting majority. We had a voting majority to pass it. We didn't need the majority of the party. They stopped it. They went out and stopped compromise.
Okay, but let me take this from the conservative point of view. Take three fundamental understandings that conservatives have. And
this wasn't even my main
wrong.
point. Let me get back to my main point.
Okay, my bad.
Of course,
Go ahead. Yeah.
Of course this negotiation wasn't going to give you everything you wanted, number one, because we controlled two chambers. We control the presidency and we control the Senate. So we have more leverage than the Republicans do. They have a few House seats. It makes sense you wouldn't give everything you wanted. And also, the circumstances under which the negotiations happened were by leveraging a national security priority. So that meant it was causing panic in an issue that had to immediately be addressed, forcing us to find something to solve immigration. So of course it wasn't the perfect solution, because it was a solution produced under duress. It wasn't produced by let's take a long time to negotiate every specific detail. And when it finally came about, they passed the aid anyway. Which, I mean, come the fuck on.
Because I agree. Like, listen, I'm totally willing to identify cynical politics on my side. I think they were using the more popularly understood counter issue in order to give themselves leverage that they wouldn't otherwise have on the border bill by mentioning Ukraine. I don't think the Republicans ever had the intent. I don't think the Republicans are dumb enough to think Ukraine and the border actually have that much to do with one another. I think they were trying to play the Democrat game of, I'm going to counterbalance anything I fucking can with the policy interests while the other party is in charge, because they just watched that happen for 4 years under Trump, where Democrats did the same thing. So I think they played that game, but where's
the comparison? I mean, it'd be one thing to do it on, like, this infrastructure bill investment. We're talking about an active war where battles are being fought and the outcome is currently being decided, and putting a timer on that is a little different than your average run-of-the-mill policy compromise.
Hey, I agree, and I think the Republicans made a misstep, and I think they tried to make up for their misstep by affirming more aid than they originally planned to, and I think it failed, and I think the Republicans just had fucking egg on their face in terms of Ukraine. I'm conceding to you that I think Republicans have lost the issue of Ukraine. My issue is all of the disinformation, not misinformation, disinformation that has happened about this border bill. I don't want to fucking hear it when Kamala Harris has fucking her major campaign ads about Project 2025, which is not Trump's platform, a federal abortion ban, a federal abortion ban, which Trump literally got removed from the Republican platform.
Clutch those pearls.
No. Doghouse, this is the issue, is you want to act like it's a pearl clutching or emotional. You're just wrong.
It is emotional. You're appealing to emotions right now.
No. It's not emotion. You're just wrong. It's just wrong.
Okay.
She's just lying. She's just lying. Project 2025, is Project 2025 Trump's agenda or not? Yes or no?
There are things that he
objectively no. Objectively no.
There are things that he supports that Project 2025.
Yeah, that is not what I said. Sorry. Nazis loved giving poor people cars. So did Obama. So is Obama a Nazi?
Okay, so is your issue then that Kamala Harris lied?
My issue is that you do not get to take the honesty high ground when your candidate's top 3 campaign ads are lies.
So do you think Donald Trump is honest?
No, of course not.
Okay, so then this is
I'm willing to it. Yeah, you're going to run into a really difficult conversation right now because you're with someone who will admit that their party lies and you refuse to.
No, because I don't think that in this particular. Do I think that Kamala
Harris? I don't believe that Kamala Harris lies because you're wrong. No, you're a shill.
No. Was I going to say, if you listened, if you were to stop jumping in, I would have stated that I think there are certain issues in which Kamala Harris does lie. But if I'm assessing which candidate lies more or which candidate's lies are more egregious, that is the concern I'm more concerned about. In which case, I would say Donald Trump is more egregious in those lies.
Yes, because the Democrat strategy is egregiousness is the only thing that matters. My issue is pervasiveness is the real thing that matters, because pervasiveness determines the impact of those lies on the actual general electorate, and Democrat lies are far more pervasive. They're far more infecting academia and portraying themselves as general fact.
Than Kamala Harris? You don't think that Donald Trump lies more than
Donald Trump's lies? Donald Trump's lies are objectively less pervasive than Kamala.
Less pervasive. They're less pervasive. Yes. So I can pull up all the amount of times that he has
more
lied.
of the general electorate believes Democrat lies than Republican lies. Yes.
That is flat out bull. Do we want to point do we want to point to the poll
Republicans,
of how many people believe that? Do you want to point to the poll of how many people still believe that January 6th that the election was stolen? Do you want to point to that poll?
Out of the general electorate? Yeah, because like 75% of the electorate does not believe that. That's the problem. Whereas Republicans in Arizona, in Kansas, and Montana have all polled that they believe that there are states in this United States Union that don't have medical exceptions for abortion. And there is not one state in the union that does not have a medical exception for abortion. And that's a Democrat lie that Republicans fucking believe. So they are far more pervasive. There are very few Democrats that believe Trump's lies. There are almost half of the Republican Party that believe commonplace Democrat lies. The issue is you won't even concede that that's a lie, I bet.
Concede what's a lie?
That every single state in the United States
California for
protects
Harris.
medically necessary abortion.
Oh,
No,
every
that's
single
state.
I would say it does, but that's not the particular issue at hand when we talk about abortion. So I would agree with you. I don't disagree with you on that.
Okay,
I would say
but
that,
but almost all Democrats and even almost half of Republicans believe Kamala's lie that there are states in this union and that the Republicans are running on a platform that will illegalize medically necessary abortion.
No. So here's the issue, though, right? Is that there is a lot of these laws in place that make it very difficult for doctors to make very quick decisions.
How?
So,
Name the law. Name the legal language, because you're wrong. You're 100% wrong.
All right, I'm taking a shot. I'll be right back. You guys are
Tell me.
losing it,
quote
dude.
the law. Quote the law. Quote the law. Tell me the law that makes
you
it
want
hard.
me to pull up a specific law about abortion?
Yes, because I know the language of the Texas law that you're trying to claim.
Yeah, no, the heartbeat bill, right? Where it says 6 weeks.
Yeah.
6 weeks.
No,
the heartbeat,
no,
right?
where it says that abortion is okay as long as there is threat to the life or significant impairment of a bodily function.
Hey,
and
Jeb,
guess who gets to decide that?
You're missing the point.
The
You're missing the
doctor.
point, Jeb. You're missing the point, Jeb. I'm not arguing that the law in and of itself is stating one thing. What I am stating is that doctors are left to make a quick snap decision, and they're not lawyers, so that they are made a decision.
They have lawyers. Hold on, every hospital has lawyers.
Wait. So let me make this clear, okay? A woman walks in with a medically necessary abortion. She is bleeding, and she goes, "Doctor, I need you to perform this abortion right now." Do you think the doctor then goes, "Okay, let me just call up my lawyer real quick while you're bleeding out on the table. Hey, lawyer, can we go ahead and do this abortion?" And the doctor
Literally,
goes,
yes.
"Hold on,
Yes.
Okay, so then
literally,
what happens?
yes.
So you don't think that a woman could possibly die in that decision between the doctor and that lawyer who's on the
We
phone?
have not there has not been a single case of a woman dying in a window of time that short. The issue with women dying has been, hold on. Yes, and you know what happened there? Was doctors all throughout Texas and nationally all agreed that the law and the medical standards nationally and in Texas state all supported those women getting quicker care. You know why those doctors likely believed that they might not be able to provide that care? There is an entire fucking political party in the United States telling doctors that it's illegal for them to do it.
You have zero evidence from any of those doctors that was the reason why they did not give that aid.
Well, no, because in all of those cases, by the way,
and
so
if
you
it
don't
is so
know
clear, why were they not charged with medical? Why weren't they charged? Right? Because
they weren't charged because the law. They weren't charged because the law is well written. So there was no grounds to charge them for malpractice and abortion because the law is well written, and the law affirmed and Texas courts affirmed the access to medically necessary abortion.
You're admitting that there's a flaw in the law, then, because now you're saying that the law protects them from being able to do a politically allow the woman to die for their political reasons.
Listen, hold on. You're pause playing me. You're pause playing me. You're saying I'm saying something. He started talking. I'm gonna pause what I'm saying, and when he's done, I'm gonna play what I was gonna say. I need you to listen. Hold on. Stop.
I've been listening. Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead. I've been listening.
The law is written so well that the Texas courts have affirmed a very specific woman's right to a medically necessary abortion. The issue is you have an entire political party in the United States who controls most media outlets in the United States that are all telling people, and I can prove this with Kamala's own campaign ad, that Republicans have decided that medically necessary abortions are not protected.
So let me make this clear then. You are then accusing the doctors that allowed these women to die on the operating table. You're accusing them of letting these women die because of political motivations. Is that what you were saying?
I am not accusing them. I am understanding that doctors are taking in a lot of information and they're not letting these women die because, again, you don't know these stories. Every single one of these women got their abortion. It just happened a little too late. These doctors were given pause.
Why
they
did
were
it happen?
given.
Wait,
Stop! I want to answer that fucking question. Stop interrupting me to ask what I'm about to answer. The reason they were given pause, the Republicans were telling them they could perform medically necessary abortions. The courts upheld that they can perform medically necessary abortions. Democrats are running on the idea.
So there was a Republican
Stop
and a Democrat in the
interrupting me. I'm
operating
about to be done.
room.
10
There's a
seconds.
Republican and a Democrat in the operating room going, "Doctor, I am telling you what our political motivation is.
No,
You
even
must
worse.
not perform
Even
this
worse.
abortion."
No, the Democrats through CNN and NBC are perpetuating the myth that Republicans
You
are
have
not.
not
Stop
explained
interrupting!
why
You're
the
interrupting
doctor did
every
not perform this
time!
abortion. What you are failing
Kamala-
to mention is that the
I'll
doctor
wait.
didn't perform the abortion because the law was so vague. Thank
No.
you. That is exactly what you were saying.
Doghouse, you're wrong. They did perform the abortions, you dumb fuck. Look up the stories. They just performed them too late because one side of the aisle was telling them and giving them reason to believe they might not be protected.
What
So they
yet
were
they all-
hesitant.
No,
Wow,
Doghouse,
it's a vagueness
but they
thing.
were
You know what
all
Jeff is trying to
by
s-
the
wait,
end.
can I try to steal man here?
Rampage, don't tell me. Stop. Don't tell him what I'm
Okay.
trying to say.
Okay.
Let me finish. Don't help him interrupt me.
Okay.
Every single one of the doctors and their lawyers for their hospitals who read the law, 100% of them came to the conclusion that the law protects them in performing medically necessary abortions. The hesitation was only generated by the party that was incentivized to tell them the law was not what it actually was, and it wasn't the party that fucking passed that law.
Hey, Jeb, what is considered medically necessary? How does a
In
doctor
Texas
determine if it's
law,
medically
I can
necessary?
tell you verbatim because I've actually read the law. In Texas,
have
medically
too.
necessary means threat to the life or significant impairment of a major bodily function.
So how does a doctor go about determining whether or not it's threatening the life of the mother?
That's
What-
beautiful. Because that
Yeah, go ahead.
language that Texas used in the abortion law is the same language they've used in about 14 different parts of Texas law when prescribing medication.
Yeah, this doesn't.
Hold
so
on.
This doesn't tell me then.
I
Thank
can.
you.
I can.
Okay,
If
go
you
ahead.
let
You've
me,
been failing
hey,
to.
dog, if you let me finish, I can succeed too. That's the
Yeah, no,
beautiful
but you
part.
just go off on tangents. You
So,
don't answer my question.
The reason
So go
why
ahead.
Texas law uses this boilerplate language specifically in so many parts of their law is it basically gives the doctor almost in complete discretion over what impairs a major bodily function and what
Oh, so it's
represents a
vague.
threat to life of
Got
the
it.
mother.
It's vague. Exactly.
It's
yeah,
vague. It's vague in favor of the
Ah.
doctors, not in
So-
favor of the state.
So what's the
And
punishment? should
Texas
the doc-
courts upheld that, by the way.
What is the punishment if the doctor makes the wrong decision and determine?
We don't
that it
know.
wasn't?
You know what? We don't know because not a single doctor in Texas has been prosecuted under this law.
Oh, prosecute. So that means they can be criminally charged if they make the wrong decision, right?
Of course, just like they can be criminally charged if they
thank
prescribe
you.
the wrong
That's it.
medication.
So that is why the doctors are hesitant to perform these operations because they are concerned that they're
Really?
going to be criminally
Wait, why
charged.
aren't
Thank
they?
you.
Wait, why aren't they hesitant to prescribe?
It doesn't sound like
Oxycontin?
this is Democrats' problem. It sounds
No,
like the
no.
Republicans'
Doghouse,
problem. that they
doghouse,
passed this bill that could criminally prosecute a doctor
So,
should they
yes.
decide to perform this operation
Sure.
that is not in the life of the threat of
In
the mother.
Texas, you can criminally prosecute a doctor for prescribing Oxycontin where it isn't necessary. Why are they not hesitant to prescribe Oxycontin then?
I would
with
say
the
they are
same
kind of
language.
hesitant.
They
I
aren't.
would say they're hesitant.
We have an opioid crisis because of how not hesitant they are.
We have an opiate crisis because of the doctors just prescribing Oxycontin? Are you sure it's not because there's drug dealers on the street providing Oxycontin? Isn't
Wait,
the
I-
narrative
no.
that the Republicans...
No, it's
Isn't
just
the
Okay,
narrative-
hold on.
started
Wait,
I don't know
by
anything about
doctors.
Texas law, to be clear, so I was
Yeah.
staying out of it. But I do know something about the opioid crisis.
Welcome, Wick.
One of the big issues for the opioid crisis was the pharmaceuticals pushing this.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yes.
But
Purdue
the
Pharma.
doctors. So what? How did they push them, Wick?
Through
It's
doctors.
been a while. Right?
Through
They go
doctors.
to the doctors and they push this. This is
And
what we need.
doctors in Texas are subject to that exact same language that's in the abortion bill when they prescribe pain
Is
medication.
it the same? Is it the same punishment? Is it the same punishment that they're facing versus like the life of the mother dying
removal
versus
of,
this?
Yeah, because it's removal of their license and potential criminal penalties. They don't have a mandatory minimum for abortion in Texas.
If my memory serves me correctly, they can actually get charged with, I believe, murder, second degree, or something like that.
Yeah,
felony?
and if someone dies from an OxyContin prescription
Wait.
illegitimately given in Texas, that you can also charge them for murder.
Yeah,
Well,
but there's
Kamala.
also like wait. When we talk about somebody dying of sepsis versus somebody give me Oxycontin, I'm gonna die. And then
Yeah.
there's a different stakes, there's a different timer, the different pressure that a doctor's under.
It's a
Do you
person
disagree?
dying. I mean, I do and I don't. So
Wait. There's a medical difference between the need to give somebody Oxycontin for pain relief versus a woman slipping into sepsis because a pregnancy has not gone the way they
and
want.
I agree. The issue is the law is equally clear, and doctors seem to be able to throw a script of OxyContin pretty much within minutes of deciding they need to. But because in one of these issues, with the same exact language in the law and a very similar punishment, these doctors seem far more hesitant to do one, and I resent the implication that an entire political party pushing commercials telling these doctors that their state does not protect them from medically necessary abortion has nothing to do with that. I think I need, in order to continue in good faith in this conversation, I need a concession that there's at least a 50% chance that the Democrat narrative here that these doctors are going to get arrested if they perform a medically necessary abortion contributes to their hesitation. I don't see how it couldn't.
Okay, what if that? How do we determine whether or not it was medically necessary or not?
The doctor decides.
So
Okay, wait. Can we pause? Wait. Can we pause this conversation? We gotta pause this conversation because we're getting a lot of results. California was called for Harris. Washington State was, I believe, Washington State was called for Harris.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just broke the entire West Coast. Yeah. Idaho's been called.
North Dakota called.
The states that are not called so far is Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Alaska, and Hawaii. Alaska is, of course, expected to go red. Hawaii is expected to go blue. The rest of the states, while, I mean, they lean one way or the other, are technically still up for grabs, even though the pathway for the Democrats in Georgia, I saw some people in chat, they were asking about 2020. They were saying, wait, around this time in 2020, Donald Trump was over 200,000 votes ahead still. Now he's only 100,000 votes ahead. The difference is Georgian state law has changed. They vote, if you vote early or by mail, they count that at the start. And so the votes that are being added right now, it is shrinking that margin, but I don't know if it's going to be to the same proportion. Plus, 93% of the vote is already in Georgia. So they would need to make up 7% of that last 7% would have to take them about 80,000 votes, which is going to be very difficult for the Democrats to do, which means the pathway in Georgia is extremely slim. North Carolina, the odds are better. They have 77% in or near 80% reported, so they have more room, and the areas that have not voted North Carolina is more leaning blue, but there's still some rural counties that need to come in.
Oh, Wick is giving up. I see it as I...
Still leaning
towards. I'm gonna let him do his spiel, but
decision desk
towards Donald Trump. The most difficult.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, it's still most difficult for Harris. The pathway that is clearest for Harris still is the one that was clearest for Biden. Again, the blue wall states: Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and then Pennsylvania. But in both, I think Michigan and Wisconsin. The situation is getting worse for the Democrats. Now, we still have to wait to see turnout in major cities and how much that's going to be for the Democrats. And that's why in most of the predictors, it's saying it's leaning R and not likely R. But the situation is not looking peachy keen there. Pennsylvania is the one that I'm still up in the air the most around, since most of the area that hasn't voted around Pennsylvania is around the cities. That's where the most money has been spent. So I believe they spent a lot of time on mobilization efforts. Democrats generally have a better... They have a generally better get out the vote game, ground game, but it's still up for grabs in Pennsylvania. And even if they win Pennsylvania, if they lose two of these blue wall states or one of these blue wall states, then it might not even matter.
So here,
let me cede my time.
If
I'm
I
going to
may,
play the stream.
Okay,
I'm going to be able to hear you guys.
Filibuster, cool. Okay. So here's the deal. If you are a Harris voter, you should be worried right now.
Absolutely.
I voted for Harris in Pennsylvania. I tried. But Georgia, we got to look at where are the votes that remain to be counted. Fulton County, DeKalb County, those are the ones that are very good blue strongholds. Again, we're 91% in Fulton. We're 89% in DeKalb. Those votes have largely already been counted. There's just nowhere else to get Democratic votes. I think Georgia's gone.
Georgia's gone red. Yeah,
same
Georgia's
thing, right? Virginia's probably going to go blue, right? Because again, where are we looking at?
I already called
what is still out, and we see most of the stuff that's still out is traditionally Democratic strongholds. If Harris is going to win, and she still can, she has to win Pennsylvania, she has to win Michigan, she has to Wisconsin, Virginia, and New Mexico. She can lose everything else. Well, Maine, Washington, she has to take those, but no one serious expects her to lose those, right? But she can lose everywhere else. She needs to take Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, New Mexico. That gets her to 270. That's
Well,
win.
she could also just win Minnesota.
Well, hey,
right?
really quick, another thing, Wick. Can I let me come in here as well? So in general, I don't know what you're using, Dylan,
to be clear.
but like the DGGHQ, which it seems to be pretty on point. They have a Trump win, by the way, at 82% at the moment, and this isn't like a betting market. This is like an actual thing.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I got you.
Yeah, and it shows Georgia. They've given it to Georgia. They've given it to North Carolina. They have a slight lean red in Pennsylvania and a slight lean red in Wisconsin as well. And a slight lead red in Arizona. I agree with you guys. I think Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan is the only route at this point because it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter about Nevada. If Arizona goes red, it doesn't matter.
Now let me give you some hopium on Pennsylvania, right?
Okay.
Here's the thing with Pennsylvania. It's always razor close. Whoever wins, it's going to be about 10, 20, 30,000, not much more, right? You're looking right now, she's down about 170K. Right?
Yes.
It's looking bad. 76%.
Yes.
Looking bad. But we got to look. Where are the votes still left to count?
Yep.
Correct.
I see
we got a lot in Montgomery County.
57.
A lot.
Yep.
We still got 20% left in Philadelphia. Bucks County, right, is neck and neck right now, but it's still got 50% to go. She needs to make up some gains there. That whole, the southeastern, near New Jersey, that portion, she just needs to run up the numbers, and she can't do it. She did it Biden did it in 2020, right? Everyone went to bed thinking Pennsylvania was red. They woke up, it was blue because of how these things were working.
Yeah, we'll
and
see.
Again, Pennsylvania law says they can't count, what is it called? Mail-in ballots and all that.
Until like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey, wait, I have a question, Wick. Wick, I have a question. Where's State College County? I'm not from Pennsylvania, so I'm unfamiliar.
State College County. I don't think it's a.
Or I mean, I'm sorry, State College, the city. I'm sorry, like where the colleges are, they're like 10 or whatever.
I can't give you.
I have a much more important.
I thought it was
question,
middle. I
much
was
more
surprised it's
pertinent
so
question.
red.
You live in Pennsylvania, you said?
I do. Mm-hmm.
Are you an Eagles fan or a Steelers fan? There's
I
no
don't
right
do
answer to the
ball.
question.
I don't do sports ball.
Okay, if you do sports ball, what would you choose? The Chicago Bears, correct?
Shut the fuck
I don't do
up,
sports ball.
bro. No one likes the Bears.
I don't do sports
Houston
ball.
Texans, baby.
Oh snap!
That's
North
a good
Carolina.
team.
Wait.
I do
We
fuck
got an
with Stroud
update,
though.
Guys.
Yeah.
We got an update. North Carolina has been officially called by the New York Times as red.
My map is looking so good right now.
My map is
Fucking
looking
ball,
better,
dude.
Jeb. Go fuck yourself, okay?
Your map
my map
had
is
it-
look-
wait.
My map is looking
you-
way better than yours. What are you talking about?
I want to stick to the data here. So something to keep in
I
mind.
was the
North Carolina-
272. I was the map before Wick tweeted it out. He read me. He read
Trump
my
has an
mind.
82% chance to win right now.
Hey,
zero
but
chance I can talk here. So what I want to say is this: right now, it's showing to be again. Another state is going the way of 2020, and I'm not making this number up, except it's a little flipped. Donald Trump won it 51-48, and I'm sorry, it is. It's very similar. And Trump in 2020 won North Carolina 49-48. So what we're seeing is Republicans turning out in mass compared to Democrats. It looks like Republicans are in fact turning out more than Democrats. Right now, we are, just for perspective, North Carolina with 89% of votes in, Republicans this year had 2.5 million. In 2020, Republicans had 2.7 million with 100% in. So it is very likely on track that they will overcome that threshold. Democrats are sitting at 2.4, where in 2020 they set at 2.6. So in all likelihood, Democrats will once again underperform with the Republicans overperforming. Yeah.
I'm not throwing
they'll
in
get
the
fucking
towel
clapped.
yet until I see Pennsylvania, Michigan. One of them, if she loses any one of the three, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania,
it's over.
Then
It's
I'll
over.
concede, right?
Time for bed.
I don't want
Time for bed.
anyone to concede, but we pulled off of this conversation I've been trying to have, which I think is a genuinely unique conversation, which is, again, I mentioned 3 different things that I would like to work with Democrats on if Kamala wins to try to moderate her on. I want to know if you guys as liberals, Trump is there.
I gave you
and we
3.
No, I want to hear the other 3. I want to hear Dylan's 3. I want to hear what your guys' top 3 issues of, like, if
I
I
want to
can
hear the
help
question.
you.
I don't know your
appeal to-
question yet, so
Yeah.
He
So
doesn't.
my
He
question was, Trump wins. I'm your Republican in, right? You guys have a group of Republicans that you can work with. What are the first 3 things you would like to work with Republicans on to try to moderate Trump on if he gets into office?
I think we really got to push him on Ukraine. I think we need to commit him to funding Ukraine
100%.
100%.
Yep.
We need to do that right off the bat. That's the first thing. I think we can also work with him on. I think the tariffs of his idea, I think is a terrible idea. We need to fix that, right?
Well, some of it. Do you think like no tariffs at all, or do you
No,
think
there's
just
some
blanket
tariffs that
tariffs
might
would
be
bad?
fine, right? But I think
I
the,
think
the,
the-
the stuff that the rhetorics he's using and the specific tariffs that he has called for are bad, right?
Correct.
They're just
100%.
bad.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. I'm
And that-
with it.
I could
think-
probably think of a third one given enough time, but those are the two off the dome. Okay.
Yeah.
Does two work for you for now?
I could give you.
My
I
dog
could give
is
you.
barking
Here, I'll
at
give you.
me. I gotta.
I
figure
just
it out.
I'll give
this
you
is
the-
a
my
unique
third wick I think you would
conversation
agree with.
I don't think anyone's going to have. I think everyone's going to be gloating on either side of who they think is going to win. I want to have a conversation of like, if Kamala wins, what I need your guys' help with, and if Trump wins, what you
No,
guys need my
here's
help
the
with.
conversation that I'm gonna have to cope if Harris loses.
Okay.
Biden would have won. Just saying it. Biden
Oh
would've
no!
won.
You want to know?
Biden
Hey, you
would've
want to know
won.
what would be better? Wick?
Biden
Hey, you want to know
won.
what? Hey,
That's
you want to know
true.
what? Wick? Hey, no,
That's
Wick. You want
true.
to know what's a better? You want to know what's a better
I called
conversation
it.
than
I
that?
called it. I
No,
tweeted
no,
it
no, you
out.
wanna
when
know-
Biden
no, Wick.
resigned. I was like, this is what we're gonna look
Guys,
at.
Wick,
Wick, no, Wick.
You guys-
The better
you gotta wait for this.
conversation would be if she loses Pennsylvania and then she wins Wisconsin and Michigan. Should she have picked Josh Shapiro? That should be the conversation.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. That too.
That should be the conversation.
But
Hugely important.
I don't think. I think she has more of a chance of losing Wisconsin than Pennsylvania right now. I think
We'll
Wisconsin.
see.
we're looking at the.
Yeah.
If you look,
I want to
Hold
jump
on.
in here. I want to jump in here real
Please.
quick. Okay, go ahead.
if you look at the data, Milwaukee, she's underperforming. Dane County, she's underperforming. These are Democratic strongholds. These are times. This is how Biden won. And remember, Biden only won by like less than 1% in Wisconsin. Okay. She's just not. Trump's overperforming specifically with black voters. And Milwaukee is black. It's a black city.
He's also overperforming with
But the
Latino
problem-
voters, and I mean,
Yes.
you can immediately tell that from the Miami vote, and
Yes.
that was
Osceola
once I saw
County?
that Miami vote.
Yes. Something
Hillary
just went to
won Miami.
Oregon
Wait,
just went to
let me-
Harris.
Oh, that's to be expected. But I mean, like, Miami County, right when I saw that, Hillary won Miami County by 20 points. Harris is now on track to lose Miami County by something like 15 points.
This is a Ron
devastating
DeSantis
losses.
thing.
This is devastating.
No, this
losses.
is Ron
Let me
DeSantis.
finish.
This is Ron DeSantis.
This is devastating losses amongst Latino voters, specifically Latino men. Currently, it looks like Trump is winning Latino men nationally. Currently.
Yes.
And
This is
it
Ron.
also
Wait, this is
gains
Ron
with-
DeSantis,
gains-
guys. This is Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis in 2020 or 2022
Well,
or
in
whatever
Florida,
it was.
yes.
In Florida, in general, when it comes to like Dane County and stuff like that, Ron DeSantis did so fucking well and he destroyed the competition. And he backs him. And guess what happens when you back him? The same reason why you should have picked Shapiro for Pennsylvania is when you get backed by somebody that is very popular in a state that is a must-win. You bring out support and you see the voters.
One of the
turn
another
for your
wor-
candidate.
hold on. Another reason that Florida is outperforming its 2020 total is because of a lot of the flight from Democratic bastions such as New York, even Pennsylvania, right? Places like New Jersey fleeing COVID restrictions. They're all piling into Florida, and Florida
Yeah,
is just
I was gonna
red.
say that-
It's just red now.
But
right?
that's important to keep in mind too, actually, right? Is that there's some different in political landscape via what we look at with the we saw a lot of people, a lot of Democrats leaving Democrat cities like New York and trying to flee to say Florida and Texas. But likewise, we also saw some people from Florida move away. But majority, I believe, went south, if I'm not mistaken. And I want to mention to Wick's fantasy that Joe Biden would have won. Look, I don't think he would have. And the reason why is because look at the sole reason why they put in place Kamala Harris, right? Joe Biden was losing massively popular vote.
Yes, in California, in New York, in Oregon, counties, in
Illinois.
electorates that did not matter. I guarantee you, Biden would have pulled off Pennsylvania. Biden would have kept that blue wall, right? He would perform
that.
better than amongst
I
men
also
and
disagree.
amongst minorities than Kamala.
You know
did.
who would have? You know who would have? I think
I don't think Josh
a
Shapiro would've.
the least popular thing among Democrats, because then they have to admit that there was a real structural mistake among Democrat leadership. The likely winner of an actual open convention, Josh Shapiro, would have crushed Donald Trump in this election.
Well, Josh Shapiro is being held for 2028 or 2032 if Kamala would have won.
2028. He will.
I think
he's the guy. He's my guy.
yeah.
He's my pick at this
well,
point in time.
The issue
it might
is then
change.
he has to go.
Yeah, of course,
he has to go up against. The issue with him then is he has to go up against. Say the economy does get better under Trump, even if you guys want to give credit to Biden policy for it happening. Say the economy does get better again, and then a really national.
It's already getting better, but
a really nationally appealing face like Nikki Haley comes on the scene for the Republicans. I don't know if Josh Shapiro has a great chance against her. With the backing of a really good Republican economy, I don't know if Josh Shapiro does have that chance. I think this was his chance.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think Haley can win a general election in the Republican primary. I don't think she can.
I disagree.
I disagree.
I think that's the reason. I think that's the.
I would disagree because she's the only.
I don't think
I would disagree because she's the only one who even got close to contesting Trump.
Close, and not only did she not get close, she also still supported him, which was spineless.
She did get close, and supporting him improves her chances in the next
Exactly, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Because she did that, it makes her chances even better. Also, another thing too, because now I guess I'm fucking reading chat because Jed told me to do this. Base Liberty. No, you're wrong. Bernie Sanders would have been slaughtered as well. I don't know why you guys think. I don't know where. I don't know why people. I don't know why people think just because Bernie Sanders is more beloved than the Democratic Party. That's just not true. Biden was more beloved because Biden beat the fuck out of Bernie in 2020. Okay. When it comes down to party races, and also Bernie didn't even want to do this anymore. He even said after he lost 2020, he's never going to run for president again. So I don't know where this copium comes from the left, where Bernie Sanders is going to be able to take down Donald Trump. Bernie Sanders would have been crushed in 2020 and crushed in 2024.
I've got the most important question. I've got the most important question.
He would have
ready?
Yeah, he would have been crushed in 2020.
Please let me go. Okay, please. Right. Again, I haven't conceded yet. I think Harris might still pull it off. It's a small chance.
Sure,
but this chance
of course.
is still there. But if Trump wins, then us Democrats, right, have to really do some soul searching. We should not have lost this election. Trump is a uniquely bad candidate for a lot of reasons. Yeah. So what went wrong? And we have to really kind of do a soul search.
I just talked about that with Doghouse, and he disagreed with me. I think what Democrats need to face is that to the average person in the United States, the Democrat Party is the boogeyman party. And they think
extremists. No, you're not wrong.
They think Republicans are the boogeyman party, and that's what they've been running on. But they didn't realize they were the boogeyman party.
I don't think. I would phrase it differently, and I'm sure we would disagree over the details, right? But the whole thing is that Democrats, I feel, have ceded ground in what helped them win and eke out wins in 2020 and 2022. We were seen, rightly or wrongly, you could disagree with this if you like.
I'm sorry to say this, but it looks like the Ohio Senate race was called.
Oh, for who?
Wait, Sherrod Brown win or won?
Sherrod Brown, I think he lost.
Oh God, not good. So not only is that not good, that means that the Senate is probably going to go +3, probably going to go +3 to Republicans. So
Trump
it's going to be
Trump. The likely thing is Trump is going to have the House and he's going to have the Senate.
Yeah, they flipped it. They flipped it.
Let's go.
Oh, okay. So this goes back onto my third. This goes back down to my third thing. By the way, Wick, you couldn't. By the way, hey, Wick, you said you couldn't think of a third one. This comes down to my third issue, by the way, Jeb, where we could actually have a conversation about what I would like to see on the Republican side if Trump does win.
Can we also for a moment, just really be glad that, can we thank Joe Manchin for a moment that he stopped us from getting rid of the filibuster? Can we give a shout out to Manchin?
Wait, I don't know. Wait, are you actually being serious right now or not serious?
He is being serious because you guys.
Why would we not? Wait.
Why would we not?
I'm pro filibuster.
I'm pro filibuster. A Republican controlled House,
I'm calling
a
New Hampshire
Republican
for the
controlled
Democrats.
Senate, and a Republican president. We are going to want that filibuster. Hold on to it for dear life. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm pro filibuster. So I was just making. I just didn't know.
I want to mention.
By the way, I just called New Hampshire. I just called New Hampshire for the Democrats. By the way, continue. Sorry.
That sounds good. So I want to mention too, it is a very, very, very tight race. So for example, we're looking at like the 8th Pennsylvania district, which was leaning Democrat. That district and the 7th district were both leaning Democrat, and right now it's 51-49 in both districts towards Republicans. So they were supposed to lean Democrat, now they're leaning Republican. If we look at Maine's 2nd district, this is still way too early. I'm not even going to mention that. It's not worth mentioning. It's only at 22% in and 20% in. They're leaning the way of Republicans, but again, it's
You're not describing a close race, my friend. That's not what you're describing when you talk about those details.
Hey, really quick, back to the third issue. I'm sorry, Doghouse, but the third issue, okay, is when it comes down to the institutions of America. This is something that I would like to see as well, because if we do see a Trump House of Representatives, a full control, right? If we see this, I can see him actually getting people involved like Elon Musk that will start trying to pull a fucking Millie down in Argentina and getting rid of all these fucking government functions that, yes, don't get me wrong, there's probably some fat that we can cut. Don't get me wrong about that. But we don't want to fucking cut it all. Or when it comes down to RFK to be in charge of like health shit, which sometimes he's probably right. I don't look a lot at RFK Jr., right? But overall, I'm sure that he's right here and there. But what his kook shit is talking about is not, it's like 90% wrong. This is another thing that I would like to see Republicans work on, is not to fucking dissolve our institutions of America. That's another thing. That would be my third issue, and I would hope Wick agrees with that, but I don't know if he does. But I would hope he does.
No, I am pro institution. Yes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that would be my third. Well,
yes.
Well, when you said that you only had two, and off the top of my head, I had your exact two, and then my third was that one, and my third.
I do honestly think that Trump, and some in the Republican Party at least, will try to do all those things that they decried the Democrats are trying to do. They'll try to get rid of the filibuster. They will try to get rid of a lot of some of the institutional protections in the Senate and the House and the judiciary. I'm going to hold Republicans to account. I sat there when the Democrats tried to do this. I sat there and I took a lot of flack for this. I said, no, that's a bad idea. That's wrong. We shouldn't do that. It's going to bite us in the ass. We need to protect these institutions. And my Republican brothers and sisters stood behind me in that, and they supported that. I'm going to expect that same energy going into this term when I do the same thing, when inevitably Republicans start trying to get rid of the filibuster and things like that. I want that same energy.
Yeah, man, okay? I'm right there with you. I think the filibuster is fucking based. I would hate that whiplash back and forth over and over again.
The inevitably comment is rich when the Senate Majority Leader that will be the Senate Majority Leader, if Trump gets this win, Mitch McConnell, already, when the Democrats had the power, refused to get rid of the filibuster on principle. When his party wanted him to.
He did do that. You're right. He did do that.
I haven't been able to say a damn word for almost.
By the way, it's an 87.2% chance of Trump winning this election now.
So my question is, are Republicans going to stick to the election is stolen narrative when they win?
Yeah, they're going to completely say that. No. They'll still say that Donald Trump will still say, guys, the first thing he's going to say is that these are the first two things that Donald Trump's going to say. The first thing he's going to say right even before he gets into office, he's going to go, look how good the economy is, guys. And I'm not even in office yet because the economy is not doing as bad as everyone says. The second thing he's going to say after he gets into office and he goes after January 20th, he's going to be like, I'm the first third-term president since FDR. That's what he's gonna say. Okay, because he's gonna say, I won in 2016, I won in 2020, and I won in 2024. That's what he's gonna say.
I mention this because Jeb has been drinking.
New Mexico called for the Democrats. Feeling it in.
Nobody should be drinking and working out. That is a dangerous combination.
Again, the stage is set. Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We can still win this, kings and queens. Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I predicted this. I predicted this
decision
desk. We also still have no data from Nevada yet.
Yeah, Decision Desk started this election with Trump at 59% to win. They currently have him at 87.2%. Wait, what? Yours is more ahead than mine.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I thought you. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the betting markets at the moment. The betting markets right now have it at 95%.
Mine says 87.2% chance to win from Decision Desk.
Ah, dude.
Real quick, I just want to mention.
Oh, at least we're gonna get some content a little bit, huh?
No.
Holy shit! Which is not worth it, by the way.
I want to make sure I rub my crystal ball. I'm not saying that any kind of weird, creepy way. I want to mention this. the CPI numbers, I put it on Twitter. I want to let everybody know, I believe it's November 14th or November 17th that they actually released the CPI numbers. The CPE numbers came in and they were less than the month before. The rate was going down. So I want to make sure people understand that if Donald Trump were to win, you're going to see a lot of economic indicators coming in from the Biden and Harris economic policies. Call it hedging if you will, but that's fine. That Donald Trump will very likely claim victory over. Just so y'all are aware, I'm speaking to you from the past to the future. This was not done by Donald Trump. Just want to mention that. Anyways.
I mean, we'll see.
The
I mean,
issue
I don't know.
is, I think this is another issue, is the Democrats have been very disconnected on the economy because they focus on like 3
Hold on, no, 2 months from
macroeconomic-
now, you're going to be talking about, you're going to see all Republicans saying the economy's actually good now.
Right.
2 months from now.
Bingo.
2 months
If
from
Trump
now.
wins,
Absolutely.
a lot of Republicans, not all of them,
100%.
but a lot of the Republicans are going to say, actually, the economy's good now.
Sure,
Yes,
but if I'm
absolutely.
trying to get,
No,
if
Trump's
I'm
going to do
trying
that before
hold
he's
on.
even in office.
What's it going to do?
If I'm trying to
of
get
course.
the
He's already doing it.
Democrats,
Yeah, he's already doing it with the
if
stock
I'm trying
market.
to do the
He's saying
Democrats'
stock market's doing
guidance,
it good because of him.
if I'm trying
I'm
to give the
invested in
Democrats
Palantir,
guidance
making millions.
on how to do
Okay.
things better next time, it is focus on the metrics that affect people and show where people are actually at that you've been ignoring, which is default rates, average car payment, average housing payment, because people who default on their debt and have to take way more money out to buy a vehicle don't have a bunch of money sitting around. So when you're saying the economy is going great, but more people than ever in the
Kamala
last 2
Harris, to be
decades
clear, has not
are
been saying
defaulted.
necessarily that. What she's been saying is that prices have increased, grocery price. She has addressed that, and her solution has been price gouging laws. That has been what she has been
But
stating.
the price gouging, but when the margins, the
I
average
know, you're
margin
gonna-
for grocery is like 1
So
to
you're
2%.
admitting though that she did propose something though, right?
No, not something that's going to help.
There you go. So you're pivoting now because earlier just now
That's
you were
not
making a case.
pivoting. That's
No. I'm gonna mention this because
No,
you
no,
were
no,
just
do
mentioning-
this.
I'm-
This is
no,
why
I'm gonna-
Donald Trump
all right,
is
here's
going to
what I'm-
win. Keep doing what you're doing.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute you while I'm talking. So what I'm trying to say is let it be known that Jeb just totally sat here and made the claim that Democrats need to focus on policies and talk about rising debts and rising this. Well, I just mentioned how Kamala Harris acknowledged that prices are rising, and her solution was price gouging laws to try to limit that, trying to address child tax credits. It wasn't that she wasn't implementing these things; she totally was acknowledging it.
No,
she
it
wasn't
was
saying
because you're
necessarily the economy's
ignoring
great.
my
In fact,
point.
I don't know if I had
My
heard
point
Kamala
was the
Harris ever
metrics you're
mention that the
focusing on.
economy
You're
was going
muted,
great.
Jeb. He can't hear you.
I don't
Yeah, no, I
care.
am muted.
I don't care if I'm muted on his end. The issue is you're purposefully misrepresenting or misunderstanding my point so that there's some dunk.
Of course, everyone's misunderstanding your point, Jeb. We
No,
understand.
I
think Jeb's pretty principled, to be honest.
I think Dylan, Rampage, and Wick understood what I was saying, which is that Democrats are simply focusing on the wrong metrics to determine what makes the economy good for the average person. You were looking for the easiest way out of the conversation, and so you warped my point.
Yeah.
My point wasn't that Kamala has recommended zero policies. My point was Kamala is focused on unemployment, the CPI, and that's pretty much. Oh, and GDP growth when she talks about a good economy. When average people are defaulting
Can you point to
on
me
their
when
Stop
Kamala Harris talks about
interrupting me.
no because you're
Okay,
you're
whatever.
you're
Okay,
gish
by the way,
galloping
when
with
I
100
get
different
back,
points.
Jeb, do you want to ask me a question about compromise with Trump? When I get back, I need to.
Yes, because I do. Yes, I
I'll
do
be
want to talk about that. But no, what I'm saying is, if you say that the economy right now is good, or that Trump,
Yeah, I'm saying that. Yeah.
I mean, Kamala, to be fair to her, has just straight up lied about the economy.
How?
She said that Trump left her with double-digit unemployment. He didn't. When Trump left office, unemployment reached a high of, I think,
9%.
14 to no,
I thought it was 9%.
It reached double digits. Unemployment reached what she claimed Trump left her with. It reached
Yeah,
like
it wasn't there.
14%. By
Yeah.
the time Biden took office, it was 6%.
Yeah.
But she and Biden wanted to take credit for a 14% to 3% descent. What they forgot to mention was that about 70 or 80% of that happened while Trump was still president.
I think that Americans
but
need to just
when-
realize we just got to
if-
make our bed and lay with it, man.
But the Democrats, right? And I know I can point a bunch of names, and everyone here who watches them and knows they've said it. Doghouse, you've said it. Econo Boys said it. Josiah and Hutch have said it. The economy's not bad. Destiny's said it. You have said it. Yes, Rampage. The economy's not bad. People are just freaking out because they feel like it's bad.
Vibe session, yes.
The only
100%.
way you can think that is if you are only looking at vague macroeconomic measures like unemployment, CPI.
Here comes Jeb telling
and
us
GDP.
these are what you got to look at.
No, really quick,
Rampage,
Doghouse.
No. Hold on. 1 point, Doghouse. Do you think people default on their debts when they have money sitting around?
I don't think that's an indication of necessarily that the
Hold on.
economy is per se doing bad.
Wait,
But go
so
ahead.
you think people default on their debts when they have money sitting around to pay those debts?
I think people default on their debts because they prioritize other things. If you have a spending problem, then you're not going to necessarily be able to fix it with more money. You're just going to have a bigger spending problem.
But then when Republicans say that,
I mean, Republicans know all
ignoring
about the spending problem. We can look at the deficit that was raised under Donald Trump.
You
versus
know,
Joe
I
Biden.
agree that people have spending problems.
Yeah.
The issue is Democrats weren't willing to admit that until the economy was bad under them. Then they were like, well, people are just spending in the wrong way. The issue is the Democrats told them to spend the wrong way. They said, we need to stimulate the economy, so we're going to give you a bunch more money. And we're going to tell you to spend it on consumer goods. Joe Biden, at the beginning of his presidency, was saying, we need you to spend this on consumer goods.
Right now. Wait a minute.
Why are we being gaslit?
How much did Donald Trump spend on COVID spending, and how many stimulus checks did Donald Trump give out?
1.
2.
2. Wrong.
2.
I think 2. Okay.
And it was 1,200, and then it was 1,200.
When were they released, Jeb?
Well, 600. Well, hold on. The 600 was like a 1.5 of the 1,200 for people who qualified for certain criteria. That was one round of stimulus.
No, everybody got the
two
600.
Broad-based stimulus checks, and they gave out one. And just so you know, when they gave them out in around March or between March and May of 2020. And then the second one, guess when that one came out? December of 2020.
After he lost the election. Hold on, Doghouse. Wait.
Yes.
So you're saying that he gave a stimulus check after he lost the election?
Yep.
So wait. Hold on. Wait, wouldn't that actually make the mark say making Jeb's point, trying to help the economy, not really giving a fuck about his political status there?
I listen, if you're looking for me to sit here and say that it is all Donald Trump's fault, you're sadly mistaken. I've come out publicly and said Joe Biden certainly didn't help. But there's 2 points I'm making here. One
That's not true, though, because you said the IRA and the Build Back Better Act were all better. We're all good.
I would think they were good based on what I saw.
Well, then he did help. Then
you're pivoting away.
Then
from
he
what
did
I'm talking
help.
About.
You can't say Joe Biden didn't help, but everything he did was good. How do those two coincide?
I can say that some bills that
I'll
Joe
say
Biden
this:
passed
Biden
were
took
bad.
inflation from 9.1% to about 2.4%.
Inflations are at the level where we should be at,
and he won.
Well, no, hold on. The inflation rate is where we should. Hold on, no.
We
stop.
should be.
Hold on.
No.
Is that not true? No, stop. No, Jeff, shut up. Shut up.
Dumb fuck.
You answer
I'm
the
answering.
question. Did Biden reduce inflation from 9.1% to 2.4%? Yes or no?
No.
Yes or no? No.
Did he
You're
reduce
fucking
the
lying.
inflation
We have
rate?
the
Did
data
he
to
reduce
show
the
you were
inflation
What
lying.
did Biden do to reduce the inflation, and what economist gives him credit for it?
I don't care what.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold on.
I don't
hold
give
on.
a
A lot of
shit.
Rampage, stop interrupting me.
Okay. I can't. Wait. I can't hear anything. I cannot hear anything.
Was in 2022, did we peak at 9.1% inflation? Yes or
That's not
no?
what you asked.
Yes
That's
or
not what you
no?
asked.
Yes or
You
no?
asked
I'm
if
asking
Joe
now.
Biden-
Yes or no?
I'm gonna
Okay,
wait.
are you incapable?
I'm gonna wait.
Yes or no?
So, Wick, you
Yes or
asked
no?
me.
Yes or no?
You asked
I'm not
me.
until you
I'm
say
gonna
yes or
mute
no.
you.
I'm not.
I'm
We're
gonna
not
mute you.
engaging. Yes or no? Yes or no?
You asked me,
9.1%.
did
Was that the
Biden
peak?
reduce
Yes or no? Yes
inflation
or no?
from
I don't care
9% to
what else you say.
2%?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I
Dodge,
said
dodge,
no.
dodge,
You
dodge, dodge.
then
No,
asked,
it was.
was
It was.
inflation at
Here, I will
9%?
bring it up
Did
to
it
you
get
right
to
now.
2%?
I will
That
bring it
answers
up to
yes.
you.
I wanna make this
The
clear.
question is,
9.1%
did Biden do anything to make
and
that
then
happen? And the answer is
September
no.
of 2024,
Wick
we
is
went
gonna
down
interrupt
to
because he knows
2.4%.
that's the
And you were
answer, and he doesn't wanna give me the chance to give
deliberately
that answer.
misleading the audience. You were lying, sir.
Wick,
Wick,
remember
you
when
were
Jeb
lying,
Tan-
sir.
Wick,
Wick,
what's
do you
your
remember when
proof that
Jeb Tan
Biden
sat
did
here
that? Because that
and
was
gave,
the determining
credit
factor,
to
right?
Trump for reducing the job numbers, but
Of
he
course
doesn't
he
want to
will.
give credit to. He
No,
doesn't
wait,
want to give
why
credit.
did I say
Sucks
that?
Trump
Hold on.
dick.
Wait,
And
when
he
did I
doesn't
say
want
that?
to give
When
credit
did I say
to,
Trump did that?
Biden for reducing inflation numbers. I
Wait,
thought that was
Doghouse,
There's a
Doghouse,
contradiction
you're
there.
lying.
Guys,
I didn't
okay,
say
guys,
that Trump
can
did
we-
it. I said that it happened when Trump was president. I am honest about what Trump actually accomplished. You guys can't admit when Biden didn't do anything.
We just had a whole argument where you
Inflation went
refused to
down.
admit. You had refused
Dylan,
to
how's
just
the
answer
election
a
going?
simple question about
That's
inflation.
what I
Has
was
nothing
going to
do
talk
with
about.
you.
So
What is
I
it
was.
next?
You asked me two
I
different
can
questions,
Again,
and you
what was
acted
it
that
in
I dodged it.
2022? Was it
Okay.
91%? Yes or
I'll
no?
wait. I'll wait. Wick,
I'm
do you
still
want?
waiting for your
Wick,
answer. My
Wick,
God,
are you
it's
gonna-
a
We
simple
are
thing. I'm asking you if the sky
election
is blue.
So the
You
election.
not a
know, we're
gotcha.
running. There's
Dylan.
an election, I think.
gonna
Yeah,
wait.
I think there is
You
an
can
election.
flail all you want. This is why you're losing,
might-
by the
This is
way.
flail? Do you
Because
think
you-
I'm
yes.
losing? I'm the one that
Wick.
wanted Biden to stay in. I'm not losing. in
Wick,
fact, if they would
Wick,
listen to me, we'd be
Wick,
winning today.
Wick. Do you admit that there's a difference between Biden doing
Yes or
something
no?
and
9.1% in 2022. Yes or no? I'm
Do
still
you
waiting
see
for
how
that answer.
scared he is of this point getting out?
You
You
haven't
see how
answered my
terrified
question.
you are? I
You haven't
did.
answered my
I
question.
answered your
Wick,
I
question.
can
Did
steal
not-
Ben Wick if you guys
Wick,
want.
cannot
No,
answer a
Rampage. You
simple
don't need
yes or
to
no
because
Okay,
he's
can
gonna
we- can
refuse
we-
it anyway.
9.1. 9.1%.
I
Talk about the
said
goddamn race.
Biden did
Dylan,
not.
implement the mute button.
Biden did
I might
not
in a
reduce
second here,
inflation. Inflation did go down.
9.1. Yes or no?
Biden did not reduce inflation. Inflation did go down.
You know, the vote, people have stopped voting. Like,
So,
you're not winning over anybody now, right? There's
I'm
nobody else to
aware, I'm
win.
aware. He's the one.
Wait,
but
first
he's
of all,
pretending I'm not
first of all,
answering a
I'll
question.
stick up for
and I
I'll
just
stick
want
up for
very
Jeb.
clear answers.
Wait, really quick. I will stick up for Jeb really
Very
quick. I don't
clear
think he gives a fuck what anybody. He's not trying to win anybody over. But at the end of the day, Jeb, I will actually, I will push you. I will push back on it
Can we
because
talk-
I know that you
Election.
No, hold on. If you want to talk about this, leave, okay? I want to talk about the goddamn election, and things are being
Okay,
called, and we're
I'm
ranting
jacked
about inflation
Trump
rate.
winning, dude.
Okay. I'm sure you're very excited. I'm a little less excited. Nebraska District 2, I'm calling for the
Inflation
Democrats.
reduction ask Wick. You should have done
It's
that.
not surprising that Nebraska District 2 is getting called for the Dems.
Statistically, it did not reduce inflation.
Okay, Nebraska District 2 has been called, leaving open the pathway of the Democrats, the only pathway they really have left, which is the blue wall states.
Virginia got called.
Virginia
got called for Democrats, by the way.
Yes,
FYI.
I called Virginia like 2 hours ago though. Once I saw those Fairfax County, Fairfax County votes. I'm gonna be honest. I'm from the DMV. You're not flipping those CIA guys for
Fair
Trump.
enough,
Okay,
fair
it's just not happening. Okay, so at this point, we have about, I think, 82% of the vote reporting in Pennsylvania, over 95% of the vote reported in Georgia. Now, of those districts that are left in Georgia, they are in Savannah and I think a little bit around Atlanta. And a lot of these have to be absentee ballots, if I remember correctly, around Savannah. So it's going to be blue. It's going to be blue, but the amount of distance they need to cover is like 80,000 votes. And so
She
you
needs
would
a
need
strike.
she would basically need like you remember back in 2020 when Biden had that bump in the middle of the night and then everybody said that was the big
Right.
steal? He needs that in Georgia with this last little, that's exactly what she
I don't
would
think
need
we get
to
Georgia.
take Georgia.
I don't
I don't
we
think
get
she's
Georgia.
taking it, but that's the only other pathway you have. So I think it's likely
Yeah.
that Georgia's probably going to get called within the next hour, likely for Donald Trump. As for the only other pathway, right now, Michigan leaning towards Trump, Wisconsin leaning towards Trump, Minnesota, it was actually leaning towards Harris. And many of the predicting software I'm looking at now, it's actually been moved to a toss-up, which while it's probably still going to go blue, especially considering who the VP picked, the fact at this point it isn't clear does not bode well for Democratic performance either in Michigan or in Minnesota. When you go to Arizona, it's still a possibility, but I was of the opinion before this, and I'm still of the opinion that Democrats have been polling like ass in Arizona, both in the internal polling and in the public polling. I wish Trump pulled like Carrie Lake there, but Carrie Lake is just not as hateable in the state apparently Trump is not as hateable as Carrie Lake. As for Nevada,
Carrie Lake is.
Nevada Democrats might win, but if they lose either any of these states, that's 6 points. They're not going to be able to make it up.
Can I comment on Wisconsin? I'm looking at Wisconsin right now. A lot of the rural counties are at least 90% in already. There's a few that are still below that 50% threshold. The one thing we want to keep in mind is that right now Donald Trump is leading by approximately 80,000 votes. And right now we have in total 54% of Milwaukee County in. Milwaukee County is the big one we're looking for. Right now, the total number of votes is 30,000, and in Milwaukee in 2020 we got over 400,000. So that lead can certainly close in. In Wisconsin, there's still a path for Kamala there, but it is going to be very, very, very close.
Yeah, I think she wins Wisconsin. I think she wins Wisconsin for
You think
sure.
Minnesota and Wisconsin or
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
I think
Michigan,
I
honestly Michigan is the weakest one. Michigan's the weakest one of the three.
I'm gonna sound like I'm jerking myself off.
No.
My map is looking incredible right now.
I disagree. I think Michigan looks stronger to me than
Michigan's
absolutely.
I'm sorry. Than Wisconsin.
I disagree.
Absolutely.
Look at who's reporting
right now.
Hold on. There's an entire metropolitan area of Michigan that hasn't reported yet.
Yes.
But it is by far smaller than every single other one.
No, I got one.
Wisconsin has like, what, 20 or 30% reporting out of Eau Claire and Madison. I think they look way stronger right now.
Wait, there's one right now I could point to. Detroit, for example. Detroit only has 17% of votes in, and that was an area where Biden won by like.
Now, Detroit's always been MAGA, man. Come on.
Right. So if you look
at
at
Kamala's going to make the whole country like Detroit, though. Doesn't everybody want that?
So
fuck up.
Hold on.
Audacity says he loves you, Dylan, and hopes you stay safe. He paid me to say that, so I'm saying.
Oh, thank you.
So
I mean, he
you
could.
look-
Wait. No, wait, back. Pause. He wanted to say he loves me by giving you money instead of going about. Okay.
I am okay with this. By the way,
By the way,
with it.
we got like a $10,000 fundraiser on my stream right now to pay for more Ukraine embeds. If anybody wants to go take a look at
I'll
that.
donate. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, Dylan, it's like all the Kamala.
Wait, can you wait? Is it on your like? Wait,
if I by fucking other
One
dudes?
second. Let me. It's not on this screen. It's only on my main screen. Let me copy this so I can post it here because I only added it on my main screen. But I've been on this screen for so long that it's 1 second.
Dylan, real quick, while you're doing that, I want to mention that it looks like a lot of rural counties in Michigan are also reporting above 50%, where Detroit is only at 17%, Wayne County. If we look at Grand Rapids and Kent County, we are only at 56% in. I think there is still a viable path for Kamala in this. Granted, it looks scary right now given the margins, but I think that's because of the fact that Detroit, Wayne County has just not put in all their votes that they need. So Wayne County, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota are still very much in play.
Whatever you say, brother.
Yeah. To be fair, no, hold on. They're all very much in play. If Trump wins them, it will be by very slim margins.
But let's also throw this out here. Let's throw this out here. If it was going to be close, a close Harris victory, like my original prediction was, the safest path for her is still the most solid. It's the one path that's still available for her. If it was going to be a close Harris victory, Trump was going to always have the early lead, just like he had back in 2020. The only state where that wasn't going to be the case was Georgia because they changed election law. Pennsylvania, it's still the same way as before. Correct. And it was Trump ahead up until the end where Harris took over. So, and by the way, during those early periods, Trump also got a boost in the poly market odds. He also got a boost in all these other things. It wasn't as definite as now, but it's not impossible.
Here. Stay safe.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Pennsylvania, and I cannot help but notice that the margins. I know I'm a broken record, but and despite that positive attitude I have to admit that Donald Trump is definitely outperforming his previous numbers.
I don't know about Pennsylvania, bros. Like I don't know.
I don't either. I mean, we'll find out. But like, I'm like 70.
It's gonna be the walls warriors. Walls warriors who are pushing for walls, you're gonna have to take a good hard look at yourselves tomorrow morning, okay?
I
Pennsylvania goes Trump.
I've been saying it from the start. Just because he's Jewish and just because he's shut down this like campus shit. Bro, did you see what the exit? Well, I haven't looked at the exit polls recently, but like the exit polls when it came to like foreign policy was like the last on everyone's list, and it was at like 4%. Like,
yeah, no, that's why I said like I disagree with
fucking.
And can we also say it's not close? I hate to be the bearer of bad news here. This isn't looking close.
No.
We are looking at a trifecta.
What do you mean not looking
Hold on. We are looking at a trifecta. The Republicans probably have flipped the House, probably have flipped the Senate, and they're probably
we
taking
gained
the White
one
House.
seat, and the House has already lost 2 seats, and we know they're going to lose another seat.
We just got to be clear-eyed about this. Hold on. We just got to be clear-eyed about this. Well, because there's going to be a lot of cope going on around, right? No, this isn't good. This is
Well, it's not good. It's not good. It's still able to happen. but
Every
it's not
other
good.
day of the week. I hate it.
Hey, wait. I have a scenario that could play out. That's gonna, if this plays out, this is my prediction. We'll see if it goes. I'm gonna play kind of a little bit conservative here. I think Kamala takes Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada. It's gonna go one or two ways. She's gonna take all the Rust Belt minus Pennsylvania. Trump will get Pennsylvania, and then she could take Arizona. In which case, she could still win like that. If Donald Trump takes Georgia and Pennsylvania, he will only have 265 electoral votes. But then Kamala Harris has to literally take every other state. So if Donald Trump were to take Georgia and Arizona, then he would still be short, and then Kamala could still win by taking Pennsylvania, Michigan, all that. So there's still a path there, but I mean, we're talking 5 electoral votes. I mean, it is that thin. She could still win. She could lose Pennsylvania. She can lose Georgia, but she cannot lose Arizona. If she loses Arizona, it's over. And
That's
now,
so, brother, if she loses Pennsylvania, it's gone. It's done.
Yeah. Let's be honest with each other here. Let's actually be honest. The only path to victory for Kamala at the moment is Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania sweep. Arizona's probably going to go red. I know people there. I know it's an anecdote, but that motherfucking state is red as shit, just like Arizona is, but it's just way less than, just like Florida is, but it's way less than Florida, but it's absolutely going more right.
He's right.
100%.
Rampage Paul is exactly right.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Minnesota. She has to take them. She has
We're,
to.
we're at the point of the election where I think I need to start talking with you. I need to start talking with you guys and Dylan, since he hasn't answered yet, about what you guys need my help with when Trump.
Oh yeah, Dylan.
I don't.
And if someone donates $5 to Dylan Burns TV, I will fucking rip this shirt off and rip another set of incline bench
at
while
that
he
level.
answers.
For $5.
Hell yeah.
That was a low ball.
I'm trying to help the Democrat cause while Trump wins because I didn't
We
vote
can
for
get
Trump.
$50. If we get 50, hold on. If we get $50 to
Dylan,
$50 to Dylan's stream, I'll take my shirt off. Okay.
Wow.
There you go.
I'll take it off for a lot less because I was going to rip a set anyway.
And you guys gotta let me know. I'm not watching your
stop
chat,
that.
right? So,
Stop that.
$100.
No, Twitch allows it. If it's fitness,
donate.
you're good.
Donate.
It's not that it's fitness. It's the fact that
Chat.
I don't want to fucking take my shirt off. If everyone, I don't want to jump off the bridge if everyone else does it. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Somebody donate $500, and I'll make sure everybody keeps their clothes on. So that's a counter offer.
Wait. I'll make it better. $1,000. I'll take my shirt off and I'll play YMCA in the background.
Fair enough. Look at that. There's the 1K
Astro-Lycos?
offer. Okay, so
Hold on,
actually donates
Astro-Lycos,
$1,000.
Don't be a brokey and then blame me that you're being a brokey right now, okay? Just accept you are never going to donate the money and that you want to see somebody else throw $5 down to see my nips.
Fox
okay?
News is alleging that the control of the Senate has been decided. I don't know if that's already been mentioned or not. But
that's not unlikely. I mean, I think it was likely they were going to lose it anyway.
I'm sorry. Wait, did they win in Tester?
Yeah.
Senate. Well, they won. Did they win Tester? It was there was 2 that was called before Tester.
Well, Tester hasn't been called yet.
53. I think they'll have 53 now.
AP hasn't called Tester yet. I think only Fox has so far.
Okay. I mean, I think it's
okay.
likely.
So they have already won 2.
Republicans, we already have 50.
Here.
As without Montana,
Shea,
we've won.
He's gonna win Montana.
Look,
he's up 58-41.
Even with the recent shooting scandal. Okay, look. So Republicans likely control the Senate. We're probably gonna lose Tester. Colin Aldred's odds are not looking great right now.
Aldred's
so there's
gone.
a chance
He's done.
that's not only are they gonna win the Senate, they're gonna win it by like 51, 52. And so that JD Vance tie-breaking vote is not going to be that important if he ends up being president, Donald Trump.
Correct.
So Senate control. Here's a quick question, because I know you want to ask me about like this working together, Jeb. Who's going to be Senate leader? Because it's not going to be Mitch McConnell. And who's going to be Senate leader?
You don't think it's going to be Mitch?
No, I don't think it's going to be Mitch. I don't think Mitch is going to be.
I'm
Senate
pretty sure.
leader
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm pretty sure he actually even said that he's going to step down after this.
He doesn't want to. Well, if I had to guess, then I don't think it's going to be a new senator.
Of course not.
Oh man, I don't know
who's the senator that brings in the most money for the Republican Party. That's really the answer.
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. I think Trump
Absolutely
is
knows
a.
that.
I think Trump will do.
Okay, I guess I'm
Guys,
taking the shirt off, brothers. I'm sorry. I just.
pretend
Oh
Trump-
fuck yeah, dude! Hell
We
yeah!
pretend Trump has
Thank you for the
never made a
$50.
rational decision in his entire life. I think he might elevate like a Rand Paul or a Ted Cruz to appease the parts of the party that don't love him.
Oh my
Wait,
god, that's
is it
the
the
worst
Senate, the one-
possible
wait,
scenario.
is it
You
the
realize
Senate-
that, right?
Well, the Senate
My
picks
God.
him, but then you guys always act like Trump. If anything that happens under Trump is his decision. If that's the case, I think Trump definitely encourages them to say Ted Cruz or Rand Paul, because then
Whoa.
nobody has the shit on me that I can't. That everybody who's ever challenged me is excised from the party.
Wow.
Both of them have. Rand Paul wrote the Justice for Breonna Taylor Act, that,
it's
by the way,
funny.
Democrats shot down. And
I
Ted
had
Cruz
my
was his leading
I had my
contender in
headphones off,
2016.
and I could still hear you loud and clear, Jet Dan. Your voice carries. Let's say that. I'll say that kindly.
That's what I do, baby.
That dad's a good-looking guy. We allow it, okay?
I don't think
Just
I
like
can
you
do anything
with
about
Dan
that, but I
Doghouse.
appreciate that.
Okay, so
Okay.
here's a few things. Number
Like
one,
everybody on this panel.
number one.
Hey, real quick, is there anything
wait.
against TOS on YouTube,
Tell
Twitter,
Wick to
or
take off his
Twitch?
pants. I will not tell him to do that.
We're not gonna go any further with the stripping. Wick, thank you for the $50 sacrifice, I guess. See, this is what happens. Democrats start getting under a little electoral pressure. We just start breaking down.
Hold
we
on,
start
guys.
stripping, feces on the
California
wall.
California just got called. Prop 26
Stein.
got passed.
Oh,
What's
We
Prop
are
26?
going. Prop 26. If you steal $950 worth of goods, it's a fucking felony now, and you're going
Good.
to federal, and you're going to fucking
Okay,
state prison,
so,
not fucking county jail, baby.
a few announcements.
Let's
We
go.
got-
We're tough on crime.
One second. I'm bringing on a new guy in a second here, Michael Hillard. He's actually a foreign policy guy, so we're going to talk about foreign policy implications in a second here. But we just had the polls close in Hawaii, and I think we're going to have the polls close in Alaska soon. There are still people in line in Nevada. My line.
Dylan, your camera's all fucked up.
I'm familiar. It's been a problem all
I'm
night
sorry.
for some reason.
He's getting bombed again. Guys, listen, whatever he said about stripping being over, don't listen to him. If you donate him $5, these nips are coming out, and I'm ripping another set of incline bench. That's not, listen, I'm not crazy. It's like 65 pounds, okay, per hand, but respectable, because I'm going low, I'm going slow, and you're going to get a whole slow-mo angle of these nips and tits. So
Okay. So
I need another nude update. Sorry.
in Nevada, we still have people in line voting. So voting hasn't even stopped in Nevada yet, actually, which is
yeah,
there's
of
people
course, it
still in
doesn't
line.
stop for 3 days.
It's gonna go on for a bit. But right now, the odds are not looking good for the Democrats. This is my concern, Jeb, because you keep talking to me about compromise. Is listen to the people you're talking about Trump giving power to. Rand Paul, Ted Cruz. These are not people who are going to go up to Trump and stick up to him and say, hey, we need to go support Ukraine. Hey, I
don't know.
believe. You think Rand Paul's going to go stand for Ukraine aid in the Senate?
Not specifically for Ukraine aid. Ted Cruz might, but the reason why I think
Ted
if
Cruz,
they're
the guy who rolled over once his wife went out, his wife got dragged through the mud, is going to really.
Hold on. He's also one of the first guys to go and co-draft a bill with AOC for congressional term limits. He's willing to limit his own.
That doesn't mean anything, right, Chad? Come on.
Nothing.
He's willing to work with Democrats to limit his own power.
Oh, guys,
hey guys,
let's do something that 85% of Americans and fucking House of Representatives and Congress agrees on. Oh, look at we're being bipartisan. Come on.
Wait, no, they don't agree on it because it didn't pass. It was what most people didn't agree on.
It's not that it didn't pass; it probably just never got brought to the floor, right?
Yeah, because no one wanted to do it because he was
so
willing to go against the
legislation
grain.
that had no chance of passing, and he did not get and it's not even like a divisive issue within his party or within the base. Number one, because it's supported amongst the majority of the American public. But number two, because it has no chance of passing, right? When we talk about Ukraine aid, we got to talk about something that has a chance of passing. You think Ted Cruz or Rand Paul or any of these people that Trump might end up empowering in the Senate are going to be people that would stand up to him and say, Mr. President, we need to send this aid package over there to give the Ukrainians leverage. You have to do it. I will not allow you to guide foreign policy as the chief executive. You got to do it this way. I don't believe
I
it's
don't
gonna
think
happen.
I don't think anyone does it to that extent for Democrat leadership either. No one's like, I will not allow you, other than Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. And how has the Democrat Party treated them? Not very fucking well. Obviously, the president does set the tone regardless of who the party is. But yes, I think if there are two dudes in the Republican Party who have both the clout and the inclination to go against Trump, it is Rand Paul and Ted Cruz, and there's a couple others that could possibly do it too. Ted Cruz is
But
one
I don't
of the
think they
most
do it for
tenured.
Ukraine, which is his point.
Yeah, sure. With Ukraine, I think it's 50-50 for Ted Cruz. Rand Paul's obviously a libertarian, so he is going to lean against any level of foreign aid. I think Ted Cruz is the most
We
likely
just got to be
Senate leader,
clear-eyed
though.
about this. This is
Okay,
not good
Mr.
news for
Friday
Ukraine.
Night Lights over here. You were not clear-eyed at all about Biden's chances of staying the nominee, so I don't want to hear nothing about clear-eyed.
I told you it was a 50-50, and we can go look up at the clips. I didn't think they should have forced him out. They did. That turned out to be a mistake, right? Can we all admit that now, at least?
No. I do not. Hold on. I'm with Doghouse and Dylan and Rampage that there is no proof that Biden would have done better, and all the proof.
Biden would have done worse. Biden would have done worse.
There is some evidence.
Biden would have done worse.
Hold on.
The real way for Kamala, if Kamala loses, if Kamala loses,
we have a new guest, and I want to make sure that they get some room here, and give them some area. Michael, are you there?
I am indeed. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can see. I can hear you. I cannot see you. Your camera's not on.
Let's try. Give me 2 seconds.
So we got a bunch of people here. We're covering the election as the results come in. I thought it would be more segmented, but obviously the results are, it's very close. Everybody's very anxious, and so we got a bunch of people
and I'm
on
the
with
best
you.
content. He doesn't want to kick me off.
And so, Michael, there's a few things I wanted to discuss with you. But first, have you been watching the results closely? Have you been watching the results come in?
Yeah, I've been watching some of the results come in. I think it's still way too early to call. It's still, I'd rather be in the Trump camp than the Harris camp tonight. But I also think that the path that pretty much everyone has set out going forward, whether it be through the Rust Belt and then obviously with Pennsylvania, is still very much on the table. And everyone's been saying for a long time that we may not get results on this election for up to a week. So I still think we're a while away from being able to call it one way or the other, but it is trending toward the Trump direction.
Why are we so nonchalant about saying that, by the way? Why are we not saying that
because of mail-in ballots and shit.
No, but why are we okay with it? Why don't we say, oh my God, I can't fucking believe we have to wait a week to know the fucking result of this election. It's ridiculous.
It comes down to states. It comes down to states' laws and elections and shit. That's
of course,
all.
but we
states'
have federal,
rights, Jeb, am I right?
I agree, but we have federal underlining policy for a lot of state policies. States can't do whatever they want with their elections.
But yes, that's kind of the point. That's why a lot of these governments have done that to, put this distance between, effectively when the results come in and when the actual ballot gets cast.
Sure.
For instance, Georgia today changed the laws, and that's why we've seen Georgia results come in so quickly.
And that's great. Yeah, no, and I agree. And the mail-in ballots have come in quickly, which is great because not only will we find their final verdict sooner, but we're also getting a clearer view of how it will shake out over time. And that's great, but I also think there should be some federal underlining policy, like what 83% of Americans agree with, which is that we should have voter ID federally.
I think it's just a truism to say that elections should be counted faster, could be counted faster, and there are policies I think we could all get together and agree with that would be fine. But I don't think it's a big deal. Like, it's one of those things which I understand that it is a problem, but if we're looking at the top 10 things I would fix in this country, it wouldn't.
I actually,
Michael Hillard, I don't know if you might be
when
confused.
I
know you work a lot with a lot of think tanks and security organizations interested in that. This is a homeless man we allowed on the stream. That's why you shared this.
Look, someone was willing to pay $50 to help Ukraine, and they said, "You take your shirt off, and I'll pay you $50." And I'll be like, "I will make the sacrifice." Okay, this is
I've accepted that Wick is far more attractive than me because I offered Dylan's audience of about 180 people that I would take mine off for $5, and Wick's audience of like 30 people paid $50 to get him to take his shirt off.
I mean, look,
hey,
that's the
sometimes
best
you
way to
got
fund
spoilers, baby.
So,
sometimes you got Oilers.
So Michael,
you can't win them all.
I want to approach a few things with you quickly because you're the new guest. Give you a little bit of attention. Then we'll move back to the panel generally. The first thing is introduce yourself. Then second, how are you feeling about what's out there now? And then I'll get to a policy conversation because I want to talk to you about foreign policy because I want to answer Jeb's question about compromise through your answer. Okay.
Perfect. So my name's Michael Hilliard. I run the Redline podcast, but my background is in military and defense analysis, specializing in Russia and Central Asia particularly. The head of defense and strategy analysis for the Oxford Society for Central Asian Affairs. So, policy wonk, mostly focusing on how I'm feeling about the election. Obviously, it's interesting to say the least. I don't think many people expected Trump victory tonight, particularly around the world. If you look at the polling that mostly happens in other countries, Trump is not particularly popular. So, there'll be a lot of scrambling diplomats tonight. But I think it's also still too early to make a full call yet. Everyone kind of expected, and everyone went into this election saying, maybe a week before we find anything. I think it's we should all take our own medicine from about 24 hours ago.
Okay. So why is it that so much of the world, and I'm going to concentrate on the Western aligned world, so largely America's allies, why are the majority of these state governments and their populations not particularly excited about a second Trump term?
Well, Trump term, if we look at what the last Trump term was, it was a bit chaotic, to say the least. And I'm trying to be very polite and nice here. There was a lot of conversation, and one particularly stuck in my mind I had with a diplomat back in 2018, after Trump had just torn up the JCPOA, and that was effectively going, hey, look, Iran signed their deals, they did what they needed to do, they agreed with what was asked of them, and then the Trump administration came in and tore it up. Why should we trust the US for any longer than a single term now? And that's the kind of sentiment that we do worry about going forward, that, with a lot of deals going now, we're either going to see a lot of more transactional deals. So similar to how Trump worked with the Turks, how Trump worked with the Israelis, how Trump worked with the Saudis. And we're likely to see a turn away from a lot of these long structural alliances that America has typically been at the forefront of.
So as an example, could we talk about NATO for a moment? And long structural alliances. How does the majority of America's NATO allies view Trump's impact on the organization?
Terrible. If I were in Ukraine at the moment, and I think Infirmary says you are in Ukraine at the moment, I'd be terribly worried about what the next couple of years are going to be like. Trump has already said on the campaign trail that he would form a peace in 24 hours, which will likely mean effectively telling Ukraine that there'll be no more weapons or funding coming in, and effectively Ukraine's on their own. That's a pretty terrifying statement if you are the Ukrainians at the moment. On top of that, NATO partners have been told, that the US cannot be fully relied upon, that Trump may be allowed to do whatever he wants in the eastern states if they don't spend their money. Again, I think some of this is rhetoric, so I don't take it completely, as truth. But I definitely think Ukraine is very much on the chopping block, and it's what Putin has been looking for a long time. It's why Putin has been quite supportive of the Trump campaign throughout this. And I find it very interesting that both Trump and Musk have been commenting on the amount of calls they've been having with Putin over the last few months. So it's been, NATO particularly will be worried about not just losing sort of the United States support, but also the fact that Germany hasn't met the quotas that it was expecting to meet by this point, and they may not have access to a lot of the US logistical infrastructure that they need. If France can produce a lot of shells, they quite often rely on US infrastructure to get it into place. So if with the US out of the picture, there's a lot of work that Europe needs to do, and it gives Russia a much freer hand in all these countries. It's a bit of a terrifying position to be in. Although, again, Trump said a lot of things on the 2016 campaign, which he went back on. He said a lot of things in his term he went back on. So I also, foreign policy is a lot harder to predict with Trump because he tends not to follow through with too much of what he says.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and I want, can I jump in for a minute?
Sure, why not? It's an opportunity.
Because I don't want to be the guy who's just you can't predict Trump's foreign policy, so let's just assume the best and assume against the worst.
No way. If you met me, you know how depressed I am. I always assume the worst. But yes, it is a bit harder to predict. It's harder to give what I mean by that is when you find, a president actually makes not too much difference on policy. It's the cabinet that makes the majority of the difference.
Yes.
And what you tend to find is when you have a Democrat cabinet, or the cabinets of sort of Biden, or even Obama, when they, the Department of Energy are guys like, Nobel-winning physicists, and they go into the Trump administration and you get a Dancing with the Stars contestant. You tend to find with Democrat, cabinets and Democrat committees that they tend to be very consensus. They tend to be guys who've been in there for 40 years. They tend to be guys who are fairly, not predictable, but you kind of get they're going to follow the doctrines and they're going to follow what they do. If we just have a bunch of random people in. If they just follow a lot of random people, then it's much harder to predict what they can do.
Stable and predictable. But one thing I would say is, so what I was saying was, as the one person on this panel that is optimistic about a Trump victory, I want to say, like, I'm not.
I think I'm being neutral. Being polite and neutral.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm the only one optimistic, and I don't want you to think that I'm just going to be like, yeah, you can't guess what Trump's going to do, so let's just assume he's going to do all the right things. I'm going to bring up some evidence. So, what I have noticed about Trump in terms of international politics is he will fake it in isolationist ways where the stakes are low. So, the Paris Agreement. He'll fake it that he's anti-Paris Agreement by leaving it, but the U.S. still complied with the Paris Agreement. He will fake it in regard to international politics in that regard, but where he will break and be more aggressive internationally seems to be when the stakes are higher. When the stakes are higher, it seems like he's more willing to intervene internationally, Qasem Soleimani being one, where ubiquitously he had opposition in the opposing party at least, and a good chunk of the Freedom Caucus in his own party, they were saying, don't fucking do this. And where he was willing to actually take a big swing and not be faking it was in the direction of intervening more outside of the United States. So that's where I think with Ukraine, I would predict if he's going to fake it, if he's going to try to be isolationist, I think he's going to choose issues more like Israel, where the stakes are low and Israel's kind of going to do whatever they want anyway. Biden already said they're not going to help Israel in Lebanon and those places, and Israel said, cool, we'll do it on our own anyway. Whereas Ukraine, the stakes are higher and the cost of the U.S. not being involved is higher. And so I think he's more likely to take a more interventionist swing there, the same way he did with Iran.
So let's just go through a couple of those things. I think the stakes on Israel are very high for a whole bunch of reasons, whether it destroys Israel's position or destroys the US position or just destabilizes the Middle East a bit. I mean, already Lebanon was already in a very bad position, and this is only going to make things worse. Whether this drags the United States into more combat with Iran, that's also a choice. We also saw quite, particularly after a lot of money was given to the Trump campaign by the Saudis, that there was a big push against Qatar. That's obviously going to have big impacts in the Middle East. So all of that is going to that's massive high stakes problems. If we look at, let's say, Soleimani, that was. If we look at Soleimani, for instance,
I mean, like the difference in outcomes between if U.S. helps or doesn't help. If U.S. assisted Israel in Lebanon, Israel strikes Lebanon. But then when the U.S. decided not to assist Israel in Lebanon, Israel still struck Lebanon. I don't mean high stakes in terms of inevitable outcome of one side. What I'm saying is the difference between the outcomes of if we are involved and if we aren't. We were not involved in Lebanon, yet what would have happened if we were involved in Lebanon still happened.
So a lot of this is
Lebanon.
So no, Biden didn't redline Lebanon. But one of the big problems you have here is the guarantee of supply down the pipeline. So for instance, in Ukraine, one of the major problems has been that, if you go, let's say, sit in your trench and just hold the line, let's say you burn 5 units of supply a day. But if you want to go on the offensive, you're going to have to burn 10 to 15 units of supply. So if you feel that you are guaranteed to have supply coming in, you can feel comfortable that you might go on the offensive because you know there's more coming in the pipe. If you are not comfortable that you have supply coming in, you either have to go on the defensive or go on the retreat into better positions, in which case that's a problem. So if you are, let's say, Israel and you don't get a blank check, which Trump has very much promised the Israelis a blank check here, Israel will probably not be nearly as offensive and as aggressive as they are at the moment.
I don't know.
They still will, but they won't go, going into Gaza, they had more than enough to do that as an operation, but to go into Lebanon or really ratchet up with Iran, they probably wouldn't feel comfortable doing that unless they knew they had the backing of the United States.
The blank check I resent real quick, because if we take Trump equally seriously with his statements regarding Israel as we do to Ukraine, Trump said very similar things where he said, we got to let Israel do whatever it is they're going to do.
You know why he's saying that? Do you know why Trump is very bullish and has very bullish rhetoric towards Israel? Because he thinks it will help in his election. He thinks it will help him in his political support.
I mean, that means nothing in this conversation.
That is the if we want to look at what Trump is going to do and what you can predict will do, you got to look at what Trump thinks will benefit Trump at home. That's his.
Yeah, but
that's
if by that logic, he'd help Ukraine then, because most of the United States supports assisting Ukraine.
No, okay.
Well,
At
it
home.
depends
Yes,
So
yes, 100%.
So let me just clarify something. When he says at home, I think he's right, but I think it's his home, not the United States as a whole. We've seen much more we've seen Trump operate in a much more transactional, in the past. So, for instance, when the Trumps gave the blockade and the guidance for the Saudis to effectively put the blockade on Qatar, that was done without the State Department even being aware. It was after a massive contribution from the Saudis. We have seen, Trump give a lot of sign off on some of the Azeri actions, and that was after donations to Trump. We've seen similar operations with Egypt as well. When we look at where the money's going to come from, Trump has benefited quite significantly from Russia assistance in this campaign. Russia's been quite helpful. He's been very again, I'm not going to get into a lot of Russia, but Trump tends to be more favorable to Vladimir Putin than he does to the Ukrainians. When it comes to Israel, he's taken massive donations. He's Adelson gave him a huge amount of money for this campaign. It's very obvious that he has much more to gain from that position than he does from, let's say, flipping to Ukraine.
Absolutely.
He has more to gain, but he has more to lose in regard to Ukraine simply because.
Well, no, not really. The Republican Party's been the Republican Party's been anti-Ukraine for a while now. He really doesn't have anything to lose, particularly if, let's say.
But in action, not as much.
No.
Well, in voting totals too, the majority of Republicans voted against the Ukraine aid bill.
Yes,
here's my
and
thing
also
is, I don't see this logic transferred forth, because you'll also say that it's the Republicans that ousted Kevin McCarthy, even though 90% of those votes were the Democrats. You wouldn't say it's the Democrats that wanted Kevin McCarthy specifically.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Jeff,
but if I came to you and I said the majority of Republicans voted against Kevin McCarthy, you would say that was much more decisively against Kevin McCarthy's leadership than that slight little difference. Because when we're talking about voting against Ukraine aid, it was the majority who voted against it.
Yeah, but that's because of the context. Because
what was the context, by the way? Holding up Ukraine aid for 10 months while people were dying.
Yes. Here's the context, though, that makes that different. The reason why the Democrat majority seemed to be excusable on your part for Kevin McCarthy was because, obviously, outside of that situation, it is always
Go
ahead.
Lovely to meet you.
It is always advantageous for the Democrats to have hold on. Stop. I'm explaining why they're different. Stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. I will explain why it's different. I'm getting there.
Talk, blah, blah, blah.
I've been talking for 20 seconds. I got to know to my doghouse to leave.
We have an expert here on the thing, and you are filibustering.
Wick, shut the fuck up. You've been talking as long as I just was.
Okay,
let's talk more about.
No, not okay. Hold on. Let me.
Can we just get back? Can we get back to foreign policy? Because this is
okay. But this matters. This matters in relation to
not really. I kind of get where you're going with the conversation, and
I don't think you do. Nobody does, but everyone's going to assume they did. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you can't.
I know everything.
Yeah.
If you're looking at McCarthy,
but if you're looking,
you're about to say that.
Thank you for the invite. This is just the Jeb Tam show at this point. See you guys later.
Bye, Wick.
So from what I understand you were about to say is the fact that, look, it was when McCarthy was ousted, it was the majority of Democrats who actually gave the votes. Now, I would also put out that it was the Republicans that tabled the bill, and you need Republicans to get it across the line. The majority of Republicans won't want to knife a speaker because McCarthy was a very good Republican donor if they didn't have to. If they came down to push, come to shove, they will, for the same reason that both parties tend to do, strategic voting. So, for instance, if you are in a state where that particular policy is really, really unpopular, well, maybe you don't have to vote for it because we already have enough votes. So, this was...
It's kind of dancing around my point. My point is the external context plays into whether we assume the primary motivation for Democrats was attacking Kevin McCarthy, or if the general context for Democratic votes is to always get rid of a Republican speaker if there's an opportunity to, because obviously you would prefer any % chance of a Democrat speaker being involved. With Ukraine, I don't think when the majority of Republicans go against Ukraine, it's because they have a specific vendetta against Ukraine. It is this general idea that Republicans are incentivized to use whatever leverage they have when they're the minority in Congress to leverage that to keep things that they don't want passing with the majority that the Democrats hold in Congress. So it's not that they have this personal vendetta against Ukraine. It's that they were in a position where they had a minority in Congress. And so they were using whatever leverage they had. If it was abortion, if it was Ukraine, if it was drug policy, whatever it was that they would have had leverage on, they would have used. It wasn't this unique
I disagree.
vendetta against
I disagree.
Ukraine.
I know. I do. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I gotta say,
That's
when
it.
we talk about voting against Ukraine aid, like there's other bills that Republicans want to use as leverage, but they don't campaign against because they know it's bad politics. For example, you remember that bill that Jon Stewart was campaigning for that had to provide like healthcare services to like firefighters?
Yeah.
Like that was like, even if you're going against that for some political reasons, you're not going to go out there and say those firefighters don't deserve. You're not going to say that because that's political poison. They went out there
your leverage,
and campaigned against Ukraine aid. We had them going on TV against Ukraine aid. Trump was going out and making fun of Zelensky, calling him a salesman. He was lying about the amount of aid that was being sent. He was lying about death totals, and they blocked it during a vital part in the war, meaning they were more interested in using it as leverage than the amount of people that would die from it, and the leverage and the impacts on their administration if they were to take power, which at this point seems likely. And so if they're willing to disregard it, if they're willing to campaign against it, if they're willing to build public sentiment against it, they are not a safe vote for Ukraine aid. In fact, I think it might be difficult for someone like Trump, even if he wanted to whip them in favor of Ukraine aid. If you're talking about senators like Mike Lee, who are never going to be in favor of Ukraine aid, if you're talking about people like J.D. Vance, who is not going to turn around on issues like this, and even if Trump was to do this, we're talking about like a dream scenario, because Trump has been against Ukraine aid, generally speaking, for the better part of 2 or 3 years now.
I mean, he passed it where Obama didn't.
Wait, hold on. Can I say
Wait, no, that's bullshit, Jeff. That's no. That's dishonest. That was
on.
Congress. That wasn't Trump. Trump tried to stop it.
Wait, can I say one thing too really quick, and then I'll let you guys keep battling it out because you guys are more of the experts of this as well. I don't know why you said why Mike Lee wouldn't have passed it, because Mike Lee has passed Ukraine aid multiple times at this point. And to the point where actually Mike Lee actually passed the aid, and then people were trying to get him out. Marjorie Taylor Greene specifically did it, and then they asked him specifically. They said, "Why did you actually put a bill up for?" Or Mike Lee, "Why did you actually put a bill up for Ukraine aid?" And he said, "Because they showed me the situation that we're in, and I absolutely agree with this." That's what I remember happening, at least.
So the Mike Lee point actually kind of sits where I was going to go with this anyway, which is quite nice. The point was that Ukraine and supporting Ukraine was very popular, and it was a bipartisanly supported piece of legislation at the very beginning. And then we have seen, particularly as Trump shifted toward an anti-Ukraine position, that the Republican Party has followed him down that direction. So we're unlikely to see that shift back unless Trump has a massive change of heart.
I hope you're wrong.
I hope I'm wrong as well. But
I agree with you, by the way. But I hope you're wrong.
Bit.
Yeah,
so
I agree with you.
even if it's Mike Lee has passed something right at the beginning, I mean, that was U.S. politics is moving very quickly. I don't think we can possibly say what happened at the very start of the war is a predictor of what happens now. If we take Trump at his word, if we take Trump and his relationship with Putin, if we take, what the Republican Party of today is doing, particularly some of these probably freshman senators who've come in after some pretty tumultuous primaries that ran on anti-Ukraine policy, we are likely to see the Republican Party turn away from supporting Ukraine. So I definitely think we can't rely on Trump to support Ukraine. If we look at who the other partners who could possibly support Ukraine are, Poland would be, a possibility, but right now Poland's got so Poland is in a bit of position, though, because it has given a huge amount of aid and support to the Ukrainians, but the majority of what it's given are the old Warsaw Pact gear that was sitting around. And right now they're
it's the same thing what the United States is doing, though, right?
Yes, yeah, we'll get to that. But to go through, the Europeans first, because that's the big partners.
Sure.
Poland is now
actual Jake, thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it.
Cleared out the stockpiles and has now replaced its stockpiles with pretty good, mostly South Korean or American stuff, which they're very unlikely to give away because it's quite expensive and they're paying a lot of interest on it. Germany, with its Zeitenwende program, that did not meet the targets. They were hoping to make 1 million shells a month by this point. That hasn't reached fruition. That's more of a thing of the German defense industry. It has a lot of weird tender process stuff. The French have not got their defense industry to where it needs to be as well, particularly as the French are hoping to get more involved back in Africa, probably over the next few years. So it's a pretty dire situation for Ukraine if there is no support. And it also gives, let's say even if we go with the scenario that I was talking about back in, I think June of 2022 when I was on Dylan's show, of we go to effectively a Transnistria, a South Ossetia and Kharkiv scenario where it's there's no end of the war, but it's effectively the lines kind of sit stalemated for a long time. That would give the Russians enough time to, rebuild a lot of its military, get their economy back on track. Because right now they're putting so much of their military and economic power into keeping this war going, which is, it'll be fine short term. It's like putting a bunch of sugar into the system short term, but it puts massive economic problems later on down the track. So the quicker they can sort this out, the quicker they can save themselves in 10 years.
Of course.
Now,
right,
if we give them the breather, that effectively gives Russia a chance to not only, return to its positions of power in the Caucasus and Central Asia and a few other places,
build it all up,
but also allows them to effectively build up and try again in 4 or 5 years.
Michael,
complex.
Would you say pausing aid to Ukraine would be giving them a breather?
Absolutely. Pausing aid
to
Ukraine
to be
would be
clear, that would mean that we've already given them a breather.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. We've already given you Russians
I'll concede that.
I
think
better
we should
position.
all concede that. Any honest person would concede that, by the way.
Yeah.
Plus, the other point of this is that there was the Ukraine aid packages were kind of two parts. One was obviously helping Ukraine and getting that ready, but the second was also preparing the U.S. defense industry to actually be able to fight a war again. Because the beginning of the war in Ukraine was such a wake up call for so many people that hey, modern war is not going to be 3 days long. We need to get production up. And effectively, what's happened is imagine a car running at 80 miles an hour. That would be what we kind of were in the 80s, a very fast car producing a lot of stuff. After the Cold War ends, we kind of drop the speed. We're not building as much. We're not doing as much. We're kind of fighting terrorists now. We drop the speed down to 40. And we're now realizing how difficult it is to get to 80 again. So even after all this effort, we've mainly got back up to about 60 kilometers an hour. The industry's been built up, and it's a lot easier to get to 80 from 60 where we are now, for sake of the argument. It's why part of the Ukraine aid has been things like building submarine torpedoes, even though the Ukraine has no submarines. It prepares us not only for, let's say, if we want to go full-throatedly support Ukraine again, but also, let's say, if Taiwan happens or another conflict happens, that we do have that spare capacity there. And not only the fact that, I get why, Britain and a few other countries bitch about Ukraine aid spending, because when Britain gives away a javelin, they have to buy a javelin from the United States. But when the United States bitches about it, they're buying it from the United States. These are just giant job programs, which most defense contractors are smart enough to put in the most marginal districts. So we've seen a huge amount of jobs come in, whether it be just the defense guys or even the lunch bars near the defense plants that effectively come in through these programs.
The thing that I want to put, that's why I think the interaction with domestic policy matters. But what I will say is there are things about Trump that I definitely think are less safe for the Ukrainians. But then there are things that you mentioned that I think Trump will incentivize, maybe he only incentivizes them 25 to 50%, that the Democrats are not willing to leverage any muscle to incentivize, which are the things like why were Germany and France so unprepared when they were pledged to a treaty that was designed to defend against this exact thing happening? And I think obviously we're talking in spirit. I'm not having this full-throated faith of Donald Trump to abide by every principle he claims to have.
Of course, yeah.
But at least he claims to have the principle of leveraging some kind of muscle to get NATO more engaged outside of just the United States in preparing for conflict like this with Russia.
So what you're saying was true before 2022.
I was about to say the same thing.
Let's call it 2023. To be polite. And yes, because again, I remember sitting on panels back in 2021 with titles like "What's the point of NATO anymore?" Because again, we hadn't been doing very much for a long time. We have seen, which again, I'm pro NATO as well, but. Now that the war has happened, we have seen all of these countries jump in very quickly and build up and actually spend a lot of money to get the defense industries back up to.
But they're not able to meet targets. Some of this stuff takes time.
Now, most of this takes time. Some of it will, most of these countries will meet the goals. Some won't. And it's one of those questions of, let's take a Montenegro as an example, who's a very small member of NATO. For them to, let's say, reach the 2% target, and they could do that by buying 3 extra tanks. But they would also have to close 4 hospitals to do it. And the question then for the United States is, hey, this is a very important ally because it gives us a massive amount of leverage over Serbia. We get a good port and a good position on the Adriatic. do
might as
we
well
want
take
to
the loss
piss?
here.
Do we want to piss them off in exchange for
Yeah.
3 additional tanks?
We might
I
as
don't
well
think it's
give them the
particularly
3
worth it.
additional tanks to give
We
it
might
to
as well
them,
give
right?
them the 3 tanks.
Exactly.
No, but
The
I don't-
intel's more
I-
valuable than those.
Yeah, but this is kind of a difference in principle. Whereas I don't think the way we treat Montenegro only affects Montenegro. I think if we hold to the principle of big or small, we need you guys to abide by this 2%. Getting those 3 tanks out of Montenegro also gets Germany and France a little bit more ahead of schedule than they are now in meeting that goal. So that maybe they
Can
could
I say one thing and then you can tell me if I'm wrong? Can I say
Yeah,
one
go.
thing and then you can tell me I'm wrong?
Yeah.
Good.
Really quick, Jeb. What it comes down to, like, I understand like Trump coming out and saying like NATO, you need to pay your fucking fair share and shit like that. To be able to like up it up, and like now we're seeing, hey, guess what? Look at, he did it. It's up and up. But I don't think that really had much to do with it. It really just had to do what he talked about, what happened in 2022. It just has to deal with there was an actual big conflict. That was a big issue where everyone realized, and also these countries like you bring up, like France and Germany, that are hold on. You bring up like France and Germany, like actually not being able to like, wait, why aren't they prepared for it? Because they were caught off-footed is really what happened. It seems like.
But you're kind of right.
Okay,
and kind of wrong.
let me just. I just want to put this out there. It is a calculation for the United States to make on a case-by-case basis. So not every country is incredibly pro-NATO. So for instance, a country like Bulgaria, actually NATO polls quite badly, and particularly now with a whole bunch of different things I don't want to get into. If you were to, let's say, go and slap your fists on the table and demand that Bulgaria spend 2%, all you're going to do is drive up anti-NATO sentiment, and that's something that a pro-Russian politician can probably grab onto and say, NATO is demanding we buy X amount of tanks, that's X amount of hospitals, let's get rid of NATO. And that would actually weaken NATO's position quite dramatically. So there is always going to be a calculation of, sometimes you want to use strength, sometimes you want to push on them, particularly like the Americans have been pushing on the Germans for a while, they've been pushing on Norway for a while, they've been pushing on all these guys, Canada as well, it's why Canada bought into the F-35 program. But pushing really hard on states that don't really, would benefit, don't need it, I don't think it actually solves any particular problems. It's why we've seen the countries that have spent way above the 2% of GDP are the states that really need to do that. So Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, those guys who would be on the front line, who are the most important, that America would place the most pressure on, are very much not only meeting but exceeding their targets. Putting more pressure on Montenegro or Bulgaria actually would probably give the Russians a giant in to talk about getting rid of NATO, which is a worsening position in the long run. Again, it's sugar hits versus long-term thinking here.
I mean, I get it. It's one of those things where like I can 100% concede the weaknesses of a Trump administration on NATO and Ukraine, but I can also see sort of the unique strengths. And in terms of the immediate conflict and benefit to the immediate conflict, and Paul's going to come back, by the way, I just asked him. He's in waiting room right now. He disconnected, I guess. I look at more aggressive NATO policy as a long-term thing, because say the best thing we can get right now to keep Ukrainians from dying in a war of attrition is a temporary pause in the conflict. It's not the thing I would prefer, but say that's the best thing we can get on either side of the conflict. The best next step is for NATO all to meet that 2% target, so that regardless of where support is with any individual NATO country,
but which countries aren't meeting the 2%? Which countries that are important and aren't politically disastrous to push on aren't meeting the 2%? Because all of the big players are now.
Well, they are now.
That's why Trump's talking about 3% now.
But the thing is,
Biden did by working with them and making sure that because again you also have the other. Okay, you have two problems. One, that Biden's done this by using the carrot, which actually gets good results. These guys are spending their NATO money where they are. If let's say
attacking Ukraine was what did it.
Yeah, that was the big one. But again, my point is that if obviously Russia had a massive effect on this, but if you, let's say, were just told with a stick, you need to spend 2%, and I didn't want to spend 2%, the first thing I would do is just reclassify a bunch of stuff as defense spending. I would say, oh, this hospital, it's a military hospital. Now it's military spending, and that gets me to my 2%. The difference between doing it just because kind of like someone's demanding you do it, and doing it because you want to do it, are two very
Sure.
different things, and it's very different how you spend the money.
Yeah, I understand, but I resent the implication that Biden really did anything to incentivize these people to spend more. It was Russia that did it. And that's what my concern is if we get a pause in the conflict, do they maintain that 2%, or do they say the conflict is paused and now we're going to pull back again because United States are not willing to move out of NATO to incentivize us to maintain that 2%? If you ask me, I think it's an 80% chance that there's a pause in this conflict. The major countries that weren't meeting the 2% before Russia invaded will go right back to not meeting that 2%.
Okay. Well, first of all, that's not how defense spending works. A lot of these programs they've signed on to are quite long-term spending programs, so they're going to be meeting those 2%.
But not in all cases.
In most cases, if you are redoing your stockpiles, it is much cheaper to maintain the Warsaw stockpiles that they had before than it is to go through these arms rearmament programs they're going through now. So these are longer-term programs that they're going to be meeting those spending limits going forward.
Yeah, but in the same
for a
way as
long
the United
time.
States, they can redirect. Maybe they maintain the 2% and then they sell those weapons to a different ally because they don't think Ukraine needs it currently because Russia's not attacking them.
Well, we're not talking about, we're not talking about Ukraine. We're talking about NATO partners here.
Well, I am talking about NATO. I'm saying the same way that we would, once one of our allies we see is not needing the weapons as much, once Ukraine doesn't need the weapons as much, we might sell those weapons, more weapons to Saudi and less to Ukraine. They might increase their stockpiles, but they might sell those weapons to different countries.
Okay, there's two things. One, the weapons that Ukraine needs are very different to what the Saudis need. They're very incredibly different requirements. Two, with the countries we're looking at here, and if your claim is that, hey, these guys are going to retract back to pre-2022 levels of spending, very unlikely, because of the fact that let's say you have a whole bunch of Russian tanks sitting in the yard, to maintain them might only cost you, let's say $10,000 a year to just, tune it up, make it, polish it a bit, maybe slap a modernization kit or an upgrade into the computer system. That's it. That's actually quite cheap. You can do that really easily. But to build these new systems, a lot of these countries, particularly your Poland's, your Germany's, your France's, your Italy's, these guys have signed up to multi-year programs, effectively saying, hey, we're going to spend a huge amount of money up front, and then we're going to be spending lots of money to effectively rebuild a tank force, rebuild an anti-aircraft force, rebuild a missile defense system, force. And that will mean that regardless of what happens in the war in Ukraine, there is going to be higher defense spending and more NATO cooperation going forward. Particularly is the fact that, hey, all of the guys who are saying Russia will not go west, Russia is not a threat, why are we doing this? Yes, those guys probably had a bit louder voice in 2021, 2020. Now we know that Russia is on the offensive. We know that Russia is willing to throw its weight around. There's very much a much less likelihood that you're going to see your, particularly guys like Italy or Spain, not spend the money because they're going to be a bit more worried about this. Particularly is the fact that once we see destabilization, that'll flow onto a whole bunch of other areas as well. So even the guys who, let's say, aren't really tied with Ukraine, your Spain, your Italy, those kind of guys who have not particularly done a huge amount in Ukraine, because of the instability that's likely to come in the next administration, are going to be very worried about positions like Libya, Morocco, Algeria, all problems coming out of Africa, and they're going to have to spend to prepare for those problems as well.
Got an update.
So
we
yes,
have an electoral map update.
Fire right. What's the update?
Georgia has been called for the Trump campaign.
Of course.
Which
that's not a new.
Now further narrows Harris's very thin pathways to victory, stopping a second Trump term, which is becoming increasingly unlikely, meaning that really the only pathway for Harris now is to win both Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, when currently she is down in Minnesota and Michigan. And
Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
She's up in Minnesota.
Yes,
she's not
up in
Wisconsin
Minnesota
and Michigan, and she's down in Pennsylvania. She needs to win these three states or trade one of these states, like for example Michigan or Wisconsin, for Nevada and Arizona. But Arizona is very unlikely. Nevada, we just don't have any data to say at this point. But considering how she has underperformed all night with Latino voters, in some fashion, in some states, like to a disastrous extent, I don't know how Nevada's going to do.
So I think Nevada is probably going to go Republican. I think that's always been on the thing. I think one of the interesting things when they did the switch between Biden and Trump, Biden and Kamala, was where the spending changes were. So it was looking like Biden was going to do quite well in the Sun Belt, but not as well as he did in the Rust Belt. And then effectively when they switched to Kamala, a lot of the ad spending and a lot of the campaign stops switched back to the Rust Belt. In fact, if you look at where Kamala's been campaigning particularly, it's mostly been in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Those are the any map that most people are putting out effectively is those three are going to be Democrat, and it comes all down to Pennsylvania. That has been the path for Kamala this entire time. So again, we're not off. I wouldn't call it out, but again, I'd still rather be in the betting on Trump than betting on Kamala at this time. But again, I think it's still, I want to tell myself if 24 hours ago, if I'd said this, I'd also be yelling at me saying, dude, everyone's been saying for months now, it's going to take a couple of days to a week for us to actually know the result. So I'm not going to kind of go against.
Problem is there's no room for error, and I remember it reminds me so much of 2015 right now, where as the night went on, nobody wanted to accept the idea of a second Trump term. I don't want to accept the idea of a second Trump term because of his authoritarian tendencies, because his call for the termination of the United States Constitution, for his lack of dedication to the Euro-Atlantic relationship or America's allies, because of his dog shit economic philosophies of massive tariffs to replace the income tax and a bunch of stuff that would make only the most ANCAP of ANCAPs get a little hard in their pants. And right now, I think that for all these reasons and more, I'm not very excited, so I'm looking for pathways. But every pathway I see is incredibly narrow. There's really no room for error whatsoever anymore.
I
mean, there's no room for error, but it's also the pathway that was been set out, that was the most likely pathway.
Decision Desk, who does automated computational comparisons between last year's elections in every single district and this year's, and makes predictions based on that. They have Trump at a 93.8% to win to Kamala's 6.2%.
Again, it's always gonna be hard to know. I think as I said, it's more likely to bet on Trump, but we also know that the counties that are likely to have more urban vote, that are likely to have having likely to be more blue leaning, still probably going to come in at a later point. Having worked having worked over a lot of elections over the years and been poll observers, I can tell you that some of these tiny little counties, where you have to count 10 votes, you get through them super quick. And when you have, let's say a big vote in, like I remember doing an election in Australia quite recently. We had this. I was in a booth that was very, very, it was going to be for the Labor Party. What happened is you end up kind of almost sorting because there were so few Liberal votes, you would kind of go, oh, well, I'll just put them all in a pile and I'll kind of count them early because there's only going to be 10, 15% of this polling booth. And then you just stack all the, anything that has a Labor on it to the side because, it's a massive pile. You're going to have to count it later on. So there is going to be stuff. I don't want to sound like I'm copium, but I don't want to.
No, I get it.
Keep everyone off of being.
We got results from Arizona. The 15-week abortion ban in Arizona has been overturned, with the state voting for the constitutional right to an abortion.
Damn.
Yep.
I mean, I can't think of anywhere where that abortion question has failed. Even in deep red Kansas, I found it interesting that a lot of Republicans put it on the ballot and then it failed in Kansas, and then everyone took it off the ballot as quickly as they could, apart from the states where legislators had to push it. It's not
if
unsurprising.
Pennsylvania were to turn, which is totally possible, I'm sure this percentage goes from 92 to fucking 60 over, with one state.
Absolutely. So again, it's I think it's.
It is also automated. It's not like, hey, we didn't expect the situation here, so it's like it's literally just automatically changing percentages, which I have a problem with, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it's also because what happens is, how these things work, and if people aren't aware, you'll have your poll observers who usually you have kind of the official poll observers who work for the state electoral board, and then you obviously have your party guys there. So if I'm observing for the party, I will be on the phone, and as a pile comes in going, hey, look, we just got 200 votes here at this polling booth. It's looking, pretty good. That'll get tabulated in central office, and central office will put it out to the media and everyone else. You are likely to see a lot of these early wins come through much more quickly. So again, I'm not copium. I'm not saying Kamala's going to win. I'm just saying there is more paths on the table than I think a lot of people.
Well, I mean, it's going to be close. Even if Trump wins in these states, it's not going to be by 200,000 votes. It's going to be by less than 100,000 in any of these states.
Everyone has been saying that this vote, the entire free world, comes down to effectively 3 votes in outer Philadelphia, 3,000 votes in outer Philadelphia. Like, it will come down to that. That is the crazy position we're in, where effectively a couple of thousand votes in Pennsylvania will decide the election.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Michael? So one
Fire
big
away.
issue I have with the possibility of Trump actually ending up being the savior of Ukraine is the fact that it feels like before he's even become president, it feels like he undercut all of his leverage, not only through like stopping the aid, but also committing to ending sanctions on Russia, committing to ending the war in 24 hours. And even if he doesn't end it in 24 hours, maybe he ends it within a few months leading up to election day, or maybe he ends it within a few months of being inaugurated. But if he is committing to ending it within a short period of time of ending office, and not, sticking around to possibly kick it down the road if need be, if the Russians are not willing to negotiate in good faith, then I just don't see the Russians looking at the situation and saying, well, Trump seems like he's going to stick it out. We don't want to deal with it. So I guess we got to negotiate on Ukraine's terms, or negotiate on much more favorable terms, or figure out a real end to this war, not a freeze that we reignite later. I just don't see that as likely, considering it doesn't feel like he's worked towards the leverage.
I mean, we could see effectively what we saw with Afghanistan, which was that he, effectively cut the Afghans. It's a possibility. We don't know.
Guys, sorry, you cut out for a second. The audio cut out because I was having to switch headphones. You said that it's possible that they just leave Ukraine off the table and negotiate Ukraine's future without Ukraine.
That's a possibility. It's what the Trump administration did with Afghanistan. If you remember that the Afghan government was left out of all negotiations with the pullout, but Trump also wrote the timeline, or the administration wrote the timeline for it, putting it to the next administration. So it's also not, it wouldn't be out of possibility, let's say, have Trump, say, hey, Russia, you can kind of hold your guns, we're not going to supply anymore, don't make too much noise. And then after the midterms, you can do whatever you want because we're past that election point anyway. We don't know. Again, with Trump, it is much harder to predict, and we don't know. We know that he's been bragging at campaign stops about how much he's been talking with Putin, so we don't know what deal could have been done. But it's a very hard thing to predict, and it's a pretty poor position for Ukraine to be in.
I don't want to impede the primarily Ukraine conversation, because I'm about to probably jump into more conversations about the general election as a whole. But so I'll hop off because I know I'm kind of just impeding on Michael's slot here that I think would be probably more interesting.
Again,
it's good to have a devil's advocate.
Yes, and I agree with what I thought everyone was going to say, and I think everybody did when I posed my question of like, if Trump wins, what do the Democrats want coalition on with some Republicans? And the two answers I got were the exact two that I thought, which was Ukraine and obviously focusing the tariffs on things that are intelligent instead of just being retarded and fucking saying tariff everything. So I agree with that, and I'm going to fight with Democrats if Trump wins here to get Trump more aggressive on Ukraine, because I 100% agree with you guys that he needs to be.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think he's reachable? Do you think he's legitimately reachable on these things? Because I don't believe Trump is a man for compromise. I believe he is a man who makes very rash decisions, is very easily influenced and manipulated. And even if he was to make a decision on Ukraine that was positive, I don't know if it would last through the week.
That's my thing, is I do think he is uniquely reachable on almost any issue. Yes, the issue is you need to prove lasting buy-in to get his lasting support. But I think presented with the realistic stakes that I think establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats will be very loud about presenting, which is that America will essentially be Vietnam level embarrassed on the world stage if we just pull out and let Ukraine and force Ukraine to roll over here. I think you could, and I won't say a majority, I'll say maybe 40% chance you could prove lasting enough buy-in to get Trump's lasting approval. And if you get it, you get a lot more aggressive of a supporter of Ukraine than you ever would have from the Democrats. If you prove it's advantageous for him.
I'd push back on that by saying the only times we've seen Trump rapidly change his position on anything foreign policy-wise is when he's had massive pushback from the Republican voter base, in which case there is a lot of Russian information in that Republican voter base at the moment, and they're very unlikely to push back.
That I agree.
Unless Trump was to, let's say, lose the war in Ukraine completely, and everyone goes, "Why wouldn't you do anything?" That would be, Trump may make a decision and change his mind. We have seen Trump, particularly with positions like Syria, change his mind on that. But I think the most likely case is that Putin would, try and get Trump to call it a win. Like, oh, we've ended a ceasefire, and there's a whole bunch of information of we saved all the Ukrainian lives because there's no more fighting, even though anyone who kind of thinks past the sugar hit then goes, oh, wow, okay, what are the next steps in this? Oh, God, this is not going to be great. That's where I think we're at. I think maybe he goes transactional. Maybe Zelensky walks up, puts $1 billion in his pocket, and all of a sudden we have the biggest cheerleader of Ukraine. Maybe we end up having the Republican base turn away from it, but I think it's fairly unlikely that happens based on the history we've seen.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know. I'm a little more optimistic about it, but I also was, I openly and willingly conceded to Dylan that there was stuff that I had not seen that I have since seen that I agree. Kamala for the sole voting issue of Ukraine is definitely the safer bet. I think that just objectively that is the case. I don't think Trump is as unsafe a bet as people are assuming, to where it's just like Trump gets in, immediate rollover to Russia, guaranteed. But I think
that may be true if we looked at his first administration, but I think his second one, all of the kind of conventional Republicans that probably held a handbrake on him. So one of the stories that came out from the last administration was that Trump he put out an order to assassinate Assad, which everybody went, what are you doing? Assad is, we know who would take over after Assad, and he's way worse. Assad, for anyone who doesn't, kind of follow it closely, is the current president of Syria. He actually didn't want to be the president. He was the kind of the middle child of the three. He's actually a dentist who was living with his, attractive wife in Paris, just doing what he does, and got shoved into the position because they didn't want it going to a bunch of generals. His younger brother, though, is an absolute psychotic madman, and we know that if Assad was pushed out of power, that the madman would take over. Trump wanted to effectively kill him and assassinate him. The only thing that stopped them is the Defense Department, had a bunch of people who knew what they were doing and effectively went, okay, we'll look into it, get back to you in a week later. And a week later, Trump had kind of forgotten about it and was happy to just launch a few tomahawks in. If we go into the next administration, a lot of those sane, voices, a lot of the kind of conventional guys who've been doing this for years will not be there. One of the major problems we saw in State Department over the Trump administration was that all of your, a lot of guys in State Department are guys who've been there for 40, 50, 60 years or 40, 50 years. Now, they are the most boring people in the world, and they know everything about one specific thing. There's a guy who knows everything about Eastern Turkmenistan. He knows the general's dog's name. Ask him what anything else in the world, doesn't know anything else. These guys don't know what they're talking about for that area. A lot of those guys during the Trump administration got annoyed or, got better job offers, left and joined the private industry and got paid way more doing that and aren't coming back. Now, if we go into another term of Trump, we're likely to see the last remaining of the kind of the guys who've been in there a very long time and kind of know what they're doing will likely leave as well, which leaves a bunch of very inexperienced people making some pretty big decisions. So I think, as much as we can look at the first administration as some sort of a template, I think it's not nearly. I think the next administration is going to have a lot less safety rails on it than the first one.
I agree, but I'm still just that still doesn't give me a ton to work off of, and so I still have to just abide by the general rule of the best predictor of future behavior being relevant past behavior. And so it's the only evidence pool I have to go off of is the last one. So while I will accept 100% and even prematurely concede that things are going to be different to an extent in the second administration than in the first, I still think it's still the best barometer we have, albeit if not as good a barometer as we could use for other presidents.
Isn't it concerning that we can't go by anything close to his words because the promises are so crazy? It's hard to tell what he's serious about, what he isn't. Because let's say he implemented half of what he wanted to on tariffs, 100% instead of 200% tariffs on European imports. That would still be absolutely devastating. And the same thing goes
that not necessarily, right? Because when he talks about the European tariffs, when he goes to the 100% figure or 200% figure, he's talking about specific goods that Europe already has 100% tariffs on us.
He said across the board tariffs, and
across the board was 20%. Was 20%.
Do you understand how tariffs work?
Yes, I understand how tariffs work. I'm deeply.
So you understand how
Yeah,
like
deeply informed on
destructive that would.
It's temporarily, but if you look at what he ended up actually getting from what he wanted to be,
So can you explain to me how? So for context, my degrees in economics, can you take me through how the tariffs would actually lower prices in the United States?
So it's not the tariffs specifically wouldn't be the mechanism for lowering prices in the United States, nor does he promise for them to be. But if you look, what he was focusing the tariffs on was putting more manufacturing in the United States, which they were effective in doing in his first term.
Well, they weren't. Manufacturing jobs dropped quite dramatically during his first term.
That's wrong.
Yes, manufacturing jobs across the board dropped during his first term.
No, only if you include total job loss from COVID. But if you go pre-COVID,
even if you go pre-COVID, manufacturing jobs dropped.
No, Kamala Harris said the same thing in her own. Yes, her own Politico. Yeah, I will put a bet of $25 on this. Politico fact check Kamala Harris on this. That Trump actually had a net gain. She said he lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs. He actually had a net gain of double that pre-COVID. He had about 400,000 manufacturing job gain through his first term before COVID.
So I'll get back to I'll look this up while I'm listening to the next question. But again, because manufacturing jobs doesn't go up, doesn't solve the problem. If we're upping prices by 20% and saying we're going to get more jobs, again, a lot of the things that were tariffed in the first place were really specific things like steel. And steel you can almost get away with. You know, if you make bread, let's say, and you tariff bread coming in from France, you can make bread in the United States. It's not that difficult. But everything that they're looking to tariff, let's take microwaves as an example here. They are very expensive to establish a manufacturing chain for, very expensive to get the product in line, very expensive to get the inputs in line. And no company is going to start up a factory for that because even if they get it to market, it's still going to be, more expensive than what they can import it in from China for. B, when the tariffs up prices and inflation terribly, Trump is likely to backpedal on his position. And these things cost millions of dollars to establish, particularly when it comes to electronics. So I don't see any way in the short term that this works.
If it happens similarly to last administration, where
you're talking about
specific goods,
what goods? Steel makes sense because it's a product that worked well for the growth in the building industry that was going on at the time. B is worth lots of weight, so it makes it much more efficient to offset shipping costs that come in because it is quite weighty and bulky.
Even
there are products like that.
Yeah,
but
even
what finished goods?
Like washing machines,
the manufacturing
for example.
So washing machines is a terrible example because washing machines require a lot of inputs from.
No,
because washing machines require microchips. They require glass. They require everything that comes in from Mexico and other places.
No, you're wrong. So he already did washing machines in his first term, and we saw the price go up, and then within months, went right back down to where they were pre-tariff, and he onshored a bunch of jobs manufacturing washing machines. If you look at Trump's success on tariffs, one of the number one examples they use are washing machines in the United States because it's one of the clearest lines we see where you saw the price go up for a few months, right back down, but it went from like 30% of washing machines being finished in the United States to about 80%. And there were hundreds of jobs gained from just that one specific niche industry, and it had no lasting effect on prices. So
I've literally got the stats up here. If you want to go through it, do you want to go through the stats? So what I have here in front of me is that the measure aimed at U.S. manufacturers.
Can you guys hold the stream for me while I use the bathroom for at least 5 more minutes?
Of course, go ahead.
Thank you.
So, however, studies indicated that the tariffs had led to higher prices for consumers, with the University of Chicago finding that washer prices increased by approximately $86 per unit. Through not subject to tariff, likely due to contemporary nature. Now, additionally, the tariffs had significant economic implications. A study for the American Economic Association estimated that the cost to consumers per job created in the washing machine industry was over $800,000 because it's inefficient to build washing machines in the United States, highlighting the inefficiency of such protectionist measures. Again, you can bring in a couple more washing machine jobs, but it isn't efficient to make washing machines in the United States.
Well, no.
This is basic comparative advantage.
But there's differing data on this because here with Industry Week, I get it. Here with Industry Week,
Industry Week is not a full study done on this.
I mean, they're citing full studies done on this, the same way anybody else would. After a brief price surge, consumer prices of the tariff products fell, and tariffs had no noticeable effect on the prices afterwards. In 2017, then U.S. Trade Representative Robert, name I'm not going to try to pronounce, decided to impose tariffs on all imported large residential washing machines. When these duties were imposed in January 2018, they started at 20%, and after a quota of 1.2 million imported washers was reached, the duties rose to 50%. Large washing machine importers, including LG Electronics and Samsung, initially opposed their restrictions. However, once the tariffs were in place, even the companies that manufactured the washing machines changed their tune. And they completed an investment of $360 million in a new smart factory in Clarksville in the United States.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. You're benefiting one industry for the sake of massive other problems in others. So the washing machine manufacturer, yes, they make more money because they're selling more into the domestic market. But the companies that make dry clothes or use the washing machine for their home use are suffering because the price of the washing machine went up. That's the point. You're helping one industry but hurting a bunch of others.
It went up for 3 months. The price for a washing machine.
That's not what it says right here. It says it cost $800,000 in inefficiency for every job created. As a classic example, the comparative advantage
is given. I'm sorry, we just have two different outlets giving two completely different numbers.
Again, the number you just quoted at me says exactly what I'm saying, which is that yes, you create a temporary improvement in one industry, but you create economic efficiency throughout the free market.
Well, no, what they're arguing here is the opposite, which is you have a temporary inefficiency that leads to a lasting improvement in the market.
No, the inefficiency. Okay, so comparative advantage, to go through it really quickly. Imagine, let's say, Australia and Saudi Arabia as two countries. In Australia, we can actually make oil. We can do that, but it's going to cost us, let's say, $90 a barrel to get $90 to get a barrel of oil out of the ground. But it only costs about $10 to make a cow's worth of beef, because we got lots of land, we got enough food for them. It's really cheap to do here. Saudi Arabia has the exact opposite problem. We can, Saudi Arabia costs $10 to get a barrel of oil out, but it costs a lot of money to make a cow.
Pasture.
Yeah, if we tariff, let's say, oil or tariff beef coming in, then we're actually making it worse. The best thing we could do is effectively go, hey, why doesn't Australia make beef and then trade it to Saudi Arabia for oil? And that way we can have one beef and 9 oils rather than having, one beef and 1 oil. That's how comparative advantage works. So by tariffing, let's say the washing machine industry, you're going to have improvements in the one industry, the guys that make washing machines, and you're going to create a handful of jobs as the production and the demand in the consumer domestic market grows. But you're going to see a whole bunch of other problems in everyone who uses those materials.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, sure, in this industry it was temporary and there was lasting improvement. You're saying there was lasting inefficiencies in other industries. My problem is
so
when
you help the washing machine market.
Hold on.
You help the washing machine market. You hurt the laundries. You hurt the delis. You hurt the mum and pop shops. You hurt the average households. That's literally what it says here: $800,000 per job created.
They're showing the price index but that's not saying in washing machine prices. I think you're attributing something to that number that even the article you're sharing is not. Because this article is showing the price index for washing machines and showing it go up and then down within months. I'm talking 2-3 months. There were not enough people buying washing machines in those 2-3 months to cost $800,000 times 700 jobs. There just weren't. I'm sorry. I know you think the U.S. is big. We're big, but we're not that big. There are probably, when they're talking about the $800,000 worth of inefficiencies per job, it's probably not related to the washing machine industry at all. But you keep saying in the price of washing machines that is being passed down to the launders and the people who are buying.
A study by the American Economic Association estimated that the cost to consumers per job created in the industry was over $800,000, highlighting the inefficiency of such protectionist measures. I mean, protectionism works for certain products. So, for instance, a classic example is toilet paper. Because of toilet paper, we actually make toilet paper, even a free market. We make toilet paper domestically because it's really bulky. It's quite expensive to ship. The costs, of shipping actually exceeds what it costs to make it in country. Even in Australia, the toilet paper costs, let's say, 4 or 5 times as much as it would to make it in China. The shipping of toilet paper makes it more efficient to make here. In the United States, even if, let's say, you were to put it just completely free market and make those washing machines completely in the United States from United States parts, to make that, you're going to put it to market at double, triple the price of what China can put it to the market at. So either you have to keep those tariffs
Well,
forever,
not double to
in which
triple, right? They're saying the cost rises about $100 per unit, which is about
which makes it inefficient for the
11 to
market.
12% uplift. Not double to triple though. 11 to 12% more expensive.
Again, double to triple was just giving an example, but it's still inefficient in the market. Those companies can't compete on the free market now. So either no one wants to invest long term now, because if they do, it means that they are putting huge amounts of money in. And with most companies, particularly manufacturing companies, you end up putting a huge amount of money in and you lose money for the first 5 or 6 years as you pay off the interest, you pay off the construction, you pay off the fixed costs. And then the back, 10, 15, that's where you make your money. So why would a company or a large manufacturing chain put money into a product that only survives by a tariff? Because they know that the next administration might get rid of it. They know that it might be politically unpopular.
Well, that would be the argument for the stability of tariffs. But one of the things I want to get to was the comparative advantage you were talking about. The comparative advantage for Australia with beef is pasture land, and the comparative advantage for Saudi Arabia is just access to oil. What is the comparative advantage for China in regard to producing these raw materials? Let's be realistic here. When we're talking about the moral and ethical value of tariffs, what is their comparative advantage for producing?
Okay, and after this question is answered, can we go back to the election for a bit? Because
of course.
We're getting really close to the buzzer. We have 93% of Pennsylvania reporting. Yeah.
Okay, so the comparative advantage for China is China has lower input costs. They're lower labor costs. They have better...
why?
Because they pay less. They pay their workers less. They work their workers harder. Their factories are designed for this. They make things in much larger quantities. They also have a proximity advantage. Effectively, they can tend to have a lot of their chip manufacturers right next to the washing machine manufacturers in places like Shenzhen.
Is their major comparative advantage for manufacturing these things?
Part of it, yeah. I mean, that part of it will be slave labor. So they are going to come to the market cheaper than what the United States can on this.
Sure.
So you're
and I
not
agree
going to be
with
able to
that.
compete on the market.
Well, kind of yes and no. Because
I mean, yes and no. The United States cannot produce a washing machine at current labor. You either have to lower the labor price and the input costs to a point where you're lower than China and get it to market, or you need to be lower than China minus shipping.
What I'm saying is, in the same way that their allowance and perpetuation of slave labor make us unable to compete in the market, I could argue our tariffs will make them unable to compete in the market, because they're both things that technically shouldn't exist in a free market that exist. And so the tariff is a response to their artificial tampering with the market by essentially enforcing slave labor on their side. So we are forced to respond with a tariff in order to have an ethical market.
Not really, because A, they'll just sell their goods to other countries. And B,
there's no one-to-one replacement for the United States.
For a consumer market, what are you talking about?
No, there's no one-to-one replacement for the consumer market of the United States, which is the country with the most disposable income per person,
but if
and
let's say
the highest population in the world.
Yep. So what happens then if, let's say, they just sell all these washing machines at the lower price to Mexico, and the United States has to bring them in?
They literally can't. There's just not enough people to buy them. Mexico doesn't have the population to support it, or the disposable income.
Have you not thought about the re-export market here? The Mexico will buy
Trump has identified the re-export market. He has said he's going to tariff.
Yes, and how will you get past USMCA? Yes, but he signed USMCA, so they get in. So all China then needs to do is effectively ship all of these to Mexico, and Mexico will bring them in. So now you've hurt your consumer market and not done anything to tackle the Chinese market.
That's not necessarily.
And also that doesn't include the fact that China will tariff you back. Now let's just ignore that they will do that. But you've just got around that by simply re-export marketing, which is exactly what they did last time. It's exactly what
with Trump. You would agree it would be smart and good for China to tariff us back, correct?
And no, China doesn't want to tariff you guys, but they will do it as a response to hurt.
If we tariff them, would you say it is the advantageous thing for them to do to tariff us back?
Politically, yes. Economically, no.
Well, I would disagree. Because if they could use those tariffs to leverage us to stop tariffing them, then it would be economically advantageous, would it not?
That's why I said it's politically advantageous.
Well, and then it would become economically advantageous.
Well, not really. You both side. So during the last trade war with Trump, the tariffs that Chinese put on were effectively very targeted, particularly at farmers in the sort of middle states.
Yeah.
That was designed to effectively inflict enough political damage that Trump would back down on this, because China makes less money. When tariffs come into place, China makes less money, and so does the United States.
Sure.
So neither side wants tariff, and neither side benefits from tariff. So why would they want to go into this fight?
if one side tariffs and the other one by tariffing back creates enough political buy-in to reversing tariffs, then they are economically advantaged to tariff in response. What I'm saying is,
why would
if
but,
Trump,
okay, that's politically, but
politically and
Okay,
economically, because if politically you get the
I
change,
okay, I understand the
economically-
argument you're going for change,
So,
but again, the
the
biggest
EU
the advantageous position, the steady position for
Guys,
both would
we
be
gotta
to
wrap
no
it
tariff.
up because like
yeah,
the
let's
results
wrap it up.
The results are the results are getting
we can
pretty
be we'll
conclusive.
depress
We're,
everyone
like,
on macroeconomics.
Yeah,
not
Dylan is gonna get drunker and drunker as these results get closer.
I'm not drinking. I'm sober. I'm just very
You're raw dogging this, all right.
I'm just very nervous about the future of this war, about the future of the country. I think Jeb, I think Trump is much more of a disaster than you do, but that's okay. Pennsylvania is leaning hard towards Trump now. We got more data from the cities.
I've been watching
we don't have any big wave of turnout in Philadelphia or elsewhere yet to make up the votes that would be necessary for the Democrats to take it. New York Times has it leaning very likely Republican, which means it has a better chance of turning Republican than both Michigan and Wisconsin, which are both leaning R. Minnesota is leaning is likely D, meaning it's likely going to go towards the Democrats, but it's only by a few points. And Nevada is lean R, Arizona is lean R, every single swing state outside of Minnesota and New Hampshire, which, I mean, I don't know if we're going to, it's pointless to include New Hampshire, is leaning R or likely R. Pennsylvania is actually one that's the furthest ahead by about 220,000 votes. I would not be surprised if in the next hour Pennsylvania was called. Or now, either because we find out that the voting turnout in these cities was enough to make up the difference, which I think is unlikely, but is the scenario and is the one thing that they're waiting for to see exactly how strong the turnout was. And as we said since the start of the night, turnout was going to be the deciding factor today. But currently, it looks like the Republicans are on path to win Pennsylvania.
Yep. It does. If looking at what it says here, I can definitely see that. Again, I think.
There's still a chance.
There's still a chance, but yes, looking at these latest number numbers that kind of came in over the last hour, if it kind of gets out of that kind of where it's between, let's say, if it was, let's call it between, I don't know, 10, 15,000 votes separating them in Pennsylvania, we would not see this for a while because there'd be recounts on recounts on recounts.
That's
but if
my thing is
Trump gets the blowout that we're looking at here, then I think we'll probably be knowing who the winner is by, I'd say.
My map is looking
tomorrow.
good, dude. My map was Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona. So basically,
Well, if
Minnesota
this-
and Wisconsin going Kamala, and that's it.
I mean, if this goes the way it is looking, then my
We
map
wouldn't
my
even
map
get
was correct,
Wisconsin. We wouldn't even get
except
Wisconsin.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
The Democrats
I think
would
you
be
guys
losing
will get
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin by the end, but
You don't think you get Wisconsin? I think that's an interesting one.
Well, no, right
Wow.
now, according to New York Times, like it's leaning towards Republicans winning Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I mean, is that leaning from what they're projecting it to lean, or is that leaning from where the votes are at the moment?
Both.
Yeah.
That means they take the votes that are currently submitted and they look at the areas that they expect to go one way or the other way.
In which case,
and then they
so there is
project
the
it
level
out.
of projection
Yes.
happening, but they're
Yes.
but they're saying
Yeah.
it's a slight edge for Republicans, but
Occurred
there's
is
still
occurred.
like probably a 40+%
The chicken war
chance that
of
it goes
tariffs
Democrat.
with Germany is still
Yeah.
in effect after.
Is that
Either way,
$5,
it's,
Dylan? Am I
hard
ripping
to
the fucking
remove.
shirt off and hitting incline bench
Somebody
again,
just
dude?
donated $5 to talk about chicken tariffs, not for your shirt to come off, Jeb.
Funny enough, chicken tariffs are the reason why certain like high-end Japanese car imports are illegal in the United States. That's a whole fucking thing. Yeah,
Chicken tariffs.
yeah.
Because
it's a
chickens are
whole,
one of those shipping problems that like it's because
Hawaii's
it's a live
been
product.
called. Let me color in
Oh,
Hawaii.
what's being Hawaii's
Dude,
been
imagine
called?
if-
Well,
yeah, for blue.
it's over, bros. It's over. Wow, this is a very interesting election, and I think
Yeah, my whole knowledge, I will say, people are like, your knowledge about tariffs comes because Trump wanted tariffs. My knowledge from tariffs is because I'm a car junkie, and so for me, it's like I've been following like import laws and tariff laws, and the reason why we have import laws, which are way worse than tariffs, If Trump overnight said, I'm going to do all these aggressive tariffs on Europe and Japan, but they're going to replace the import laws, oh my God, I'd be wearing a MAGA hat right now because I'd be like, I can legally get a Skyline GTR. It'll just be expensive.
Honestly,
the trouble is though that the guy.
Sorry, it's election time. Yeah. I want to talk about the election. The fallback that I am looking at, if Trump ends up being the next president of the United States, God help the Republic. If that ends up happening, I'm not being dramatic, Jeb. I'm serious. If that ends up happening,
I know you are.
It's not normal for the Republican nominee to say, I should be made president if you don't. I'm going to destroy the Constitution and then get away
100%.
with it. The fact that he is not only winning by a slim, if he wins by this margins, he's going to, and the party's going to see it as a mandate that his type of politics works. His types of politics beat Biden, it beat Harris, it beat Clinton, and just barely lost to Biden last time, which every single time they have an ideological justification for, and it's that it was stolen from him. And even when they win, it's stolen from him. Because if he doesn't win the popular vote, you know what he's going to say? He's still going to say it was stolen from him, just like he did every single other time. And so I feel it's just going to reinforce Trumpism. It's going to be seen, and this is Trump's second term. We all know historically, not only is it different about the guardrails, we talked about the guardrails, historically speaking, second-term presidents do all the stuff that they thought were unpopular, and they think they can get away with in the second term. So we're not just talking about, like, Trump's lack of guardrails. We're also talking about a Donald Trump who doesn't have to worry about winning another election again. He doesn't need to worry about another popularity contest.
I agree.
So I got to jump off.
But my only saving grace is Hakeem Jeffries has to be House Speaker. There has to be some check on Donald Trump. There has to be a House Speaker that is not a Republican. Definitely, since Mike Johnson is the very Republican who led the effort against the certification in the House.
I mean, if they win the House, we're even now. So before we were talking, GOP had gained 2 seats net. They had netted 2 seats. An hour ago, they had netted 1 seat. Now it's down to net 0 for both sides. So it is.
Well, the most of the seats that are up for grabs are in the California redistributions. There's going to be a bunch coming in through there.
Yeah, I know. What I will say is going to flip to Republican more than likely.
For anyone who's maybe left-leaning and is a bit doomer at the moment, there are some positives that will come out of, let's say, Trump winning the election if that is the case. For one, you are likely to see, this kind of technocrat, social democrat kind of more policy-focused, left-leaning parties around the world will probably coalesce and do much better over the next few years. We saw that particularly during the first Trump administration with how a little bit chaotic it was, that a lot of the, boring technocratic parties tended to do a bit better. Some of the very far rights also tended to do better, but people tend to flock to stability. You are likely to see some of the more vocal left movements also be energized by this. I think one of the problems that Harris had is that whilst the right were energized, and that kind of, even though it may have only been, let's say, 40-45% of the country, they were energized the whole time. A lot of the left maybe weren't on this one. We are going to probably see the left be much more energized going into whatever this administration is. So it won't be all bad, and maybe you might see that whilst the Americans go to the right for the next couple of years, that you might see particularly the Germans, the French, some of the Europeans will probably go back toward technocratic left for a while. So there are some benefits to the rest of the world, but I mean, if you're a defense consultant, it's going to be a good couple of years. Anyone else?
Fox just called Pennsylvania.
Must be a question.
I heard Fox called Pennsylvania, but that's Fox. We'll wait, give it a little bit of time more. I don't want to. It's probably true, but we'll see.
Calls Pennsylvania.
It's Fox. I doubt Fox would be screwing with it, but I'm going to wait a little bit longer. Freedom, thank you for the $20. We might see a blue surge later this night. Keep an open mind, folks. I think it's unlikely to be enough to make up the differences. The places that I could see differences being made up might be somewhere like Wisconsin, maybe even Michigan. But when we're talking about Pennsylvania now, we're talking about 95% report. We're going to 95%. There's just not enough voters in Philadelphia to make up these margins. And if Trump wins, if he wins Pennsylvania, it's over. There's no other pathway.
220,000 vote lead with 91% reporting that I'm seeing on AP.
I mean, they would have to have incredible turnout in the urban areas, a turnout we haven't seen in other states. So there's no comparable example from this election. If I could point to like Dallas and say, whoa, look at the urban centers. The urban centers are way. No, I don't know if it was there wasn't enough feeling of a threat of Trump being president again amongst the Democratic, amongst bases that we traditionally turn to. I don't know if it's going to be a lot of reflection for a second Trump term, exactly why he became president of the United States again. But it's also the losses in traditionally Democrat strongholds. The loss of the Latino vote is just massive this election, to the point where Trump's winning Latino men this race. And that is not at the margins that even the polling indicated. We knew that he'd made inroads, but the inroads was something like 65-35, which we thought was already crazy good for Trump. But now we're talking about Harris barely winning the majority of Latino voters.
And you know what? I've been saying one thing about why that Latino vote and a lot of these niche votes, like Muslims in Michigan and things, have moved. And it sucks because it's going to fall on ears that probably don't need to hear it. In your audience, Dylan, and from what I'm hearing from you, Mike, as well. It's more of like the Josiah and the Hutch and the Econo Boy and those people. Stop transferring your criticism of the presidential nominees specifically onto that party and their voting base. If people were just more accepting of the potential humanity of people who are voting for Trump from the Democrat side, I think he loses again, the same way that he did when Biden was having that kind of rhetoric in 2020. I think if people were just like, listen, your concerns are real, even the ones that are informed by Donald Trump, we just don't think he's the guy to solve them. I think if that was the strategy again here, I think the Democrats would have won. But it became very much, if you vote for Trump, at this point, you're psychotic, you hate democracy, you want women to die, and you hate immigrants. And it's like, they are immigrants, a lot of the ones that have been moving toward Trump. And you're telling them
again, I've got to jump off. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here, but I will say it's a hard battle for Democrats. I mean, I think today was a really good example of this, where if Trump just goes, tariffs will solve the problem. I mean, that's a quick, snappy, you see on TikTok, it makes sense. But to us to go through and talk about tariffs and the goods and bads, we had to have a 15-minute conversation. And I think a lot of people don't have those conversations. It's much harder, particularly in a situation when we are at the moment, where even though the American economy is doing comparatively much better than most of the other developed economies, it still feels really bad at home. And it's really difficult to people to go, hey, no, the economy's doing really well, we're doing better than everyone else, because people don't feel that. And it was a very uphill battle for anyone who was going to be effectively going in as the incumbent party. And plus, it's just much easier to say tariff solve problem than it is to give a 15-minute chat about, different industries and long-term investment versus short-term investment. This is a problem that I think the Democrats probably need to get a good spokesman or get someone charismatic to be the champion of. In any case, it's been an absolute pleasure. Dylan, it's always fantastic to be here. I will always jump on whenever you want. And it's been great to meet you as well.
Good to meet you too, man.
I think it was a great conversation, really fascinating to kind of push back and play devil's advocate and talk through a few issues. But fascinating as always. I got to jump on to another call and I got to head to the airport. So
see you later, man. Good luck.
Good.
Right. You want me to hop off for Cam's time, Dylan?
I mean, you can be here if you want. It might become 2v1 because it's now. It looks like for me, we're going to be coloring in Pennsylvania probably very soon, which would call it.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's called. You call the night. It's nowhere to go from that once it's called. I'm just waiting because I want to make sure it's final. And Fox was the first to call. It wasn't like NBC
instead
or
of Fox
AP.
Final,
yeah, Fox Final. Not to mention, Fox had a problem when it comes to election reporting last. Whatever. And Trump didn't like it. Trump didn't like it last time when they called those states. So why can't I just delay it a little bit? Let's bring in Cam. Cam.
I'll stick around for like 5 minutes because I love Cam.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hello, Cam. How's it going?
What's up? Let me turn my camera on. Oh, damn it. Okay. You guys are going to have to give me one moment here. I was going to go to riots earlier and I disconnected my camera, so I just got to hook it back up real quick, okay?
Rampage
Sorry,
is not happy
No
right
worries.
now. Rampage is going to bed because of how this election is going. We were going to do an open. I told him, I was like, tell me when to leave Dylan's show so we can do our open. He's like, I think I'm just going to go to bed, man. So I was like, no, we
Not a
gotta
good
do the
night.
open. He's like,
Not a good night
I'm
for
done.
Dems.
I think it's good though for like guys like Rampage who have kind of he and I do a show together, and he's agreed with me on where I think the Democrats have misstepped rhetorically. And I think it's a good night for people in the Democrat Party who really do want a Democrat Party that adopts a winning strategy. And if Trump does what you think he does, which is establish a mandate for the shitty kind of politics, I think that opens up a big opportunity for a different kind of politics. I think it'll get people really tired of that.
You know, I understand like this, like Democrat, like the idea of like, well, now that Trump is second term, they're going to enshrine Trumpism, and then they're going to be running Carrie Lake-esque candidates into the future, and Trumpism without Trump is like a fail. But even if you were to like extend this, like, how is this going to help Democrats 4 years down the? I don't really care about that necessarily. I didn't get into politics so we could fill blue seats or to like make the donkeys win. I got into politics because I cared about policy. And now for me, definitely for the policies that I care about that are foreign policy related, that they have a timer on, I'm now like at a ticking time bomb. I think has just been set for when exactly this is going to go kaboom. Either because there's a flip flop in the middle of the night on the big issue that of course I care about, or, general public sentiment just turns more and more isolationist or more and more pro-tariff. And this is, not only is it enshrining a type of, like, foreign policy I'm not a huge fan of, it's enshrining certain policies as, the Republican policies that it didn't used to be. It didn't used to be this type of tariff heavy. It used to be John McCain was critiquing Obama and Gain for being weak on Ukraine, which I agree with, and now we've completely like 180'd, and I don't think there's going to be really like an adult in the room to guide that type of policy anymore. I don't know who that adult's going to be.
Yeah, I agree with that in terms of the foreign policy, and that's why like after this, when I'm with the fucking conservative boys, I'm probably going to be ripping incline bench, and we're going to be hooting and hollering. But here, like, I'm not going to fucking be gloaty because, like, obviously here we're focused on a very specific conversation. And for my Ukraine issue, I am probably taking an L here in exchange for W's on my 4 issues I hold in front of it, which is where I maintain a bit more comfort. But no, I get it, man. It's tough because I can empathize with for you where it feels like, man, you've dedicated your life since you were what, 22 when you first got out there?
21.
21 when you first got out there. So your essentially entire adult life has been dedicated to getting awareness for this issue, and this is presenting a risk that it all might be for naught, and the Donetsk and Luhansk might just become Russia, and you're not sure. So I can empathize with that struggle. And all I can do is say I'm a little more optimistic about the future of that than you are. And
I mean, look, if they decide Mike Pompeo is going to be the one controlling Trump's foreign policy, then maybe this all is not going to be nearly as disastrous on this issue as I think it's going to be. I just don't think that the odds of that happening are particularly high. Even if they are going to have the adult in the room, I think it's going to be an Elbridge Colby type. I think it's going to be a type who are saying, from a responsible realist angle, that, the Euro-Atlantic relationship needs to be maintained by the Europeans primarily, and so our priority has to be pivoting towards the Pacific, where the majority of world trade is, where 50% of the world's population is going to be, and therefore this is no longer a U.S. priority, and it'll degrade deterrence. And I think deterrence has already been degraded from the starting position we're at. Okay, I'm sorry, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves. Cam, nice to see you, man.
Nice to see you, man. Sorry, I was gonna go cover riots, but then they dispersed before I could get out, and I never hooked my camera back up. So
hey, look at that! Law and Order's already returned.
We're back. It's already returned.
It's already returned. So, what do you think of? Let's start with what do you think of today's results, Cam?
I'm obviously very happy with them. At this point, I know you were saying when I first got in here that with Pennsylvania, it seems like Trump will win. I actually think with Pennsylvania, there's no pathway for Kamala Harris. I plugged in all the states. You could give her all the Great Lakes states. You could give her Nevada and Arizona. Trump having Georgia, North Carolina, and Ohio paired with Pennsylvania secure him the win. No matter what other swing states she has, he wins.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, if he wins Pennsylvania, the race is over. I don't see how she wins Pennsylvania, but then Harris. It would be it's impossible. It's really impossible. So right now,
just called Pennsylvania.
Okay, Decision Desk has called it. Fox has called it. I mean, I'm right on the brink of calling it myself. It's really just a formality at this point, but I'll wait a little bit because, you know, and the honor of the fact that we thought this was going to take days, I'll wait another 30 minutes.
It never does.
That's the only positive thing out of tonight is that we all kind of know what's going to
yeah.
happen. Like it was all happened within 24 hours. We know who the next president's going to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the Pennsylvania's going red. It seems like the blue wall crumbled, and Harris campaigned in the blue wall. You cannot say that she made the same mistake that Hillary did of not campaigning in these states. She did campaign in these states. It's just either the message did not communicate, they were not able to build enough voter enthusiasm amongst the base to get the turnout numbers that they wanted. And in the areas that, you know, they needed to whittle down Trump's gains, where we saw recent polling data that Harris was making some gains amongst white voters and rural voters, those gains were not represented. And Latino voters, I mean, Trump crushed it. Trump crushed it with Latino voters. And this is the Build the Wall man who's now crushing it with Latino voters. And so I think that there's a question of, number one, the reliability of what has been historic Democratic voting blocks that the Democratic Party needs to rule with. And I think there's another question on top of like whether or not those voting blocks are that useful, about how to appeal to those voting blocks, about how do you get those voting blocks back, and what are the issues that are motivating them to go out and vote. Because I would imagine that in the amount of people who are voting for Trump, it's not all a bunch of people who are like, I like it when Trump said ban the Muslims. That was cool. I'm voting for him for that. It's going to be people who are voting because they are of the idea of like, well, I mean, inflation will probably stay down maybe. Or, you know, I have this problem with public credit card debt. And, you know, it wasn't as bad then. So maybe I'm voting for Trump. Other issues outside of the ones that historically were motivating like 20-point gains in Miami County during the Hillary race in 2015, 2016 is now plus 15 Trump. Like that came from somewhere.
Well, I think what's happening with Latino voters, especially people who live near the border, on or near the border, is for some reason we always view the border as a race issue, or a lot of people do at least, but it's not a race issue. The majority of people who live in border communities are Latino people. They're legal citizens of the United States who happen to be Hispanic, and they all support Trump because they see what illegal immigration does to their communities. It destroys them. And those people, especially being a majority Hispanic people, vote for Trump because they hate what's happening in their communities. Trump also did super well with black people, especially in Georgia. I personally, up until yesterday when I was live, was saying that I was super uncertain about this election. I don't know who's going to win. It's anybody's game. And I did not expect him to win Georgia. I thought he was going to lose it again, but he won it.
I mean, I was more optimistic about North Carolina, honestly, because the data looked at least slightly better. He did make gains with black voters, but I mean, nothing compares to the gains he's made with Latino voters. The Latino voter gain. We're talking about Trump winning the majority of Latino men. That
more than any other president.
As a percentage, I don't think that. What do you mean in total vote total? You mean
He's won more of the Latino vote than any other president as far as reporting that I've seen. I think Fox and the Daily Wire reported that.
When you say more of the Latino vote, you don't mean as a percentage, because Hillary has won a bigger percentage of the Latino vote than Trump. What you mean is as a total vote total. You must mean.
Yeah, I think it's a total vote total. Yeah.
Okay, got you.
I'd have to look at the reporting more in depth, but yeah.
I mean, there's a few things that makes me question. Number one, ground game. How important is ground game anymore? I was always of the belief that ground game was of the most importance, but by all reports and metrics, like Trump's ground game was absolutely dog doo-doo. It was not good, and it was largely exported to other organizations, including Elon Musk's New America PAC, which didn't have much experience with canvassing at all. And they had to kind of build it from scratch in a kind of like a haphazard effort, where Harris's ground game was largely done by either, political career politicians who've been organizing this forever. They were hitting like 2,000 doors I think every hour within these last few days. By all metrics, you would say Harris's ground game was much better, but I'm not seeing that really manifested in voter turnout or any gains from where Biden was in 2020.
I gotta close my door real quick. I broke.
No worries. But now the ground game, I was expecting to see more from that, but I don't.
Keep the cats out.
I think ground game is important. It just looks different now. I think ground game happens a lot on social media, and I know that's not the traditional narrative of ground game, but I feel like ground game to me now has to be redefined as individualized outreach, and it has to take place both on the internet and on the ground. Whereas Democrats, I think, they were trying to reach the voters that are most likely to be reached by ground game, which is normal working people and old people. They're bought into Trump. So it's like, yeah, ground game is
Ghost
probably
of
still
Nestor
important,
Magno
but in
has
this
donated
very
$5.
election,
I refuse
focusing
to
your
blame
ground
anyone
game
but
on the
Dems for
groups
this
traditionally
loss.
reached by
They
the ground
refuse to
game
engage in the
wasn't
same
going to do much
media,
good for you
narrative
because they were
cycle
already
game
pretty
ours
bought in
do,
on
and
Trump.
were punished for it.
I think
Older
people
people
enter
do
into like
more.
parasocial relationships online too with people. So if you're very effective at building relationships with people online, your reach with those people is probably going to be even stronger than ground game, to be honest, or like traditional ground game. You know what I mean? I think you can build stronger bonds with your audience than you, just online than you could even potentially door knocking and stuff like that. We all know that. We're all content creators. We all build relationships with audiences, and we make a career out of that. So
And
nobody should know it better than us.
Oh, I think
Trump leaned into mobilizers too, like RFK and Tulsi and Joe Rogan and Elon Musk. They may seem like buffoons to us who are very already mobilized and engaged. Those are mobilizers, dude. Joe Rogan endorsing him yesterday was legitimately probably a needle mover for people who just weren't going to vote, suddenly deciding to vote because they're like, fuck it. I mean, if my crew now finally thinks this is important, which they never have before, these are all people who used to say, don't vote for either of them. The government doesn't fucking care about you. Don't ever vote. Now all of a sudden their tune has changed and they're supporting a guy. That gets people who are going to sit on their ass to go vote, and that's what Obama did to win. Was he didn't turn people who were already voting as much as he got people who weren't going to vote to vote.
Well, something else interesting too is it looks like right now the popular vote is going to be lower than either of the totals from the last election. If it continues on the way it is, I'm not expecting it to break 81 million. Kamala's at 61 million now, and Trump's at 65 million. We've got Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada undecided. So I don't know. I think Trump had 70 million or something like that in 2020, and Joe Biden had 81 million. And it doesn't look like either of them are on track to hit that. It seems like less people in general went out to vote.
Man, then that's a huge failure for the Democrats too, because again, the only way they were going to win this, and I mean this is true for both sides, of course, but voter enthusiasm going into this, the Democrats had edged it out for like the last few months. Ever since Harris entered the race, they had been ahead in voter enthusiasm, and what most people, me included, thought that indicated is that they would be more able, compared to what they were before with Biden, to get people out to vote who wouldn't have voted before. But it still might have not been enough. You could maybe question if Harris had more time and if she was able to be the nominee like 3, 4, 5 months before when Biden was first getting pushed as being the nominee again, if maybe they had more time to lay out the policy platform over a longer period of time, more time to invest in ground game, maybe this could have gone differently, especially since the margin doesn't seem like it's going to be like 300,000 got crushed in Pennsylvania. It's going to be a percentage point or two. There's going to be a lot of Democrats questioning the decision to not only run with Biden again initially before making the switch, which is an unprecedented decision that we've never had before, so there's not anything else to test it against, so it's kind of hard to find out how much that impacted this race, versus like that. There's a question for you guys. If Harris was the nominee right off the bat, do you think that could have changed its outcome at all?
I don't think so. I think the reason the votes are so low on both sides is for a couple of reasons. I think that there were some moderates turned off by January 6th for Trump, and that's why he had a lower turnout. And I think what happened in 2020 is you had a large crowd of people who said vote blue no matter who. They voted blue no matter who found out, got Joe Biden in office. Because, like, let's be honest, this is the issue. Kamala Harris doesn't have a rich history to run off of. She doesn't have a strong, record to run off of. She wasn't really known prior to being Joe Biden's vice president. Joe Biden, conversely, has a very strong record. He has a very rich history as a politician, but as he was running for president, his mind was very dull and he clearly wasn't all there. But people said vote blue no matter who anyway. And they found out what that looked like. And those people, I think, didn't come out and show up for the Democrats like they did in 2020 on the more moderate side, because Kamala is another one of these mundane candidates like Joe Biden, at least at the time that he ran in 2020. And then the other half of that vote blue, no matter who voter block, were leftists, and leftists just didn't show up at all. They're either voting third party or they're not voting at all. And that's a huge voter block of people. The leftists are already planning protests. They've been planning protests for the past 3 days in every major city in the United States. And the reason for that is they don't care who wins. They're going to be rioting regardless of who wins. They don't like Kamala and they don't like Donald Trump. So they either didn't vote or they voted third party. And that's why the turnout, I think, is like historically low. You got people turned off by J6, and you've got people not going through with vote blue no matter who, and leftists deviating.
Well, and I've got, like I said, I'm going to stick on this point because I really think it'll help Democrats in the future, man. Is it's just like you can't do the thing. You can't cross the line of attacking the people for who they're voting for, because it's like, one, you prematurely lock them into that group.
Honestly, I do not think Harris did much attacking of the enemy. And when I remember during that, Sean, you can smile at me if you want to. I think it was that Brett Baer interview. They set her up for it. There's a few other interviews where they set her up for it. She did not do much. I'm gonna fire at the other voters. It was like. It was mostly firing at the opposition candidate.
You're right.
It wasn't much firing at the opposition voters. And they gave her opportunities. She gave her opportunities during the Fox News interview and otherwise where they're like, what do you think of those who support a person that you consider could be a fascist? And she says, they're my fellow Americans. And that's the way she would
do think
respond.
you're right, Dylan. I do think that she didn't attack the other voter, but much like Joe Biden's campaign was structured, I think that she structured her campaign much like on the offense against Donald Trump, like vote for me because I'm not Trump. And I think that's the pitfall. You need a strong Democrat candidate if you want to win the election. Hating Trump isn't enough. I think that voters were tired after voting blue no matter who. And I know a lot of vote blue no matter who people from 2020 who voted for Trump this year. Because they found out what that looked like.
There's a certain percent. I don't know how. I think you have to have strong offense on Trump because there's just too much to attack. The dude, it's impossible as
but
a kid.
It can't just be.
Of course, it can't just be. I just do want to say that, like, if you're running against Trump, the temptation to attack him when he goes out there and he gets comedians to call Puerto Rico an island of garbage, even if you're like, well, it's a comedian, it is what it is. Like, the political opportunity is too pure, too tasty to not grab for it. Or when he says stuff like, I'm going to terminate the Constitution you're going to go after it. It's impossible to not go after it. But of course, you need to put forward a positive message aligned with that. I agree with that.
I agree with you, but Trump does the same thing. He attacks Kamala, but he also says, look at my rich economic record and look how good things were while I was presidency. And he has this
until of course he left off and the economy was
It's more about him. But the other thing is, if you're gonna attack Trump, and that's gonna be your main bread and butter of your campaign, which I think we can all agree that was Kamala's main bread and butter, you cannot get caught lying. And Kamala didn't only get caught lying. Kamala's main 3 criticisms of Trump were all very easily verifiable lies. Project 2025, a federal abortion ban, and him, quote unquote, losing millions of jobs and causing a bunch of inflation during COVID. Every voter heard Trump say he had never heard of or cared about Project 2025 at least 10 times. Every voter heard him talk about how he removed the abortion.
Yeah, but isn't that a lie? Like, what do you mean he never heard of Project 2025? I don't think that's a lie.
It was never his platform, not even for a second, though.
Okay, but also his administration was full of people who were carefully associated with that, and they scrubbed it. They purposely scrubbed it. They scrubbed it.
We wouldn't say that.
I understand.
Pence did something right now.
Of course. Wait. But let's be clear though. Donald, I agree that it's not part of his platform, and saying that it is necessarily a Trump platform, that isn't true. But let's not pretend that the administration is not also just Donald. It's the people around Donald Trump. And if he's getting Stephen Miller, and if he's getting about a bunch of people who were willing to sign up with Project 2025 and even be part in designing a lot of that policy, I don't think the people who design that policy are going to break that hard from it. And a Trump administration where they're going to be advising Trump, they're going to be whispering in his ear. He still only has 4 years of public policy experience, if you can call the 4 years he had in office public policy experience. And so he's going to be...
it's the highest level of experience. It's presidential experience.
It depends. It depends. Of course, you have time in the presidency, but what you do as president determines what experience you have with the office, right? He didn't, for example, he did not spend a lot of time cutting deals, even though he's the make-a-deal president. You could not say that his first 4 years in office was one of deal-making and compromise, and so I would not be able to tell you that with, for example, a divided House and Senate, Donald Trump would be able to pass a lot of constitutionally approved deal-making, compromise stuff on healthcare and any of these things. So he's going to need some amount of help on these issues, and I think going to his advisors makes sense. For example, you got to talk about the fact that he says he wants RFK running all these health institutions. You can't.
Yeah,
well, he did say we're going to cut RFK loose for a little while, and then maybe we're going to rein him in.
Yeah, I don't think RFK's not going to be like the head of the HHS. Trust me, that's my number one issue with the Trump campaign right now, is that we're going to have some dude who, against all science, tries to ban seed oils and ban dyes from the United States. That the specific reason we don't have to ban them here is because we have the FDA to test the amounts they're in and all of our food. They're safe. My thing is, it's just not about any like. We got to recenter the thing. The issue is Kamala built her campaign on not Trump, and that not Trump campaign was built on easily verifiable lies. Project 2025 just wasn't his platform. He has had 2 platforms through his campaign, and neither of them have been Project 2025. He got the GOP to remove a federal abortion ban from their platform in order for him to make it his platform, and he just what was the freaking last one? Oh yeah, everybody knows what caused the unemployment and what caused the inflation initially in Donald Trump's time in office. Yeah. And if you look at the lines as to when that stuff got better, 80% of the recovery happened under Trump.
I wanna give you guys a little update here. We've got 90% reporting in Wisconsin. Looks like Trump's going to win. He's up by over 100,000 votes in Wisconsin with 90% reporting. And in Nevada, there's 78% reporting with Trump up by about 50K votes.
Now, look,
so we already know he's going to win, but
I mean, like when you say like Trump wants to ban or institute a national abortion ban, Trump didn't make it. Now, let me finish. Whether or not he's going, I don't think he's going to institute himself. I don't even think he particularly cares about abortion on a personal level. I don't think Trump's a religious man. I don't know if you guys do. I don't think he's a religious man. I think he gets religious votes, and therefore he panders to the religious votes. But when Trump was on the campaign trail and he was asked, would you veto a national abortion ban? He dodged the question. He dodged it multiple times. He was wiggly on the answer until late in the race when it was clear that it was going to be much closer than originally intended. And so he had to break with the evangelicals to try to make a difference between him and them, because they were a weight down on his campaign, and abortion was a big motivating issue for Democrats. And so while it is true that I don't think Trump has signed up for a national abortion ban, he was the one who laid the foundation for a national abortion ban to be possible through the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
No.
And let me finish. Second point. The second point is Donald Trump, when asked if he would veto such legislation, he continued to refuse answering it during the debate. So that allowed a very easy attack strategy for the Democrats on the issue.
Dylan, I couldn't agree with you. I couldn't disagree with you more.
He was also delusional on the idea that all Democrats wanted to overturn Roe v. Wade. Every time he talks about Roe v. Wade, it sounds like everyone always wanted it killed.
Well, yeah,
Dylan, he did not lay the foundation for a national abortion ban by overturning Roe v. Wade. It's illegal for either Kamala Harris to protect abortion or for Donald Trump to outright outlaw it. Neither have a pathway to do this. Even if they got Congress behind them, if there was a national abortion ban passed or a national abortion protection passed, the Supreme Court would immediately cut it down. The Supreme Court has ruled that it's a state's issue, and unless the only pathway is for a national abortion ban, if you could reclassify abortion as murder, which will never happen, but there's absolutely no path for national abortion protection. We kind of hashed this out on Hippy Dippy one time about is abortion on the ballot, and it absolutely is not.
To be clear, when we talk about a national abortion ban, it right now, by overturning Roe versus Wade, whether or not there is a feasible pathway to it, they could attempt to institute it by either going state by state by state by state until it became national level. It became national state by state by state.
That's not a national.
Let me finish. Let me ask you a question. If it's in every state, is it national?
Do you think
wait.
California?
Well, just answer the question. If it was in every state, would it be national?
It would be nationwide, but it wouldn't be national.
What is national? Wait, what is national?
Would imply that it's
what is
that way on the federal level.
Of the nation.
National or nationalized would be federally. So if something is national or nationalized, it would be federally applicable. But in this case, it wouldn't be federally applicable. It'd be state by state. And the case is that it will never happen in every single state. California's
By the way,
never gonna pass it.
how confident are you really that if there was a 66 vote veto-proof majority to pass an abortion ban, which I don't think is feasible right now, but if it was, was that this Supreme Court would necessarily say, sorry, you're not allowed to do that. We're striking that down. Federal abortion policy is not, you can't do federal abortion policy. You can't have 15-week ban.
Exactly.
You can't have 5-week ban. So you cannot do a 5-week to 15-week ban on the federal level. 15-week, because I've heard Republicans talk about doing 15-week bans as of recently. Like that, this isn't like a far off fringe discussion. This is something that's being talked about in the party, where they're saying there has to be some quote unquote national standard as the next step forward after the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
Republicans do say this, and I agree with you. And I actually agree with those Republicans that there should be a national standard, but the problem is that there can't be per the Constitution, and I would disagree with the passage of some kind of federal standard because of the Constitution, on a constitutional basis, not on a moral basis. On a moral basis, I'd agree with him, but the fact of the matter is it's illegal to do such a thing without a constitutional amendment, and state by state, it'll never happen. Colorado's never going to pass it. California's never going to pass it. My state, Washington, will never pass it. Oregon will never pass it. New York will never pass one. It'll never happen. All the little tiny East Coast states, they'll never pass them. Vermont, whatever, they'll never pass them. It's not going to happen.
I don't think it's likely. No, I don't think it's likely. I think in order to implement, for example, abortion ban in the state of Maryland, you would have to do it top down from the office of the presidency through the legislative branch upon them by getting the Supreme Court's permission. And by the way, can I just say 2 more Supreme Court appointments for the Republican right? I don't care if that's something that excites you. Let me just say, for one section of the country, after hearing so much critique from the Republican right about activist judges, the people that are going to be appointed are going to be activist judges. The Supreme Court is going to be filled with activist judges. Let me finish. Let me finish. It's going to be filled with activist judges, and it's if you wanted to move forward to a path of Supreme Court reform, if you wanted to move forward towards an area where we're no longer appointing activist judges, we'd be talking about maybe trying to get judges off of the Supreme Court who are taking political gifts and big donations and cha-chinging, and we would try to talk about moving in people who could be considered nonpartisans and who have not been working within either Republican Party politics for quite a while, or can I just say Donald Trump is not somebody who I think prioritizes nonpartisanship when coming to government appointments. He's somebody who wants to make the Fed submittable to the U.S. president, at least to some degree. Removing the nonpartisanship from the Fed is one way you could undercut the U.S. dollar as world reserve currency. The very thing he says would be like losing a war.
I don't think the courts let them do that. But no, these courts have not been activist judges. What we're talking about when we talk about activist judges, we're talking about judges that take liberties to redefine what the Constitution means versus judges who are dedicated to the Founding Fathers' definitions of the Constitution. So I understand that sounds like, oh, very convenient. Your judges aren't activists, but ours are. I mean, definitionally, living constitutionalism is activism. You are pursuing a modern truth, a modern truthful interpretation of a document that is not modern, whereas the other group is like, we can't trust ourselves to just decide what the Founding Fathers would have meant if they were Zoomers. We have to take their word for what they wrote down the day of. And so we do have some sort of objectivist or even pragmatic basis for what activism is and isn't. The issue is with liberal justices is they really don't. Like, they have a pseudo-pragmatic, but really mostly just idealist fucking, it is what the public buys into, but the whole fundamental structure of the Supreme Court is meant to check the power of the public. That's the whole point.
And there's probably never been a more, probably never been a Supreme Court that was acting more in activism than the 1973 Supreme Court, which made up an entire framework for trimesters, which is not founded in the Constitution, and protected abortion, rights to abortion, which is also not protecting the abortion. The Constitution doesn't make a single mention of abortion or trimesters. Yeah. They made an entire structure.
It was based off of a right to privacy. Sorry, guys. We also had Actual Jake cancel. Chat, I'm sorry for those who were waiting for Actual Jake. I know he tweeted I was going to be here. We got a lot of cancellations.
Jank was going to come?
Not Jank, Actual Jake.
I think you've been on. Bring it.
Yeah, he was the guy who won. He won the Hippy Dippy.
I want to talk to that guy. It was rigged.
I feel like I won the Hippy Dippy Rumble, but there was a heavy.
If anyone won, I thought it was Crenshaw. Honestly, I thought Crenshaw.
Jake was running, bro. He was running.
I went into Actual Jake's chat, and a couple of his chatters said that I won, dude. That's how you know.
Jeb for president, bro.
We might get Shark Zero. I'll check if we're still getting Shark Zero.
I've got Discord logs that will sink me, so I cannot run for president. Someone else is gonna have to be my puppet. But yeah, no, and there was another thing that I
Wait,
wanted to touch
Jeb,
on.
can we, before we get, there was a
Yeah.
question you asked me a while ago, and now I think it's more
Yeah.
pertinent now that there's two conservatives in here, and I'm the one libtard, okay? Libtard
Yeah.
over here.
Amen.
I need some whiskey real quick.
Look, I don't care what anybody says. I did my duty. I voted for Joe, okay? I still voted for him. I wrote him in. So here's my question. So no, I wanted to answer your question. Jeb already left. What the fuck? Never mind.
I'm here, Dylan.
Jeb, you wanted to ask me what things do I want you guys to check Trump on, right? That was your big question.
What are you and I working together on from here on out? to
Okay,
check
so
the conservative
Jeb's
box? 'Cause
question
I'm
is-
the anti-conservative now.
Jeb's question is, what is the things that Trump needs to be pressured on now? If he's becoming next president of the United States, I assume you don't want him to be unrestricted and do everything he said on the campaign trail, Cam. I don't know if you want 100 to 200% tariffs on Europe, if that's going to be productive
Yes.
when they're our main export market. And that means
I want 5,000.
5,000% tariffs on Europe. Okay. So, Jeb, if your question is what I think you guys need to pressure him on, or what I believe he needs to be pressured on, number one, and this isn't a surprise to anyone, he needs to be pressured on Ukraine. I think his position on Ukraine is generally seen as weak by Europe. I think it's generally seen as weak by the Russians, and he undercut their support base constantly by not only delaying aid during the Battle of Avdiivka, talking about ending sanctions on the Russians before he's even in there in a position to end sanctions. He's constantly undercutting their position by talking about the giving up of territory before they sat down and had an open conversation, and there's a real fear in my mind of Ukraine not even being at the table, like what happened with the ANA, the Afghan National Army, and the Afghan government not being at the negotiating table. And whether or not you believe that government was going to collapse with or without them, they should have been at the table negotiating the future of their own country. If you don't have them at the table, how are they going to believe that they have a shot if the people who are negotiating the real future of the country are not treating them like they have a shot?
I agree with you, Dylan. I agree with you. I think that America, especially, and this is especially addressed at Republicans, needs to move back to a place where we hate Russians. Full stop. We need to make America hate Russians again. I'm fully on board with that. Make America hate Russians again. I'm fully on board with that. I hate Russia. We need to go back to McCarthyism. Just kidding. But anyway, when we're talking about Trump not bringing the Afghans to the table, as much as I support funding to Ukraine, and I am not one of the Republicans who think that we can go at it alone without allies and we should just abandon people who we've built relationships with. Trump didn't cut the Afghan government out of the deal. The problem was that the Taliban wouldn't meet with the Afghan government, and their quarrel wasn't even necessarily with the Afghan government. They wanted the United States to leave. And so they said, we're not going to meet with the Afghan government. So we back-channeled with the Afghan government, told them what was going on in negotiations with the Taliban. They knew that the Taliban wouldn't meet with them. And so we cooked up a deal with the Taliban for a drawdown of forces. And that's how that worked. It wasn't
This seems this seems like a roundabout way of the same thing, though, because my problem is that you needed to, if you're leaving, you need to make the people who you're being replaced with credible. If you're going to pivot out of the Middle East, for example, based on a Saudi-Israeli axis that's going to be able to counterbalance the Iranians, you need to make that axis credible. You need to make it so it looks like the Saudis and the Israelis might actually be willing to work together against the Iranians. If you don't accomplish that, then it's not going to be taken as credible. If you don't have the Afghan national government in a position where they're at the table making some demands, at least making their view known, then to the Taliban, and this was their view, and this is the reason why they didn't want them at the table, the ANA is just an extension of American power. American power leaves, ANA crumbles, Afghan government doesn't matter because we're the real representatives of Afghanistan.
But imagine it like this. You can imagine this in the basis of
Thanks for the
real world relationships. Imagine, Bosch endorses me. Let's go. Imagine that. Let's pretend for a moment that Jeb and Dylan are gay lovers and they break up, and Jeb won't.
I could absolutely picture that. By the way,
let's imagine that Jeb is so infuriated by this lovers' quarrel that he won't speak to Dylan. I said, I'm best friends to both Jeb and Dylan, and I said, Jeb, come on, we just need to go to the table with Dylan. We need to have a conversation. I'll moderate the conversation. I'll make sure everything goes fine. Jeb's like, dude, I'm not talking to Dylan. He's an asshole. He cheated on me. It's over. I just can't do it. You guys both want to get back together with each other, but neither of you will talk to each other. So I go talk to Dylan, because neither of you will meet with each other, and we work out a deal for you and Jeb to finally meet up and talk. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with doing that. That was the problem with the Afghan government, is the Taliban refused to meet with the Afghan government, and so Trump met with the Afghan government and back-channeled with the Afghan government. I told Jeb everything that Dylan said in our conversation, but Jeb wasn't physically at the table because neither wanted to speak with each other. And in reality, the Taliban's major issue, again, was not with the Afghan government, because we essentially built the Afghan government. Their problem was with the United States being present in Afghanistan. So we cut a deal with them for a drawdown of forces with certain contingencies, and they broke all of those contingencies when Joe Biden entered office, but he went through with the pullout anyway, despite the fact that they violated the agreement. It would be like Israel going through with Oslo after Yasser Arafat ordered an intifada against Israel.
So do you think we should have
people.
started bombing the Taliban again?
Biden was also informed that you wanted, no matter when the pullout happened.
We should have but then those forces would have been fired upon by the Taliban, no?
No.
Well,
you don't think that? You don't think we would have lost troops in the Taliban?
But it doesn't matter. We lost troops anyway. The fact of the matter is that when we pulled out of Afghanistan, we drew down forces, and we drew down forces before we withdrew, and then we had to draw up forces 50% plus what we had in the first place. So regardless, either way, we're drawing forces up. We should just drew them up in the first place when they broke the agreement and then tried to broker another agreement. But the problem is that Joe Biden wasn't a strong enough leader to do that.
I don't think Trump would have done it either. I think once
For
the
sure he would
timetable.
have.
No, I don't. I think once the timetable was set, there was a question of whether you would break with the timetable, and Biden did extend the timetable. It was a question of whether or not they would stay with it, pull out, and then American forces would not have to be fighting the Taliban, or we stay and we would have to re-engage in combat with the Taliban. We would have to escalate combat operations against the Taliban, and we would be having more American soldiers coming back home in coffins.
The problem is that the Taliban were afraid under Trump. The Taliban were afraid under Trump. They weren't killing American soldiers. They weren't killing Afghan soldiers. Under Trump, they were terrified. They stayed in their holes. They didn't attack people. They didn't gain ground. They didn't take cities. As soon as Joe Biden took office, they started gaining territory. They started taking cities. They started.
You mean as the withdrawal was scheduled, they started to take over the country? Yeah, that's not that surprising.
As
the withdrawal was coming up sooner and sooner, that's when they started to take over the country
as well. We were also drawing down forces while Trump was in office.
The pullout was scheduled post Trump presidency. It was scheduled for after he would leave office.
They started gaining ground as Joe Biden became president. We had been drawing down forces even since Trump was president.
Forces were drawing down more and more and more.
President.
They started taking cities once there wasn't American soldiers there to hold those cities anymore.
No, we started drawing down forces. We had been routinely pulling people out of Afghanistan while Trump was president, and they didn't start taking cities until Joe Biden became president. And the reason for that is because Trump said, "I'm gonna fucking kill you if you kill Americans or if you take cities." And so the leader of the Taliban stopped trying to gain ground.
So we didn't lose any. Wait, we didn't lose any U.S. troops in Afghanistan under Trump.
For the end of his presidency.
Wait, what do you mean the end of his presidency?
How many months was it? How many months was it? Who knows? Who knows how many months it was? I want to say 17, but I feel like that might be wrong.
Okay, but we did lose Trump. Okay. I feel like we're getting
off course. Significant period of time.
We're way off course anyway. My main point was, I do believe that those people still should have been on the table for a question of credibility. You cannot make a replacement government credible if they're not present during negotiations. That should have been a sticking point. And I would make the point that keeping troops there under the condition that until they negotiate with the ANA, we were not withdrawing until they're able to sit down with them. That would have been something to build credibility in the staying force that I would have believed in. But this is my main question to you, Cam.
But
This is the whole reason I was talking about this in the first place. I'm fearful of repeat behavior. I'm fearful that there could have already been a deal made over Ukraine, over those 7 phone calls that we're hearing from Bob Woodward, or that there could be a deal made in the next few months before he's even in office, with the Ukrainians not at the table. And we're going to have Trump and we're going to have Putin sitting down with a marker going through, this is what goes to you, this is what goes to you, without any consultation to the people who actually live there, the Ukrainians.
Yeah, so this is what I think that we have to consider, Dylan, is that, first of all, the Afghan government is essentially a United States proxy government. I think that we have to consider the actual intentions of either Joe Biden or Donald Trump when it comes to Afghanistan.
Do you care if I interrupt you one more time to announce something pretty big? I'm sorry, but
real quick.
Okay.
Let me try not to lose my train of thought.
So I'm sorry to say this, guys, but Pennsylvania is Donald Trump land. I'm confirming Pennsylvania for Donald Trump at this point. NBC News has confirmed it. Fox News has confirmed it. Decision Desk has confirmed it. And it has decided to go for Donald Trump because it is the hillbilly home of the Pennsylvania Steelers.
Trump has won the election. It's official, guys.
Pittsburgh Steelers. But no,
Pittsburgh
like,
Steelers, Pennsylvania Steelers, whatever, you get the idea.
What I wanted to say is I think that we need to evaluate the intentions of either Joe Biden and Donald Trump in the Afghan withdrawal. Was their intention to make the Afghan government, the NA, a continuous state in Afghanistan and protect them as a state, or was their intention to get out of Afghanistan? And where did those two things rank as priorities? And I think for both Trump and for Joe Biden, in terms of priorities, getting out of Afghanistan ranked higher than maintaining stability in Afghanistan. I think that's the case for literally any U.S. politician. Getting out of Afghanistan with the least amount of U.S. casualties physically possible, I think, was the top-ranking priority for everyone. And I think there's a much different approach with Ukraine. First of all, Ukraine is not a U.S. proxy state. We didn't create the Ukrainian government. We don't like. They could exist independent of the United States, is what I'm saying. So I think that there would be a huge difference in the approach that any government would take in like dealing with some kind of ceasefire.
Though, the Russians. By the way, I missed the first half of it because I went up to like color up the thing, but the Russians want to just negotiate with us. That's what they want. They want, and it's been kind of clear for a bit, they want to negotiate over the heads of the Ukrainians with the United States, giving the United States the prime position of negotiating on their behalf, and then they would cut a deal without the Ukrainians at the table. And the Russians want this because they do not believe that they could cut a deal that is favorable to them with the Ukrainians at the table.
Sure, but the United States is essentially in charge of the Ukrainian government. First of all, that's one of the biggest things is the United States doesn't have almost full control over the Ukrainian government, and the United States doesn't have the authority to make decisions for them. On top of that, this war hasn't been going on for 20 years, so I think the approach is much different in terms of like wanting to get out. And the fact that the United States isn't even directly in Ukraine in the first place, I think, is another like driving force in this, that the United States top priority isn't just how fast can we jump ship with the least amount of casualties.
Honestly, that's not how Trump talks about it, though. The way Trump talks about it isn't on the idea of like, hey, because if I was Trump and I was the way he has talked about other wars, for example, I mean, he's the guy who said like target the families of terrorists, blow up their families. So he's not somebody, from my history of knowing Trump, whose number one priority was limiting civilian casualties in conflict, right? But all of a sudden, when he talks about the war in Ukraine, he just finds millions of bodies that I've never seen before. He's like, last prediction was like 2 to 3 million dead or something. It was in the million. He's talking about death tolls that never happened, that we need an immediate stop. It needs to stop in 24 hours. This not like undercut
Trump is an exaggerator.
Even if he's exaggerating, right? And when we say exaggerating, if I said to you, Harris, I called you Harris. Freudian slip. If I said to you that I had 7 people on this call who disagreed with you, and I was like, well, no, it's actually just 1. He says like 3 million people died. This isn't like a slight exaggeration. He's just making up millions of dead bodies that don't exist.
3 million on which side is he saying?
He was just saying millions have died. Millions and millions have died.
He probably is just not super familiar with the death toll.
But then he also said that we've paid double than what the death toll. If we were to be generous,
I'm not being smart. I just don't.
Well, yeah. If we're to be generous, the death, and when I say generous, it's weird to say about a death toll, but we're talking about like 500,000 to 600,000 dead, maybe 500,000 like towards the upper echelons. If we include casualties, you might be able to bring that number higher. But he says dead. I'm not gonna play footsie with his language here. But it's not only that. He also lied about the amount of aid we give them. He said we give them $300 billion. We've never given out $300 billion. I wish we gave them $300 billion. We gave them maybe half of that. He says that we've given, more than the Europeans. The Europeans have given more than double in total value. than we have. And so
I mean, you know this, Dylan. I deeply agree with your position on aid to Ukraine and to Israel. I 100%
you
think
agree
that
with
we
my
should
position on
continue-
aid to Israel. I had no clue.
Oh well, no, okay, maybe not Israel, but to Ukraine for sure. I agree with your position.
Wait,
I
what's
think
your
that we should.
position on Israel? Hold on.
My position is that we should.
Shield on the internet right here. What's your position on Israel, Dylan?
My position is that we. Oh, for Dylan.
Well, I know
is
what
your
yours
position?
Oh, we got more people who want to come in right now. Okay, why is it all conservatives right now?
Kick me off, Dylan.
Oh,
if I
dude,
need
wait,
to get off.
Dylan. Can I debate some conservatives on funding to Israel and Ukraine? Let's go.
Don't start.
I'll join them. I'll join them because I'm #1 Israel shill. I used to be a two-stater, and I was a liberal fucking cuck for that in college.
Do I need to get
and
a
now
cam
being
on?
a two-stater makes me an Israel shill.
Turk, you don't need a cam. I mean, a cam's preferred, obviously, but you don't need a cam.
Y'all got my pretty face. Okay, so I was in the waiting room saying, I love Dylan. I like his podcast he shows. I want to be available if Dylan wants another conservative. Some nutcase came into the waiting room and started saying how Russia is behind Kamala Harris losing this election. And I'm just like, dude, how does Russia make Trump lose in 2020, then makes Kamala Harris lose in 2024? That's like the most bizarre thing I've ever heard in my world.
I don't think it is. When you look at what the way the campaign was run, her strategy was awful. She was lying habitually while also trying to run on the fact that she wasn't a liar like the other guy. Like, she failed at every point.
Jeb, I don't really buy. By the way,
Russia,
I don't buy the line. Well, here's a big reason why I don't buy the line thing being the big thing that sunk Harris. I think it might be an issues thing of like the issues that could have been campaigned on or could have been more present in the campaign. Being able to campaign on it longer is because Trump still polls much, much, much worse than Harris on telling the truth. It's one of the areas where Trump has consistently polled worse than Biden and also consistently polls worse than Harris throughout the entirety of the campaign.
It's what they lie about. Like, it's like, all right. So I shared a Boy had a ridiculous fucking map. Kamala by 320. The Senate was going to go Dem, and the House was going to basically be all Democrats. And then I quote tweeted it all snarky. I said, presented without comment after what we've seen so far. He said, 'twas wrong on this one. And I said, I tried to warn you. And this was his response. And this is my thing about how Democrat lies are so much more pervasive. The Democrats are on their knees, getting butt fucked by Trump right now. And he still says, economy vibes are both worse and more important than I thought. He is dying on the hill that everybody who's uncomfortable economically is either dumb or lying still. That's a Kamala Harris campaign lie, whether we want to attribute it to her, whether she said it directly or not, because the Democrats, whether she said you guys are dumb and lying or not, it doesn't matter, because she's telling them they're lying. She's telling them they're wrong. She's telling them the economy is amazing and it's actually Trump's economy that was worse, when it's obviously not true, because more of them are defaulting on their debts.
Okay.
They're paying more for housing and cars, and they're making not nearly enough to make up those gaps.
This is the problem that Harris found, is on one hand, she needed to claim the victories of the Biden administration when it comes to the infrastructure bill, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, try to claim like green energy investment. She wanted to claim inflation coming down. She wanted to claim these things while also distancing herself from the failures. And doing that, it's kind of hard to choose the things you like and then distance yourself from the things you don't like, which is the first problem. But then on top of that, when you have good economic indicators and you want to brag about those, when you're out there bragging about GDP increases, or you're bragging about how much better we're recovering than all the other G7 countries, or now how inflation is now coming down, people are going to listen to that, tie that to their own individual experience with either credit card debt, medical debt, student debt, I don't know, pizza debt. You guys have seen pizza debt? You can buy pizzas on debt now. Anyway, whatever debt it is.
NPL is a crime.
Or you could look at the mortgages, or you could look at any of these things, and they connect that to their personal experience. And when they hear these bragging about positive economic indicators that as an American, I'm happy about American productivity going higher and higher and higher every year as European productivity stagnates. That's true. But if you compare that to everybody's lived experience, for some people it's going to pan out, and for others, especially in states like Michigan, where she needs to win it, it's going to be much harder because that isn't necessarily connecting with their lived experience. And a lot of the benefits that you would see through this long-term positive economic outputs, these are things you see over 10 years, 15 years. These are not things you're going to see within 4.
Problem. And I think they're also always doing this thing, Dylan, where they're like, we have the strongest economy in the world. It's like, okay, no shit. We've always had the strongest economy in the world. We had the strongest recovery of all the G7 countries. Okay, no shit. We always have the strongest recovery of all the G7 countries. Like,
in fact, our recovery almost necessarily has to happen before theirs does because they.
I don't wait. Okay, let's not just say anytime America recovers better than other countries. It just had to happen that way because we're the United States and America is just so beautiful and so good that it's always how it's going to happen. I don't necessarily buy that. I don't necessarily buy that. Wait, yeah, you like for example, institute like 100 to 200% tariff on like some of our main trading partners. That might be a way to mess up something like that.
No, not really, because when the Europeans did it, it worked out. When the Europeans did it, they ended up with the most robust domestic car market of any geographical region in the world. Like
by placing 20% by placing 100% tariff on
by placing 100%
nobody,
tariff on American
Dylan.
cars. You can't.
Nobody's placing.
No, yes. Europe has 100% tariffs on American vehicles. You cannot sell a Ford.
Why do
or
you
a
think
Chevy
it's so
in Europe.
difficult to buy a Fiat here in the States?
Well, a Fiat is
Because
different because they got bought by
Tony.
Chrysler. Yeah, it
And
was.
all
really
of our
difficult
trade partners
to
tariff the
Fiat.
shit out of us
This-
too. All of them.
Okay,
even
a
Canada,
20
and Japan.
Look, I'm not ceding the point on tariffs. 20% tariffs across the board are going to be inflationary. If you threatening that is going to cause investor panic. And when we're an international node of trade, where we're the world reserve currency, where so many of our factory inputs, so many of our different.
Let me ask first.
Okay, well.
So Dylan, given the results that we're likely to see, what do you predict to be the stock market reaction tomorrow?
What do I predict to be the stock market reaction tomorrow? I think it entirely depends upon whether they believe what Trump said or not, whether he was being honest about his economic
it's the entire
promises.
stock market. They'll either say, oh yeah, Trump's a bad, meanie, bad guy with a 20% tariff that's going to be hitting us, or it's going to go the other way.
They don't know because they don't know if he's being serious or not. When Trump talks about policy and economic...
Do you think that's how business people operate?
Do people, working with an economic uncertainty, not knowing where to move their money this way or that way until they have a better idea of whether these policies are actually going to be implemented? Yeah, I do think some business people think that way. If I was working, for example, if I had a business where I'm importing, let's say Dylan Burns TV patches, so I can hand them out to people, whatever, and I didn't know if this tariff was going to be implemented, then I don't know yet if I'm going to increase the prices on my website for these patches until I can see the policy is actually going to be implemented. In this final stretch of the campaign, Trump has promised a lot. He promised a lot of handouts. He promised a lot of tax breaks. He promised a lot of things that if all of them were implemented would massively run up the deficit, which make fiscal conservatism in this country basically dead and bled out in the gutter.
The estimates for the increased deficit are not considering anything else. They're considering that everything in this country remains exactly the same.
Yes, the idea is that the economic expansion would be able to make up for the amount of tax cuts that would. Yeah, I don't buy it though. But I mean, that's the idea.
The Penn Wharton estimates, they're considering everything stays the same. Like all the Biden policies remain the same, and Trump just tariffs other countries.
Okay, so Trump has laid out how he's going to make those he's going to pay for those tax cuts. He's laid that out.
He has, yes, as aggressive as much as Kamala has explained how she's going to get 3 million.
That's not an answer. That's a dodge. That's a dodge to Harris.
Hold on, it's a meme, but the DOGE. He said he is going to start a branch. He's going to start an agency whose job it is to cut wasteful spending from the government.
That means, that says nothing to me.
That's
just a general commitment to cut. That's just a general commitment to cut spending. That doesn't mean anything.
I have a question, Dylan.
Of a plan, Dylan.
Yeah, it's a concept of a plan. That's exactly what it is. It's a concept of a fiscally. And look, just be honest with me, because I know Turk's a fiscal conservative, and I know he's principled on the issue. I don't think, Turk, you genuinely think that Trump is going to get rid of the deficit in the next 4 years, or he's going to massively reduce it in a way. Do you genuinely think he's going to cut it by 80% or 60%? Because he didn't do that in his first term, and I don't see a pathway. He hasn't laid one out.
I'm hitting more bench, but I'm listening.
So here's what I think could happen. we actually get a handle on what we're actually doing with our current spending, with our current objectives and priorities. And Trump's probably going to try and say, hey, this is what I would like to do. And he'll propose that to the current congressional people. And they're going to come up with bills on how they think, oh, we should spend extra money to do this type of thing, or we should spend money to do this sort of thing. It's not necessarily Trump saying, hey, we're going to cut an entire deficit by 20% in the next 4 years. It's not just Trump in here. And that's why it's so critical for the results that happened tonight. We gained seats in the House. We're gaining seats in the Senate. That's why we need to actually come up with a plan to either make America great again or start to try and cut the deficit.
So we agree that there's no plan then?
There's several different plans. Trump can't just like sign everything into order without congressional approval.
Well, I mean, I
And
know
that's why
there's
his
multiple
win tonight is
plans,
pretty good.
but there's no.
What do you mean though?
When he says there's multiple different plans, I don't see a commitment from Trump for cuts in deficit spending. And in fact, I would say that deficit spending and cuts in deficit spending has taken a massive backseat in this election. I've heard very little from either campaign about fiscal responsibility. And don't even call it fiscal conservatism, just fiscal responsibility when it comes to managing the budget. I haven't heard anything about cuts, really. I haven't heard anything about we're going to not about just basic cuts, about the economic expansions that would produce enough economic activity to make up for this. I haven't heard anything about the other end of what these policies and tax cuts are going to need to make them functional, unless you're just going to do massive deficit spending. And so if I'm thinking about Donald Trump and the way that he managed deficit spending before, or hey, Shark, I hope your camera's a little. Don't worry, you got time.
It's pretty.
I'm not hopeful that all of a sudden he's going to become fiscally prudent, because he hasn't shown that in the last 4 years during his term, and he hasn't shown any interest on the campaign trail because it's not popular. It's no longer a popular issue within the Republican Party, at least amongst the voters. At least they don't seem to think so, because they're not campaigning on it.
So when it comes to actual deficit spending, right, that means you're spending less money than you're actually pulling in order to pay bills, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the main goal with Trump's policies right now is to increase the amount of money that's actually coming in, not through the avenue of increasing taxes or putting undue pressure on different people or organizations. The goal is to unleash some of the burden that these type of organizations and people are actually coming up with in order to spur the economic growth, right? And that's the difference between the Kamala plans and what Trump is planning, even if the spending is the same. So it's like, okay, how much money will Trump pull in versus what Kamala is going to pull in?
I'm so sorry, but I guess my camera isn't working. It works in the preview, but it is borked.
I see it.
It is cooked.
I kind of like it.
It looks perfect in the preview, but in like the Discord preview, but it is completely cooked. Yeah, I don't like list, but on this topic, Trump is the dumbest motherfucker to ever grace the Oval Office. So like obviously he's going to fuck up everything like he did the first time.
Apparently he's better than Kamala Harris.
That's your president,
that's
bro.
You being wrong.
Okay, I don't that's your president, bro. I don't give a shit. What the fuck? I don't support my president. What the fuck?
AP
I don't care.
Pennsylvania.
It's
damn,
over.
that's crazy.
Look, this
has been over a while, but like wait, on this topic, like Trump's is dumb as shit. His voters are also dumb as shit. Well,
why is he dumb as shit? Why am I dumb
Kamala
as shit?
is even more
Trump
dumb.
is also talking. He's addressing voters right now.
I do not care.
Why am I dumb as shit, and why is he dumb as
We'll
shit?
probably
Let's go
check
back.
that out.
Why
Because
is
guys.
Kamala dumber than him?
Wait, I want to hear this.
What are you
I want to hear this
talking about?
dumbass. Why is he?
didn't
Why
win.
am I dumb as
Why-
shit? Why is he dumb as shit? Let's hear it, buddy.
You're fucking dumb as shit for voting for him and believing
Why?
that he's going to do anything
In
good
case
for this
anyone wants
country.
to see it.
And
When
Why?
I was
Why?
in
What do you
the-
think? What do you think?
You all were complaining constantly. You all were complaining constantly about how
What are your
Donald
morals
Trump
with
was
him,
gonna
policy wise?
fix
What are your
the-
policy issues with
You all
Trump?
were talking about how you're yapping too crazy. You all were talking about how Donald Trump is going to reduce the deficit. He blew up the deficit when he was in office.
That's not
You all
what
were
I
talking
said.
about how he's going to reduce taxes. He
So did
raised
Obama.
taxes on the middle class people.
No, he
when
didn't.
was
No,
in
he didn't.
office.
Hold up.
Wait,
My
there's only
turn to
wait,
respond. No, he
give him
He
a
absolutely
second
Americans
at least.
making
There's-
$15,000 to $50,000
Wait,
a year
Cam,
receiving
come on,
24% tax break.
Cam. There's like 4 conservatives or 3 conservatives, including Trump now. Let Shark, finish his point first at least. I don't want to
All right,
moderate. But...
I'm going next though. I
Okay,
initiated
okay.
with this guy.
Understood.
Okay. Yeah, but no. Anyways, he blew up the deficit, ruined all of our relations when it comes to world leaders, ruined all of our just he kind of just fucked up everything. And that's why he got voted out of office. Originally, because when he was you're yapping too crazy. Because when COVID hit, he was really able to before COVID, he was really able to just kind of coast. He fucked up like little things for a while, but he was really able to coast. His approval rating never recovered after he tried to nuke Obamacare, and he was stopped after doing that. Then he had to turn heel and say that I'm actually the man who saved Obamacare after blowing up Obamacare. Trying to blow up Obamacare and removing the individual mandate. And this isn't surprising. He's just a fucking dumbass. He's very stupid. Like, you ask him questions and he has no clue what he's talking about. He's never actually answered a question correctly. He doesn't know who any of the world leaders are.
And he still beat Kamala.
Is this guy hippy dippy recruitment? I don't think it feels like he hasn't been around here before. Let me ask you a couple questions, pal. Okay, so first of all, individual mandate. Do you think that Americans should be taxed because they're too poor to afford insurance?
Should Americans be taxed because they're too poor to
Yeah, that's what
insurance?
individual mandate was. If you don't have insurance, you get fined. Do you support that?
Individual mandate was a good idea.
Who said that?
It's Patches.
Okay, I'm not talking to you.
Okay.
Respond, Shark.
Damn.
Individual mandate. Good thing or bad thing? Fine poor people for not having insurance. Good thing or bad thing?
No, the individual mandate helped keep Obamacare running, which is good.
The individual mandate taxed poor people for not being able to afford insurance. Okay, point 1, you're an idiot. Okay, step 2. His approval rating never recovered. Well, he just got voted the next president of the United States and is on track to win the popular vote. So think again, pal.
Wait, what was your original point?
You said that he increased taxes on the middle class. He did not increase taxes on the middle class. I can talk louder than you. I'm talking. You're not. Okay. You said he increased taxes on the middle class. People making $15,000 to $50,000 a year received an average tax cut of 24 to 26%. People making $50,000 to $100,000 a year received an average tax cut of 22%. People making over $1 million a year received a tax cut of less than 4%. So think again on that one too. You said he ruined relations with foreign leaders. Name me one foreign leader whose relations he ruined relations with.
Germany.
Who said that?
Turk did. He upset Merkel, right? She didn't like him.
Okay. Merkel didn't
And
like
literally all of the EU is trying
Trump.
to decouple from the United States because they don't want to deal with Donald Trump.
The entire EU. Name me some EU leaders who specifically spoke against Trump.
They literally just came out. They literally just came out and they were talking.
Mean tweets
aside,
they all respected him and said, "Yes, sir, Mr.
About
Trump."
how they were like, we need to make sure that the future of the EU isn't dependent on what like a bunch of voters.
Do you think that's because they politically disagree with Trump, or do you think that that's because Trump wasn't a strong leader? Which do you think it is?
Both.
Okay, prove why.
Prove why? Because what?
Prove why.
Wait, what do you want me to show you?
I want you to cite me something that proves that Trump lost international support because he's a weak leader.
Yeah, Trump lost. Okay, well, sure. Give me a second.
Pull up the
What I'll give one devil's advocate example is probably the leader of the Kurds. I would say we probably botched that one since they all died.
Dude, Syria was such a mess. Oh my God! Like, just make a decision. Either pull out or don't pull out. Don't flip flop.
Well, I give you an equal share of. I could give you an equal share of leaders who politically disagreed with Joe Biden. But regardless of that, you also said that his COVID-19. You also said that his COVID-19 response was weak.
Before the Iran deal began, and they were saying death to America after it ended. It really did not.
You also said that
our relations with Iran.
You also said that his COVID-19 response was weak, but that's not true because he closed our borders early and proactively to China. You guys said he was racist for that. He passed the Family's First Coronavirus Response Act. He delivered 5 million boxes of food to farmers and families. He instituted Operation Warp Speed. He delivered you the vaccine. Joe Biden didn't create the vaccine. Donald Trump did. First Step Act. Well, that's not COVID related, but
imprisoned fathers.
Not
Yeah, but I'm
COVID
just
related,
saying,
but
like,
yeah, still a good thing.
things
It's like
that
the first vaccines that
disproportionately
came out
help the poor
weren't
and
connected.
downtrodden.
The first vaccines that came out were not connected to Project Warp Speed, and also he specifically
That was the entire
and also
point
he
of the
That's not true.
specifically
The very first one was.
and also he
What?
specifically
No. Shark
didn't make
Zero.
other
Define
vaccines
what
come
is
to the
Project
United
Warp
States.
Speed. Shark Zero. Define
Well,
what
yeah,
was
just like
Project
those other
Warp Speed.
countries
It was a
use
it was a government
AstraZeneca
program
in
to
the
give money
UK.
to.
It was a
Go ahead.
mobilization of the
UK did
public
the
and private
same
sector
thing.
to create a vaccine.
Yeah,
Keep
every
going,
country
Shark.
that domestically created vaccines primarily used their own vaccines and disincentivized the use of foreign vaccines. Let's be clear
The
about
long
that.
story short, Shark,
AstraZeneca
can I
was
just
like
say
the main vaccine
what?
in the UK.
Well, how much political homelessness that Project Warp Speed went through. It's like one of Trump's actually like decent achievements, where he got through
He
the
always owned
vaccine
it.
very quickly. But like amongst his base, it's not something that really ever hit that hard. Because, you know, very quickly, the whole issue around the Fauci ouchie or C19,
Because we
it
ended
got
up
politicized so
determining,
quickly.
the
It got
vaccine wasn't as
politicized
effective as
so
we thought
quickly.
it
People
would
on
be.
both sides.
Fauci was
People on both sides are
crazy.
idiots. We know this. Like average Democrats are morons and average Republicans are morons. We know this.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait, can we go back to this original issue? The original thing that I wanted to
No.
Wait.
The original issue was that Russia is behind Kamala losing because there's so much voter fraud that kept her from winning.
Amen.
That's what I
Stop the
heard.
steal!
Oh, no.
Stop the steal!
Destiny. Hold on, guys. The election's officially over. Destiny ended his election day stream.
Did he?
That's
Hey,
done.
viewership!
Done.
Right here, baby! Right here!
him over.
Dylan Burns TV
Bring him
stream!
over.
Right over here! We got the best
Election day
commentators!
stream.
Dylan Burns TV
Yeah.
stream, right over here.
Listen, I'm just
Yeah,
gonna tell
how
you
many
that immunity ruling, Joe Biden should think it looks real tasty right now.
That immunity
If Joe
ruling
Biden
was
does
100%
what's right.
in line with American legal tradition.
Whoa! I never said it wasn't. That's why I think it should. That's
Shark?
why I think Joe
I'll give
Biden
you
should be
this.
taking a good look at it right now. If
What do you want
remember
him to
that
do?
time?
What
Joe
do you want him
Biden
to
does
do?
what's right, we can save the country.
Shark,
No.
remember that
Joe-
time you called me an
Wait,
idiot
Joe
so
and
you
got
Biden
all
does what
clancy
he's
and
supposed to do, we
quiet?
can save the country.
You want President J.D. Vance?
Oh God, I don't
Here's
even
what
want to
I
think.
would say.
Oh, don't
Here's
remind me
what
how
I-
old
right,
Trump
we can
is.
save
Don't
the country.
don't remind me of
Here's
that
what I
possibility.
want.
Oh God.
This is what I loved about people saying the same thing last time. I'm like, you
Oh,
want
no,
President
man.
Pence? You and me both, bro. I would have voted Pence over Trump any day. I voted Ted Cruz over Trump.
Would you
in
vote Vance
2016.
over
Trump
Trump?
can stay in office as
Trump,
long as
yeah.
he keeps talking
Vance needs
about,
more
you
political
know, the
experience.
windmills
Dylan, you
killing
already
whales.
You already
Vance
know.
is
I would have
teaming.
rather had. I would have gone DeSantis or Nikki Haley, and I would have been literally jerking off if they won. Like I would be blowing buckets of cum all over my room if either of them won. But Vance is not one of those two. He is better than Trump, 100%.
Vance is teaming for the presidency, but he needs more political experience.
I
He needs
don't
to be
want
VP
any.
for a
Keep
little
him
while.
furthest away from as much power as physically possible. Vance
Well,
is
then you
everything
should
I
have
hate about the
registered
modern Republican Party.
Republican. You should have registered Republican and voted for Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley in the primaries. But Democrats didn't do that.
And
so
it
we
wouldn't
got
have
Trump.
mattered because Trump had like a 70 to 30% margin over
It's a Trump
all
party.
of them.
It's a Trump party, man.
No, it's not a Trump party.
it's not anymore.
Here's what I here's what I want to have.
Now it's
not
going to be
his party.
whoever's
His
next.
literal daughter runs the RNC. What are you talking? It's not his party.
It's his,
It's not his daughter. It's his daughter-in-law,
Wait.
dumbass. We've
Yeah,
You know-
cleared you're
you're
an
an
idiot.
Shut up.
Daughter-in-law
You know,
is his
look,
daughter.
I gotta
What the fuck are
say,
you talking
I'm
about?
very,
Hey,
I'm
wait,
happy.
wait,
I'm,
wait,
wait, wait, wait. I
You
gotta
don't even know
daughter-in-law,
definitions
Eric's wife.
on the
like
issue.
your offspring.
On the
Laura
issue, wait,
Trump
wait,
is
one
his
last.
daughter-in-law.
I gotta
She's
give
Eric's
credit.
wife.
I
You
gotta give
fucking
credit to
idiot.
the Republicans.
Sorry,
Okay,
not
the
daughter,
Republicans
just daughter-in-law.
have stopped.
No, you're
Huge
just fucking
difference.
The
stupid.
Republicans have stopped the Open
Crazy.
Society and George Soros from continued billionaire manipulative influence
Yeah.
over our democracy. I'm very happy about that. Welcome, Peter Thiel.
Hold on, Shark Zero. Since you're definitely 100% logically consistent on this, go ahead and
Thank you,
without googling in 3 seconds, tell me who the previous chair of the RNC was.
He has no
You
idea.
couldn't
Wasn't it-
because
wasn't it
you've
Ron
never,
McDaniel?
You've never
Yeah.
thought
he
that
got-
the
she got it.
leader-
He Googled it.
He got it.
No, he Googled. He did Google
I
it.
didn't. How fast? How fast do you think I could tell? What the fuck?
Shark.
You
Shark,
think I
have-
Googled? You think in
Yeah.
like 5 seconds I Googled?
Cam Higby, you gotta give him some credit. Ron
You know what?
McDaniel's very
It doesn't
forgettable.
even matter.
Yeah, Pepe. So, before this time, have you ever
doesn't even matter.
suggested that the chair of the RNC was the leader of the Republican Party?
Was the leader of the Republican Party?
Yeah.
The
When
chair
have
of
you
the
ever-
RNC.
Should we be watching the
Bitch.
Trump speech right
What are
now?
you-
He's
what are
like
you
he's giving his
talking about?
victory
Wait,
speech.
Shark, Shark. Wait, hold up. I can defeat this. Who's the chair of the Democrat Party?
Republicans won.
Who's the chair of the Democrat Party?
Should I answer this, or is the Shark
Democrat? No, Dylan, you can't answer.
Come on, let me answer.
Shark, who's the chair of the Democrat Party?
Did you not hear me? Because I remember when I said you. Well, I already said it. Remember when I said
say it
earlier,
again. Say it again. Say it again. Who is it? Who is it? Who is
Listen,
it?
you didn't say it again when I asked you to say it again when I said I didn't hear you.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You?
Who is it?
See,
you never asked me anything.
Who is it? You can't even remember anything. That's crazy.
Who is it?
Jamie
Who
Harrison.
is it? You're dodging. Who is it?
I said you actually yap after every time that I say it.
You're not answering the
All right,
question.
we're gonna give you some dead space. Who is it?
It's Jamie Harrison.
Okay, I don't know if that's true or not.
That is Jamie Harrison.
If it's
You don't
if it's
know?
true, then congratulations. I
It
don't
is
know. Do you
true.
think that she's the leader of the Democrat Party, or do you think that it's the nominee?
It's a he thing.
Whoever. I don't know. He's got a girl's name.
Jamie, what a loser.
The leaders of the
Jamie is a girl. Okay.
What a
So
loser.
true. So true. Yeah, they're definitely leaders. Yeah.
Okay, can we wait? I'm sorry to pause this, but can we please wait? This is like a historic election. I think we're kind of bickering. Can we watch Trump's speech? He's making a speech right now. Can somebody screen share and we can watch it and listen to it?
Sure.
I'll screen share it again, but it sounded like no one was listening to
Yeah,
it.
I'd like
so
to
I
listen
pulled
to it
off.
now. I'd like to listen to it.
You're like anything but this.
And how do I turn this?
I'll turn it
volume
up.
on. Yeah, I can't. Well, no, I can't hear it. It says it's mute. Oh, there we go. Now I can hear it.
It was really low on my side
got it.
too, so that probably didn't help.
Here we go.
Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting
Oh, it's not
together.
loading.
Has he said anything significant yet, Jeb?
Philadelphia.
No, he
Has he
said
ever?
Trump stuff. They said we were winning in key states. The states are so key, like North Carolina and
I saw it. It was
Oh, poor Alan Lichtman.
Georgia.
Where are my 13 keys?
With my
I told
vice
them to
president,
find-
JP Mandel.
I told them to find the votes. It took them 4 years, but they found them.
And I saw it come down and turn around.
They were everywhere.
God,
Votes were
another
falling
4
out
years
of
of
the trees.
bullshit.
Still, by the way.
It's gonna be so much
pride. AP has him at 267 now.
but you know what? Didn't
So
matter anyway.
Dylan,
Alaska hasn't been called, even though California got called the moment they started counting, but Alaska doesn't somehow.
Guys, he's
let's
projected
do
to win
this.
every swing state except
Also
Minnesota.
in California.
Hey, and guess whose map had him winning every swing state except Minnesota and Wisconsin? And guess who's going to be right? Me.
Let's go,
Wisconsin's
Jeb.
going blue, and I'm going to have my Trump 302, and every Democrat is definitely going to totally listen to my criticisms and take them seriously now that they know I was right. I guarantee it.
Hell yeah.
so Dylan, do you regret ending the hippy dippy now because you've got 4 more years of instant content?
Man, not really. I mean, I don't know if I can do another 4 years of Trump hippy dippy content, man. Can we get
You're gonna
someone
be dealing
new?
with
Can we
4
get like
years
a
of Trump
few?
now?
Can we like switch him out for like
wanted
Tommy
Nikki, but you
Robinson or
guys
something
didn't
and make it
help
like
me.
interesting? Like make it a new fringe lunatic?
Bro, the Democrats could have helped. me.
Nigel
We could've got
Farage.
Nikki involved, okay, but
Can we
the
import
Democrats
him?
were too busy protecting Joe Biden to help Nikki Haley. Okay.
I believe the only thing that can save this country is another season of hippy dippy.
Maybe that is the case.
saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight.
I miss this.
And it came down.
They put it good. Everything's good. Nothing bad. Let's go.
We're gonna be floating on clouds for the next 4 years.
Yep, and then Nikki Haley 2028 is going to be a fucking it's going to be a cruising.
So here's my takeaway from the evening. If we've won the Senate as soundly as what I've seen, 56 seats is what I've seen. I don't know if it's plus
Where
or
have you
minus
seen that?
whatever. Just CNN and all the
Yeah,
other.
we already
the
have
Senate's
51.
won. The Senate's won. Yeah.
We've already got 51.
I've got
It's a
51.
question
Where'd you
of
get
the House.
56
It's a
from?
question of the House.
I can pull it up.
56? No way it's that heavy.
Yeah, well, I've got
No.
51. Even the Daily Wire is only at
56.
51.
Well,
My
so
goodness.
projections say going the way it's going, we'll be at 54
Oh,
by the end.
54. It's not a super majority in the Senate, but it's
No.
still a sound majority.
We already
Well,
have.
I think it'd be the Republicans' biggest majority since 1930 something.
Yeah.
We're on track to have a full
Really?
majority in government.
54 is their
Regardless.
largest majority since 1930. That can't be it.
Regardless
No, I think it
of
means
the
like
number.
all
the Democrats'
government.
largest was like near 60 in the during the Obama administration, but yeah,
Who's this
Republicans have
chick?
not
I'm into it,
had a
kinda.
good Senate Senate time like that for a long
Who's this
time.
chick? Is this
By
someone I should
design.
know?
That's Laura, I think, right?
It
Laura,
might be.
that's not Laura Loomer.
No, Laura,
No, Laura
co-chair
Trump.
of the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Dude, I see why she got her post. Hello, Laura. My name's
What?
Jeb.
Jeb, you're
He's hot.
Dude,
What are you
that
talking
thing
about?
looks Botox the fuck up.
Hey, wait,
I mean, yeah,
Cam, you
it's
might be
along with
horrified, but it's not like
90%
Trump
of
has
the
ever,
planet.
like, shied away from calling out the beauty of related family members.
There, she's not related. In law.
In-law, true. That makes it okay, Cam.
Listen.
Hey, what are you
every good
implicating
porn
me in,
involves-
Dylan? I didn't do anything.
What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about.
Dylan,
All I'm
every
saying,
good
all I'm
porn
saying,
involves
Cam, you can defend it if you want to. That's okay.
Every good.
I don't know what you, Dylan. Why are you implicating
I
me
don't
in
know what
this?
you mean. I don't know what
nothing
you're
to
talking
do
about.
with
I have no idea. Would
This
never
was
do
all
that,
Jeb.
but, I mean,
This
Cam,
was
maybe.
Jeb's doing, not me. I have no idea what you're
Every
talking
good
about.
porn involves a stepsister. Stepsister is just like in law. Okay, it's the same thing.
Technically,
Okay,
yes, a
okay.
stepsister is
So
in
I
law,
came in about like 30 minutes ago. Did we go over Trump's immigration policy? Like, Dylan, did you?
No, but we should.
Man,
Cam or Jeb got
I'm
those?
still kind of accepting the fact that he won, and I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to get air defense systems or if I'm going to
I
have
already
to dig a
sweeped.
deeper hole.
Can I sweep return now that I've swept
I
Shark
kind of
already?
like accepted that fact.
Look
like,
at
an hour and a
Dana.
half
Let's
ago.
go.
Let's
the
go.
UFC
But, like-
is on the forefront of American politics now.
I kind of want to talk about like immigration policy and how that's going to affect like
Can we
prices
listen to Trump? Can we
themselves.
listen to Trump for a little bit?
Like,
and listen to
yeah,
what
let's
he's saying?
do that. Yeah.
Dylan is trying
this
to
shit
get a
gonna
head
go on
start
for
on the
3
next 4
hours?
years
That's the
of
real
his life.
question.
Roughest sport I've ever seen.
Here, I should do this, huh?
I began to like it.
Oh, they won't let me.
immediately,
Okay.
and nobody's
They're
done
like,
a
we
good
can't keep
job
up with what
in
he's saying.
Sports. And,
Dylan's just
you know,
gonna post
it's
up in
really,
Ukraine full time, bro.
I've been
Ozempic
up here
Eric.
for 8 months out of the year, and I'm going to be here for 8 months out of next year too. No matter how bad it gets,
Wait,
and I don't think it's
Did
going
you
to get
guys
good.
see? Did you guys see Ozempic Eric? Dude, he slimmed down quite a bit.
He's always skinny.
Well,
No,
Dylan.
Eric was
Dylan,
a little fat.
Now that
When?
Trump has
Look at him.
won,
Yeah.
he's
Look at
going
that
to
jawline.
end the
He's
war.
never had that jawline.
Oh, is that what
like
he's going to
30
do? He's going to
pounds
end the
down.
war.
Yeah, that was part of his spiel, right?
Oh,
All
yeah,
right,
we'll
guys,
see.
we gotta wait. Dana White is about to talk about how John Jones is the greatest heavyweight of all time. Okay.
Do you think he'll end his speech by knocking out his wife?
Listen, she slapped him
wife's
first.
not on
I don't want to.
stage.
I'm not even gonna get on that.
Holy fuck, I forgot about that.
His family are incredible people. This is karma.
This is like when Destiny jumps into a debate.
They deserve it as a family.
He just starts talking fast and
He
angry.
deserves it.
Unless it's a one,
best-
unless it's a 1v20
wait,
Jubilee debate, then it doesn't go so well.
I'm happy we're
Okay,
concentrating on
yeah,
the country.
Destiny got fucking. I will say, Destiny got cooked in that 1v25, and no one wanted to admit it.
What do you
Dog,
think of that,
on the
Jeff?
Honestly speaking, I
was a
those
part of
people
that.
were so
I was a part of
insufferable.
that.
I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't even watch it through.
So that was the issue. Was the best arguer in terms of how Jubilee cut it was also kind of the most annoying dude. But that the glasses dude he stumped Destiny like 12 times, but he was also a prick about it. So it was
I
hard.
got him good a couple times too. I got him good.
You
Here's
did,
my
but they
problem
didn't,
with all
they
those
didn't
Jubilee
capture as
debates,
much of
though.
your dubs. You know.
You're true. You're true.
Like
Yeah, that's
my
true.
problem with
I didn't
all
get
those
to go up as
Jubilee
much.
debates is
Yeah,
it's
that dude was up
straight
every 5
up. It
seconds.
doesn't matter who's sitting in that chair. Everybody that's like around him, like they're trying to be like, you know, some fucking scene out of, you know, some obscure website, that all they're trying to do is wait
Win, yeah,
until the
that's the
person
point.
filibusters the shit out of the person in the chair, and then they all raise their flags until they're like running out of points, and then like somebody runs up. I've seen it
That's
happen
not
to
what
like
happens, though. That's-
conservatives. I've seen it
Sounds
happen
like pretty
to,
garbage
like,
content.
liberals.
It's literally not what happens though. Destiny does not let people filibuster him. It's not what
Well,
happens.
because he always sits there and screams, "Wait, wait, 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 wait!"
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
So
That's what
yeah,
he's cooking.
I mean, like,
Destiny usually does a pretty good job arguing. He's definitely the best debater in the space on either side. So
And
I
he
don't know.
lost to
I don't know what the
CTV,
fuck you're
right?
talking about. And he lost to CTV. Everyone loses to CTV though.
Amen.
I did like when Andrew Wilson got up there.
So when is
though.
CTV going to go on the Jubilee show or whatever? Right?
Amen.
When is it-
No, that's in-house
True.
talent here.
But Bobby, leave the oil to me.
Yeah, I think that entire content format was just like, there's no way for anyone to have a remarkably good showing, and it's just a dog pile and see. Like, how scathed do you get?
Go have a good time, Bobby.
I don't know. I think it can be a good format.
Wishing you the best out there. Thanks, Pause Patrol. I appreciate it.
Things that nobody else can do. Nobody else.
So, Dylan, I appreciate you having me on. Hope you all have a good one.
You have a good one,
And
Turk.
Shark Zero, your candidate lost. I'm
Love
sorry.
you, Turk. I haven't seen as much of you lately, but I appreciate you when I do.
This campaign,
See you, Turk.
this campaign has been so historic and
Who the fuck was that?
built the biggest.
Who the fuck are you?
Bro, Turk was here
Who
before
are you?
me, and he'll be here after me.
They've never seen
This
anything.
Who am I?
That shark.
I'm only a hippy dippy fan favorite. Cam Higby, undercover journalist,
Your name is Cam Higby?
Destiny debater. That's my name.
I was watching it. They had some great.
Who the fuck is this
Hippy
guy?
Dippy fan favorite.
Kanye
along
West,
with
thank you for
Hippy
gifting
Dippy
the
fan
tier 1
least
sub to
favorite.
Pentuple TV.
They came from all corners. Union.
Pentuple's looking. Pentuple's probably literally creaming in his fucking jeans right now, dude.
American, Arab American.
So did
He
anybody
just got
watch?
some of that all-natural jean starch right
It
there.
was beautiful. It was.
Did anybody watch Destiny setting up his streamer stuff for the election, and then Andrew called in?
All I
I
remember
did
is
not
when he
see
ended
that.
it early.
Andrew basically
Yeah.
said like all the
Oh
prompts
yeah, they
and
rigged it.
everything.
They
it
gave
was
them
like
the answers in advance.
pre-coordinated.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, they all pre-coordinated on how to work the Jubilee
Wait, what?
against him. Yeah.
Hey guys, wait! We just found out we had no wars during the Trump era. That's I didn't know that.
What do you
There's
mean?
no
what do you mean
there's
they
no wars?
pre-coordinated the Jubilee against him? I was in that
crazy.
Jubilee. What are you talking
So
about?
Andrew Wilson said that he got a call like 2 hours in advance, something like that, like a time period around that, like before the Jubilee started, and he showed up. They sent him all the prompts, and like all of the people that were going to be around.
Wait, I
Destiny
doubt that's.
were-
I know what you're talking about. I doubt that's true.
Yeah?
I was there, and what happened before the Jubilee was that everyone went around and showed everyone the prompts that were going to be shown in the Jubilee, or that were going to
So
be
it was-
presented
it
in the
was just
Jubilee.
the prompts.
Yeah, it was just the prompts, and the reason is because Destiny went live 2 hours before the Jubilee, or he might have been live all
Okay,
day, but he
yeah,
started talking about it 2
he
hours
did do
before.
that
He said
too,
all his
yeah.
prompts.
He did,
Yeah,
He did.
Yeah, he
So
said all
like,
his prompts.
what's
I was
up with
watching
like you see a bunch of people in the Jubilee, they want to stand up, and they want to like dash that fucking chair. What like? How is it that so many were just briskly walking and nobody like fucking gave a
It
fuck?
depends. It depends on the prompt. Sometimes people really want to go up. Sometimes people don't. And sometimes the director chooses who's going to go up, and they tell people to like pretend to go up. So it just depends on the thing. Like
So,
sometimes people are
like,
super
you
anxious.
just said it right there. Like sometimes people, you know, are told to go up, and the director like tells them.
No,
to,
yeah,
like,
yeah, no,
pretend
no,
to
no.
go
Some,
up.
well, no. That's not because like they're rigging it against Destiny. That's because the director is trying to like make sure everyone gets a chance to talk. So like she might tell
why
me
would
dumbass
anybody
person on
need
the
to
panel
pretend to go
Wait,
up?
okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you guys for a moment, but I just
This is a great job.
there it seems like he's just kind of like he's not really even talking policy. He's just
I was
kinda
about to say, like, none of you all are watching this speech.
Yeah,
Like, we all know we're
is
not
he
watching
saying
the
it?
speech.
The only thing I heard so far is he said there was no wars during his time in office, which I mean, you know.
Oh, I guess.
All I heard was I won bigly.
Yeah.
The election is mine.
I'll get back to the stream.
Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you.
I feel like I've never watched one of those Jubilee roundtables, but it seems like the format is just borked, and it seems like it would just be a whole lot better if they simply just had everybody rotate to like 2 seats to their right after every question.
No, the format is fine. The problem is that if you did that, if you rotated 2 seats to your right, the problem is the person you land on might not necessarily want to debate the topic that's present. That's why
I'm
you
not
have people
saying
rush
that-
the seat.
No, I'm saying that they still have to make it to the seat, but like the person who's on the like sitting to the back of the.
Well, they do that.
of
They
the,
do
like,
do that. They do
debaters,
it.
just-
They do
just-
it where like they do it in halves. So they split the room in half and they say, I'm gonna call on the left side this time, or I'm gonna call on the right side this time. So like basically, depending on like what rotation you're in, only people from the left side of the room or only people from the right side of the room can run to the chair. But sometimes the director will choose like a random person who's been like really itching to go but hasn't gotten the chance to because
Do you
either
work
they
for
haven't.
Jubilee or something? How do you know all this?
No.
I was
he
on the
did
Jubilee.
with
He did the
Destiny.
Jubilee, so
I literally
I've
just
been
said
on
that
Jubilee
I've never
multiple
watched
times.
one before. So
I
yeah,
I
no.
literally just said I'd never watched one before. So
I've
that's
been
why
on
asked.
Jubilee multiple times.
I've watched one Jubilee video in my entire life.
No, that's why.
Because I was too busy watching Dylan Burns TV content. We go to
That's
Dylan
true.
Burns
Exactly.
Yeah, that's actually why I did ask why you know something, because I didn't know why you knew it. You got it.
And there he goes. There goes Trump. He's done. I guess.
That feels unfair to like say their structure is inherently wrong, and then also say, well, I've also never seen it.
You guys ready?
I prefaced by saying I've never watched it, but it seems
the structure is fine because when they call specific people, like when they say, oh, okay, all right, this person's gonna go, because like it's usually
Minnesota's
they're not
been
calling a
called for
specific
Harris,
person.
guys. She's still in it. I swear.
Sometimes they
Jill
still
Stein
call a
can still
specific
win?
person, and watch out for Jill Stein, guys, because she still has a chance. But anyway, when they call on a specific person, it could be somebody who's super smart, or it could be a total buffoon that they call it. Multiple times, the director called on somebody specifically who's a complete and utter buffoon to go up and represent our side. It's truly not to stunt destiny, and truly just to make sure that everyone who wants a chance gets a chance to speak.
My map is wrong.
I mean, all right, I wasn't really
It's
worrying
just
about.
the format in general.
I gotta kick my cats out of the room.
I mean, I wasn't really worried about Destiny being like jumped by like I don't know 19-year-olds who live in Los Angeles.
Okay, let me read you guys. Okay, screw the Jubilee. I don't care about the Jubilee. Let's talk about the election. Let me read you one of the immediate reactions we're seeing from across the pond over here. This is from a British MP on the Defense Select Committee. So this is basically the United Kingdom's Committee for Defense Issues, and this is their immediate reaction. And they don't say Trump anywhere here, but this was a tweet from 1 hour ago, around when it was kind of found out that Trump's going to be the next president of the United States. Let me read you what they're saying the immediate priority is. This is from MP Mike Martin. The UK immediately needs to, number 1, increase defense spending rapidly rather than shrinking its army. Number 2, focus its military strategy on deterring Russian aggression in Europe rather than confronting global threats, quote unquote. That sounds like a reference either to like terrorism or might be a reference to China. I actually do not know. Number 3, work with European allies to defend Europe under a NATO that doesn't have US support rather than assuming that America guarantees European security. Anything less than this would be a government dereliction of duty. That's the immediate response.
I'm sorry. That literally makes me hard. The fact that these European countries are like, maybe we shouldn't force the United States to be the sole sponsor of all of our defense does not dissuade me from supporting the Republicans in this. It makes me happy. We are getting commitments before Donald Trump is even in office that other countries are finally going to step up and maybe try to do their part. I love it.
What do you mean? Force? Do you think that like Europe, we're in an abusive relationship with Europe? Like they control us? We didn't have a choice in funding NATO?
No, I think the situation is always that the United States provides more funding to NATO than anybody else.
Yes, United States.
I have to half
States
side with
been
Jeb on
for,
this
hold
one.
On. Yeah, United States
but,
funding
like,
is absolutely
I'm not
been
gonna
taken
whole
for
side
granted by the UN
on it.
and the EU and NATO.
Okay.
Our funding gets fucking abused by everybody on the fucking planet. Yes.
What does that mean? How?
Yeah, but
I'm gonna advocate for the little guy.
Like NATO doesn't have like a coffer that everybody pays into.
What do you mean? What does it mean?
It's not
Shark
like
Zero. No, hold on. Shark Zero. Before this point, before Donald Trump just got elected, that UK defense minister just admitted their first and foremost priority was not fucking punching up their own investment in Ukraine, though they say it's one of their biggest foreign
This is an MP, not a
investment
defense minister,
priorities.
by the way.
Sure.
Well,
This British MP just admitted that Britain's first priority, despite them saying to everybody their first priority was defending Ukraine in this conflict, it wasn't ever that. They were never going to focus most of their spending that they wanted to focus on defense spending.
Jeb, that's false. Keir Starmer literally, like, less than a few weeks ago, literally said that his objective running the UK government was to focus on defense of the UK. That was his primary objective in NATO.
Okay, so he and this MP admitted that their first priority was not to contribute to a reasonable level to Ukraine in the way that the US has to. And now it is.
What would you consider a
that's a good
reasonable
thing.
level?
Wait, let's
We're like way richer than
Probably
them.
not letting the United States being like 50% of the fucking defense capability of NATO.
United
Probably
States
that.
is
We have more
50%
than
of the
50%
population
of the
of NATO.
defense capability of NATO, though.
Probably more. Yeah, we're probably more like 60 or 70, but I was being conservative.
Like right
so
now,
it's
the,
about-
the
it's
United
roughly
States is
50%,
50% of the
Contributing less
population in
comparatively compared
NATO,
to how large our
and we've contributed
military
less
is.
than 50% of the expenses to supporting Ukraine.
Okay, but let's Hutch. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh my
Which is
god,
also
that's a
kinda criminal,
massive.
'cause we
That's a
have way more
massive
than
raid
that.
for Hutch. Oh my
Hutch.
gosh, thank you so much. 1,390 people. Welcome in. What are you gonna say, Cam? You were gonna make a quip?
Yeah. Where is Hutch?
Hutch, he rated in. He's supporting Dylan Burns TV. Cam.
Sorry,
That's what
yeah,
He
he
should
did.
appear on Dylan Burns TV.
No,
You know-
I shared his.
everyone should appear on Dylan Burns TV. Wait, let me quickly say something about this MP tweet. Okay, the first thing is we're not talking about a reduction in U.S. support. Let me read you the sentence again. Work with European allies to defend Europe under a NATO that doesn't have U.S. support is the sentence.
Yep.
And let me just say, if that's being perceived from Ukraine's allies, I do have a fear that's also going to be perceived by Ukraine and Europe's enemies as well, because I do think that part of the reason why the Russians really wanted Trump to win is the assumption that he's going to pull back from Europe, maybe pivot to Asia, and he's going to basically leave the Europeans high and dry. Now, I agree that the Europeans should pay more, but I also do not think that they're going to be able to increase production in the next 3 to 6 months to be able to make up the difference when it comes to American artillery production.
Sure,
And
Trump's
not
not
only
going to leave NATO. British MPs don't decide what Trump's going to do. Trump's not going to leave NATO, but if Trump doesn't leave NATO and NATO prepares as if Trump is going to leave NATO, we have the most powerful NATO we've ever had.
I agree that they should increase, but if the negotiated position or the place that they're starting from both the European perspective and the Russian perspective is a NATO unsupported by the United States or unsustained by the United States, the leverage that the Ukrainians are going into it is much less, the leverage that the European defense community is going into it is much less, and the Russians are going to either feel encouraged to either A, push harder, or B, that they can make much stronger demands that they would have made otherwise.
But
Wait,
here's the
Dylan, I
thing,
got a
is
question.
Russia...
I got this because this is really interesting to me.
Okay.
Okay, so it seems like the prior already for both of you is that like both the European countries should be contributing more to their defense.
Yes.
My question is like, why? Why would they? Why do we really care? For one, we'd have a lot of military resources to do so. We probably are doing it without too much stress, aren't we? And not only that, doesn't it sound pretty good to control all of our sister nations defense?
I mean,
almost completely unilaterally.
There is a usefulness to the fact that the Germans defer to us on any defense issue. That basically what America's position is on a foreign policy issue becomes the German position. That's very useful. And I will say to many people who are asking for more European strategic independence, while I think that's good in the long run, don't assume that necessarily is going to cut for the United States. If the United States, in my opinion, doesn't stand with Europe when it comes to its immediate strategic priority in Russian aggression, you cannot expect the Europeans to stand with the United States when it comes to placing sanctions on the Chinese if there was an invasion of Taiwan, considering their market is heavily reliant on Chinese imports and they're deeply involved with the Chinese economy. And if it's not that much of a priority for them, and the American government did not make Europe's defense a priority for them, then why would they go out of their way to help our defense commitments in Asia or support us? But
All this sounds like is more arguments for why they should be.
But
why
let
we
me
should be
fin- let me
controlling
go.
their military.
The reason why, though, is simple. We do not have the productive capacity to both support Ukraine all the way and support Taiwan all the way and be confronted on both fronts while also dealing with issues in our own region. And therefore, we need to be able to lean on our European allies to be able to support Ukraine. And this is a bigger issue for them than it is for us. I think it's an issue for us. When it comes to credibility, I think it's an issue for the United States. When it comes to nuclear nonproliferation, I think it's an issue of the United States. When it comes to the fact that Ukraine would just be a useful ally for the United States to have as on the cutting edge of drone development, the resources that are available, and the fact that they want to be part of a Western democratic world, I think we should be allied with the Ukrainians. But Poland's right there. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania are the next ones on the list. Moldova, we're seeing Russian interference in those election systems right now. Georgia, we're seeing the result of Russian creeping and authoritarian control in Georgia right now. Choose which state.
Yeah, I get all that, but I guess it was more of, I thought we were talking about specifically defense for Europe.
Europe needs to spend more on defense if they're going to deter the Russians, and they need to send more, and they need to spend more because they need more to send to Ukraine, because they're the ones right there. It's a shorter supply line. Their security is more directly a threat than ours for the invasion of Ukraine, but we still have immense, need for this. I still think there's a really good reason for us to support them, but yes, the Europeans need to cough up more. They are paying more than we are already, but I'm not talking about paying more. It's not just a question of buying this or buying that. You need the propellant for artillery shells. You need the explosive material for the shells. These are things you need, and it's not just a question of like having money, because these are bottlenecks that are currently in artillery production that are making it so the artillery disparity on the battlefield is like 3-1 on a good day.
All right. I mean, I was just wondering more like, well, I just wanted to clarify also there, because we were going to Europe. We're talking about, well, originally, and I could be wrong, that original comment that started all this was about the UK's national, like the UK, I guess, UK borders, not UK. Was it UK or EU borders? More so than shipping weapons and defense to Ukraine.
Well, it's about Europe's defense, but I mean, Ukraine is the largest country in Europe, right? It has it controls 25% of the world's grain. It has massive.
I know, but I mean, like
Ukraine's defense is Europe's defense, in my opinion.
Yeah, yes, Dylan, we're on the same side here, okay? I get. Please spare me the lecture. I love you though. Okay, I love you a lot.
Kill more Russians.
But I'm not saying that there's. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be giving it. I'm just asking for your opinion. You know about more foreign policy than me. What I was just asking is that when I said EU, what I was talking about was specifically the European Union and the borders of the countries they're in. As far as I know right now, Ukraine is not officially a part of the EU, right? Not. And I thought that original person that we were talking about was talking about the borders of EU countries officially part of the EU. And now, if we're talking about both and they're both wrapped up into this issue, I understand how they're interconnected. But what I was talking about was my original question was
they said rather than assuming that America guarantees European security, it just says European, not necessarily EU, but those are usually used interchangeably.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. I love you. I do want to join the conservative circle jerk with my boys Lactoid and Gibbs.
They're coming up. They're supposed to come on next, right?
Am I invited to that circle jerk?
When are they coming on?
They're supposed to come on. They're supposed to come on right now onto this show.
Jeb, if there's any circle jerks post Dylan show, I'd very much like an invite to the circle
they're
jerk.
going to come on.
Apparently, they're going to come on now. It's going to be all conservatives and me and Shark and Patches, apparently. Okay?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, we know we all run.
Yeah, because all the liberals have gone to sleep.
Hold
okay?
up, guys.
I don't know why.
I still want to hear Return's position on immigration. We already ran through Shark. He's pretty much irrelevant.
Oh yeah,
at this point. Even Dylan was shitting on him.
I want to bring up some immigration. I'm going to rip off my fucking shirts and show these titties once my conservatives get here. So you better get it out quick.
So it wasn't necessarily I was going to give like a position on like immigration exactly. It was more of a consequence of Trump's immigration policy.
What are the consequences?
So like if Trump were to actually apply a policy that were to deport like any illegal immigrants that we found, like we would actually have a crisis when it comes to
I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Like especially like farmed goods.
Why do you
like
think
stuff
that?
Like because a lot of the workers, like I grew up in California, like a lot of the workers that grow up or that like go and like work on what? California.
No, keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yeah, but a lot of the workers that work on these farms, and I know a lot of them because I know a lot of their kids, or at least I knew a lot of their kids when I lived in California and I was growing up. A lot of them are not documented immigrants.
Okay.
They come in, they do a lot of the work to pick all of the like produce that we consume in the United States.
Okay.
So if we were to deport a lot of these people, if they were caught, like, I don't know what methods we'd catch them. I don't know if they'd be humane or not. But if we were to deport all these people, like, we now need to find new workers.
Yeah, perfect. All right, so I got a couple questions for you. First of all, have you ever been to the border?
Yes.
What part of the border? Where?
Just south of San Diego.
Okay, cool. So I lived in LA the past 2 years. I've been to the border. I actually just finished filming a documentary on the border a week and a half ago about. So the problem is that a lot of the people who move in from the border, the illegal immigrants, every aspect of the border issue is coordinated by the cartel. So it doesn't matter if you're talking about baseline illegal immigration. It doesn't matter if you're talking about human trafficking, child trafficking, drug trafficking. Every aspect is coordinated by the cartel, with the very small exception of the few people who try to move their own way across the border without cartel guidance. But the problem is especially when you're looking at places like San Diego, Arizona, Arizona, Texas, is to get across the border, you have to fend yourself through the desert, not only just the Texas, Arizona, or California desert, but also the Mexico desert. It's very difficult, very high likelihood that you're going to die along the way. You're going to be walking for days at a time through a very hot desert, and there's a good chance you're going to die. If you don't die, there's a good chance you're going to run into law enforcement, which is something you obviously don't want. So you have to hire somebody to help you not only evade the treacherous desert and the consequences that come along with that treacherous desert, but also law enforcement. It costs thousands of dollars to do that. These illegal immigrants do not have thousands of dollars. So what happens is they go to the cartel looking for a guide, and the cartel says, we understand that you don't have thousands of dollars, but it's okay, buddy, don't worry. We'll get you a guide, but you're going to owe us. And so once they get across the border, they get them a job in the United States of America, whether it's working on a farm or working in a restaurant. And the cartel, of course, while they're already making basically nothing, slave wages essentially, because the entire incentive of hiring illegal immigrants is to pay them less money, the cartel steps in and says, you owe us X amount of dollars every single month or every single week or whatever it is they decide to charge them. And if they don't pay that money, they kill them. And if they don't, or if they don't kill them, they kill their families. So they're essentially slaves in the United States.
We're going to have to stop here. You said like almost everybody that comes across the border has to go through this process.
Yes, almost everyone.
That is simply not true.
Unless you come in a massive caravan, unless you come in a massive caravan that charges a port of entry, yes, almost everyone. Again, I was just at the border, and
you were just at the border. Like, what sample of people did you get?
I interviewed. So I toured. Perfect. I'm happy to answer this question.
And then how many places across the border?
Yeah,
did
perfect.
You find this?
Happy to answer your question. So I toured Eagle Pass, Maverick County. I toured Del Rio, Eagle Pass, as well as San Antonio, and a few other locations in the border.
So out of this process, we're talking about millions of illegal immigrants that went through this process that were
You can pair the research I did with specific interviews, like with the mayor of Del Rio, Texas. I interviewed the former mayor of Del Rio, Texas, along with several sheriff's deputies. But you can also pair this with data from the Texas Department of Public Safety. So like Kinney County, for example, Kinney County, Texas, which is a passage from the border to San Antonio, which is a major place that illegal immigrants want to reach once they cross the border. Kinney County, Texas arrests more illegal immigrants in their county than they have people living in their county.
I don't really care about Kinney County, Texas,
and they're all related to smuggling.
I don't know how we got all the way to how all these immigrants come across the border, but like, let's go back to my original point. What's going to happen when all these people get deported and we're looking at these people who are undocumented immigrants,
do you believe,
in California, are the ones that
straight.
Pick all of our produce.
So do you believe it's going to cause economic problems, yes?
Yes, it is going to cause economic problems.
And that's your major quarrel?
That should be a massive quarrel to anybody who buys groceries.
Do you agree with the abolition of slavery in the southern states of the United States?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Do you believe that we should have abolished slavery despite the fact that it caused economic devastation? We had to completely rebuild the South. Do you believe that we should have done it regardless of the economic devastation that ensued?
Yes, we were working.
Okay, cool.
against,
So why
like,
are you arguing that we should allow slavery to continue in the United States currently in the form of illegal immigration and cartel
I don't see
slave
it as
labor?
slavery.
It's absolutely slavery. The
Why
cartel
don't you just
brings
give them
people to the
citizenship
United States
instead?
and indebts them and makes them pay money to the
that is
cartel
your
every
assertion there.
fucking week or month and says that they're going to kill them or kill their family in Mexico if they don't
This
pay
is like
them.
a gross exaggeration of the labor market. There's
It's
a
not a
percent.
gross
Wait, no, yeah, it
exaggeration.
is.
It
It
is.
is.
It's absolutely
Look,
not.
the amount
It's
of wait,
absolutely not.
So wait. Okay,
Don't
it
most
is. Wait.
illegal immigrants in the country not
Okay.
even come over
Let's.
the
Can we
border?
please challenge this for a second? I didn't say that isn't even happening. I said that's a gross simplification of the labor market. So would you say that every undocumented immigrant working in those fields are working under the employ of the cartels, and if they choose to leave, they'll be executed? None of them.
The majority of undocumented immigrants who are working in this
no,
country.
but
I'm
that's
going to answer your
okay,
question, Dylan.
answer my question directly.
The majority of undocumented immigrants who are working in this country that are not visa overstays, yes, are working on the.
What do you mean are not visa overstays? What's that?
So if you illegally cross, the border in violation of 8 U.S. Code 1324, then yes, the majority of them are working as cartel
Cam,
slaves.
how many of these people have you talked with individually? Because I grew up with a lot of their kids. Like, I grew up in Southern California. Like, I know a lot of the people who were undocumented citizens. They only had either green cards or they
Especially
didn't
in the
have a green
central
card
and
at all
eastern
because
parts of
they
the
were
country,
illegal.
the majority of people who cross the border need cartel guides to evade the desert and evade law enforcement. It costs money in the cartel in order to guide them and debts
something
them to the
that
cartel.
is foreign to me because, like, when I
Because
grew up,
probably because
and
I
I
never
knew
spent
all
time
these
interviewing
kids,
people at the border.
Like,
I grew up in a
talking
border
about
town.
this shit.
I've been to the border twice to film independent documentaries.
I would like to interject this. I've worked with a lot of illegal immigrants of varying varieties in my career in life, and I'm from Texas, right? And we're on the border. I grew up near the border. I would say I think that you might be correct if it's like going through the desert. In Texas, it seems like the setup with the cartels, they'll pay once, and then they're not indentured to them permanently.
That's not true.
From what that's
Not
that's
true.
the experience I've seen.
Absolutely not true. Interview any sheriff in Texas.
I've
Interview
interviewed a
any
lot of
mayor
people.
in Texas.
Hold on. I'm definitely very pro like border reform. I want a big wall, all that
Libtard
stuff. Don't give me. Yeah, I'm definitely not a libs guy. Don't worry. I like definitely with you in the general part. I will say that I don't think slavery in Texas, at least not in the working sense, is as big. Now I will think sex slavery is a big problem here in Texas. We got a lot of that.
Sex slavery is very minor compared to human trafficking related to moving people for labor.
I still want to get
disagree on
back to
that,
my
but
original point.
Sex slavery is a minor
I don't want to get
problem
away
compared
from
to
the
labor-
original
labor
point.
trafficking.
How do we
Massive problem here.
solve the problem
Labor trafficking
with
is a
once
larger
we
issue.
get rid of any immigrants working like in fields who are picking our produce? How do we
address
solve the
I don't-
problem of
Listen, man.
not raising the prices on those? Because undoubtedly, if we get rid of them, we're going to have to pay workers.
I've already addressed
who are
what
gonna
you said
be-
3 or 4
No, you
times. I
didn't.
want to see what I want to respond to Admiral. So, sex slavery is a problem, and trafficking children is a huge problem, especially when what the cartel does is currently family units get preferential treatment. So, what the sheriffs in places like Eagle Pass and Del Rio, Texas have told me is that they'll see the same child smuggled across the border multiple times. They'll smuggle them up with 2 adults who don't know each other. They'll come in as a family unit, say that they're parents or whatever, and then they'll smuggle that child back down to Mexico and back up the border with 2 more adults. But that's not, they're not being smuggled for sex trafficking. And most people aren't being smuggled for sex trafficking. I'm not saying that's not an issue. It certainly is. But it's not the majority of human trafficking that's happening. The majority of human trafficking that's happening is coyote smuggling people across the border, and then high school age people, college age people who need money being hired by the cartel to drive down to the border after those people have been smuggled across to smuggle them up to cities like San Antonio once they're into Texas. Okay, those
Cam,
people
you're
get paid
ignoring my
several
original
$1,000s a head.
Well, hold on.
Those people get paid several $1,000s a
Cam,
head,
you're
and the
ignoring my
immigrants
original
don't have the
point.
money
Stop
to pay that,
gift-galloping on
and so they
shit.
get indebted to the cartel.
So I would like to push back against that a little bit. I don't think that's the
No.
biggest-
Let Cam answer my original question. He's
I
been
wasn't
going
even talking
through
to you, bro.
like illegal
Yeah.
immigration
Wait, 1
and
second.
like
Dylan, I love
coyotes
you,
and
but
shit.
I
Like
gotta dip.
what?
See you later, Shark. I
want
appreciate you coming
my
in here for a
original
little bit,
question
even if it's a little bit of a lines
answered.
thing.
Like
Bye-bye.
how do we
What the
solve
fuck
the
you doing,
problem?
Bro, Jeb is
celebrating.
GG'd, bro.
Well, I would like to respond. I would like to push back, but here's the thing. I think that like
Wait,
I would like to-
before we respond, can I pause this for a moment because we're getting some international reaction to Trump's victory.
Holy fuck, Jeb
Um,
looks actually ripped.
And the first, we've
go,
got a
Jeb.
few, but here's the first
chat.
big one I want to point to. We got like the foreign minister of Latvia, but like screw it. I'm gonna get on the one I care about. Zelensky has just responded to Trump's victory. Let me read you Zelensky's statement. Congratulations to real Donald Trump on his impressive election victory. I recall a great meeting with President Trump back in September when we discussed in detail the Ukraine-U.S. strategic partnership, the victory plan, and ways to put an end to Russian aggression against Ukraine. I appreciate President Trump's commitment to the peace through strength approach in global affairs. This is exactly the principle that can practically bring just peace in Ukraine closer. I am hopeful that we put it into action together. More hopeful than I am. We look forward to an era of a strong United States of America under President Trump's decisive leadership. We rely on continued strong bipartisan support for Ukraine and the United States. We are interested in developing mutually beneficial political and economic cooperation that will benefit both of our nations. Ukraine, as one of Europe's strongest military powers, is committed to ensuring long-term stability and security in Europe and the transatlantic community with the support of our allies. I'm looking forward to personally congratulating President Trump and discussing ways to strengthen Ukraine's strategic partnership with the United States. This is the first international reaction from somebody who's not an MP, I think like a prime minister or, in this example, a president of a country. And Zelensky was quick to jump on it.
Hell yeah. Let's go, Zelensky. I support you 1,000,000%. Thank you
Yes,
for your
sir.
support for Donald J. Trump. Let's
That's
go.
the attitude we need in our coalition.
Azov stole the
Hell
vote
yeah.
for Trump. I just want that to be in the
That's what we
record.
need.
That it was Azov.
Zelensky did steal it. Thank you, Zelensky, for rigging the vote for Donald Trump.
Amen.
This is why we love
Zelensky is in
Ukraine and
This is the
support
long
funding.
game.
This
He's
is
in
the
the
reason why I
coalition.
support funding.
Amen.
It's because he rigged it.
Where's Kamala's concession speech? That's my question.
Probably
Well,
waiting
no,
for
she already conceded she left her own watch party event in terms
Yeah,
of
she
speaking.
did leave. That's
Is that like that's not an official concession though?
It's a repeat of
No, that's an
2015.
official
They had the campaign manager come out. Then it was John Podesta. Now it's whoever gives a fuck. And and we'll probably hear something from it tomorrow morning. They're hoping out for like some Philly numbers that'll be crazy. I don't think it's happening, but that's what they're hoping.
Watch.
Philly's already
actually,
been called by
okay, wait,
NBC.
but here's
It's
what I'll say.
over.
Zelensky's very smart for issuing that statement very quickly, supporting Trump.
Fucking reps.
I think that like what he's obviously trying to do there is like maintain some kind of conservative support among Republicans in the United States, which is super smart of him.
Mm-hmm.
So good on him. I think.
Do you think
smart.
that has a chance of success? Do you think the well has already been so poisoned by?
Yeah,
Because the media
no.
space has been really okay. Let's find some basic agreement that the fact that the conservative alt media space has not been kindly towards
you're right.
Ukraine.
You're right for sure. But I think what you'll notice with Republicans, like particularly stupid Republicans, is that as soon as somebody like leans towards their
is there
side,
another type?
No stupid Republicans
you,
here,
Dylan.
Mr. Dylan, sir.
Okay,
apparently
what you'll notice is like as
projected
soon as
election.
somebody
I don't
kind
know.
of leans towards our side, like mainstream Republicans immediately pick it up. They're like, oh. But so I think this was very smart of Zelensky. I think that it could potentially sort of move Republicans back. Because one thing that I hate about the Republican Party is the Russian sympathization. It's honestly disgusting to me. Like I said earlier in this stream, make America hate Russians again. Move back to McCarthyism. Just kidding.
I'm not kidding.
Make America hate Russians again. For real, seriously.
I'm with you on that. That was something I disagree with Trump on foreign policy wise. I mean, I think
Why did we all wait until after the buzzer, until he wins, and then they're like, okay, we agree. Because Ukraine stuff was garbage. It was always
I
garbage.
always said this. You know it.
Well, if you wait. But if you said it, this is the problem, Cam. This is when it comes out the principal, Cam. Because if you did say it, you said it. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. Now the question is not saying it. The question is saying it loudly. The question is saying that Trump is dog shit on Ukraine, and he needs to quickly reverse course.
Dylan, for the record,
My position's the same.
Dylan,
I want
I have to
peace.
respond to this. I have to respond to this.
Oh,
Dylan,
you want
for
peace?
the record, I go
You want peace?
live on TikTok.
I got two people
I go
here
live
right
on
now,
TikTok
I
more
want
than I go
peace,
live
too.
on Hippy Dippy
And also
or whatever
cherry
else.
pie.
And I always fucking fry Republicans who think that we shouldn't support Ukraine. You might not necessarily know this, but I have always supported Ukraine loudly, and Israel, of course, Israel.
You can
I'm
ask
the biggest
Jen
shill for
and
Israel,
Laptoid.
but I'm also a big shill for Ukraine. And,
Okay,
and I hope
because
you know
this is my
I got
problem.
proof
Okay,
over
but
here. I
Cam,
got
let
two
me
people looking
put
out
it
for
this way. I thought people like Ben Shapiro and others who were more of the hawkish type, and I've seen like, be the warrior for like a hawkish foreign policy for the last 20 years, when they came to like this democracy in defense, keeping up American credibility, I would expect them to be much more hawkish, but I think a lot of it genuinely comes from a lack of support in the base and a fear of public backlash, where even if they support Ukraine, a lot of the pro-Ukraine voices in the conservative movement have been quiet. They've been quiet out of fear of backlash. And that doesn't just translate to the alt media space. That translates to legislators, where I know there's people on the Hill who'd say, I would vote for Ukraine aid, but I'm worried of being primaried. I'm worried of being challenged from within my base. I'm worried about fundraising.
Dylan, I don't know about you, but like I don't know how this translates to your side, but as a conservative content creator,
Democrats are like all hail Zelensky, man. We're in line on this.
I hardly watch Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, or any of the other conservative influencers. So I don't necessarily know what they're doing.
Well, they're my
but like
heroes.
when it comes to me personally, when I'm debating Ukraine, I've
Mm-hmm.
always been I can't say always, like from the beginning of the war, I didn't know necessarily what to support. But like as I did more research, especially as I became more of a supporter of Israel, I've always supported funding to Ukraine. I've always defended the fact that the majority of what we give Ukraine isn't actual raw fucking dollars. The majority of it is old, dilapidated military equipment that's been sitting in our fucking warehouses, taking up space that prevents us from putting new military equipment in those warehouses. It doesn't cost us anything and actually benefits us in being able to have more space. I've always said this. I've always defended Ukraine. I've always supported Ukraine funding. I've always supported funding to Ukraine, to Israel as well, obviously, because I'm the biggest shill of Israel on the planet. So I've never been this person who's afraid to like challenge Republicans in their support of Ukraine or of Israel. I don't care what other commentators in the space are saying. It's never been a big like thing that I've shied away or anything like that. You obviously see me more in hippy dippy, but I talk about this like every day on TikTok, and a lot of the creators around me are people who support Israel, but also have very strong support for Ukraine, and some of them who have even served in Ukraine themselves. So
okay, I mean, I wish you luck. I just my hopes of where the conservative movement is right now on the base when it comes to where the vibes are, I think is very
I don't know where
bleak.
it is either. I don't know where it is either, but I do think, like I said, that Zelensky coming out and saying like, congratulating
It's
Trump
good,
and stuff like
but
that.
it doesn't take much
It's
to piss
good.
off the conservative movement on Ukraine. You remember when Zelensky went to that factory, and it was in Pennsylvania, and he was with Josh Shapiro, and everybody said it was like a campaign stop. I thought it was that was the most dishonest bullshit. It's the one factory in the United States that produces more 155 artillery shells than every other factory in the United States. Out of all the factories to visit, that would be the one. And it became like, a campaign stop. And then Mike Johnson and Republican leadership, not just Twitter accounts, were calling for an investigation.
This is what I would say to Republicans who are like, against Ukraine or whatever, against funding to Ukraine. At the very minimum, there are a million reasons to support Ukraine outside of this, but at the very minimum, you as an American should support, when it comes to Russia that is constantly working against us, who has always been our primary enemy, you should support the killing of Russian soldiers without the ending of American lives as much as physically possible. We're not spending a single American life in Ukraine, and we're killing a lot of Russian soldiers.
My God. Okay, Curtis LeMay.
I hate that. I hate so many things about that point. But the other thing that I hate about it is like, killing them, no American lives. What about the Ukrainians?
Oh,
again, there are many reasons.
They're not people. Come on.
Hold on, I have the answer for you.
I'm providing an outlook. I'm
talking about
providing an
winning. We have
outlook
to
for
stop
conservatives
being
who don't
bro.
care about Ukraine.
Stop
Obviously,
being
I care
fire.
about preservation of Ukrainian lives. But at the very minimum, you should look at this as a way to weaken our enemy, is what I'm saying. Like, at the very minimum, when you look at Israel, who I'm a very strong supporter of, the majority of literature on my shelf has been consumed by Israel. It used to be econ and Austrian economics. Now it's fucking Israel. Okay.
Then the Jews took over academia.
Yeah,
and now-
you should at the very minimum, as a person who's like skeptical of foreign aid, you should look at this as a way to weaken Iran, who is our enemy and funds all of these proxies who are attacking
Honestly,
Israel.
if you like Donald Trump's success story, if there is a politician on this planet who has emulated Donald Trump's success story, it is
Amen. Yes. Yeah,
He was literally,
when
I
he was
believe, an
elected, it was
actor
elected
slash
under the
reality
same. Not only is he the actor and reality star, it was on the same mandate that the establishment failed us. They were unable to get rid of all the corruption. That they failed on, reforming the system towards the way of the people. And so we needed somebody who was a political outsider that would be a Molotov to the system. And that's how Zelensky beat Poroshenko. Zelensky beat Poroshenko. That's Zelensky's evil brother. His
Listen,
evil
I
clone.
appreciate the
He's got the mustache and everything.
Somebody said that I'm a huge Von Mises fan.
So my main problem when it comes to people that talk about what about the Ukrainians when they're talking about people dying in this war is that they think that when the war ends and like Russia's ceded everything that Ukrainian suffering ends. And like the matter of the fact is it doesn't. Like we've seen so much shit that's happened inside occupied territories in which people who don't speak Russian, who only speak Ukrainian, who are Ukrainians, are the ones who suffer the most in those occupied territories. So to just like say we're just going to give up on that and we're just going to draw a line is literally ceding all those people to like literal fucking hell on earth.
Look,
By the way, I got to wait. One last thing. New projection. Zelensky wins all 50 states. Zelensky wins all 50. Congratulations. Sorry, continue.
Damn right. And that's
Well,
gonna
I
create
thought he already
Donald
lost
Trump to give
today,
aid to
but-
Ukraine. And then
I mean-
Dylan's going to become a Trump supporter.
Well, I mean, just to be fair, like I think there's an argument to be had, and this I think maybe why Zelensky is hopeful. Like when Trump threatened to pull out of NATO, I don't know that people like on the left thought, "Hey, it means he's pulling out." I thought it was a negotiating tactic to get to do their fair share. And I think if that's the case, and it was successful, which it seems like it was successful, that means there's even more people against Russia, which I hope is the long con. I also think we all know Trump is a petty person. If Putin crosses Trump, I think Trump's going to come after him real hard because there's nothing worse than a friend that's a new enemy, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, or an enemy that used to be a friend. That's the expression. It's a bad time. I don't know. I'm hoping.
I mean,
Gibbs.
I mean, because I'm pro Ukraine.
Do you think if
can I just
like?
sorry?
Do you
can I just,
think
okay,
if
two things quickly on this? Okay, the first thing would be, while I don't think it's impossible that Putin could piss off Trump, Netanyahu pissed off Trump. A lot of surprising people pissed off Trump. Putin is a KGB operative. Putin is very smart when it comes to trying to find the right buttons in the right areas to able to find either a quid pro quo or a way to coerce people into his ways of thinking. And I think he thinks that of Trump as well, or they wouldn't have worked so hard to get him elected. And whether or not that was decisive in getting him elected, I would lean towards probably not. I don't think those Haitian deepfakes were particularly like what made Trump win. And I think if we put the blame on it, we're going to be outsourcing the blame from internal problems within the Democratic Party and with how the Biden administration might have performed. But I think that they wanted him to get him elected because they think that he would be more amenable to their proposals, and it would be easier to get Trump to see it the way they want him to see it. I don't think they would have worked so hard otherwise. I'm not saying that's how it's going to go, but like the idea that like, oh, well, maybe Putin pisses him off. Okay, but maybe Putin presses the right buttons and he continues to think maybe very favorably of Putin and think that, oh, this is a guy that maybe is very nice, but he's a deal maker and I can make a deal with him. And possibly even without the Ukrainians there, who knows? As for like the idea of like, peace through strength is the main, and that's Zelensky's pitch, that Trump's a peace through strength guy, peace through strength. I haven't seen that implemented through Trump's interactions with the war in Ukraine. There's other areas on Iran, I think that it's much more strength and projection of strength. But even when we talk about the offensive weapons, where they broke with, Barack Obama and sent offensive weapons, that was Congress. It wasn't Trump. And when it was sent, Trump tried to block it unconstitutionally, which he got impeached for. And so what message does that send to the Russians? What message does it send to the Russians when you stop aid during the Battle of Avdiivka and undercut that support base? What message does it send when you talk about cutting of sanctions? And so from my perspective, if you want to project strength, it has to be unified strength. It cannot be strength one week, then no strength the next week, and then strength again the next week. It has to be a consistent message, or all the Russians have to do is wait them out, which has been their strategy up to this point.
Yeah, I guess somewhat I'll disagree with all of you. I like the idea of some kind of conciliation, some kind of peace, some kind of deal here. And I think that Donald Trump is open to that. And for those of you saying, well, no, Trump's just going to kill more Russians, I'm skeptical, and I hope that you're wrong. And I hope we just don't have continual warfare for the next 20 years. And I think that Trump made a point when he made a plan to get out of Afghanistan. Now, sure, Biden bungled that, but there is a commitment there, I think, to get out of kind of the forever wars that the U.S. is entangled in. And if Trump has the opportunity to make a deal to end that war, I'd much prefer that than perhaps the ongoing warfare and the ongoing death of Ukrainians and Russian soldiers, many of whom are drafted and don't choose to be there, and it's also sad when they die too.
So I do just two things on this. The first thing is, I feel like the word forever war has lost all meaning. Like, most wars last about like 4 years, it's not a forever war when you're like 3 years in. I understand that we have like a trauma nationally from Vietnam. We have a trauma nationally from Afghanistan. The occupation of Iraq was a war that turned into an occupation. Therefore, it extended into just one big blob of conflict and another forever war. But not every, war in the world, if it lasts longer than a month, or the war in Kuwait, becomes a forever war. Also, we're not directly, even if it was a forever war, we're talking about America not being directly connected to the forever war with troops and personnel, but with support, which the population could then determine, in my view at least, whether they would want to continue with that struggle or find some deal. Now, I disagree with the use. I think we've over-liberalized the use of forever war to the point where it's lost all meaning, where we could be at war with the Venezuelans for 3 months and now it's a forever war. Okay, and very quickly we'd see that terminology. As for the second thing, the peace deal, I'm not against a peace deal. I'd love to go home. I don't like as much as I'm interested in filming and I want to cover all this. The sooner my friends stop dying, it'd be better. I don't like getting bombed and stuff. It's terrible. But when someone says take a peace, if there's an opportunity to take a peace deal, take it. What does that mean? Because when I hear peace deal, that could mean many different things. It could mean Russia leaving Ukraine and therefore peace is here because the Russians have left, and there was some deal about maybe not NATO membership, of everything to we're freezing the lines and just doing Minsk 3 and hoping that even though it failed the last 2 times, it doesn't fail this time. And then all we've done is kick the can down the road so Ukrainians in 5 years can fight a war when the Russians are not going to make the same mistakes that they made this time that messed them up so much early on. And then we're going to lose the strategic opportunity that was the Russian incompetence. When the continuation war happened between the Finns and the Soviets were much more ready than the first time when they invaded Finland, and they got clobbered by the Finns. So I would just pose that, number one, peace for peace sake, if we do not build the conditions for peace, might just lead to another war. And number two, it also has to be a just peace that the locals can live with, because it's much easier for us to just say peace and walk away when we don't live with that day-to-day reality. But that's different for somebody who's on the ground and has to live under occupation and live with the day-to-day reality of that violence, that intimidation, that thuggery. And so when we say accept a peace deal, there has to be a scenario, and this is my question to you, Lactoid, and this is my question to everybody who's much more skeptical of continued support to Ukraine. If you believe in Trump's philosophy of peace through strength, there has to be a point, if you were to negotiate with the Russians, where you say, I'm walking away. This is not a good enough deal. The Russians are demanding all the land they currently have. They're demanding no NATO membership. They're conceding nothing to Ukrainians, despite the fact that the Russians, their economy is not in a good shape. They've lost so many men in this war. They have many reasons for wanting the war to end for the survival of their society and even their civilization when you talk about it demographically, for God's sakes. And so if we don't negotiate with them in a way that shows that we have leverage, but instead just gives them everything they want, and we don't reinforce the Ukrainians, we're not even governing through Trump's philosophy, which has been my biggest problem with Trump, is he doesn't have a consistent foreign policy governing philosophy. Syria is the greatest example. Middle of the night, convinced by Erdogan to pull out of Syria, and a late night phone call, doesn't talk to his advisors, does it. In the morning, his advisors say, "What are you doing? It's going to expand the war." And so they reverse course, already too late though. Kurdish politicians getting dragged out of cars and shot. Then he flips on it again. There needs to be a consistency, and not only strength, but just a basic consistency and planning and strategy and philosophy, which I'm hoping that can be brought there. But with J.D. Vance in there and the Elbridge Colbys, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think to Dylan's point, the biggest issue with like
question?
American. Let me slip something in real quick here. I think the biggest problem right now, to Dylan's point, with the exaggerated forever wars, is that people in the United States, especially Republicans, are completely fucking illiterate when it comes to foreign policy. They have no understanding of how foreign policy works, how foreign aid works, and they think that America can kind of go at it alone without any allies anywhere in the world and just completely protect their own country and isolate themselves with no fucking allies anywhere. The problem is that you need to choose strategically where your aid goes. Should we be funding gender studies programs in Pakistan? Probably fucking not. Should we be funding our allies in Ukraine and Israel? Absolutely. Go ahead, Lack.
The problem isn't the funding, it's where we allocate funding. We have the funding for all these programs.
Well, no, the funding
even,
itself matters
even if
too.
we wanted to like fund
Can't just waste
some
money.
fucking weird transgender whatever programs in whatever the fuckistan, like
it's useless.
We can
That's
do
useless.
that too. That's not.
That's
no,
that's useless. That's useless.
It doesn't matter if it's useless. We could still
We should
do
be
it,
funding
and we can
our
fucking
allies
do everything
in their
else at the
time of
same
need.
time.
We should know.
I'm pro funding, right? But like, I can also
respond?
sympathize. I'll
I got to quickly respond.
Go ahead.
So there's a couple points that I've written down. First of all, the forever wars. I'm not talking about any specific war lasting forever. Obviously, I'm talking about wars that either last a long time, or the fact that the U.S. is sort of constantly in the state of war, constantly in a state of being war adjacent, where it's funding or providing arms to certain groups, whether it be in Syria, whether it be in Ukraine, whether it be anywhere else in the world, and we're constantly involved in that, and we're dumping a lot of money into it. There is a concern there with that, especially with somebody like Trump and a lot of what Trump's base is, which is we don't want to be handing out money all around the world. That money and industry should probably stay in America. And I do think that there's a significant demographic of people who voted for him that this is the source of their main skepticism with the funding for Ukraine, is that it doesn't appear to have limitations, and it doesn't appear to have an end date, right? It seems to just a tremendous amount of money, and it's consistent.
But even Trump
And I
said
think
that this was
scares
not
people.
how you do. I remember Trump said, and this is one of his first critiques on the campaign trail. It was one of the few I gave him credit for. He was critiquing Obama's withdrawal dates for Iraq. He said, "You're gonna tell them the day you're gonna pull out? You're giving your strategy away off the bat? You're just gonna let them know how long they have to wait? Then they're just gonna wait you out." That was a Trump critique of Obama that I agreed with. And now I'm hearing like calls, and I'm not saying that you're the only person calling for this, but I'm hearing calls for like, we need by this day, or this is the amount of money that's going to be too much. Then all the Russians have to do is say, okay, then we wait another $50 billion, we wait another few weeks, and then we've waited
I
them
agree.
out.
When I'm saying, like, I'm not. I guess what I'm describing, like, this appears to be a limitless future. I agree with you that it would be impractical to like set a specific day or set like a specific dollar amount. But again, that's not really what I'm trying to like hit at. What I'm trying to hit at is that the American people aren't confident that there is one. They're not confident that there is an end date, that there is a money limit, that like they're concerned that, if this keeps on going, we could have a situation in Afghanistan where we're sitting on this for 20 years, we're just dumping money into this, or perhaps even worse, like Afghanistan and Vietnam, which is that we don't come to a deal, we don't make a peace, and then all of a sudden there's a breakthrough and the whole country gets rolled, and then before you know it, the entire country is occupied. Like, that's a major concern as well. I think Trump has been particularly good when it comes to telling NATO that they need to pay their fair share. I'm not sure that's the same thing as abandoning allies, but it's also saying that we can't be taken advantage of by other people and that they have an obligation to cover their own defense as well.
In
And when
modern
we're paying,
days,
and we're
like
and
in
last
the
point,
modern day, what
last point,
are we talking about that?
brother? Last point. And I lost it a little bit, but yeah, I know what it is. So when we're funding these wars, we obviously get a say because we're funding them. So I understand that, like, yes, taking into account the locals' desires and everything, that's going to be part of the negotiation. I'm not saying that shouldn't be, but ultimately, Donald Trump is going to be the president of America and going to represent American interests. And I think that it's fair to say, look, we can use that funding as leverage on both sides. We can say, Russia, you have to come to the table and put forward some kind of reasonable negotiation to prevent a future war, which I agree with you, Dylan. I mean, that needs to be prevented. But also, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, the current Ukrainian position is they're not going to make peace without Crimea. And that's just not going to happen, right? Like, there are certain things that just aren't going to happen. And that there's concessions that need to be made, like, on both sides. That's the way peace is made.
So when we talk about like money around the world, the money that we're sending is mostly being sent to like Pennsylvania. It's mostly being sent to Arizona for American factories where we then make these munitions, expand our domestic production, and then send them over to Ukraine to either test these new weapon systems or to be used against the Russians. Now, you could say that I guess we could have put those weapons in our own stockpiles, but I think we found through this war that there is a need. And I'm saying this as somebody who's not the biggest industrial militarist. There is a need for us to be able to produce a bunch of artillery shells very quickly if this type of interstate, large-scale warfare has been reintroduced to the European continent and could be reintroduced elsewhere. And right now, our artillery production is not up to snuff. And so whether this war continues or not, we're going to need to make these investments in artillery production. And so when we're talking about like losses of money from the American taxpayer, essentially what we'd be discussing is whether we would expand this artillery production and then send the shells over for the immediate security priority, or expand artillery production and then use it for the possible future security priority of fighting the Russians in a separate war. Like, I feel like this is very A to B. We're going to need to do this anyway. One of our allies needs this right now, and we've made previous security commitments that our credibility depends upon, not only for the European commitment, but also internationally, to deliver to the Ukrainians. Both at the start of this war and before, when we asked them and threatened to starve them if they did not give up their nuclear arsenal and their delivery systems, which are now being fired at them. As for like the Ukrainian concession position, I don't disagree that one day, when all is said and done, that the Ukrainians might not get everything they want. But my problem is right now with how we seem to be negotiating is we're undercutting ourselves. When we stop sending aid, like midway in the support, and then restart it later after we've lost battles and it had an impact, you're just undercutting your negotiating position. You're not doing anything else but that. And we did it for completely partisan reasons. We did it for, it ended up not manifesting in any policy achievements. It was stopped for really no good reason. He's talking about ending sanctions on the Russians before he's even in office. And I can't even begin to speculate what these private phone calls with Putin were. Maybe it's something along the lines of Jeb Tannis said is, you're going to give me the best deal possible because I am so, I'm Trump and I'm going to get the best deal, whatever. Or maybe it's, I'll scratch your back and you scratch mine. And much the same way that Trump pursued the Ukrainians originally. When he first sent offensive aid, and people on this panel claimed it as a victory, it wasn't Trump sending the aid, it was Congress. Congress approved the aid, Trump blocked it for dirt on his political opponents. What if he could develop a quid pro quo relationship with the Russians over 7 phone calls since he's left office? I don't know. I'd like to hope not. I'd like to hope for our country and for Europe and for Ukraine that's not the case, but it leaves me very concerned.
Well, Dylan, you don't even have to go back to the sanctions we have against Russia now and lifting those. Like, Trump lifted the sanctions that Obama had placed on the Russians. Like,
yeah, prior to the invasion,
within a year of
prior
being
to the
in
invasion,
office.
I think what a lot of people neglect to realize too is the fact that a lot of times when we're like tallying up that total number of aid that goes to Ukraine, what we're doing is if we send a Humvee that was purchased by the U.S. government initially at, let's say, like $100,000, and it's depreciated over a significant period of time down to like $20,000. When we send it to Ukraine, we still mark it at $100,000, and that's why that tally is so fucking high. We send piece of shit military equipment, which is very significant to Ukraine because, let's be clear, both sides are fighting, at least at the beginning of the war, we're fighting with pretty shitty weapons. The Russians,
let me be clear, it's getting worse.
Yeah, and
they're
Cam,
getting
you're
older
not
and
wrong.
older.
The
and
tactic of the
And
Russians has
then
always
we
been blunt
go-
force.
Oh, this was so
hold up, return. I was not
less than
finished.
that.
I was not finished.
Hold
Return.
up,
The tactic
return.
of the Russians has always been blunt force with shitty fucking equipment. Okay, they were still fighting at the beginning of the war, both sides with M91 Mosin-Nagants, which is the rifle that I hunt with. Okay, I would not want to be caught in a war with an M91
great budget
Mosin-Nagant. It's
rifle,
fucking
dude.
bolt action. I
It's all right,
love
a lot,
the Mosin-Nagant. I love the Mosin-Nagant. Let's be clear, but I would not want to be caught in a war with it. So anyway, these things are still very
It's
like
better than
high
nothing.
value to Ukraine. But they're very low value to us. So when we send these things to them, they get marked up at market price, like what we would have bought them for, but they're not actually worth that. And that's what tallies up this huge price that you keep saying to Ukraine.
Australia, by the way, just sent a bunch of
buying them for the
decommissioned
producers.
Abrams, and these are Abrams that were going to be destroyed. So it's actually a question of saving them money.
And what's
because they were gonna
interesting too,
destroy it.
Dylan, is these tanks, a lot like the tanks and the weapons and stuff that we're sending to Ukraine. The interesting thing is a lot of that shit was stuff that was intended to be used in war against Soviets when they were actually manufactured in the 80s, which is super fucking interesting.
They're claiming their birthright.
You know, like the number one thing that pisses me off the most is that the Marine Corps just gave up like 1,000 to 1,500 M1A1 Abrams that they're no longer ever going to use, and they gave those over to the Army, and those are now just in warehouses in Arizona. And
Yeah, we'll never
those
use
just
M1A1s.
aren't going to get used. Like, just fucking send those over.
Right,
That's something that I feel like we should do. They're just going to be used as scrap metal in like 20 years.
Well, we're already doing that. We're sending all sorts of stuff. I saw them talk about even older tanks, like from like the 50s. They're talking about selling, and we've seen the success with the Bradleys. This is something I've advocated for to the Republicans a few times. Actually, one of the first times I ever interacted with you, Dylan, we were on a panel and we were discussing the border bill, and I was not in favor of the border bill for a variety of reasons. And I actually wanted the Ukraine bill to be separate because I wanted the Ukraine to be a separate issue because I thought the border bill was so bad it was going to sink it, get the funding. However, that being said, as a Republican and as like a neocon, I'm an interventionist. I like the idea that we're in there fighting the evil empire of Russia and China and all these other people. I can sympathize, however, though, with what happened in this election. I think it was just less a referendum on Ukraine and the allies, which is why I'm hopeful for Trump, and more referendum on like, hey, why are we sending these money to other countries when our economy is so bad? We have these issues on the border, and I feel like that's kind of what I'm seeing so far in the latest poll results of what's with Trump. And I'm hoping that we still support Ukraine, and it was negotiating.
Dick Cheney lost.
The other thing, to somebody, the point that
Kamala
somebody
lost.
said, the point to the point that somebody said about the M1A1 Abrams, like we're not going to use them, right? Not only are we not going to use them, and they're basically useless to us, they fucking take up space, dude. They're huge
Right,
tanks.
yeah, it's a lot of
And when we
storage.
get
And
rid of
upkeep.
them, we can fill them with like, M2A2s or whatever the newest
You know
Abrams
what's
tank
been
or
the
whatever we're
wildest
manufacturing.
experience for me?
Th-
The
this
wildest
feels like-
experience is going here, riding in equipment and seeing equipment, and then coming home and being able to talk to my grandfather, the Vietnam vet, about that same equipment and what it was
Who
like
used the
using
same
it.
shit, yeah.
How cool is all the military tech? I just gotta ask. Like,
It's
what-
all over
like,
the
they can do
place,
this, they're cool
dude. I was
Is it
looking at
cool stuff?
pre-World War II machine guns shooting down Shahid Jones in the Sumy Oblast last week. Like they've got you'll see a Maxim machine gun, then a Browning, then you'll see an Abrams, then you'll see a tank from like 1950. It's like it's all over the place.
Dude, the drones the crazy thing too is the drones that they
It's like
use.
a VR chat world where everybody brings the assets they have access to. And they're
Literally, dude, the drones,
It's
the
a
drones
military
they use.
LARPers
I've
doing it in
seen
a
them
way.
strap fucking explosives to the same drone that I used to report at protests.
Can I ask you another question?
So
Dylan?
literally, Ukrainians have been the most the most OG American military force you've ever seen with how resourceful they are, how creative they are.
It sounds like
and,
sound like some rednecks.
That's why
the
I
secret.
really do think like it is a point of American solidarity, like truly to support the Ukrainians and the Israelis, but even more so the Ukrainians even. And I think we can move Trump on
More
that.
so?
I think we can.
Can I ask you another question, Dylan? I'm really
Trump
curious.
can be moved on that, Like, I will eat my words on how Trump's just going to betray Ukraine.
Oh, I'm of the 100%
as
of the
a
same
Polish
opinion. I think
Ukrainian
it's
American.
backstab media.
I honestly, I don't feel that's going to happen. But if it does,
I think you're
I'll eat
crazy
my
for
words
that.
on that.
I think Trump's going to be a strong supporter for Ukraine and for Israel, especially Israel. And I don't know who said more so Ukraine. I definitely support Israel more than I support Ukraine. I think that our relationship with Israel is slightly more important. I think that both are very important, and I very much support both. But I do think that Israel's like a very important buffer between the United States and its direct
agree,
enemies.
and I don't want to get into the specifics about supporting Israel, but you could agree that Israel is a more useful ally in the long term, or has been, while also agreeing that the war in Ukraine
a stronger
is going to
military.
have a bigger impact on the future of Europe and European defense than whether or not Hezbollah specifically gets annihilated in this war.
Well, it depends because if the United States just abandons Israel and Israel gets consumed by their neighbors, I think that's a much larger strategic loss.
But that's not going to happen.
Well, the thing is,
that's
we're not
gonna
we're not
happen.
looking at
because that's not going to happen. You want to know why that's not going to happen? Because the Ukrainians
come out.
Because wait. Let me just finish the sentence. Let me finish one sentence. We told the Ukrainians we'd starve them if they kept nukes. The Israelis got it, and we didn't give a fuck.
Let's say for a second that Kamala Harris won this election, even though we know that Trump absolutely fucking eviscerated her. Let's for a second pretend that Kamala won. Kamala has weighed the idea of a weapons embargo on Israel. And the fact of the matter is that Israel's under a contractual agreement to not manufacture their own airplanes, so that they can only buy fighter jets from the United States of America. So let's say they lost their Air Force for some reason, not out of the scope of reality by any means. In 1967, Israel destroyed 90% of the Egyptian Air Force in one single fucking strafing run. So it's not outside the scope of reality at all. Let's say that it happened, Israel would be totally doomed. There's no way that they could fight a war against Lebanon, Hamas, the Houthis, every single Iran-funded. Sorry, Hamas. Okay, but do you think that Russia, for example, wouldn't step in and provide those things like they have every fucking time in the
Hamas
past?
doesn't have an air force.
Every single time,
Like,
Israel's been stacked up against an opponent that doesn't have an air force, Russia has stepped in and provided it for them. Every single time that Israel's been up against a military that doesn't have an air force, Russia stepped in and provided it for them. One second.
Russia going to
Hey,
get
return, shut the fuck up for a second. Every single time that Israel has been faced against a military that doesn't have an air force, Russia has stepped in and provided it for them. The only reason that the United States knew that their F-15s fucking worked is because the United States gave F-15s to Israel, and then Israel flew them against Russian MiGs piloted by Arabs and fucking annihilated them. That's the only reason we knew our F-15s worked against Lebanon.
You know, it's okay, but let's also be clear. Like the Russians and the Israelis, their relationship for the last 20 years has been a little weird, especially, for example, like in Syria.
It's been weird,
like
but kind of stable.
It's
right?
stable. The relationship is generally stable. Netanyahu's relationship with Putin has been up till recently very stable, except for the recent Russian, of course,
but Russia's
support
still
for some of these
funding
organizations.
all of the terrorist proxies that are on
That's
his
true, but providing their air force indirect military support against Israel is a long call from that.
They
also,
are doing that.
Wait, so they're doing bombing
giving them
runs
Russian.
against... What do you
They're
mean?
giving them missiles.
Well, I know they're giving them missiles. I thought you meant they were like going to provide them with aircraft. I don't even know if they have the aircraft to spare right now.
It wouldn't be surprising considering they. Oh, well, that's fair actually.
So
considering
wanna...
it'd be difficult. It'd be difficult considering like what's going on currently in Ukraine. So it does like pose a specific strategic strain on Russia providing military assets. But they are still providing military assets right now. But in terms of aircraft, sure, that could be an issue. But
it's just like the Russians have had to live with Israeli strikes in Syria for the last 10 years, and they couldn't really do anything about it.
Yeah, and I also want to put out, like, after Russia started sending, or after Iran started sending Shaheeds over to Russia to bomb the shit out of, like, Ukrainian civilian infrastructure, it wasn't within, like, 2 months. I think this was, like, September of, like, 2022. Israel bombed the living shit out of an Iranian-owned Shahid plant in Syria.
Yeah, that happens all the time. What's your point? Iran doesn't care if Syria is getting bombed. Even if it's their facility. They
An
don't give a fuck.
Iranian-owned... No, like, they haven't had, like, direct clashes between their own infrastructure.
Every terrorist organization in Syria, Lebanon, or Gaza is funded by Iran.
We're not
Like, they don't
talking about a terrorist, like,
I heard Trump won
organization.
an election
We're
today.
talking about a state-owned, like, piece of infrastructure.
Show me where a state-owned piece of infrastructure in Syria was bombed by Israel. That wasn't Iranian fund.
In Syria?
Iranian funded. Yeah. Or where did you say Lebanon
That's
or did you
not
say Syria?
Well, there you go. You just said that's not
Which one?
Iranian funded.
No, I said show me where it wasn't Iranian funded. Show me where Israel bombed a piece of infrastructure in Syria or Lebanon that was state-owned and not funded by Iran. Because Israel's not. Israel's not even.
They're all funded
Israel's
by
not
Iran.
even. Israel's not even like opposing the Syrian or Lebanese government. They're opposing the terrorist organizations that are in those respective regions.
I don't know, like how
Those terrorist
what you just
organizations
said,
aren't the
like it's
government
away
of
from my
Syria.
point.
I think you honestly just have no idea what you're talking about in terms of the geopolitical conflict that's happening in the Middle East. I think you're way in over your depth.
No, I just pointed out a spot where Iran was funding. What the fuck do you mean prove it? Like you want me to
keep going,
pull up the news article?
Keep going. You said where Iran was funding what?
Yeah, Iran was funding the fucking piece of infrastructure that was funding
What
like
was the piece of
building
infrastructure?
Iran, like Shahid drones.
Show me that it was a piece of infrastructure that was state owned and was not like being used by terrorists, and Israel bombed it.
Owned by what state? Are you talking about owned by Syria?
Whatever fucking state you're talking about. You're talking about Syria or Lebanon. Whichever
You're
one. I
like,
don't give a fuck.
Fucking like going off into nowhere now. It doesn't matter. It was
No,
It
I'm
was
just
a
asking you to show
factory
me
in Syria.
either whichever one you're talking. Okay, in Syria,
So,
show me.
have they called it
show
a
me
new
where
state?
this piece of state-owned infrastructure in Syria was bombed that wasn't being used by terrorists, that was funded by Iran, and not being used by terrorists, was bombed by Israel. Show me, please. Provide me a source.
Well, listen, you
right
just
now
have
you're
to
going to
expect
say
that
that
they're
by
funded by
the
terrorists, 'cause
fact
it's
it
the Middle
is definitely terrorist owned if it's used by Iran.
Probably oil. Probably oil.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying show me a piece of infrastructure in Syria that was funded by Iran, not used by terrorists, and was bombed by Israel. Show me that it wasn't used by
the Shahid
Hezbollah,
factory.
for example.
It was
Send
not
me
used
a
by
link.
Hezbollah.
Send me a link. Send it in the chat to this fucking call.
1 second.
What does Hassan say? No way
How about
to
that
do
Trump
that
win,
other
guys?
than
What was that all about?
It was pretty colossal.
Yeah, let's move it on. What do you think there? What do you think?
We could have a conversation as to the details of a specific bombing of a specific city, I guess.
Guys,
Can I ask one question? Can I just ask one question to Lactoid? Okay. So,
Why is your shirt not off?
yeah, that's the first one.
I don't work out as much.
The second question is, if your priority here is peace, though, is there a deal which you just wouldn't accept? Let's say the Russians came up and they said, we need to keep everything that we currently hold and no NATO membership for Ukraine. They can't join NATO, none of these defensive agreements. We get to keep everything we currently hold, and then we can have a ceasefire, right?
I don't know. Okay. I don't know if it means no NATO. I would agree there would need to be some kind of security assurance, like with teeth. There'd have to be some kind of security assurance with teeth going forward. I agree, because I agree. I don't want like a Minsk 3, and then we just get caught up in everything all over again. Potentially, something happens down the line. So there would need to be some kind of security assurance, some kind of way to work that out. But then in terms of territory, I think I think there needs to be concessions. I think Crimea and the Donbass.
The Donbass.
The Donbass.
Return. Just send it to me in my DMs.
What do you mean the Donbass when you say that?
Cam, you want to
Luhansk and Donetsk,
like all of it?
Yeah. Chat won't load. Just send it to me. in my
At
DMs.
least the lines that Russia has right now.
Oof. So splitting the Donbass.
I know they haven't occupied all of Donetsk, the Oblast of Donetsk. They basically have occupied all of Luhansk, and more actually. But yeah, I think that they're I think that would be a sweetheart deal, and there would need to be some kind of like a leverage used in the funding to make Russia come to the table on that, saying, look, if you don't make this deal, you thought that we were funding Ukraine before, your head's going to spin. We're going to start giving them all sorts of shit. We're going to make a deal now. And they're going to be, it's not going to be Crimea's going back to Ukraine, because that's not going to happen.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends on the day. I think there could be a complete territorial trade for promised constitutional neutrality. But I mean, obviously, I think it'd have to be much more investment. But I don't know how realistic the Russians are to take even that deal at this point. This is my main problem right now. I have yet to see any indication from the Russians that they're genuinely serious about negotiating a deal. And so from my view, is not that you completely discount the idea of a good faith deal that respects Ukrainian sovereignty, or in some way that they can live with, but you prepare for the scenario where that's not going to happen first. And then once you've prepared for the situation where the thing that the Russians have done up to this point, which is violate deals, lie about invade, they continue to do that. And once you've gotten your foundation under your feet, you've got leverage, you've got force, the Ukrainians are well armed, the Russians are doing offensive after offensive after offensive, and there's just too much ammunition for them to keep pushing, then you might force them into a position where they have to accept it if they're not already going to. But even if they are, more leverage is better for negotiations. That's making deals 101. So under every proposal that I could think of, from Trump's philosophy, from Harris's philosophy, if you want to get the best deal and you want to encourage the Russians to end the war, you've got to double down on Ukraine's support.
Or at the very least, we have to threaten to double down, because, again, we have a say. It's our money. It's our equipment. And the goal here is to come to some kind of peace deal that prevents this, again, from going on forever for our resources, but also for the lives of hundreds of thousands of people over there, millions of people, really. And so the problem is, I mean, I follow this a lot. I know you do as well, obviously. Maybe you wouldn't agree with this, but this is kind of my position now based on the maps I've seen. Russia's been winning, and they've been gaining a lot of ground lately. And if you look at the amount of ground they've gained in the past several months, it has been significant. And there was the Kursk offensive that everyone was all excited about, and even that's falling back. There's been multiple incursions into that, and that's losing ground as well. I'm concerned that as this goes on, we might lose some of our leverage when it comes to making a peace deal. Because if the momentum solidly shifts into the Russians' favor, what leverage do we have at that point? What motivation do they have to come to the deal if they're thinking, look, we just got to keep this going for 4 more months and we're going to be sweeping into Kyiv, right? I mean,
my problem has always been that there are now I think it's a united. Now, I put most of the blame here on the Republican Party. I'll put 80% of the blame on the Republican Party and or Republicans when it comes to either delays in aid. It was not a Democrat issue. It was a Republican issue. People can say it wasn't. It wasn't. Ilhan Omar and the rest of the peaceniks within our party quickly quieted down after they released their letter because DNC leadership, I mean, even if you'd be as cynical as possible, shut them up, right? That did not work within the Democratic Party. Republican Party, that was not the case. And that did undercut support during key battles like the Battle for Avdiivka, where some of Ukraine's best defensives were, and we're still living with the outgrowths of that. Eventually aid was passed, but it was like much later than it necessarily should have been. So I do think that the current state of the war is impacted not only that, and of course I'll put some blame on the Republicans there, but also on dragging our feet on decisions around F-16s, on dragging our feet on decisions when it comes to long-range strikes, for our inability to support offensive operations into Russian territory once we crossed the line and it was clear that wasn't going to escalate to nuclear war, our inability to leverage South Korean support. Point is, the Biden administration, due to his long experience in the office and veterancy when it comes to foreign policy, was too hesitant on making these key decisions that need to be a lot more speed on, while Republicans provided no pressure for Biden to act better and also delayed aid. And I think that's brought us to the position we are now, at least from an American perspective.
Dylan, I've got a jet.
No worries, man.
I just wanted to thank you for inviting me on tonight. And hey, man, if you ever decide that you want to bring Hippy Dippy back up in the next 4 years of Trump, let me know, and I will personally help you organize Hippy Dippy in the next 4 years. I swear to God, I will bring the conservatives to Hippy Dippy.
You'll bring the
So just let me
conservatives.
know.
I've been told that by many conservatives, Cam.
Dylan,
Hey,
you have no
Cam,
idea how
before
committed
you
I am
leave,
to Hippy
though-
Dippy.
Wow.
Hippy Dippy is by far my favorite panel I've ever been on. I swear
Really?
to God.
You mean that?
I swear,
Hell
dude,
yes, dude.
for
It's
sure.
the only panel.
Dude,
It's worth
dude,
shit.
I was just telling CTV last night, or I don't fucking know, whenever the last time I was on Hippy Dippy was. I was just telling CTV, whenever that was. I'm drunk, obviously, but I was just telling CTV
Amen,
how much
brother.
I missed
Yeah, keep it together, dude, okay?
specifically the post Hippy Dippy Discord calls. Fucking amazing.
That is
Seriously,
true. People
hit me
were
up,
in
have
that last
Danabo
Hippy
hit me up.
Dippy Discord call like for hours and hours, man. People,
Dude,
people
so
enjoy it.
many people used to
fucking
cycle
one of
through
them.
too.
It's true.
So many people used to cycle through. It was
you have to think about that,
truly
Dylan.
prime.
You, the bookers, pretty much most of the people there were liberal aligned.
Dude.
But it really didn't matter. You had some liberal people, but mostly conservatives sticking in there to like hash it out. Because even when you're just chilling and having like a conversation, you're still a better moderator than like 80% of the people on
Dude,
fucking Twitch.
Dylan is by far the best moderator on either side that I've ever had. Because Dylan doesn't get
Yeah.
involved.
Okay, guys.
Even when
There's
I can tell he's fucking itching.
Of
Listen,
course,
I know
it hurts
Lactoid's like,
sometimes.
I gotta give due to Prime Kai because I'm on his show every Monday. The only moderator that comes close is the fucking who's the dude who got the Subway tattoo? Modern Day Debate. That's you
Who
and
the
him are
fuck is
kind of in
that?
like.
Hold on, I don't even know who that guy
Dylan's
is.
better, bro. Dylan's
That's
better.
why you don't know who he is because he's a fucking
Yeah.
actually
James
good
is nice.
moderator. and he
Oh,
doesn't-
yeah.
But
that's
seriously,
what it is. You got me.
Dylan,
Yeah.
if I need to get involved to keep
on.
Hippy Dippy alive, let me know. I've got a pulse on conservative creators on TikTok, Instagram,
Yeah, we'll help book.
and
Not
whatever
like
else.
you need
I'll help
getting
for real.
conservative. Not
Hey,
like you need help getting
you know what?
conservatives. 'Cause we come to you.
I'll
but-
at least tell you that I'll consider it. Okay, Cam. That's
Okay,
that's more
good.
than anybody
Hey,
else. Okay.
Cam, did you get
Hit me
that
up.
link? Are you reading that link right now on
Reading what
Israel
link?
striking the Syrian
boy, here we
plant
go.
of
Oh,
Shahid?
Jesus
Oh,
Christ,
Yeah,
no, I
no,
didn't
no,
get it.
I wanna
I
get-
was never-
Hey,
I
don't
don't
whip
have
out
a
before
DM from
responding to that.
Leave.
No,
I
this is
want to
important.
address this,
is-
but I
Yeah,
don't
don't
have a
you
DM
leave
from
before
you.
that, you son of a bitch.
This is
Where's the
important,
DM?
but I
Where's the
also-
DM?
We're gonna
on.
get a
Oh,
response.
yeah,
on
yeah,
that.
yeah. Hold up.
I do
All
wanna-
right,
you for
all right.
3
Last
minutes.
last thing before I leave.
Okay.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Let me find it.
Dude,
All right.
like it's in the DMs, dude.
I
3
see
minutes
it
of
now.
playtime.
You're in my requests. Okay, hold up. All right, you guys talk real quick while I read this, and then I'm gonna go.
Okay,
after
I
address it.
want to say if there is like a group, probably like I didn't offer it alone because I don't think I could take enough of the workload to make it worth it. But if there are like 2 or 3 other people who are willing to jump in,
Wait,
with
now
me
that the
to help
election's
Danabo
over, I
book-
can complain about this freely. PV screwed me so hard on Hippy Dippy. It was like I got
Danabo
screwed.
kind of mentioned it.
So
Yeah, Danabo
bad.
mentioned it. They
What
basically
happened?
said
So
they were gonna
bad.
help you.
Tell us more. Give us the tea.
Well, and
Give
look,
us the
I'll
deets.
be blunt about
Yeah.
it. Now, look, they've acknowledged they were wrong
Excuse
and they've
me.
provided me compensation, but that still did not stop. So what happened was I didn't want to bring Hippy Dippy back originally because I knew if I brought it back, I'd probably only get one shot. So I wanted to wait for the right moment. I get invited by who was then managing PV to dinner. They get me crabs. They buy me crab soup. And they I'm a
Old Bay, the whole
Marylander, so that
Maryland
works
special.
on me, crab soup and crab that, you know how to
Old
get,
Bay
and Baltimore too, in beautiful Baltimore. And I get convinced over dinner to
Okay,
relaunch Hippy
relax.
Dippy, and I say clearly, like, hey, I'm in a war zone 8 to 9 months out of the year. I can't really manage, booking guests, and like when sometimes you'll, and I try to not be too like mean about it, but I'll like. Lauren Southern and others can be quite whiny when you try to schedule these people and then the last second cancellations. It can be a problem.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm telling them this and they're like, look, we can provide some of those manpower hours and as an organization, we can get you the guests. And I'm like, oh my God, you can get me big guests. Yeah, we can try to get you big guests. And so I agree to relaunch it. I put months of effort in and then there's a leadership change at PV. And the new leader doesn't believe that the contract that was negotiated for this PV, that it's good for the organization, that it's not a good resource. They would rather, work to get the bigger streamers to make these streams with politicians. And the help they thought my show would provide the space was not what the new leadership agreed with. So like a month before the first show, as we're trying to book new people, they pull out and they say they no longer want to support it with either booking help, with the assets they said they were going to provide me, or with anything. And so that was, and so I had to then manage Hippy Dippy's release while on the front line, with like embedded like a mile away from the Russians. And I gotta say, like, that's difficult. It's difficult to manage these skittish. Like, it's like herding cats trying to book them in the first place. It was a problem when I wasn't getting shot at, and it's a lot harder when you are getting shot at.
Especially the liberals. Let's be real. The conservatives, we show up.
Sometimes.
On time, usually.
I feel like it's been a pretty fair cancellation on both sides.
You know
I'll say this. I won't say I can bring nobody,
in
but
for
I'll always
Lauren
bring
Southern
myself.
myself.
Hey, Pentuple,
You know what?
thanks for the raid, buddy.
You know what the new leadership at PV noticed?
Yeah.
They noticed Cam Higbee. They noticed Lactoid. They noticed Jeb Tan.
maybe.
And they were like, we can't fund this because they are setting up the stage for the great American victory.
Yeah, no, you got to go spend money on losing an election, I guess.
It was all Hippy Dippy. Hippy Dippy delivered us Donald Trump.
The conservatives
You put the fear.
polling,
That's
you
what
know?
y'all did. The fear.
No, I
But,
do want to
okay.
say I'm baffled because my map is gonna be wrong. It looks like Trump with 93% reporting is
who expected
4
Pennsylvania to be
point
called
in
tonight?
Wisconsin, dude. 4
Dude,
points.
I think
Nobody
Trump's going to get the popular vote, dude.
Yeah,
wanna
nobody
say-
expected that, and nobody
Before-
expected Pennsylvania to be called tonight. That's
Before
crazy.
I leave, I want to say I specifically expected Pennsylvania to be called tonight. You can look at my social media. I specifically predicted
you
it to
got
be
it,
called
then.
tonight. On top of that, return. It specifically says in this Times of Israel
Patches.
article that you sent me that the reason Israel struck this site was because missiles came out of it that were intended for Israel, and that's the reason they struck it. On top of
That's
that,
a
Hippy
little
Dippy is
terroristy.
the greatest fucking Twitch show to ever exist. And Dylan, I will, if you choose to, don't want to pressure you, if you choose to continue Hippy Dippy, I am happy to help. I have a great pulse on conservative influencers. I know it's a big struggle for, left-leaning Twitch people to get on their shows.
You know,
but I
what
will
happens
stick
is
my
they
neck
look up
out
my
any
name,
day
they
of the
see
week
they
for
see the
Dylan.
Ukraine flag next to the rainbow flag, and then they disengage.
But I have a good pulse. I'll stick my neck out any day of the week.
Yeah.
That
He
you're
can
a good
land
moderator.
big fish like Jeb Tan and Lactoid. I'm
For
a big
real,
Cam
for real.
Higbee fan.
Well, I appreciate the kindness.
We have to keep it
Cam.
going. We have to keep it going.
I
For
appreciate
dude.
the camaraderie.
Absolutely, dude. I've never been on a better panel than Hippy Dippy, for real.
Aw.
And that's not me being drunk. That's not me being stupid. For real. I've had a lot of fun on Hippy Dippy panels, and I do not want to see them go. So as much as I don't want to make Dylan strain his life to continue Hippy Dippy, I also don't want to see.
Yeah,
Hippy
to be
Dippy
clear,
go, so.
he's saying that while I'm on the front, embedded with like Azov, I need to be.
It's no big deal.
Live streaming off the phone. So,
It's no big
what
deal.
exactly is the effect of tariffs in the 21st century?
And then you have
it's not gonna
Danabo
be during
intentionally
election season,
structuring
so it's-
prompts to like make Dylan itch.
Well, no, it's not going to be election season, so it's going to be more like, how is Dragon Age overrepresenting LGBTQ plus communities?
Oh my
It's gonna
god,
be
I
like
saw those
bullshit
gotta do
cutscenes.
it, man.
They were wild, man.
It
Little much.
must continue, but I've got to go celebrate with my girlfriend. Thanks for having me on, Dylan.
I may have done
If
that
Hippy
while
Dippy-
I waited for Lactoid and Gibbs to get on
If
here.
as a travesty to everyone, Hippy Dippy does not continue, invite me on anytime, Dylan. I'd be happy to join you and debate whatever.
Yeah.
Sounds good, man. You have a good one. Bye bye.
Thank you, everybody. It was a pleasure
yeah.
to serve on the panel with everyone. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Even you return.
I might be the least drunk here, and I've had a lot.
Maybe.
Like, holy shit.
Listen,
I've
I'm not
drank
drunk.
nothing. so I'm
Yeah,
doing good.
absolutely not. I think
I
I'm
think
Bro,
I-
Jetpan, you're shirtless. You have had a lot to
No,
drink.
so let me clarify. Okay, 100% articulate here. 2, I promised to take my shirt off for a $5 donation when I was like 1 whiskey
Okay.
in.
Okay.
190
Hey,
pounds.
okay.
Okay, I can
true.
take more
You
than
could-
one.
you could have waited. You could have waited.
I'm
up
in
for
my
more.
natural state. I'm
No,
like
but I
no
will
more drunk than
say-
I ever am.
I will say.
I'm definitely by default now the one that is the most drunk. So
Yeah.
I want to.
I will
I do.
say-
I go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, I'll go first for 15 seconds. I agree with Cam. Hippy Dippy is the best panel, point blank. If you hate me in Dylan's chat, blame Dylan. I made the Jebtan Twitter and the Jebtan Twitch account so that I would have accounts that were not connected to my actual like government name identity to go on Hippy Dippy, because I saw Destiny videos being on the Hippy Dippy and I was frustrated with like the conservative pushback he was getting not being good enough. And so I literally made my online identity to go on Hippy Dippy. The first Discord I joined was fucking the Hippy Dippy recruitment fucking Danabo Discord.
You're saying
that
you're
is the reason
trans
I
Hippy
exist
Dippy?
on the internet. Yeah, that is the reason I exist on the internet. So if you fucking hate me, Sepsin, looking at you, blame this fucking guy. His fault.
It's my fault.
Ravens fan, no less, is the reason why.
Wait, did you just say I'm a Ravens fan?
Are you not a Ravens fan? I thought you were a Baltimore fucking.
Look, I grew up in a
guy.
Skins household, which is now a Commander's household, I guess.
Maryland.
Yeah, because you can't say, dude, they're good this year. We're playing them.
Dude,
next
did you see
game.
those
I
miracle,
love Jaden Daniels.
miracle? Oh my God, the miracle play. That
I love
threw
that
me a
because I
loop.
fucking hate Caleb Williams and I hate the Bears, and Rampage Paul is a Bears fan. When that play happened, I spammed an entire page of DMs to Rampage of just ha 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 in all caps.
Dude, I was having so much fun. Look, I don't watch
Rampage?
football, but when we win, I watch football.
because
Okay,
Trump won.
I don't watch football, but when we win, I watch. Okay.
I was
Dude, and
promised
you're
by
gonna be watching a lot.
Rampage.
Jaden Daniels is the truth, bro.
Listen, I was promised by Rampage in many DMs that he was going to stay up late for the long haul tonight and argue about many election related topics, and he went to bed early, huh?
It's a tough night for Democrats.
No, wait. This is actually a true phenomenon, right? Like, I mean, you've been like very chill about this, Dylan, and we don't have like a
you've
long.
been the most chill.
Yeah, like I haven't known you for that long, but I mean, other Democrats have just been like they've been just coping or seething or both, very
seething.
hard. Mainly
Like,
seething, right? I mean, on
gnashing of
Twitter,
teeth.
it's incredible.
Tearing the clothes, biblical,
Yeah,
like weeping.
yeah.
It's
They've been very, very upset.
I honestly think the people reacting like that are the people where this is a football game to them. They voted for president only. They didn't know anything about anything down ballot. Dylan has actual like policy concerns in a real material way. And I think people like that, like if Kamala won, I think I would be remarkably unbothered despite, what happened after we won.
Wait, are you saying I'm unbothered? Somebody.
No,
bother.
you're being
It
like.
almost seems like you're okay with it, really.
You at least, I don't know about okay. You seem like resigned.
Maybe secretly pleased. Maybe is there like somewhere deep
like
inside
the weight
you?
is lifted. You're just like, I don't have to worry about this.
I think it's forward focused. We have practical things that we're looking to achieve, and so if election doesn't pan out, we're just thinking of what the next steps have to be for the next thing. I'm locally focused, and that's one of the things I wanted to mention earlier. Was the Great American Victory extends into California because 70% of Californians voted to increase the penalties for shoplifting and drug crime. We voted down rent control. It looks like we voted on Medicare funds to have to be used on Medicare. Like practically, that's what we're focused on. If Kamala won, I wouldn't care because I'm focused on the practical policy.
How about? Come on, you wouldn't care. I would care.
I'd care.
I'd care a little bit.
California's kind of fucked.
A lot of it. I'd care. A lot of it.
I'd care a lot of it.
We're digging ourselves out of a real hole out here.
So there's two things.
I become real cattywampus.
Two things. I am very concerned about Trump being president. I am still very concerned about Trump being president. It's two things. Number one, it's not like I can change the vote. So if I was to stand here and thrash myself around and get angry and soy out, it's not like I can change anything. It's a democracy. It's how it works. And as long as we keep it, then it'll, we can change who the president is in 4 years. And we, of course, can have midterms in 2 years. And if it continues with historical trends, Trump will probably lose the Senate or the House. We don't know who's going to control it, given 2 years. So, I think a lot of it is me trying to be forward thinking. Like you said, me trying to think like, what can we do now that Trump's president? What can we salvage on Ukraine aid? What can we salvage on the Euro-Atlantic relationship? What can we salvage when it comes to protecting vital institutions for the Republic? Like, for example, the independence of the Fed, which Donald Trump has, threatened to violate, which would, his words, losing, the U.S. dollars, Federal Reserve, would be like losing a war. You go after the Fed's independence. That's the quickest way to undercut America's power as world reserve currency. The tariff stuff extremely worries me. His anti-democratic tendencies combined with his love for anti-democratic individuals. I don't like the fact that every time that Donald Trump talks about the people who like him, he cites Viktor Orban. That's not good. That's not good that that's the respect that he's building on the world stage. It's the guy, I'm going to go against the swamp. Who do I love in Europe? The most corrupt public sector leader in the entirety of the European Union. That's the guy I want to strive to be like. The guy who's gotten a vice grip over the press while Trump's talking about withdrawing like the broadcasting arrangements that certain news organizations have. So, I do have concerns. I have concerns about his, his call for this termination of the Constitution because he didn't win. There's a bunch of things I have concerns about.
The most important part of this, though, like we as Democrats will concede that Donald Trump won the election, and we're not going to see like another January 6th. Like we will.
Yeah, well, that's because we're planning. That's true. The reason why is because I'm planning January 5th, baby. Okay, we're gonna get it in advance. That's the plan.
Well, do we all forget, like in 2015?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, in 2015, there was riots immediately following Trump's election. We're probably going to see riots this time around too. Hopefully, we don't. But we're probably going to see riots.
But I really don't see riots.
I hope
storming
you're
the
right, but I can see
Capitol
it
with
happen.
people with zip ties going to like take a bunch of congressional representatives hostage. No, I don't think so.
Didn't the what was it? The Chaz, they literally took over a legitimate area.
They took over a fucking city, dude.
20 billion. Oh, a whole city. That seems like a more successful.
They took over a portion of the city.
Like 2 blocks.
That's what the Confederates did, right?
That's a full
blocks,
insurrection.
Dude.
They burned down a police precinct.
Listen,
the
I got
United States Capitol. That is
look at the casualty rate.
Like
okay?
you're trying to like try and compare apples to oranges. Like we're looking at some people took over a couple city blocks. These motherfuckers took over the Capitol for a fucking few hours.
You think that's all that happened? You think that's all that happened?
During what? Which one, Chaz or
I'm talking about the whole ordeal, like either the Chaz thing. I mean, you can point to all the other riots and shit that was happening, but we're talking about the BLM riots. I mean, that was a whole different thing. I'm talking about the riots back in 2015.
Do you think that's comparable to trying to take over the Capitol? And
I think the BLM riots were. I think the BLM riots were significantly worse. But if we're talking about the 2015 riots, I'm not sure.
You think that's?
I just try to avoid that happening again. I'm just pointing out it could happen again.
You think isolated events in different cities is worse than just taking over the entire United States Capitol and stopping the certification of a federal election?
Well,
I think when you phrase it with hyperbolic language, it sounds a lot.
That's not hyperbolic. That's exactly what happened.
Hold on. Isolated is very underrepresentative of what happened. It was not isolated. It was the summer of love for a reason. It was pretty much the opposite of isolated.
Okay.
It was widespread and organized.
Okay, let's do a little bit of a difference here. And I do want to make a little bit of a comparison here. When we're talking about these riots in these communities, we're not talking about attacks on federal nodes. We're talking about attacks on either local offices, local police precincts, and these things are bad, but these are not the purview of the United States president unless he's going to end up sending troops in order to put it down. It's usually going to be the purview of the local responding authority. This is why Donald Trump was critical, but then praised, but then critical again of Tim Walz's response to riots in his state during the Trump presidencies, because it falls to local purview. When it comes to the protection of the Capitol and, Donald Trump's 3 hours of sitting on the couch watching it happen and tweeting out while they're chanting "Hang Mike Pence," and he's been told they're chanting "Hang Mike Pence," he tweets out, "Mike Pence is a traitor." That's the stuff he's fanning the flames. And while this is happening, his staff is calling the Capitol, calling legislators like Mike Johnson, trying to get them to send it back to the states. You taking advantage of the lull and the certification of the vote that the violence provided. These are two bad things, but they're so different in intent and what the president could and couldn't do and his immediate response and what he knew and what he could immediately do. Because when you're talking about stepping on the toes of a local authority, that's not what this was. There was nothing stopping him from at any point saying, "Shut this down, go in there, time to go." And he didn't for 3 hours. And so I think it's a different type of crime. I think it's a different type of crime, a different type of environment, a different type of culpability.
Well, hold on. If we're talking about Trump's culpability, that's like I guess a separate conversation. We were just simply comparing like the January 6th protesters with the BLM protesters, right? Or I guess the January 6th rioters, I think would be more fair to
Does
the
anybody
BLM
here
rioters, right?
live in a city that experienced the BLM protests?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I live in St. Louis, completely blown out of proportion to how like any media represented or anything. Like, I didn't feel like I couldn't go anywhere in the city. I did not feel anything.
That might have been your experience, but like this is obviously not the experience of plenty of other people. Just because it's cold where you are doesn't mean global warming exists.
And it lasted
or global warming
like
doesn't
a
exist.
day or two. It didn't. It wasn't.
It did
like
not
this
last a
wasn't
day or
attack-
two.
No, yeah, it was months.
Like
It was
each
months
riot,
of fire and burning.
The way,
What are you talking about?
The way, no, it wasn't burning. Like you didn't have like
They
entire
burned down the
cities
Minnesota
burning
police
down
precinct.
for
Yes.
For
Look at
that was-
Minneapolis.
That was literally a
burned
day.
down.
That was literally a day.
They
I remember
burned
that.
out, and then this was also combined with Chaz.
I remember the
this was also combined
CNN
with Kenosha.
headquarters.
Remember
and
Kyle?
police
Remember
burning
Kyle
down
Rittenhouse,
because
right?
They were in the same building.
Return,
I remember
here's
that,
the
and that
issue
was
that
like
makes
a
it-
day.
You just have amnesia about this event.
It was multiple isolated days, but here's the issue that makes it eerily similar to January 6th. It's a lie. It's based in a lie that has persisted longer and more pervasively than the January 6th lie, which is that American police have a habit of killing innocent, unarmed black men. The Democrats still to this day believe, right? Do you agree the Democrats still to this day believe that? So we're on the same page.
I would have to say that it is presented in the media more often that black men are killed more often than white men. I will say
which
that.
is fundamentally
I-
both not true in terms of number, even when you control for number of interactions. It's also not true when you don't control for number of interactions. The issue is, and this is what I've continuously said, and what I think Democrats need to contend with if they want to get back to winning elections, is the Democrats' relationship with the truth is equally disconnected to the Republicans' relationship with the truth. The Republicans' gap is in the absurdity of their lies, but the pervasiveness of their lies is somewhat restricted by the absurdity of their lies.
But when you say
Democrats'
wait,
pervasiveness of their lies
when
is
you
the
say
problem.
Democrats, like, do you think
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter was like it was just like extended to the media through the Democrat Party, and that the Democrat Party was
Well,
the
what
one that was
Republicans
like.
vote-
Hold on.
I think Democrats. So yeah.
The current Republican nominee who is getting her ass kicked by Trump raised money for bail funds for the
You mean-
rioters
yeah.
in the
The
BLM.
Democrat nominee, yeah,
Yes.
Democrat
Yep.
nominee, yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
we're-
does
and we're
that mean
acting
that
like it
the
has nothing to do
Democrats
with
were
what happened.
pushing this out rather than
Yeah, that
other
would-
media
that would be an
organizations were pushing
endorsement.
this out?
The Democrats were standing on the dead bodies of black men to get elected, 100%.
So it was the Democrat Party that funded sending out these media clips.
What?
media
What?
clips?
Media clips of all these like
They're
individuals.
working in
who
tandem.
were
I don't know. I don't
Wait,
know.
okay.
Listen, I'm not going to claim they're over here
Let's-
like planning it out and funding that directly, but it does seem like they were in cahoots to some degree.
Yeah, all,
Like-
all
like,
we're saying is
like, come
Democrats
on.
have rioted, and we're concerned they will riot again because Trump got
hold on.
elected.
And the Democrat Party has endorsed the reasons why those people rioted, the same way the Republican Party has endorsed the reasons why January 6ers rioted.
I mean,
I disagree that the Democrats like
I
endorsed
don't really-
rioting. That's like completely fucking insane.
You had Democrat Congress people sharing Martin Luther King's quote of riots are the language of the unheard while riots were going on, and not including
That's worse than
the
anything
quote
Trump
where
said.
he said that riots should be condemned.
That's worse than anything Trump said. Didn't Trump
During
talk about like
January
a
6th?
firing
Of
squad?
course.
Okay.
No,
During
I'd say
January
it's
6th
equal.
specifically.
I'd say it's equal because my equation is absurdity times pervasiveness. While Republicans are professionals at maximizing absurdity, that limits the pervasiveness. Democrats are professionals at maximizing pervasiveness. They fund the transience of their lies through academia and mainstream media, and they code switch their lies in a way that is most amicable to infect literal fucking professors and media pundits, and they get those lies to stick. People still right now believe that there are states in this union that don't have medical exceptions for abortion.
Okay,
They
now
think there are rights.
we're pivoting away again. Okay, I
mean, it's just it's a broader issue that includes a lot of stuff.
Okay.
But yes, to keep it on this one, Democrats still believe that there is an epidemic of police killing innocent unarmed black men, and that is false.
I think there's an epidemic of police that shoot people when they don't need to be shot. And whether or not that becomes unarmed black men like that are shown in the clips, there is a problem with
data
police that are
disagrees.
poorly trained.
The data disagrees. 95% of U.S. police force, 95% of U.S. police officers have zero filed complaints against them. You can count on
it's
two
hard
hands.
to file a complaint when a person that's homeless is dead.
What do you? Okay, homeless people aren't even the largest share of unarmed black men or white men that get shot.
I guess that's true.
They're not even one of them in most years. Like they're not even a significant part of the equation. Like there's about 20 unarmed white men that get shot every year, and in most cases it's confirmed that they were attacking police in some way. And there's about 5 to 15 unarmed black men that get shot every year, and it is also confirmed that the vast majority of them were attacking police in some way every year. So it's like, it's just not true. The data just does not support it, but the Democrats get to say it, and what people say is, well, who cares if they're lying? They're just trying to advocate for black men. Whereas Trump, his lies, to be clear, like are more absurd because it's like, if he is lying, he is undermining the trust in the American institutions. And that is worse in its own way. But so is the black men lie.
Okay.
Because it's far more pervasive.
So let's.
My problem here. My problem here is.
Come on, Dylan.
All of this can be true, and yet I still don't think this is as damaging as January 6th was. January 6th was uniquely damaging to the United States because that's an attack from within. Against
but the people don't seem to agree with you with that. Like this is what I'm saying.
I disagree. I know more black people than I know that don't believe.
Oh my
this.
god!
Okay,
Okay.
Hold on. Let me jump in, Jim.
Please.
Why
Why are we talking about this? We just had the most important election in our lifetime, and we're fucking revisiting the BLM riots. Trump's about to be president.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, I know more black people who are scared of police than I know black people who aren't. That is way worse than January 6th. Period.
Okay, wait.
They're
Okay.
afraid police are gonna fight.
Wait. Okay, Jeb. Let's not pretend that up until Democrats walked on the block, the black people and the police had this peachy keen relationship where they had deep trust and interconnectedness, and they're all in fucking la la land. They had a long history of police abuses, mistreatment, lack of reporting of said police abuses, protecting of abusers by police unions and otherwise, that has led to a bad relationship between these communities and a lack of trust. And that lack of trust, and there's bad issues, they're not completely gone. Whether we're talking about illegal search and seizures, whether we're talking about stop and frisk, which was something that did not have a positive reception for obvious reasons, and of course the legality of it's in the air, and there's a bunch of other issues that was already present. Now, whether or not Democrats came in, or there were some Democrats that came in and misconstrued, misrepresented, or straight up lied about death data around police interactions, I want to just come out here and say that the reason why Democrats were able to come in here and completely maximize the political gain off of that situation, if there is any political gain to be had, is because there was no voice to be listened to on the other side of the aisle on this, either because of the lobbying of the police unions, long-standing support between, like, Back the Blue, the right, and the idea of breaking with it ideologically being too difficult, the ideological cohesion of their movement. For whatever reason, it was very difficult for the Republicans to really give any headway when it came to law enforcement or police reform. And the little bit of headway we did get under the Trump administration, I forgot what the bill was called, it wasn't even on policing.
The First Step Act.
The First Step Act is now seen as a massive mistake by the rank and file of most of the Republican Party. And so there's no other, there's not a reform alternative from within the Republican Party. And so Democrats maximized on that.
Here's my issue is Democrats have run with this, and now I can do my victory lap because it looks like we're going to have won. Democrats have run on this. Republicans are immune to data. They're immune.
This
to
was
real
not a
information.
2024 election issue. Let's be for real.
No, I get it. No, I'm connecting it.
No, that's
like
true.
that was this election, but that was kind of what we were thinking in 2020 when, again, what reform did we need when there were literally fewer black people shot in a year than I could count on my hands that were unarmed and not attacking cops? 8 Can't Wait was probably your most reasonable reform movement, and 6 out of the 8 were absolutely fucking retarded things to apply, like banning chokeholds. If you talk to anyone, including me, who has extensive experience in like hand-to-hand combat techniques, chokeholds are the only way that you can subdue someone larger and stronger than you effectively without using a weapon. Like, there was no room to concede because there wasn't a problem where the Democrats were saying there was a problem. There just wasn't.
Okay, wait. There is reforms. I'm sorry. Civil asset forfeiture, transparency around the records of existing police officers who have committed crimes before. Let me finish. These are all. Let me throw this out there for a moment. These are all legitimate issues that the community has. Now, let's say that at the end, somebody, to get political gain, took these real issues, then took an issue that's not as real, bashed them together, then went with the second alternative. There's no Republican alternative. If Democrats will talk about civil assets forfeiture a little bit, and Democrats will talk about, for example, police retraining, or if, by the way, the defund the police movement died. It's now fund the police movement specifically to fund retraining programs.
Because there was no problem
on the Republican side. There is no. What is the Republican police reform proposal?
I have one. Rand Paul wrote the Justice for Breonna Taylor Act that all of the Democrats shot down.
Who wrote it?
It banned no-knock raids.
Rand Paul?
Yeah, no-knock raids has got to go. No-knock raids is something you can get conservatives behind
that banned no-knock raids.
And who voted for it?
Democrats were... None of the Democrats.
What about the Republicans?
I don't know if it even went to a vote because there was no Democrat support.
I don't know about Republican voting. I will say that in Texas, at least our courts have ruled in favor against the no-knock raids for the homeowners because some of the no-knock. One of the guys here in Texas, he had a no-knock raid happen on him. Wrong house. He killed the cop. They want to try for murder, and then they basically have made a referendum and have been getting rid of no-knock raids across the state.
Yeah, Cory Booker is actually.
I think that's something you get conservatives behind.
Back the Justice for Breonna Taylor Act. Funny enough.
So to I guess make the argument a different way, I have a study on this. In 2019, between 13 and 27, depending on how you count it, unarmed black men were killed by the police. But when polled, people who self-identified as far left believed that in 2019 there were tens of thousands of unarmed black men killed by the police. People who identified as just somewhat left thought there were thousands of unarmed black men killed by the police. And even conservatives thought there were hundreds of unarmed black men being killed by the police. And so people were approaching the situation with this misconception that there is this almost massacre level problem where there's tens of thousands of people are being killed. And if you believe wrongly that tens of thousands of people are being killed, maybe rioting and burning down random people's property and destroying shit makes a little bit more sense. But the problem is they were fed this lie because the media would hyperfixate on specific cases, some of which turned out to be a lie, such as the Mike Brown case,
Jacob Blake,
or Jacob
Kyle
Blake. Yeah, exactly. And so, and what it seems like is that there's a lot of blame.
Okay, I'll let you finish. Sorry, I'll let you finish quickly.
Yeah, there's a lot of blame levied against Trump for spreading the election lie, which motivated the January 6th protesters. But there's not a lot of blame levied at people who, I guess, contributed to this misinformation of black men being targeted by the police that led to the BLM riots, which, but in terms of monetary cost and in terms of lives lost, were simply much graver than January 6th. I mean, you can look at the death toll, you can look at the destruction, you can look at, there's places in Minneapolis that still aren't the way that it was beforehand. I mean, the entire sections of the entire city are gone. So, and if you can blame Trump and say that, yeah, well, maybe he didn't tell them to go commit violence, but by bringing up the election lie, that he was somewhat responsible, then I think that the media and the Democrat Party specifically are responsible somewhat for the BLM riots that happened in the summer.
I mean, if somebody is lying about police death data in order for political gain, then yes, I do think that you are causing a divisive political environment for your own benefit. But let's also be clear that, again, I don't think comparing these two things directly makes sense, because we're talking about as a blob, as like an institution of people, generally speaking, saying that there's a problem with police killings of unarmed black men on top of other problems that we both, I think, are well-established issues that we seem to agree on. Well, I think we probably nobody in here is like a huge fan of like civil asset forfeiture, or I'm sure we could find a certain amount, or like, for example, I don't think anybody's here is angry at the idea of a civilian review board or something along those lines to make sure that the police officers there. When we talk about Trump's response to J6, he had the power for hours to do the thing because it was his job. He watched it and did nothing. When we talk about these riots locally, a lot of this falls to the governors. And you can maybe point at this governor or that governor, and that'd be fair enough.
Tim Walz.
Like Tim Walz, who Trump praised his response. He said it was a good response.
Yeah, until the details came out about how he sat on that order for 12 hours?
No. Trump had to convince Tim Walz to do it, and then commended him for listening to him. That is the order in which things happened. Tim Walz was not calling in the National Guard. Trump called him and said, you need to call in the National Guard, and I will back you 100%. He did it, and then Trump commended him because he listened to Trump, as we know Trump will do. If you listen to Trump...
Okay, wait. Let me grant that, and I'm not going to question any of the facts of it. I would. I don't remember the specifics that much. Let's give it at that on its face. Even more reason then for Trump, who would see it was a proper, well-used method to put down these types of events, to see people storming the United States Capitol when it falls under his direct authority to say, go and do so. You go do this, go send the troops. And he just sat there for 3 hours and watched it as they tried to leverage it for him staying in office, right? And I agree with that, there's a difference between, I would also say, somebody being scared to send the National Guard for fear of political backlash, and somebody not sending the National Guard for trying to get a specific political benefit. For example, continued stay in power, which I think is, at this point, basically established fact.
Can I ask a question? Let me ask a question. All right, so I want to propose.
But wait, can we get back to the election though? Because I wanted to ask something, because we were talking about something that's in this purview, post-election violence. I was afraid before of the election of post-election violence. I'm still afraid of post-election violence. So I am fearful of bombings. I'm a fear of anonymous attacks, of somebody thinking, the Republic is dying, I got to go do something. And I got to ask you guys, how much of this, and maybe this is the hot take, and I have a bunch of conservatives in here to tell me how demented I am for thinking this. A certain amount of this is, of course, be the fault of anybody who enacts violence or goes into violence. But does any fault fall upon those who use reckless language that could maybe provide a situation that causes a panic more than necessary? For example, I would say if Harris won and then she said, there will be no more guns. They're all going to go away. I'm going to ban all the guns, and this Constitution is too white, and so it's gone. We're going to replace it with a who cares institution, whatever. I would imagine some language like that immediately following an election, or even before an election, if she was to end up winning, could be more likely to cause violence because people would be panicking in reaction to that. They'd say, oh my God, I'm going to lose my gun. Oh my God, I'm going to lose the Republic. So I got to go take actions. So if somebody like Donald Trump says, I want to delete the U.S. Constitution, terminate it in order for me to stay president, when he's talking about firing squads, when he's putting, obviously hinting at going after his political opponents with putting them in prison or otherwise, when he's making these overtures over and over and over again, multiple times on the campaign trail, the enemy within speech, he doubled down on 3, 4, 5 times in interviews. Is that not something that could also cause violence because he's his own worst producer of a boogeyman?
I think it could, but that's why I was glad to hear in his speech him say things like, I'm going to be a president for everybody. I'm going to fix this country up for everybody. And I think his prior rhetoric definitely contributes to violence as much as the prior rhetoric of the Democrat Party saying the democracy is literally going to end when this guy gets into office. He is also killing women with his federal abortion ban he wants to push, and all that kind of rhetoric. I think both contribute to it equally. I don't think we're going to have a ton of violence. Hopefully.
I don't know if anybody said
think
there'd be a literal. I don't think anybody said there'd be a literal end to democracy. Maybe some people did. The line I usually heard, and I agree with, is that Trump is a threat to democracy. And maybe that's my hot take, but I still think he's a threat to democracy.
I just watched. Hold on. I just watched a clip of Alan Lichtman. He specifically said our democracy is over.
Alan Lichtman
when the
or
results for Trump.
Alan Lichtman?
Lichtman.
I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
I'm not sure. The keys. The
13 keys wizard.
The 13 key guys. Yeah.
But
so I just saw
I'm sure.
that.
Yeah, no, there are Democrats. There are Democrats that believe that. I'm sure.
Kamala Harris called him a fascist. And what do you do to fascists? Right. We're talking about the party that also talked about how you punch fascists. And this is after.
Okay, well, now
this is after Donald Trump got shot.
Fake allegories to a Nazi rally at a whole different building. Like, I mean, Bruce Springsteen had concerts there. George W. Bush had a rally there.
Yeah,
Bill Clinton had a rally there.
Oh, and Project 2025,
Project
please.
2025 when his whole thing was Agenda 47. I don't know. It seems very like I'm not going to say one side or the other as incited because both sides have played.
The rally stuff was crazy. The rally stuff was uniquely crazy.
Well, let me ask you a question.
I wouldn't call it incitement.
Hold on, Jim. Let me just jump in here. I got a hypothetical since we have a couple lefties here. So I've heard a lot, and I've been called crazy. I've got called crazy here, and I feel like I got called insane. All these things. I feel like all my predictions are coming true so far. So let me ask you a question. So Trump wants to make new agencies. So say Trump guts the DOJ, eliminates it, like as some people have said, theorized, and he puts the DOJ in place, right? Let's just say hypothetically he puts whatever in there, right? If he goes in there and they actually go and find evidence of election tampering, I'm not going to conspiracy theories, but just a hypothetical, if they did this and they found election tampering, would like people accept that? Like
you know
the way
what?
that people accept no evidence?
Look, I'll be the first to say that if Trump finds evidence of election tampering and proof that he stole it, I'll agree with him.
There you go.
Well, no, like if we find evidence of election tampering, we find evidence of election tampering. But Trump has lied about evidence of election tampering and bamboo paper and all this stuff so many times. I need to see the evidence. I wouldn't just need to see Trump saying, "Yeah, actually, I won the popular vote by 20 million out of 10 million this time because of the illegals," and then it just ends at that because he opened a committee to investigate election fraud back in 2016, and after a few weeks, they shut it down because they didn't find anything.
No, what's your level? Obviously, I don't mean just like Trump said. Like, obviously, that's not. I mean, what would be your maybe
we got a paper trail. We have a paper trail of widespread voter fraud.
Okay,
that would be an example because we have paper trails that we could look at.
Yeah, these are just honest questions. I'm just curious because what about the other Dem voter here? I'm just curious about that. Would you? Oh,
we'll be back.
Would you?
Yeah, 1 second. So you're talking about if Trump puts up an agency that just looks into.
No, I mean say he replaced the DOJ. No, yeah, my hypothetical. It's not a real nuanced hypothetical, and I'm not trying to do a gotcha, right? I say he replaces the DOJ, and they find election fraud. What's the level of proof that you would need to accept that it's not it's bullshit? I'm just curious.
I would need proof that's corroborated from several agencies that goes, there was election fraud. I obviously don't think there was election fraud, but
I don't think so either. I'm not claiming that. I just am curious. I'm trying to find a worst case scenario because I've heard a lot about his replacing of the these agencies or tearing out the DOJ. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but the difference between I don't know if any of you three are going to be on the panel and still deny the 2020 election, but
I mean,
right now I'm accepting the results of 2024.
Well, I don't know if you can say still because I don't know if any of us here. I certainly haven't.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I misspoke and said still, but there's a lot of people, a lot of my friends included. I'm in a lot of Discord channels with a lot of conservatives and stuff, and they still think that the 2020 election was stolen, and they don't trust elections and stuff. And it's I don't know how we bridge this gap in America.
I'm sympathetic to the idea that there could be fraud, right? Because we have the Connecticut mayor case that's going on right now, and what is it? I can't think of the name, of course, now that I bring it up. But they have the Connecticut mayor case where they're actually having to do a recount, and they literally have people stuffing ballots on camera. Now, I don't think it's widespread, and I've never claimed that, but I do think it's at least worth looking at, right? I mean, I kind of think, you know what I'm saying? If it can happen in one place, it can happen in a
Yeah,
lot
no,
of
like
places.
Gibbs, like I
know
get
how
where
to
you're coming
bridge the
from,
gap.
but like most of the election fraud that we found in 2020, like we found like a few cases where like a man went into Michigan and tried to vote for his son, and he voted for Trump both times. Like a lot of the cases we found, like minimal cases, by the way.
Yeah,
like,
it was minimal cases. I'm not
very
arguing that. I
minimal.
mean, the most we found is with Kim Paxton and Lulac. That's kind of the
I know
newest
how to
thing.
bridge the gap, though.
Yeah, go ahead,
I know
Jim.
how to bridge the gap. 83% of Americans want voter ID federally. If the Democrats unified with the Republicans and said, you know what, we think trust in our elections has become a problem, we're going to unify with the Republicans and we're going to pass unified voter ID to show that we prioritize in a bipartisan manner election integrity. We're going to pass federalized voter ID.
I will agree with you on that. If any man, woman, or I mean any man or woman, I mean they have to be 18 years old. Like if they walk into like I don't know, like a post office or like any federal office, and they can get like a federal ID printed for free, I'd be fine with that.
I don't think the current like $10 for a state ID is that enough of a burden to need to do that. I would agree with policy that does that. I do not think it's necessary.
So just to be clear, my state has voter ID and does give it for free for that very reason. You can get a voter ID for free.
Yeah, and
but I'm also sympathetic to the idea.
Yeah.
But I'm also sympathetic to the idea that if you frankly, if you can't afford a $10 ID, I don't know how responsible you are. Are you really the kind of person that we want voting? I don't know.
Elon Musk, why are we quote unquote crying about election fraud when we won? Maybe the Democrats you talk to are wrong, and we actually care about these issues regardless of who wins. We actually give a fuck about election integrity. Who would have fucking
That's
thought?
a good point. Crazy. that we can be honest. It's crazy.
83% of Americans want
Kinda
voter ID.
crazy on an
pretty much
issue
all of
that
Europe has
we
it.
haven't
Why do we
found
not
to
have it?
exist.
But we're like winning the
all
last
of Europe except for the UK. Yeah, I'm pretty sure even Ukraine has voter ID. So I mean, hey, let's catch up.
It makes sense. It makes it faster to count votes. It makes it easier to count votes for pollsters. If we had, this is my extreme policy, we should reserve mail-in voting for the military and retirees, and we should have nationwide voter ID, and we would always have the result of the election on the day of the election, and we would have zero room for Republicans or Democrats to cry foul on election integrity.
No, I think we should expand like people's ability to vote by mail. Like I don't like.
Why?
Do you? Why?
What's the point of voter ID at that point?
Yeah, why vote ID? Like I have this problem.
ID?
So
83% of people want you to have to present your ID to vote. But if you mail it in, you don't have to present your ID to vote.
If you mail it in, it's already tied into your ID. It's already tied into your like.
As much as.
But why is mail-in voting good? Like, why is that a good thing? Like, I don't understand why it's a good thing.
Because mail-in ID. Imagine if you're like me and you're walking 3 blocks like I did today, and it's raining. And it's raining bad, and a car is about to hydroplane into your ass.
Yeah, get rained on.
Here's my simple.
Get rained on. You live in the world.
You want to know my simple? Here's my simple.
About the rain specifically. I'm talking about a car hydroplanes into your ass.
Yeah. What if a meteorite hits you when you're walking?
Yeah, I guess. Wait. Here's the simplest reason for mail-in voting in the world. Our elderly poll workers that are getting harassed and death threats like every other day are dealing with long enough lines on election night, and I think shortening those lines, having other people vote in other ways, so it's easier for them and easier for the system, I think that's better. I think it's good.
If we had mail-in voting limited to the military and retirees, we would have more polling stations because we'd be able to rely on high demand for in-person voting.
Do you know how the system works when you walk up and you like show an ID, like how they process
Dylan,
it?
why are you still entertaining these idiots? Because they have power.
Also, we're not, bro. This is the thing. If you want to keep losing,
They scan it, and it
we're all
like
idiots and
applies
crazy.
to you.
That's what I wanted
being
to talk about when I
registered
came on here originally. Is like I don't know, like when I every time I come on, like I feel like I go to a lot of hostile battles. I get told I'm an idiot, I'm insane, I'm wrong.
I didn't
and
say
it feels
you're
like
an idiot.
No, but it's like, hey. When I come here, I keep telling people I come from like a normal perspective. I'm not in the Twitch poll like circles. I feel like I talk to these people and I'm like, this is what normies are feeling here, right? And people are like, nah, you're saying nobody's thinking that. And then it feels like the numbers are representing what I'm saying here, like going forward. I don't know.
Wait.
It's very elitist. It feels very elitist.
No, it is.
People
It is Gibbs.
feel very like I'm dismissed out of hand. And I feel
exactly.
like maybe I'm dismissed. Maybe I am an idiot. I don't know. But if you dismiss all segments of the population that have the same beliefs as me or thoughts,
Gibbs,
and like
have I been derogatory at any point in this conversation?
we're talking about something bitching. I feel vindicated.
Right.
No, I feel vindicated because I feel like the election is proving what I've been saying.
83% of people support voter ID, so you are in the bottom 17% of IQ if you don't want voter
100%. Well, and on top of that, like people call us idiots, but we're the ones that can predict
I didn't
elections.
say I didn't
apparently.
support voter ID. I said I would absolutely support voter ID if it's just
we're talking
free to
about
get an
someone
ID.
in chat who came at us for supporting voter ID.
Okay, there's two things.
We're with
that's
you,
not my dog in
Return.
the fight.
You're
There's-
part of the coalition. We're gonna make this.
Yes,
country better.
you're one of them.
Saying, like clear. I'm just saying I feel vindicated because I've been saying like segments of the population feel a certain way, and I feel like the voting trends have supported that, like in this election. And I like so no, I don't think we feel like idiots. I think Jeb's right. If you keep calling people idiots, and keep kicking a dog while it's down, eventually you're gonna get bit. Like I feel like that's what's happened here. People
Okay.
turned and like shifted.
Wait. Let's.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay, I agree that you shouldn't just
Not
call
even
everybody idiots, but also we cannot pull punches on when a policy is idiotic or it's idiotic when people believe it. For example, I believe the American population on tariffs are generally. I'm trying to think of a polite way to say mentally defunct, right? In that way, and I'm trying not to use the R word anymore. I've reformed. Most Americans who are advocating for tariffs don't even know what they are. They think that the Chinese will pay the tariffs. They think that the Russians or the whoever foreigner is going to pay the tariff, and it's not going to be passed down to American inputs on American domestic factories, which also we're trying to bring the factories home, but then we're going to tariffs the inputs for said factories to make it so it's going to be more productive to make said things in the United States, not to mention the increased cost for consumers. And I see like small business owners who make things overseas and then import them, thinking tariffs is somehow going to help them, thinking that it's the Chinese, the people on the other end of that equation, they're going to have to pay it. And this is a question of people's like intelligence. I'm not saying you're stupid, but there's a lot of these things where I feel like they've been marketed in a certain way and it's a scam. I think tariffs are a scam. I think the 24 hours deal in Ukraine is a scam. I think right now, the world is a really shit place because of a lot of conflict, because of the outflow of C-19. And the President of the United States did his general best to try to guide the boat down the river, had bumps, had successes elsewhere. But because the current status quo is garbage and people don't like defending the status quo was garbage, Trump had a lot of easy wiggle room. And by selling, in large part, some scams, and on the other part, some okay stuff, but mostly scams. I think that's how he was able to become president again. Like the tariff stuff. Tariffs replacing national income tax. What is he fucking talking about? That's not gonna happen. That's crazy.
Yeah, but here's the issue: is we
be kind of
say
based,
that in
though.
isolation.
It's not gonna happen.
And
It's crazy.
But the implication is the other side did not also try to win by selling scams, and that's the problem. Is one, Joe Biden took a lot fewer W's than I think you're willing to admit. I think Joe Biden's insane levels of spending forced the Federal Reserve to they tied their hands. They could not lower rates until the very end of his presidency, which ended up fucking him because
we avoided a recession. Almost every economist was predicting that we were going to enter a recession, and we avoided one. And while, of course, when you use economic tools to avoid a recession, some of those are going to be painful, but that needs to be given credit.
But you also need to give credit to the pain. Like when you,
of course, I give credit to the pain. That was one of the first things I acknowledged in today's night was the difficulty.
You did.
Yeah.
Yes, you did, but Kamala's campaign did not. Kamala's campaign said anybody who thinks the economy is bad right now is fucking dumb or crazy.
That's not what they said at all. You're just you're lying. No, they said on. I remember. No, of course no. Yeah, of course they'd say something like, well, wait, transitory inflation is not an invalidation of someone's experience. It's saying that this hardship you're experiencing is temporary, and we're going to grow beyond it. And there's multiple occasions where she's talking about the positive economic indicators of the United States. And she'd always hedge every single time when she's talking about positive economic indicators with, we still got a lot of room to grow. I know a lot of Americans are still suffering. She'd always hedge at the end there. Trump never wait. Oh, really? Do I hear Trump say stuff like, hey, our economy's doing great, our economy's doing fantastic, but actually a lot of Americans are still struggling with credit card debt, and our administration has not properly, addressed that issue yet, and no, he doesn't. We've had the best thing ever. It's always the greatest. It's the best economy ever, the best inflation ever, the best black unemployment better, the best, everything ever. It's never, Dylan, there's no hedging of that.
You had to make up something Kamala has never said, which is pointing out the economic indicators she was struggling on. She never did that. That was the problem, is Americans felt like Democrats were so disconnected from the state of the economy because Kamala never said, we understand default rates are at an all-time high and savings rates are at an all-time low.
That is fair enough. That is fair enough. But wait, but let's not assume that because Harris didn't go far enough in classifying where the issues were, that doesn't mean the other end of the issue, the other end of the equation, the Trump side, actually did that, because on the other end of the Trump side, it was like snake oil after snake oil economic fix.
Can I take a crack at this? Let me take a crack if you don't mind. I want to just thank you, appreciate it. I'm simply sitting here looking at this. I think that people are a little confused. Well, hey, Jeb's got the hold on, this is Giga Chat.
Bro, I'm iron. Okay, I can take it all. Okay, I really didn't push that much fucking metal. Okay, and I didn't have that much whiskey, so I'm good. I'm good to go.
Also, chat. Look. I have still a bunch of Ukraine embeds to do. Just because Trump won doesn't mean the war in Ukraine's over, even though Tim said the war would be over in 20 minutes. It's been over 20 minutes. Yeah. Why is the war not over, Tim? Tim, why is the war not over?
He's not president yet.
No. You don't understand. Tim Pool said that once Trump would win, within 20 minutes of winning, not becoming president, within 20 minutes of the election being called, he would already be talking to Trump, Putin, and the war would be over. So,
look, I don't endorse everything Tim Pool says. Okay, that's pretty wild. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Tim Pool's retarded. Also, the reason I'm so conscious, it's earlier for me than all of you. I don't know how yours.
Well, cheers, Jeb. Cheers, Jeb.
I'm up because I was ready for 24 hours. I slept before because I was ready for a long night like everybody else was. And now I'm just in for a shorter, sad night, and I'm going to go drown my sorrows in some whiskey or something. I don't know.
So I want to give Jeb Tan some credit. Like when he's talking about, there's the economic proposals from the Kamala campaign were awful, right? I mean, you got rent control being proposed, which is universally panned by economists. You have
rent control or price gouging. Which are you saying this is?
Well, no, I'm going to go through three. So there was the rent control. Then there was the price control. Some people say it was price control specifically on price gouging, which, by the way, both of those policies are also panned by economists. Price gouging is actually good in a free market economy to meet need. Okay. And then you had seriously, it is. You can look up the economic.
Well, I mean,
price gouging benefits the poor and punishes the rich who can buy in bulk.
No,
the moment
I don't know about that.
It doesn't benefit anybody.
Wait. When she talks about price gouging, let's be clear. When she says price gouging, okay. But when she says price gouging, she gives examples about hurricane response. She's saying environments where there's been... Yes, she does. Every time she brings up price gouging, she talks about how prices went up for certain essential goods in areas where the... Well, of course it's niche. It was right after a fucking hurricane. It was right after a hurricane. And
I have to clarify what I'm talking about. This was before the hurricane. She was specifically talking about like the price increases that came with inflation. And she was saying, like these grocery stores, which by the way have incredibly low margins, right? You look at grocery stores, they only have like 1-2% margins. These grocery stores are taking advantage of you. They're charging all this extra money. So I'm going to crack down on them and I'm going to implement like price controls to prevent this kind of surge. Now, price controls generally are a bad idea, but also price controls on price surging are also a bad idea. Both of these are panned by economists, the same economists that you would agree with when it comes to tariffs being bad. Yet Kamala Harris doesn't seem to listen to them when it comes to that. She also proposed the tax on unrealized gains, which is an awful policy for multiple reasons. But then like rent control, right? I mean, rent control is also like one of the worst policies to address housing. And yet, like you look at her on her campaign, like this was something that she brought up multiple times.
Look,
I want to speak to the average person.
Wait. Let me throw. Wait, can I make some concessions first? I thought it was something directed towards me. Okay. First off, I'm not a huge fan of rent control. I think tying certain rent control rates to markets and making sure that nobody is actually price gouging, i.e., like, hey, we're increasing your rates by 200% when completely unnecessary. Like, I'm not against that. People can say that's anti-free market, but I'm not a slave to the market. But I agree that, generally speaking, rent control is usually a populist response in reaction to prices getting out of control, when usually supply side solutions are the way to go. You increase supply, prices go down. That's usually the best way to deal with it. It's not usually the only way to deal with it. There are certain situations where it could be useful, but in the vast majority of situations, it's a question of supply, which he also talked about increasing. Supply. But when we talk about tariffs, and I'll agree to some extent on the rent control. I don't agree to some extent when it comes to price gouging, even though I think there should be some legislation on price gouging. In fact, even in states like Texas, the most Republican states in the country, price gouging, there are laws against it for disaster scenarios and things like this. So it's not always positive to have price gouging. It actually, and definitely disaster scenarios, is negative.
Wrong. The Republicans in Texas are wrong with those laws, right? I agree with you.
So you think during during a hurricane, you think business should be able to price their goods as high as they want? I disagree with you fundamentally. The economists can go suck my dong, okay? Because it's not. And the reason why. Look, because let me finish my sentence, my justification of it. I acknowledge that allowing them to always choose the prices might be economically more productive, but in a crisis where people are dying of starvation and thirst and other things where they need these goods immediately, I'm willing to take a negative immediate economic impact in order to save the most lives in scenarios like that. So
that's when price gouging is most important in those scenarios. Because
exactly.
If you make a pallet of waters $20 instead of $3, the first fucking rich white family that comes to the grocery store can't buy up all the water.
Well, then put limits on buying the goods.
That's not the argument.
Just put a limit on buying the goods. That's much easier.
You guys are misunderstanding.
Just make it like 2 water packs per person.
No. The argument is that with price gouging laws, there is not incentive to mass produce bottled water. Right? That's like literally the argument for rent. This is true. Okay, we can talk. I don't care. Okay, I don't. Look, Texas was the example that Dylan brought up. I don't know the specific law in Texas. What I'm saying is that generally speaking, the exact same argument that you use against rent control is the argument that you would use when it comes to price gouging laws, which is that when you remove the incentive to create more of something, you get less of that, and when you get less of that, you get more shortages, and so price gouging legislation increases shortages. Why? Because there's less incentive to actually warehouse goods, because you're not going to make a profit once you sell them, because you can't sell them for the price necessary to cover the cost of warehousing them, and also you're not going to ramp up production of those things because you can't sell them for all that much money because of the price gouging laws. And so there's not much incentive to warehouse goods.
If you were making money before selling these goods at $3 a pop, why would that change just because now people are more desperate? You could still make money.
Yes, I'll tell you. Well, no, I'll tell you, because because by the very nature of being a disaster, you have a massive spike in demand.
Well, just because there's a spike in demand doesn't mean you're not making money if it still costs the same to produce it.
Hold on. Wait, stop. Gibbs, please. It's a basic economic problem, right? When you have a massive spike in demand and the supply can't rise to meet that demand, you're going to have shortages, right? Or you're going to have shortages, and the only way to increase the incentive,
put limits instead. Just put limits. Put purchasing limits.
So the problem, okay.
Put purchasing limits and do your best to rush resources into the area instead of gouging out an already poor population who's going to need that money to rebuild anyway.
The problem, again, so even with limits on purchasing, this doesn't actually affect the concept of shortages, right? Because there's even with limits, there's going to be an increased demand for these items.
Well, I know, but it's one tool in the tool belt. But yeah,
it could be, but again, it's highly ineffective compared to trying to mass manufacture more bottled water for the disaster area. And now you have this massive demand, And we need to reach that demand with an increased supply. How are we going to spike up supply dramatically? How are we going to ramp up production dramatically? There needs to be a financial incentive in a market scenario. And so this is why price gouging laws literally lead to shortages. You can read like economists talk about this. Like price gouging laws quite literally are just people think it's unfair, so they pass laws against it, and it has negative effects. Same thing with rent control. It's economically illiterate. You shouldn't support these policies. And so when Republicans do it, which I agree, like this is a bipartisan, idiotic proposal that people have.
Wait.
It leads to worse responses to disasters.
We obviously, I agree generally that price gouging laws in most scenarios, except for extreme cases and insular bubble, like economic bubbles, I would agree in most cases. No, we're disagreeing on the fringes here, but let me just grant you what you're saying and assume that you're right on every level. If you agree that both Republicans and Democrats are implementing it, then shouldn't we be concentrating on the economic illiteracy that differentiates the two parties? For example, For example, the 20% tariff on all imported goods as a major importer and exporter of goods, the international node for global trade, and the global reserve currency. I mean, this feels like something that's not only set to just beat up the American consumer, but also the American producer and industrialist.
But
let me just respond. Let me respond to this point specifically. So Biden does tariffs too, right? And I agree with you.
Not a tariff like this. Not tariffs in the same way.
Hold on.
Don't Gibbs, you can throw your hands up. I'm right. I'm right.
When you're saying not in the same way, this is the exact point I'm going to make. Kamala Harris is supporting price controls and price gouging legislation. And yes, some Republicans support it too, but just not in the same way. Yes, Republicans tend to actually be better on this. And maybe you're right. They tend to be a little bit worse when it comes to the tariffs nowadays. That wasn't necessarily the case
not
back in
a
the
little
early
bit.
2000s.
What's being proposed right now is tariffs replacing income tax, something that's not feasible. I don't care how many times people call it bakes. They're cool. It's not going to happen. This is a country with real people and a real economy and a real budget. And with a real budget and real people on the line, we shouldn't be like playing footsie with Rand Paul thinking we're going to have like this fun libertarian paradise. We live in the real world. We live in the real world.
Ron Paul doesn't like tariffs. They don't like tariffs either. Look, I'm not.
But he would love. Wait. You don't think Rand Paul would jump on the idea to replace our national income tax with tariffs? He absolutely would. He absolutely would. That's how we used to do it, and that's their argument. The argument is we used to do it that way, so let's do it that way today.
Wait. Income tax is evil. Okay, I agree. It is. It's theft. I'm a somewhat economically literate. Hold on. I'm a somewhat economically literate person. I'm not going to defend tariffs because I'm not going to back economically bad things. I understand tariffs are not good in of themselves, but when you look at the tariffs that Biden kept from the Trump and even implemented a few, right? Yes, they were bad too, arguably from like an economic perspective. Now, from a geopolitical perspective, you can have a different argument. But like, yes, both Democrats and Republicans are bad with tariffs. Both Democrats and Republicans are bad with price gouging laws. They're both bad. I mean, Democrats way more so when it comes to like rent control proposals, when it comes to taxing certain capital gains. Yeah, there's all sorts of different, like, yes, the two parties are better and worse on specific economic proposals. But what Jeb was doing and what I'm doing is just showing that Kamala is really fucking bad on a lot of economic proposals in a way that, and frankly, in my opinion, I'm less afraid of Trump's economic proposals, right? The idea of rent control, unrealized or taxes on unrealized gains, that would sink the stock market. Like, what a horrible policy.
Not only this.
Wait. Can we also just say quickly though? Wait. I'm sorry, Jeff. There's three of you. There's one of me. Okay.
You're right.
Okay.
Hey, there's two
tariffs.
of you.
Let's assume
haven't chipped in.
Well, that's true, but it feels like 1 on 3. Look,
it's okay. It's really 2 on 2 because I haven't chipped in much either. So
let's say that I don't necessarily secede the idea that her rent control policies are so necessarily extreme that it would have the necessary. But let's concede it all. A national rent control policy is not passing the House. It's not passing the Senate, even on Harris's best election outcome, which we did not see today. Tariff policy is largely controlled by the chief executive. So this is something that Donald Trump has basic unilateral, not unilateral completely, but largely, depending on the lawyer you talk to, pretty strong authority over. He cannot institute nobody can institute a national rent control policy or a national price gouging policy like that. You can do that with tariffs. And so Trump, somebody who's not always been the best with guardrails and having people holding him back, then gets his hands on being able to do whatever the fuck he wants in the middle of the night on tariffs and announce it, which he's done that with policies before, announced it in the middle of the night without talking to his advisors. I think that's a kind of like a monkey with an economic machine gun, whereas with Harris, even in worst case scenario, is a gun without bullets. When if she was to try to implement these rent control policies, that wouldn't be able to pass anyway.
I think if she had the Democrats, she could get them passed. But
I want to get in here and I want to talk about like price first off price control, rent control, but then rent fixing or price fixing when it comes to rent. Like, does everybody understand the concept of price fixing when it comes to rent?
If you're going to describe things that are already banned by anti-monopoly, antitrust laws, or are you talking about something else?
Yeah, that's what I'm describing right now. Is like price fixing right now is already outlawed right now as we speak, and that is because you'll have, if it wasn't outlawed, you'll have a bunch of different rent complexes or like different management companies and rent complexes try and fix their prices to certain areas to lead people to certain areas to maximize the amount of tenants they have and maximize the rent they get.
Yep.
I don't understand how like outlawing these types of laws would be.
We're not talking about those laws. Those are already those activities are already illegal.
Price
rent and price
fixing
fixing.
Price fixing.
That is different than price
illegal.
fixing.
Hold on. Price fixing is already illegal in grocery.
It's illegal generally, right? It's under antitrust laws.
It is illegal generally. So what are we arguing? We're arguing about a concept that is pretty much already illegal.
We're
now arguing about price gouging.
Price controls are different than antitrust legislation. These are two totally different things.
Well, let me jump in if you don't mind. Can I jump in for a second? I'm sitting here listening to what y'all talking about, and we're talking a lot about like what Kamala would have done, what all this, et cetera, et cetera. And I think what we're really missing is what the average voter's been trying to say, right? Like they're sitting here going, "Shit's bad," and we've been getting lied to by I think the Dems. Like they sit here and they go, "Oh, economy's good, credit card debt's highest it's ever been, homelessness 15-year high, housing market it's not the worst it's ever been, it's bad." We got default rate. That's another one. 21.7% as of today increase in cumulative inflation. Like that's hard. It's hard for you. It's between 40 cents and $1 increase in gas for the average person, depending on what state they live in, higher than it was 4 years ago. Look, so when people go out there, it's much like Bill Clinton said to George Bush Sr., it's the economy, stupid. I think that when you combine that with other like domestic issues like inflation, they turn out in droves. Don't think it's so much Kamala's policy, because I don't even know if she really had much policy. It didn't seem substantive to me. Now, I'm biased, I'll admit that. However, it does seem more of the lack of awareness of what's happening now. Like, it's hard to argue with, you've been in your office now, why didn't you do anything while you were there?
Can I make more concrete what you're kind of saying?
Go for it.
Wait, quickly. I do want to throw out there. Number one, I don't know if we're going to say turnout in droves if their turnout rate is lower than it was 4 years ago, okay? I don't know if I would use that terminology. That's the first thing.
I don't know if Trump's will be.
I don't know.
Trump's might be the highest ever.
I believe what was the last vote totals from the last election? It was.
I think
it was
Trump
over
got
80 million.
Trump got like 74 million.
Let me look.
And he's
last
at
time.
70. He's at 70.5 right now.
Vote total 2020.
What it honestly seems like is Republicans showed up the same way they did last election. Democrats fucking stayed home.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Democrats, it's about who wanted it more.
It was 74 million.
I think. So I was on the money. I think Trump will.
Biden's keeping his election record of 81, though, no matter what it seems.
And only half of California has been counted. So
CNN talked about it. Kamala hasn't outperformed now that final vote counts are in a lot of counties.
She hasn't outperformed in a single district.
In a single one.
Kamala hasn't.
No.
Yeah, so that age bullshit that they tried to say was going to win her.
What do you think that's a referendum on?
Wait. Here's another factoid. Jill Stein has a lower percentage this year than she had in 2020, and I think 2016 as well. I could be wrong on that. But so it's not that like people were so upset, that they moved over to Jill Stein because of some Israel thing or whatever. It was that Trump just won people over. That's what it was.
Yeah. Well, and he did get the leading third-party candidate to endorse him, which was huge.
But that also assumes that people didn't stay home over the issue, choose to write somebody else in because they might not have liked Jill Stein, or, as I saw might be the case in Dearborn, Michigan, some people voted for Trump under the idea, well, at least it's not Biden-Harris on Israel-Palestine, and they do not know that it's actually going to be worse for their perspective on the issue. It doesn't really make much sense, but
Were there some people who said thought that?
I've met some people who wanted to support, and this is in Ukraine, just for like a perspective, who support Trump in this election because they're of the hope that he will actually provide more aid than a potential Democratic administration. Because of like either some wild card idea, but yeah, there's some if you get frustrated enough with the current administration, you can kind of almost throw up your hands and say, screw it, let's roll the dice, on the next guy. By the way, we have a new guest here, and I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, Jeb, but you've been you've been here for a bit, and I want to welcome Kraut, a European from across the Atlantic. I'm actually on the same side as him, so you guys are across the Atlantic.
Too. I've had a lot of
welcome, Kraut. How are you doing?
Amen to that. Amen.
I'm good. I'm doing good. I didn't expect that you had people here, so sorry. I was a bit surprised by that. How are you doing?
No worries. We got some true QAnon patriots here. These are 3 guys from the QAnon podcast. We brought them on here tonight because they wanted to sell me on Q and the movement.
Celebrate the great American victory.
The Great Awakening.
We got him on board with it too. He's with it now. Dylan's with it.
Next, we're gonna get him on 10,000-year-old Earth.
I want to touch on the Kamala thing real quick because we were talking about.
They're not really QAnoners, I swear.
Yeah, no, we're not. So like every single economist and like market watcher worth their
Jeb,
salt.
can I please get the Kraut's perspective first before we go back to
what do you mean? On the election?
Yes, on the election. What do you think about the election, Kraut?
I don't fucking know anything about like internal US politics. That's not something that interests me.
I want to know your perspective from across the pond. Kraut.
Okay. Well, you know that perspective. It sucks. It calls like. Can you imagine what must be going on in the Polish foreign ministry right now? Can you even imagine?
With the Polish foreign ministry? Oh, I have no clue.
Yeah, no, like their entire plan, their entire defense plan for Europe was we buy American weapons and we stay an ally with the US. That's out of the window potentially. And yeah, no, like the only impact it will have for us is that like defense becomes our number one political issue. That we're going to speed up a process that has started when Russia invaded Ukraine. We might detach more and more from the US. And Ukraine, if it's really bad, Ukraine may stand alone. That's weird.
What really worries me is this also happens at the same time where the Germans are privately floating the Finlandization of Ukraine as like diplomatic overtures of this idea of Ukrainian neutrality and on top of territorial concessions.
And at the same time as Georgia is having election interference by Russia, which means, oh God, I hope they cling on over there. Because they'll be so screwed. What?
Do you think Trump could like flip Belarus? I know Belarus has spoke out against Russia recently.
Okay, hold on. We're talking about international districts being flipped by Trump right now.
Hey, just throwing something out there.
How do we think Trump's going to perform in Moldova? I don't know.
It's going to flip Moldova.
So we had to have something. We got to get people going.
So
you think
in
that
terms
of like Americans, I'm just really mad at like the what are they? Well, the Holocaust terrorist people. Those fuckers, the red triangle assholes. We're like, oh yeah, fuck these people. Fuck them so much. Fuck them. Fuck all of them. I don't want to see any of them anymore.
Honestly, like I of course I think that if you're aware of the opinion, like I'm gonna vote against Harris for Israel Palestine and now Trump's president, right? And from the perspective of the Palestinian, like giving them as much help as you can, it makes no sense. Trump is as pro-Israel as you can imagine, from when it comes to his donors, from when it comes to the think tanks that he relies on, his advisors, just his public rhetoric. I mean, he's like bomb the rubble. That's his perspective. Bomb the rubble and then bomb the rubble again until, eventually they secede. So from a policy end standpoint, by the way, I don't think that's good, Jeff. I don't think Israel should get a blank check.
The rubble keeps fucking firing rockets at them.
I don't think
no matter what they do.
Wait. There's a difference between acknowledging that, of course, there needs to be a long-term solution to the rubble firing back, right? As much as there needs to be a long-term solution to these two peoples being able to live together, and the idea that Israel under Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir should get a completely free check by the guy who said go after the families of terrorists. And the guy, the same guy, by the way, Donald Trump, when he increased drone strikes across the Middle East, which Trump supporters don't like to claim, but it's true, he massively increased drone strikes in the Middle East, while Biden decreased drone strikes in the Middle East. He did it while restricting the data on said drone strikes. So we get less transparency, more bombing, and a blank check. Like, I don't like that.
I did like you turning General Salami into salami. That was a big fan of that drone strike. Big fan.
My issue with Israel specifically is there is no fucking party on the other side willing to negotiate anything but, yeah, we're going to keep fucking firing rockets from the rebel to Israel until all the Jews are dead. That's it. That's the only negotiating party on the other side is the Jews will all die or we'll keep firing rockets from whatever rubble that
it's not really the rubble that I'm worried about, because the rubble is the rubble. Like, Hamas is defeated really effectively. It's
for now, but once they're replenished by Qatar,
I think they're done. I think they're done. I really think they're done at this point. I think the more concerning thing is, like, will this now spread more? Will we go into Iran, into Lebanon even more? Like,
Israel is dealing with our fucking roach problem. That is my opinion on the situation, honestly. And I've said it multiple times. Israel, when they went buck wild, they took care of Hezbollah, who, mind you, is the leading supplier of arms to South America. So I'm struggling to find issues with what's going on.
The issue is, did you see that Netanyahu fired Gallant, the defense minister who pretty much planned all of that?
I need to see actions before I start condemning the state. The actions the state has taken.
I'm not asking you to condemn the state. I'm not asking anyone to condemn the state.
I get it, but I'm not condemning the state's actions until the actions are something worth condemning.
So
far,
exactly.
they haven't been.
And I think the potential for actions that are worth condemning increases.
Sure, the potential, but as of right now, Israel, other than the settlements in the West Bank, has very few actions I feel are worth condemning. I support the way they attacked Rafah. I support the way they attacked Hezbollah in Lebanon. I support the way that they've gone through and made a historically excellent margin of militants to civilian deaths in urban warfare. They have set the new standard for militant to civilian ratios.
You're riding now, Jeb.
I'm what?
You're riding.
I am riding because they've done a great job. What am I supposed to do?
Okay, number one, we don't know about the death toll. We haven't cleared the rubble yet. We don't know how many people are still buried in those buildings.
You think it's going to go from 2-1 to the average, which is like 7-1 or 9-1?
I have no clue where it's going to go because we have no clue what the real death toll is at the moment. But maybe it doesn't. But let's be for real. Ben-Gvir and Netanyahu are not the center of Israeli political life. They have a lot of domestic opposition due to their extremities and due to the fact that Netanyahu didn't protect the state well that led to October 7th in the first place. And I do think an overzealous response in order to cover for those failures is something you would expect by a cornered leader, both geopolitically and domestically politically. And I have to say, let me ask you this just straight up, Jeb. If Netanyahu was offered a situation tomorrow where the Palestinians would get the West Bank, they would get Gaza, but they'd be completely demilitarized, they could never militarize, they'd get no air force, they would have no military ability to strike into Israel, do you think he would accept a two-state solution?
Yes.
So why did he reject it when he was offered to him by the Saudis?
What do you mean? Because the Saudis had no way to enforce that.
Why wouldn't he just accept it in principle to just show that Israel's willing to play ball? Why not even entertain the idea?
Because he
doesn't even accept two states ever. Like, he's never accepted two states.
No, I think Israel has been historically more open to two states than Hamas.
Whether or not it's historically, we're talking about the current administration that is the longest serving prime ministership in Israeli history.
But here's the issue: he approves an agreement in principle that Saudi is going to assure, and then Hamas fires rockets the next week. He looks weak. He takes the political hit on that. That's why he's not doing it. Hamas will not fucking stop until they are stopped. That's period point blank. I was a two-stater from the beginning. I always have been. Israel has always been more open to it. I've always been aware of that, and I've always been pro-Israel but pro-two-state. Hamas has given zero choice to the point where I'm at the point where like maybe it is just a one-state solution, but that one state is Israel.
I'm sorry that I derailed this into the Israel-Palestine corner.
It's okay,
That was
Kraut.
not
I
my
blame
intention.
you and only you.
I think this has been. I think it's been a uniquely fine conversation because no one is.
I wanted to ask you, Dylan.
Yes.
If the aid to Ukraine stops, right? If the weapon deliveries to Ukraine stop,
Yeah.
do you think the Ukrainians will still obey the restrictions put on the remaining weapons they have?
Why would
Like,
they?
Exactly. Like that might be a side effect. They might actually use the long-range missiles, the ones they still have left,
Look,
to go strike deep into Russia.
I mean, they might, but I mean, if I'm being real here, while it could be a diplomatic embarrassment for the United States for this to start happening, if there was like a cutoff to a point that would be considered an abandonment of the Ukrainians, like halfway or like 70 to 80% of the way into a war, I'm sure it would make America look bad, but I'm not really convinced it would have a significant military impact, because what they need is supply. They don't just need to like fire at 10 or 20 Russian air bases or whatever's left within range of the 300-mile like ATACMS, or 300-kilometer ATACMS. They need a constant supply that would be dependent upon a continued positive relationship with the United States. That would lead me to believe that I don't think Zelensky would do such a thing.
Do you think that I am pessimistic about the prospects of support for Ukraine under Trump.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any reason to be optimistic? Do you think that, for example, there's a scenario where, I don't know, Trump starts feeling like he's being pushed around?
You know, I can talk about that in a second.
got
Wait,
one.
1 second. Lactoid, I want to make sure I can give him an opportunity to jump. He wants to jump because he said he's scared of Kraut and he wants to run away.
No, I've been up for quite a bit, and it's pretty weird. I'm not scared of you. I promise.
Yeah, I'm a nice guy. I'm sure you are
no,
too.
you seem like a nice guy. No, for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure you are too. Yeah.
I wanted to thank you, Dylan, for inviting me onto your show. Really appreciate the conversation with everybody. Gibbs, we had a great stream. A Trump victory. It was exciting. For those of you who liked what I had to say, you could find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And I hope you guys have a great night. Thanks.
Also, if you didn't like what he had to say, that's also where you can go harass him.
Me.
Okay.
True.
It's been fun, Lactoid. Thanks for joining me all day. It's been good stuff.
See you later, Lactoid. Gibbs, are you staying?
Yeah, if you want me to, I'm
sure.
more
I'll
than-
keep you. You know, I mean,
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
the point of this without having people who are here to agree
Yeah.
and disagree? Kraut.
If he's gonna have one
you're-
conservative tumor, he might as well have two.
My positive scenario here, when I think about Trump and Ukraine, is that Trump sits down to make a deal, or he wants to make this deal, and he thinks that Putin's playing him and using him, that that Putin's not able to KGB it up enough or soothe him enough, that he thinks like, well, you know, I'm not going to get a good enough deal to make me look good, or I'm not going to get a good enough deal to ensure that we could actually do this pivot to Asia, and so I might actually have to hold out a little bit longer and increase aid, especially if Zelensky can smooth him and convince him that there's more benefit for not only America, and I'm sorry, but this is my view of Donald Trump, but him personally through continued support of Ukraine. I think that's rolling the dice super hard. I think the odds of something like that happening, Zelensky's political and diplomatic masterstroke combined with Putin's face planting after working so hard to get Trump elected in the first place, like, I don't think that's particularly likely. I think the case of him trying to force the Ukrainians and the Russians to the table, possibly under Russian terms, is honestly more likely to me, considering how much they've been talking. And if he really does mean to deliver on his 24 hours or anything like that promise, it's probably going to have to be on Russian terms. Like, so I think there's a possibility. I just don't think the odds are high.
I don't know if you noticed, but Wisconsin was just called.
Wisconsin was just called.
No, this is gonna blow up my map.
Yeah, so it's over.
No, it's called red. My map, literally the only two states I had going to Kamala
so
were fucking
bad.
Minnesota and Wisconsin. Fuck. My map was not
Trumpism
correct.
is like here to stay. Like, you can't, it's like even when he dies, it's still
not-
going to be
no.
here.
This is the problem I think Democrats need to both like rejoice about and also introspect about. It's not that Trumpism is here to stay. It's that fucking Democrat condescension is a way to go. It's a way to go. Get away with it. Stop saying the other side is only voting that way because they're dumb or crazy. Fucking quit it. You'll beat anybody that is even remotely Trumpist if you just say, guys, you're smart. You're fucking chill. Let's vote for a smart, chill person instead of this fucking psycho. Instead, there's all this undertone of, but it is so simple. Stop lying about the other person when there's so much to actually critique them about, because what you do is when you tell people you're voting for someone who wants to murder women who want to get abortions, and he wants to end gay marriage, and he wants to fucking give everybody fucking guns, and he wants to take away all taxes, and he wants to give the corporations the country, like you're calling them fucking stupid or crazy by saying that the person they're voting for is going to do all that. He's going to end democracy. He's a fascist. Like, when you say all this stuff at once, you're telling these people you have to be dumb or fucking insane to vote for him. And they're saying, well, you're lying about this, and this. So how am I supposed to trust you on him being a liar? I'm just going to vote for him because at least he's not condemning me for every problem that I fucking have. When I say I see a lot of black people stealing from grocery stores near me, I'm not going to get proselytized by the Republicans. I am going to get fucking slapped on the wrist by Democrats, though. When I say that I'm done being talked about my race and my gender and about my fucking standing in society all the time, I'm not going to get proselytized by the Republicans. I'm going to get proselytized by the Democrats. And they're going to say I'm so dumb and crazy that I'm voting for a fascist dictator. Who's going to vote for that? Like, why did you guys think this was going to work? I don't get it.
He's absolutely correct. That's like a sentiment I feel in my everyday life. Like, people are tired of feeling like I came on several panels this week and people were like, hey, you know, we can lie for the greater good. We'll lie to kids. We'll lie to my family members, whatever. I don't lie to my family members at Thanksgiving, like, or Christmas, right? Like, none of this. It feels very elitist. It feels very talked down to. And like, I think like on the left.
So you would say that it's elitist to lie for the greater good?
Sure,
Yes.
maybe. I mean, if you're doing it because you're
And
insulting
J.D.
people.
Vance was wrong with what he said.
Because I
And
think
he
the average
is an
person is
elitist for
capable of
saying it.
understanding what's happening to them, right? Like, people are sitting here going, oh, these people are telling me it's XYZ when all I have to do is walk outside.
Okay.
And like, it would have been better if people were honest. I feel like, I don't know, they just felt lied to.
Okay,
misled.
but Trump ranks lower on the truth than the Democrats. He lies consistently more than the Democrats on like near constant basis. And it's not even like, and he lies about stuff he doesn't need to lie about. It's like lies that don't even like, it doesn't even really help him that much politically. When he's talking about Ukraine, he'll lie about the numbers. He'll lie about the numbers for no reason. And so for me, I can accept that the Democrats could have been stronger here. What I cannot accept is that the Republicans were, well, they didn't talk down to the voters, so they won because they didn't lie to them, or they didn't talk down to them. No, they absolutely talked down to them. It just depends on which voter you're talking about.
Well, it's a lot like what Dave Chappelle said. Like, when Trump came out in like 2016, and I think that he like reiterated recently, Trump came out and he's like what he called an honest liar. He'd never seen a billionaire walk out and go, everything you think they doing in that house, they do it. And then walk right back in there and go and back and do it. And then Oral on the stage with Hillary Clinton, he goes, hey, she goes, oh yeah, well, you don't pay your taxes. He's like, that's because I'm smart. And then she turns around and goes, oh, you know, et cetera, et cetera. He's like, well, you wrote the tax codes, right? And I think that like that endears himself to people. People like, yeah, he might be exaggerating. His lies are like hyperbole. But I think if
those
people
lies
go,
are
hey,
just
at
lies.
least, yeah, but people are like, hey, at least he's telling us how it is. Like they feel like the truth is less like the like word for word truth and more of the spiritual truth. I don't know.
I don't like that stuff because for me, the problem with this is it creates a vibe around something that's totally not true. For example, I think part of the reason why everybody thinks that we've given like every like the entire sink and the toilet and everything over to the Ukrainians is because of this idea that Zelensky's a salesman, and we've given them $300 billion for the millions who have died, and it's this environment that he's helping to create and proselytize when he, as the most influential person within the Republican Party, could easily point them in another direction, but he can't help himself.
Here's the issue, is when it comes down to it, when Trump is faced with an electorate that doesn't agree with him, and Kamala is faced with an electorate who doesn't agree with her, they both lie. But Trump lies on behalf of the electorate that doesn't agree with him. Kamala lies to trick the electorate that doesn't agree with her that they're wrong. So when Kamala says that Biden has always been tough on crime, Democrat states are the toughest on crime. We're the best on crime. When half of her electorate is like, dude, okay, we get it, right? We're jive and hip turkeys. We're with the fucking stop the mass incarceration of black people and brown people. But crime is getting fucking crazy with all these DAs that are just letting people go off nothing because they want to let people go. They ran on letting people walk. Democrats will say, no, the fuck they didn't. You're wrong. We're great on crime. We're the hardest on crime. In fact, Republicans are the ones who are bad on crime. And then you go into California, and the one proposition that the Democrats said say no to has the widest margin of any proposition on the entire California ballot toward yes, despite the fact that 70% of the California electorate is Democrat. They know they're being lied to, and Kamala is lying.
Passing that proposition does not mean necessarily that they believe that they're being lied to. And even if they do believe they're being lied to, here's the question. Violent crime is down. Violent crime is down, and it's down going towards record lows. That's good. That's a good thing. But the question is, how do you both brag about the reduction in violent crime while also acknowledging in certain areas of the country, violent crime has not decreased, and some areas it even has increased, and there's still other types of crime. And so, I mean, it's easy. But the question is, you're saying, oh, the crime, if crime's coming down, she has to be able to, A, claim violent crime being down, while B, also not discrediting the experience of people.
No,
and we can say that's easy. One second.
No, hold on,
wait, let me finish. You can say that it's easy, but you move over to Trump, and you know what Trump says? Violent crime's never been lower. It's always been lower. It was the lowest under me. The lowest ever. Under me, I did that. And now, if it's lower now, it's because they think I'm going to be president.
But hold on. When he said it was as low as it had ever been, he was still a proponent for getting it even lower. Democrats need to treat crime the way that they treat gun rights. They need to treat it like any one life lost to this problem is too many. So yes, violent crime is at a record low. It needs to be even lower.
But it's not at a record low.
But Gibbs, stop, because they believe that it is. So it doesn't matter.
Oh,
if
well,
their
that's what
electorate
matters.
believes that it is, they need to say, because the issue is, Dylan, I will say, violent crime as a conglomerate in some places is getting low, but when you look at New York and California, that's not the case. It's not.
That's what I just said. I said some areas it's up and some areas down, but
but
overall,
those are
it's down.
Democrat strongholds. And Democrats
And those are also not the states we lost, by the way.
I mean, I think that's indicative that crime is up. I think it's a problem.
Hold on the crime issue, it is because the Democrats said, do not vote yes on Proposition. What was it? 36. That increases penalties for certain theft and drug crimes. They said, don't do it. It's not a problem. And guess what? 70% of a state that is 70% Democrat disagreed with them and voted yes on it. So they did lose. On the crime issue, Democrats lost in California.
Okay, they lost. Wait. I understand that the proposition passed to increase the penalties for shoplifting. But when we're talking about
the widest margin of any proposition,
we're talking about
in this entire
Dylan, sorry for interrupting. I'm just going to drop out because I'm still kind of waking up.
Oh, okay, man, no worries.
Oh, dude.
I really don't like. I'm sorry. I just have nothing to contribute. I don't really know much about the inner workings of what's going on.
I understand. Could you then give us any final thoughts on Trump's election's impact on European security, NATO, and? No.
I mean that shit is kind of obvious now, isn't it? Like we will have to do faster what we started doing when Russia invaded Ukraine, which is build up defense. We might have to stop buying so many American weapons. I'm pretty sure some leaders who bought F-35 instead of Rafale or Gripen are kind of looking a bit silly right now, or might be reconsidering that decision. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to support Ukraine without the US, but you know just as well as I do that the Ukrainians will not stop fighting. The idea that they will just stop and surrender, that's not happening. It's just that how many people will have to die before this ends. And on Trump himself in the US, I just can't understand how people still voted for him after January 6th. By the way, let the Polak in who's waiting beneath.
Oh, he wants in?
Yeah. I'll see you later. Have a good one, man.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hey Dylan, you got 100 dono you still have to announce.
Wait, when did that happen?
100?
That happened a while. Can I announce it?
Sure, you announce it. Where did it come from? I don't see it.
Do I have to take my shirt
Oh,
off?
it was a
again?
while back. 1 second.
I didn't see it.
It's,
we're far off from the
$100
donation goal, but it's okay.
I'll take a shirt off.
$100 dono from Silver Earth. They said, "Stay safe, Slava Ukraini."
Hey,
Ukraine, Heroyam Slava.
Thank-
And I will add, Rosiski Viskovi, Irinachli.
Thank you for the $100. I appreciate that.
was
I
my
didn't
own
see
ad.
that. I saw. I assumed you added that at the end. I don't think YouTube would let it through. Thank you for the 100. I appreciate it. Thank you, and thank you for reminding me. Gibbs, you were trying to say something. Also, I think we brought in. I think they're muted though. I don't think they know they're even in here.
Civixon.
No,
I've
don't know
talked to
what
him
we
in
were just talking
chats
about.
before. I
got lost
I
after the
recognize
Russian
his
speak
name.
there.
No worries.
My
no
idiot
worries.
was too bad.
Man, brr. So what is Trump's priorities getting into office?
Got to be the economy. It's got to be that. It's got to be number one, and then border number two. He's got to go with it. And I think he could actually maybe. This is gonna be interesting. This is actually why I'm not a lieutenant. I think that he could, invest in infrastructure into the border wall. I hope he does reform. People bash Republicans, but I've been pretty. I think a lot of Republicans are pretty big.
Right now.
Sure. Okay. Listen, I'm gonna maybe break from you. I want the wall built. I also want all the judges and everything that was in the original Trump bill that we've discussed many times, Jeb. I want this problem solved. I don't want a half-ass measure. I think that needs to be the first thing, and I think that'll provide a nice little economic boost. I think initially the economy is going to take a hit under Trump, then it's going to bounce back pretty quickly due to some of his plans. I think economy and the border got to be his first two steps.
And to be
That's
fair,
my
as
hope.
a libertarian, I expect that. Right? We watched it in Argentina, even
Yeah, well, I'm not a libertarian, to be clear. So, we definitely differ on that.
Yes. What I think is the perpetuated problem with the U.S. economy is that we have continuously, ever since FDR New Deal, we have continuously relied on government spending to prop up the economy, right? The economy is necessarily going to grow if you just pump money into it. And so it is necessarily going to recede when a party comes in and puts their foot down and says, this is not a sustainable path. I think a lot of America agrees in theory that it is not a sustainable path, but of course America does not want to experience the consequence of finally putting the foot down. Once you stop pumping a shitload of money in to perpetuate the economy, it's going to recede. Don't think Trump's going to do that. I think we're actually going to have a pretty good economy under Trump because Trump is a wildly irresponsible spender, the same way that Obama was before him, but to an even higher degree. And Biden.
Whoa. Biden. Wait, Obama was or Biden was?
Obama was an irresponsible spender, and Trump was an irresponsible spender to an even higher degree.
Okay, Trump was to a higher degree.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I was about to come in and throw down the 10 trillion in 4 years versus the 8 trillion.
That is my biggest criticism of the Trump presidency as it exists.
Okay. Yeah.
I think we're going to have a pretty good economy in terms of what laymen who don't care about what the economy looks like in 10, 20 years consider a good economy. That's one of my fears. I think his first priority will be the border bill because it'll be a real strong bluff call. Democrats have forced their hand. They either have to accept whatever border bill the Republicans want, or they essentially have to concede midterms by saying we actually don't care about border security unless it's exactly how we want it. So I think that will be the first major bill that Trump tries to pass. I think the Democrats will concede their bluff and they will not pass it. And I think they will suffer in midterms as a result. And then I think after that, Trump will get on the train that he got on when he was president before, which is deregulation. And if he establishes an agency, that's great. I hope Ron Paul heads it and not Elon Musk. But at the end of the day, he averaged 24 regulations out for every new regulation in. I think he'll follow that suit this time as well. And I think he will also immediately kick up negotiations. I think he will tell Israel, carte blanche, whatever the fuck you want to do, we're with you. And I think Ukraine he will be much more reserved on, which is an unfortunate thing that I dislike. I think he should say the same thing to Ukraine. I don't think he will. I think he'll push for Ukraine to surrender Kursk, Russia to surrender Donetsk and Luhansk, and Ukraine will never be able to join NATO. And I think that will be his opening offer. I don't know where the negotiations will evolve from there.
See, my problem here is, like, when it comes to the border bill, like, I'll just take whatever we get. I do want dreamers in there, though. I think it's unethical to deport people who were children or came into the United States as adults and have been here for 10 plus years. That is my one reservation to anything that has to come with illegal immigration.
Well, dreamers, are you talking about children who were born in America or children who were born outside of America and brought in?
Children that are born in America are already American citizens. They're
Yes,
not
I
necessarily the
agree.
targets of the dreamers.
Yeah.
Like, when we're talking about dreamers, we're talking about people who were, they themselves came
Kidnap Kim, thanks for
like
the raid.
across the border. Yeah, they came across the border as either children or like young adults or maybe even older adults, but they've been here for a while.
Yeah, I
Like-
know the legitimate definition of dreamers. I've just talked to a lot of Democrats who think dreamer applies to people who were born here. And so I wanted to clarify what you thought a dreamer was.
No. Yeah, they
Okay,
would already be American citizens. They
yes, I
wouldn't be
agree.
going, but they would be split from their families if their families were illegal citizens and their families were.
I don't think the Republican border bill proposal right now that Fetterman said he would support, even it doesn't support deporting dreamers. He just wanted even more support for dreamers in terms of
Hey,
the
Carrie
Obama
Lake has
level of
lost.
support.
Carrie Lake has officially lost in Arizona.
Good.
Bye-bye.
Good. This is the thing. This is why I say this election is not a sign that Trumpism is forever.
Well, wait.
If you look at Trumpist
But
candidates, they're
just
losing
because
in a
this is the
couple
thing,
elections.
though, we don't need to give them as much time as possible for it to catch wind with someone else, right? Because JD Vance, like, his type of politics is as Trumpy as Trump is. The only difference is he's like a lot more clean in presenting it. Like when it comes to the isolationism, still of the same belief. He's adopting everything that Trump's laying out. He's more aggressive on the issue of abortion than Trump is. He actually had to
Well, yeah,
reel
'cause
in
he's
his
more
position.
conservative.
Yes,
He's
he's much
less
more
MAGA.
conservative on the issue of,
Yeah.
of abortion. He advocated for a national abortion ban. That was something he wanted. And then once Trump like took him under his wing, then he had to reel that position back. Trump dies tomorrow. We get President J.D. Vance and whatever his position is on abortion.
I still don't think he would support a national abortion
Would
ban
that
'cause
be
it's off the GOP
constitutional
platform.
though? Because he never received any votes for president.
Well, yeah, okay, relax. Don't compare this to
I'm
Kamala.
sorry, I'm
I think
shitting
we're
on
now
you
all
guys.
realizing that the Democrats not having an open delegation only hurt the Democrats. Let's stop pretending that that's not the case.
There was
If
not
you guys
not many good options. I'm sorry, an open
Josh
delegation.
Shapiro was the
no,
great
no,
option. He
no,
would've
no,
torched
no, no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We think, we dream, we believe that maybe we could have found some other way. The problem is running somebody this late, you're taking them, you're throwing into national prominence, and you're hoping that there's no scandal that comes up. You're hoping that they are good under scrutiny. You're hoping that they can run a national versus state level campaign, because sometimes people play much better in their home state than they do nationally. Ron DeSantis. And so
No,
Josh
100%,
Shapiro
yes.
would have been better in
I'll give that as an
Pennsylvania,
example.
but let's say he won Pennsylvania today. Trump still would have won. He's probably going to win Arizona. He's probably going to
that
win
was
Nevada, and he's still going to win. So even if they won Pennsylvania with the Josh Shapiro pick, what would that have changed?
Listen,
Dylan, I
agree.
think I could simplify this though.
Josh
Like,
Shapiro's
if
a
Donald
much-
Trump died, like tomorrow, within the week before January 20th.
Okay, I'm picturing it.
We can all agree
Loving
that
it, by
JD
the way.
Vance would be the president of the United States. We can all agree to that. Yes?
Yeah.
Like would we all agree to that, Jeb?
That
Gibbs?
JD Vance would be the president. Yeah. And I'd
Yeah,
love
yeah, we can agree to that. And why is that? Because JD Vance was a part of the ticket that won today. He was a part of the ticket that won both the Republican nomination and he won today.
No,
So,
I'm not trying to
going
make
back
the
to,
argument
like, a year
that it
ago,
was the
like-
wrong way to do it procedurally. I'm saying it was the wrong way to
Jim,
do
real
it.
quick, I gotta jump in. I gotta
It
leave.
was
I'm gonna
pretty
leave.
much procedural.
Thank you, Dylan, for having me so much. I appreciate you having me, everybody.
Hey,
I'll be.
Gibbs.
See you later,
need me
Gibbs.
till 9 or whatever, what time, I'm still available. Just let me know if you need me around that time.
Okay, no
Thanks
worries,
for having me.
Gibbs. Bye bye.
Appreciate
Love
it.
you,
Y'all be
Gibbs.
good.
Nice talking to you,
Love you
Gibbs.
too, Jeb. Love you all.
USA.
I have endurance, bro. I'm like Donald Trump in the Biden debate, but not in the Kamala debate. Okay, I have endurance.
Wait,
going
that's
back
a
to that,
question
just
I
this-
need to.
just the
oh,
same
I'll let
logic.
you finish, and then I'll
It's
ask it.
it's kind of the same. Well, it's not just kind of the same. It is the same logic. Like for the Democratic ticket, Kamala Harris was elected the vice
Let me
president,
give myself a tan.
and then Joe Biden stepped down. So Kamala Harris would be the nominee for the president if Joe Biden steps down.
I get it. Procedurally, sure, it's fine. I think strategically it was the wrong move, and I think that's, panned out, but it's easy for me to say, right? Because when the Democrats lose, you can hypothetically say a number of Democrats would have won. I'm not claiming that I have the authority on what Democrat would have won. I personally just think Josh Shapiro would have had a better chance. I think it would have been a lot less condescending. I think he would have leaned a lot less on very superficial shit, like the Puerto Rico joke and shit like that. I think a Josh Shapiro campaign would have won over more men. I think it would have won over Muslims because, in my opinion, Latinos and Muslims, I will say at least 30% of them moved Trump.
Wait,
simply because
did
they
you
didn't
just
wanna
say
vote for
Josh
a woman.
Shapiro would win over more Muslims?
Yeah,
Yes.
I was like, what?
I think more Muslims care about voting, and this is really derogatory toward Muslims. Who cares? I don't know. This is what I think. I think more Muslims and Hispanics would have voted for a Jew than a woman.
I
That's just how I feel.
think that's a reductive way to look at it. I think
It is, but
it
I
would
think
more
it's also
be
correct.
whatever.
It is a way to look at it.
It's actually retcon vision. And one
It
of the
really is,
beautiful
and I'm
things about
conceding
this,
to that.
my
I'm
fellow
conceding to that.
Americans, I just got to say, as a founding fatherist who I'm not big on partisanship because it turns into my team versus the other team. And all I could say is if this was so important to everyone, might not someone cheat in the election? Is it done yet? Is it done yet? I'm just
It is
saying.
done. I feel like it's been called for
Well,
Trump.
for 4 years, it wasn't called in 2020. So what might happen in terms of an
I mean, every
expectation?
court said it was called.
And
That's kind of the final say.
what? No, I'm saying that no courts have been called yet for the 2024 election.
Yeah, but the courts were pretty quick to call the 2021, so I think they'll be pretty quick to call the
court
2024
see
one.
active listening is one of the things that feels get in the way of this was an election of
listening
feels.
actively.
Bless it, bless. Hey, you can say that it's raining, but why is it yellow?
I don't know what you're trying to get at this point.
Maybe your
like
vision
poetry.
doesn't have yellow. Maybe you have like a yellow vision, color blindness. I don't know. It happens when people get in their feels, like Ukraine, fair play, right? But it's been 2 years of like people saying it's going to be done in 2 weeks on both sides. I'm just saying people die, children lose their parents, parents lose their children.
saying that?
And if America
This
is
got
so
heavy.
afraid, yeah, I'm heavy duty. Rock and roll.
Who's been saying that's going to be over in 2 weeks?
Everybody in the politics Discord server. I jumped in there 2 weeks in, and everyone's like,
that's what's
"Oh yeah." And I'm like, "Well, maybe not." Just keep eyes open and fair openness, and like feels that it's sad that people die.
Okay, if you had to explain your point to a 5-year-old, how would you describe it?
Which point? I've got a lot here.
I don't know.
There's a lot of
Whatever one you're trying to
unpacking.
make right now, if you had to explain it to a 5-year-old like me, what would it? How would
The
you
potential for people cheating in the election goes to both sides. So if there is some kind of people on the Republicans who chose to do something that was not within the law, then maybe this election might not go the way it's going right now. We shall see.
What are you
It's only
accusing the Republican
early.
Party of? What vehicle
Wanting
of
to
voter
win
fraud?
at any cost.
I'm not trying to get you. I'm just trying to understand
I
what it
said
is
the
you think the
words.
Republicans did to
Wanting
cheat.
to win at any cost.
That's great. Like, I want to win at any cost when I play poker, but if you're accusing me of pulling a card out of my sleeve, that's more what I'm asking. What card do
Yes,
you
I'm
think the
saying that
Republicans
at
pulled out of
any
their sleeve?
cost is at any cost.
Yeah, but what cost do you think they paid specifically to win the election?
Maybe cheating in places that it will be found that there was cheating and it will reverse certain elections that are significant so that suddenly it